I was clearly a once-in-a-lifetime genius with a 3S-level awakened talent, yet I was imprisoned by my fiancée in a basement for a whole decade. Every day, she would sit on top of me for 3 hours. The reason? Because I possessed the ability to permanently transfer my attributes to others. This led to me becoming her mobile blood bank. After she became one of the top powerful beings in the apocalypse, she didn't hesitate for a moment to rip out my heart with her own hands. However, when I opened my eyes again, I found myself back on the very day the apocalypse disaster occurred. At midnight tonight, the disaster would suddenly strike. Humans would awaken different talents because of it, but those whose minds collapsed would turn into disaster beings. Whoever kills the first disaster being will receive a 3S-level reward. I looked coldly at the arrogant Lu Yuner in front of me and sneered. Isn't this the perfect candidate? In the last life, Lu Yuner successfully awakened and did not turn into a disaster being. I needed to find a way to make her mind collapse and become one. At this moment, there were only 10 minutes left before the disaster arrived. With that thought, I immediately grabbed Lu Yuner and pulled her into my arms. Baby, I was wrong. This hotel still has a presidential suite. Let's book that one, okay? When Lu Yuner heard me being so obedient, she naturally chose to forgive me. After maxing out all my credit cards, I finally secured the presidential suite at Yulan Hotel. The two of us took the elevator all the way up to the top floor of Yulan Hotel. As soon as the door opened, Lu Yuner rushed to the gorgeous floor-to-ceiling window to admire the beautiful view outside. The smile on her face was impossible to hide at that moment. But in the next instant, a hand pressed her head against the window, and at the same time, a question slowly came to her ears. Xiao Yuner, does the scenery here look good? Facing the question, Lu Yuner hadn't realized what was happening. Her seductive voice slowly spoke. Baby, you're hurting me a little. Is this hurting you? I reached out and locked her neck with my hand. My voice was calm. Then, you better hold back and not make a sound later. Lu Yuner smiled upon hearing this, thinking I was flirting with her. In the next instant, a crisp sound rang out as I raised my leg and forcefully pressed against the back of Lu Yuner's elbow, breaking her left arm. Then came her right arm. In the last life, you ate from me, drank from me, enjoyed everything I gave you, and in the end, you discarded me like trash. What last life? I don't know what you're talking about, Lu Yuner struggled, pushing a few words out of her throat. You're crazy. I didn't respond to her and instead turned, smashing the hotel's glass table. I picked up a piece of glass and pressed it against Lu Yuner's neck. At that moment, Lu Yuner snapped back to her senses. She immediately knelt in front of me and began to pray. Don't you just want to sleep with me? I'll agree to it. I glanced at my phone. There were only 10 seconds left before the disaster struck. Thinking quickly, I stepped forward, grabbed Lu Yuner by the hair, and pressed her face against the glass. You have one last chance. Think carefully about what you want to say. I can give you anything. Please don't kill me, okay? All right. I said, taking a step back and slightly raising the corner of my mouth. As long as you do as I say, I won't kill you. Turning around, I faced the glass. Lu Yuner froze, as if she understood something. She not only turned toward the glass, but even pressed her head against it, slightly spreading her legs as if waiting for something. But in the next moment, I kicked the floor-to-ceiling window open. With glass falling everywhere, I grabbed her hair, slammed her to the ground, and looked down at the view from the 40th floor. The glass shards in my hand continuously pierced her flesh, shredding her once proud face. The scene below immediately caused an uproar, as everyone looked up, witnessing the struggling figure and the agonizing screams. I knew that for someone as obsessed with beauty and vanity as her, the simplest way to break her mentally was to trample everything she held dear into the mud. With the countdown to the disaster reaching its end, a trace of disappointment flashed in my eyes because her mental defense was still just a bit too strong. But I still had one last move. I quickly picked up Lu Yuner's phone, started the livestream, and loudly shouted, "Come watch Xiao Yuner's New Year's welfare giveaway." Lu Yuner was already a small internet celebrity, so as soon as the livestream started, many people rushed into the room. Countless comments flooded the screen. I held the phone up in front of her face and said, "Hee hee, your fans love you." The insane increase in views and numbers on the screen completely shattered the last bit of Lu Yuner's dignity. In a breakdown of emotions, her pupils turned a bloody red, one of the traits of disaster beings. Seeing this, I quickly moved forward, grabbed Lu Yuner's neck, and raised the glass shard to slice her throat. With a sudden scream, a series of prompts appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Welcome to the global apocalypse. Please carefully read and memorize the following. The apocalypse has arrived. The entire world will experience the same end times. Note, apocalypse time is random, type is random, and danger level is random. Good luck. During the apocalypse, any living being that takes actions beneficial to their own survival will gain points. Note, points can be exchanged for anything you need, including the position of a god. All intelligent beings will randomly receive one talent. There is no order in the apocalypse. Global announcement, congratulations to Survivor Fox for obtaining the world's first kill, earning an SSS-level random reward +1. The final announcement was broadcast 3 times, rapidly scrolling on everyone's screens. All around the world, people were guessing who had made the first kill. At the same time, I exhaled deeply, and my own talent was automatically triggered. Congratulations to Survivor Fox for obtaining an SSS-level talent. Effect can be used on any target. Permanently grant one's attributes to another, usable once a day, and one's own attribute points will not disappear. Note, you have been enhanced, send it quickly. Huli looked at his left hand, which emitted a faint white light, and a trace of disappointment crossed his eyes. Sure enough, his talent is still this. But he still has hope. Claim first kill reward. Ding. Congratulations, Survivor Huli has obtained SSS-level talent, deprivation. Talent, deprivation. Level, SSS. Effect, can be used on any target, with a certain probability of randomly obtaining a talent, attribute, or item from the target upon close contact. Each target can be used 3 times per day. Note, this thing is nice, but now it's mine. Another talent. Huli's pupils trembled, looking at his right hand emitting black light, his eyes full of surprise. There's hope. With this talent, he wouldn't have to be a support anymore. Wait. Talent is passively extracted. Huli looked at the lying Lu Yuner on the ground. If he wasn't mistaken, the light belonging to the talent seemed to also appear on her. Doesn't this mean? Without hesitation, Huli raised his right hand and pressed it against Lu Yuner's remains. Deprivation, activated. Ding. Survivor Huli successfully deprived, obtaining SSS-level talent, Eye of True Sight. Talent, Eye of True Sight. Level, SSS. Effect, can be used on any target to observe the detailed panel of the target, as well as hidden attributes, hidden entries, and hidden usages. Note, I see you. It worked. Huli's pupils trembled, a scorching heat coming from his eyes. When he looked at the mirror, he could vaguely see the dark golden light flickering in his pupils. Eye of True Sight, activated. A panel belonging to him suddenly appeared before him. Survivor, Huli. Survival level, 1. Distance to next level up, 0/10. Physique, 6, G. Strength, 6, G. Intelligence, 6, G. Agility, 6, G. Mastered talents, bestow, SSS's deprivation, SSS, Eye of True Sight, SSS. Generally, the panel needs to go through the first apocalypse or the survival level needs to rise to level 3 to be unlocked. Now with Eye of True Sight, he can grasp his situation a step ahead. All his data is exactly the same as in his past life. After all, in his past life, Lu Yuner had also used Eye of True Sight to look at him and informed him of this data. No, wait. There's something she did not tell him. Hidden effect. Whether it's bestow or deprivation, they both possess hidden effects. Deprivation, hidden effect, the target that this talent can deprive includes both living and non-living things. Bestow, hidden effect, this talent can attach everything one possesses, including but not limited to attributes, talents, and states, onto any living being, object, or talent without limitation, except for this talent. Bestow, so that's how it's used. If he had known there was such a use, he could have pulled Lu Yuner along with him to die when he was on the brink of death. This is the true SSS level. If talents can also be bestowed onto talents. Huli's heart leaped with joy as he tried to bestow deprivation onto Eye of True Sight. Chapter 3, Divine Characteristic, See God Get. Ding. Congratulations Survivor Huli successfully obtained SSS-level entry, deprivation. Entry deprivation, 1 when using Eye of True Sight, forcibly deprive the target of their talent, attribute, or an item. Hiss. Forcibly deprive. If used on a deity, wouldn't it directly strip away their divine status? Wait. God. If he remembers correctly, in the early stages, these survivors indeed had a chance to meet a deity. Rules. The first person to read and memorize all the rules will gain a chance to pray to the gods. Praying to a deity allows one to make a request, asking the deity for help to fulfill it. As for whether it can be fulfilled, the last person to complete this hidden task prayed to escape the apocalypse, and as for the outcome, a beam of light descended from the deity, then he disappeared from the world. Whether he truly escaped the apocalypse or was erased by the deity, no one knows. Take a gamble. Huli has seen the scenery at the bottom of the world and will never miss any opportunity to improve himself. The first apocalypse will bring heavy rain. 99% of the land in the world will be submerged, and after a full 49 days, someone will find a way to end the apocalypse and enter the next one. But now, he has no other advantages besides these 3 talents. No supplies, no vehicles, and no means to fight the disaster creatures. Even pulling a hair from a god could serve as his vehicle. So he decided to do it. Huli closed his eyes, recalling all the rules and notes that had appeared before. Ding. Global announcement, congratulations, Survivor Huli becomes the first survivor to recite all the rules, gaining Divine Invocation Qualification *1. Again, the same announcement flooded the screen 3 times. This time, a chat interface appeared before Hu Li. It was filled with the frenzied comments of different survivors. Li Chang, damn. Who is this godly person, and how did they trigger 2 global announcements at once? Wei Changchu, 1 SSS level reward, 1 divine invocation qualification. This big shot must not be like those in novels, reborn from the dead. Li Feng, Hu Li, is it? Interesting. Hu Li scanned the chat records and paused for a moment on Li Feng. This person was the lover of Lu Yuner in his past life. If he remembered correctly, that person's talent was a long knife, though its grade was only A, it could continuously strengthen as its owner's power grew. If he could also strip that away. Even if it's not useful, it would still be nice to collect. Splash. Outside the window, the heavy rain had begun to fall. The first apocalyptic disaster had started. Hu Li didn't dare to hesitate and immediately chose to use his divine invocation qualification. The originally pitch black outside instantly burst into a vivid blue. A light screen descended. All living beings in the city bowed their heads, trembling and prostrating underneath the light screen. Only Hu Li. He gritted his teeth and raised his head, looking at the shadow within the light screen. In his pupils, the dark golden light flickered unpredictably. You, what do you seek? The magnificent voice fell. Though Hu Li had plans in his heart, his mouth was filled with utmost respect. O Lord, I seek a place to safely survive all disasters. Granted. As soon as the words fell, a deep blue light sphere descended. Without time to see what it was, Hu Li quickly used his talent right before the shadow vanished. True Vision Eye Deprivation version. Ding. With a crisp sound, 2 prompt boxes appeared at the same time. Name, Avatar of the Sea God. Level, unknown. Attributes, unknown. Mastered talents, unknown. Deprivation successful. Congratulations to survivor Hu Li for obtaining the divine characteristic, Sea God. It worked. Hu Li immediately used True Vision Eye to look at the 2 deep blues flashing in his palm, unable to hide the joy in his heart. One was the reward granted by the deity. It was a small wooden boat the size of a palm, which could be enlarged 100 times but could only hold 2 people at most. Item, Heart of the Ocean. Level, SSS. Effect 1 Divine Favor, anything blessed by the divine will be immune to all damage judgment while within it. Effect 2 Divine Promised Land, the area promised by the divine will be impervious to any external force. Hidden effect, Boundless Sea, without using Heart of the Ocean, it can be attached to any vehicle or territory, making it a stateless kingdom, granting all abilities of a stateless kingdom with Heart of the Ocean, and possessing the characteristic of infinite growth. Note, you are the favored one of the Sea God. This is the benefit of the True Vision Eye. Without it, how would he know about Boundless Sea? He might have just happily held a little wooden boat. And there was another deep blue. That was the most precious thing he had stripped away from the avatar of the deity. But at the moment Hu Li observed it with the True Vision Eye, that thing had already merged into his body. Divine Fragment, Sea God. Effect 1 is Sea Deity, any sea creature you touch will become your most loyal servant. Effect 2, unlocked after achieving a compatibility of 10%. Compatibility, 0.001%. Note, Honorable Deity, we salute you. Hidden note, playing as the Sea God can increase your divine compatibility. Divine Fragment. Even though it is a fragment, it is still a genuine divine power. If that deity finds out. Hu Li looked out the window, thankful to not see the returning Sea God. However, he did see something else. In the regional chat box, the New Year's celebration had already begun. Li Feng, brothers, I've locked onto Hu Li's location. Go for it, turning a bike into a motorcycle. Li Chang, yeah. Everyone is still at level 1, this is our only chance to overtake him. Yi Yunshan, charge together. No matter how powerful he is, can he outmatch our Sea of People strategy? Lu Ringjia, exactly. Hu Li watched the chat box, a slight smile curling on his lips. Things were starting to get interesting. You see, the True Vision Eye, deprivation version, has no cooldown time. If I sweep through this group of people, even with bad luck, I can surely net a few talents. But before that, bestow. Sea God Divine Power, plus, True Vision Eye equals, True Vision Eye is Sea God. Divine level phrase, when using True Vision Eye on a sea creature, it will unconditionally submit to you. Sea God Divine Power, plus, deprivation equals, deprivation, Sea God. Divine level phrase, creatures successfully deprived will become your most loyal followers. After the bestow, Hu Li can make sea creatures submit without close contact. Moreover, he can also make any creature submit after close-range deprivation. Not enough. Bestow can permanently give 10% of all attributes to a talent, item, or creature. It's a pity that Bestow can be used infinitely, but the chance to give attributes is only once a day, and needs to wait for the second day to recover. Right now, his attribute value is too low. If he uses it directly, it would just be a waste of this opportunity. Perfect. Isn't there a group of wise ones coming to take a shot at it? Huli revealed a slight smile, moving the sofa to the floor-to-ceiling window, lying down and quietly appreciating the imminent leaks. The True Vision Eye has no cooldown time. The Bestow True Vision Eye obviously also lacks a cooldown time. As long as he waits for that group of people to arrive, he can sweep his gaze over everyone. That scene would surely be breathtaking. Chapter 4, Surrounding Attack? Gifts. Brothers. It's right ahead. With a low roar, Li Feng turned to the dozens of survivors behind him, excitement shining in his eyes. Hurry. I'm not sure if he will change positions. I think he probably won't change positions anymore. A voice came from the crowd, and one person looked up at the sky. Li Feng was momentarily stunned, following the person's gaze. Boom! Amidst the downpour, a loud thunderclap erupted. A flash of purple lightning lit up half the sky, illuminating a certain window in the hotel. There, a figure lay on the sofa, shaking a wineglass he found somewhere, looking down on, no. Should say, looking with contempt. With contempt for everything before him. Including them. So damn arrogant. Li Feng cursed. But he wasn't a brainless fool. He immediately looked behind him. According to the previous plan, those with ranged attacks ambush downstairs, wait for the right time. Those for close attack come with me, let's head upstairs. The crowd nodded. Although they began to act according to Li Feng's orders, they didn't truly believe in him. What drove them to come here wasn't Li Feng's charisma, but pure profit. If profit could be maximized, they would not hesitate to turn against Li Feng. Under the heavy rain, 15 survivors with ranged attacks had already prepared downstairs. 20 survivors, led by Li Feng, rushed towards the upper floors. A shadow on the sofa slowly rose. Huli finished the red wine in his cup in one gulp, casually placing it on the table, and stretched lazily. Finally here. He took a step forward, standing in front of the window, his eyes flashing with a dark golden glow. True Eye of Deprivation activate. In an instant, 15 prompt boxes popped up one after another in front of him. Physique +3. Strength +1. Intelligence +4. Gained bottled water +1. Gained chocolate +1. Gained luncheon meat can +1. Ha! Huli exhaled a cloud of turbid air, his eyes filled with excitement. The first round of deprivation ended. Unfortunately, just as Huli was about to start the second round of deprivation, that group of people had already reacted and began to flee. Fortunately, the harvest was still quite considerable. In addition to 3 supplies, the other 12 people contributed a total of 26 attribute points. Survivors could only gain 10 points of free attributes for each level up. These 26 points were equivalent to directly letting him level up more than 2 times, the horror of which needs no words. Bang! The door shattered with a loud crash. Huli turned around and saw a Black Panther charging towards him. Transformational talents were quite rare. Huli raised his right hand slightly and easily dealt with the leaping Black Panther with just one hand. His original strength attribute had already exceeded 12 points, reaching F level. Not to mention taking on the Black Panther head-on, smashing its head with a punch was also easy. Right now, he could easily grab the Black Panther by its tail and swing it downstairs. But having such a meat shield was pretty practical. Black light erupted from the palm of his right hand. Deprivation C God activate. Ding! Deprivation successful, congratulations. You gain strength +2. Survivor Xie Qingwan has become your disciple. As your only disciple, she will enjoy 10% of all your attributes as a boost. 3 prompts sounded. The Black Panther immediately crouched on the ground, its pupils flashing a deep blue. A cold voice echoed, "Your most loyal disciple, greeting my god." Good. Huli chuckled in response and sat back down on the sofa. He glanced at the doorway, realizing those who were going to rush in had already scattered and fled. Knowing they couldn't win, they naturally wouldn't seek death. But since they were here, it wouldn't be that easy to leave. Huli instinctively rubbed Xie Qingwan's head. Go, bring those people back to me. With 10% increase from all his attributes, plus such an avatar talent, she could easily eliminate other weaklings. Yes. Xie Qingwan responded, her figure transforming into a shadow, disappearing before Huli's eyes. 15 minutes later. The remaining 19 survivors were all bound and thrown into the room. Including Li Feng. Struggling? Resisting? When the gap in power is too large, these emotions will not appear in the weak. What remained was just pleas, prayers, and the abandonment of all dignity, praying for a glimmer of hope. They crawled before Huli, trying to mimic Xie Qingwan's posture, expressing their submission to him. Unfortunately, Huli valued fairness the most. Didn't you want to kill me? Then it's only right for me to kill you. Right? True Eye of Deprivation and Deprivation activated in succession. Strength +2. Physique +3. Gained A-level talent, Black Gold Ancient Blade. Gained F-level item, Exquisite Suit. Gained human right lower leg bone +1. Each target can be deprived 4 times in total. 19 targets means 76 times. Unfortunately, only True Eye of Deprivation can succeed 100%, ordinary deprivation has only about a 30% success rate. Using it 3 times, only succeeds once. 76 deprivations resulted in a total of 40 successes. Out of the 40, he gained attributes 26 times, totaling 50 points. Among the remaining 14, aside from one A-level talent, the Black Gold Ancient Blade, the rest were all strange items. Huli activated the True Eye again, looking at his status panel. Survivor, Huli. Survival level, 1. Time until next upgrade, 0/10. Physique, 27, E. Strength, 30, D. Intelligence, 20, E. Agility, 23, E. Mastered talents, Grant, SSS, Deprive, SSS, True Sight, SSS, Black Gold Ancient Blade, A. With these stats, as long as he avoids the dungeon in the first apocalypse, he could walk around unchallenged. Kill everyone except the one who pissed themselves. Huli said indifferently, and Xia Qingwan immediately responded. Yes. Black Panther swung his paw, and 18 heads fell instantly. Only Li Feng remained. He heard the sound of heads rolling beside him, his body trembling uncontrollably, but he had no power to resist. His talent was gone. His attributes had been stripped. What could he do to fight back? Huli stepped forward and stomped on the back of his head. Do you know why I kept you alive? Li Feng trembled, unable to even speak. I remember, your family's villa has a dock with a yacht, right? Sichuan province isn't near the sea, so finding a reliable vessel capable of carrying the heart of the ocean is extremely difficult. The only hope was that lakeside mansion. Lu. It housed many rich people, with individual docks built for each villa. Some even owned yachts docked there. Li Feng was one of them. In his past life, it was this yacht that helped him survive the torrential apocalypse storm. Yes. Li Feng immediately looked up, grabbing at the lifeline. I have it. I'll take you there now. What do you want? A villa? A yacht? Money? I can give you anything. Ha! Huli sneered, and with a D-class burst of strength, he stomped down, crushing Li Feng's head completely. I was just confirming. As for the items, I prefer to take them myself. Chapter 5, Ghosts. On the street, Huli gathered his spoils and sat on the transformed Black Panther, Xia Qingwan, speeding through the city streets toward Luhu. Though he had been away from Blue Star's glory for 10 years, he wanted to quietly admire the scenery in front of him. Unfortunately, he still had more important things to do. The first kill. The first kill against an alien beast. From the moment the announcement was made, humanity had 72 hours to prepare. After 72 hours, the apocalypse would officially begin, and natural disasters, alien beasts, and cataclysmic creatures would follow. Especially, alien beasts. Besides the numerous smaller alien beasts, Blue Star would be divided into 9 continents, and each continent would have a powerful alien beast. China would control one continent, and the powerful alien beast of this continent would be a flood dragon. It would be born at D-class, several hundred meters long, and with one swipe of its tail, it could snap a concrete building in half. At that time, the survivors of Sichuan province couldn't defeat it, and it freely roamed the city of Shu, growing in strength. Other provinces' survivors, even if they wanted to kill the serpent, couldn't act due to the torrential rain. By the late stages of this apocalypse, the D-class flood serpent had grown into a B-class pseudo-dragon and, along with other sea creatures, began stirring up massive ocean tides, pulling all 9 continents into the sea. Humanity had no place to stand. After the third cataclysm struck, a B-class human powerhouse appeared on the rankings. 10 B-class warriors teamed up to hunt down one B-class alien beast from one of the continents. After paying with the lives of 8 warriors, they finally killed one. The ocean from that continent retreated. Only after that did humanity regain a foothold. But the alien beasts of the other 8 continents evolved again. One D-plus class pseudo-dragon evolved into an A-class true dragon, and its territory covered all of China. It absorbed dragon chi to nourish itself. Even 10 years later, no strong warrior dared to challenge this alien beast. China was still covered by the sea. All the surviving Chinese people had the word homeland deeply embedded in their hearts. What the word homeland meant to the Chinese people needed no explanation. Now, Huli had been reborn. At this moment, he already possessed the strength to face off against a D-class alien beast. If he could kill the flood serpent before it evolved into a B-class pseudo-dragon, then Maybe it can stop the torrential rain within Huaxia. It might even get the first kill reward for the regional monster. That is a proof of class change for a randomly hidden profession. Just an ordinary profession's class change proof can be sold for an astonishing price in the trading market, let alone that hidden profession. In the 10 years of the previous life, according to what Huli heard from Lu Yuner, the entire human race only obtained 9 hidden profession proofs. A hidden profession, even if obtained later, can elevate a B-level strong person to A-level, if obtained earlier. Huli couldn't even imagine how great that improvement could be. In his previous life, some professionals analyzed the hatching location of the serpent. There was an 80% chance it would land at the foot of Qingqing Mountain, inside Dujianjian. First, because there are plenty of aquatic creatures in Dujianjian, so the number of monsters that can be transformed is naturally considerable, providing the serpent with a good growth environment. Second, because of Qingqing Mountain. Due to the high altitude of Qingqing Mountain, in the early days of the apocalypse, many survivors would choose to go up the mountain to avoid the water. Survivors killing monsters gain various benefits, and it is the same for monsters killing survivors. These two reasons combined led to the astonishing growth speed of the serpent, which rose from D-level to B-level in just 3 months. Shudu is not far from Dujianjian. If he can quickly obtain a yacht and attach the heart of the ocean to it, he will have enough time to rush to Dujianjian and search for the serpent's tracks. Even if he cannot find the serpent right away, he can still slay it the moment it hatches. With the Black Panther racing all the way, they finally arrived at Luhai before the rain accumulated. Various roars, wails, pleas, and indescribable sounds echoed in the community. If I remember correctly, that guy's home should be in a district, Building 8. Can you find it? Don't worry, my god, I can already smell the same scent as that guy. Xia Qingwan leaped and jumped over the gate of Luhai, quickly reaching the front of Luhai. Then, they stopped right by the dock. Why aren't we moving? Huli asked. My god, I can't swim. Xia Qingwan's voice sounded timid. No problem. Huli said, and the white light in his left hand shone again. Grant. Godhood of the sea god. After all, she is currently his only believer, so the benefits must be provided. A burst of dazzling blue light erupted from Xia Qingwan. Through the observation of Eye of Truth, Huli saw that Xia Qingwan gained an additional S-level passive talent. Talent, Sea God's Beloved. Level, S. Passive effect, all water attribute talents, abilities, and item effects plus 50%, all water attribute damage and negative effects minus 50%. Note, the most loyal believer, wholeheartedly praises my god. Done. Xia Qingwan also sensed the change in herself and immediately knelt down, praise my god, may the light of the sea god always accompany me. Ahem, low profile. Low profile. From now on, just praise me in your heart, and don't call me sea god anymore, just call me master. He was pretending to be the sea god, but the blessing of the sea god's beloved just granted to Xia Qingwan was real. If her praises were sensed by that sea god, and he cast a glance. Huli couldn't be sure if he would be crushed to death just like that. Better to keep a low profile. As you command, master. Who would refuse a voice like that of a mature woman calling them master? At least, Huli wouldn't. Alright, let's go. Huli waved his hand, and the Black Panther took them both into the water in the next moment. However, the Black Panther's way of moving in the water was a bit different from what he had imagined. Once in the water, the Black Panther acted like a fish, lurking beneath the surface, using its hind legs and tail to sway continuously for propulsion. Although the speed wasn't too slow, from the outside, it looked like Huli had only half of his body on the surface of the lake. Sliding at an extremely fast speed. The night was dark and the wind was strong, with rain pouring down. Because of the sea god's divine grace, although the heavy rain would not touch Huli, the mist created by the raindrops hitting the water was enough to create an atmosphere for him. A kind of eerie and strange atmosphere. Not to mention the others, even Huli felt a chill down his spine. Better find those 8 buildings soon, experiencing this method of travel once is enough. Just as Huli was thinking this, a spotlight suddenly shone on his face. Right after came a crisp explosion. There's a ghost. Following the direction of the sound, Huli was shocked to see a yacht crashing towards him. Chapter 6, Fishing and Killing. Master. Xia Qingwan cried out in alarm. She wanted to leap from the water and save her master, but before she could move, a black and gold light had already burst forth from Huli's hand. A-class talent, Black Gold Ancient Knife. The moment the yacht made contact with the blade, it was like butter touching a hot knife, being effortlessly sliced apart. The hull was easily cut into 2 segments. This is the power of an A-class talent. In terms of sharpness, let alone this yacht, this Black Gold Ancient Knife could easily cut through steel and concrete buildings. This is also one of the reasons why Li Feng dared to challenge himself. As the yacht sank into the water, 8 people wearing life jackets fell out. Almost as soon as they hit the water, 7 of them swam towards the 8th. Seeing that Huli was fine, Xia Qingwan only poked her Black Panther's head above the surface and exclaimed, "Master is mighty." Huli said nothing, simply sheathing the black gold ancient knife and scanning the group of people who had fallen into the water. "Go, ask them if they know where the 8 buildings are." Xia Qingwan said she could find the 8 buildings by scent, but unfortunately, her head was fully submerged in the water, making it impossible to search. Yes. The Black Panther diving device activated again. As Huli half submerged himself and swam towards them, everyone immediately huddled together to protect a girl among them. Wow. Seeing this, she must be an important character. But Huli wasn't interested in their identities, even too lazy to use the eye of true sight. He simply asked, "Hey, do you know where the District 8 buildings are?" The 7 bodyguards didn't dare to speak, but a timid voice from the crowd, belonging to the girl, spoke up. You're not a ghost?" "Ha!" Huli let out a cold laugh, the black gold long knife appearing in his hand again. The blade pointed straight at the crowd. "You have one more chance to answer my question. I don't like wasting time." "That way." The leading bodyguard immediately raised his hand and pointed to the left rear. "At my 8 o'clock position, there's a dock with a 2-level yacht. That's the District 8 buildings." "Good understanding." Huli smiled as he sheathed the black gold ancient knife and patted the Black Panther beneath him. "Let's go." "Yes, master." As Xia Qingwan's voice rang out, those on the water finally noticed there was a living creature beneath the young man. But the light was too dim, so no one could see what that creature really was. The Black Panther carried Huli as they swam towards the 8 buildings, and the bodyguard who had just spoken spoke up again. "Number 2 and number 3, you go find another boat. The rest of you, protect the young lady with me." "Yes." 2 of the 7 quickly removed their life jackets and swam towards a closer dock. The other 5 remained focused on the direction the young man had disappeared, fearful that he might return. "Uncle Wei." The girl spoke again. "Do you think we can hire that person to escort us home? In exchange for 2 spots from the shelter." The one called Uncle Wei didn't know what to say. After hesitating for a long time, he frowned and spoke up. "Miss, let's be a bit cautious. We don't know this person's background. If we recklessly let him join the team, what if something goes wrong? He didn't kill us just now." The girl spoke calmly, her tone lacking the earlier panic and instead surprisingly composed. "When number 2 and number 3 get the boat, we'll follow him from a distance and observe." Uncle Wei knew that once this young lady had made up her mind, even 10 oxen couldn't pull her back, so he had no choice but to obey. He was just going through the motions of asking. Black Panther carried Huli onto the dock, and seeing the 2 characters on the dock, he knew he hadn't made a mistake. "Alright, this is it." Huli looked at the yacht in front of him. It wasn't perfect, but it would do. He took out the heart of the ocean and tossed it onto the yacht. The small wooden boat, about the size of a palm, instantly merged into the yacht, releasing a deep blue glow. Ding! Congratulations to survivor Huli for triggering the hidden effect of the heart of the ocean. The target is merging with the heart of the ocean. Estimated completion time, 10 minutes, please wait. 10 minutes wasn't too long, but it wasn't exactly short either. Especially under the dark sky, with the bright blue light so eye-catching. Thanks to true sight, Huli could clearly sense the many gazes from around him. 2 of those gazes came from the villas of Building 8 in District A. It seemed that Li Feng's family was still inside the villa. This was the problem with human relationships. When you kill one person, you often end up needing to take care of their whole family. Originally, he planned to take the boat and leave, but he didn't expect the commotion of the heart of the ocean to be so loud. Sigh. Huli sighed, then took out the black gold ancient blade again. "Shawan, watch the boat, and don't let anyone get close." "Yes, master." With that, Huli walked toward the villa, black gold ancient blade in hand. Before he could open the door, a dull thud rang above him. A bullet struck Huli but caused no harm, instead dissolving into a mist. This wasn't a real firearm, but something created through his talent, just like the black gold ancient blade. After determining that the bullet couldn't hurt him, it naturally turned into gas. True sight deprived version, activate. A dark golden light flowed through his eyes as Huli immediately locked onto the shooter's position. He flipped the black gold ancient blade in his hand and threw it upwards. D-class strength imbued the black gold ancient blade, slicing through the cement building and piercing through the man's chest. As the blade left his hand, the villa door opened. A middle-aged man raised his thick arms, brandishing a cleaver as he charged. Die. C-class talent body berserk. Huli didn't even bother to call the black gold ancient blade back. He just threw a punch. His fist pierced through the man's left chest, bursting into a brilliant blood mist. Tisk. Sensing the life leaving the man, Huli couldn't help but click his tongue. Fragile. So fragile. He didn't even get the chance to activate, deprive. But luckily, true sight-deprived version would trigger the deprive effect every time he swept his eyes across someone. The two provided him with 2 points of intelligence and 2 points of physique, so it wasn't a total loss. With 9 minutes left until fusion completion, Huli looked around. He noticed many people were already approaching, some even shining flashlights in his direction. But no one dared to act recklessly, all still in the observation phase. He wasn't a bloodthirsty person. As long as others didn't take action against him, he wouldn't strike first. So, Huli looked at Xie Qingwan and, using his divine right over his followers, spoke to her mentally. Xiaowan, send a message in the announcement channel, saying, Huli, severely injured, escaped, carrying an SSS-level item into Luhu, seeking cooperation. Yes, master. Active killing is not recommended, but baiting people into it? That's fine. That way, even if they die, it won't be on his hands, it will be due to their greed. Chapter 7, The 11 Empresses. Lu Lake. A striking blue unfolded at the dock, beside it guarding a nearly 2-meter-long black panther. A bit further away, a young boy stood in the rain, a layer of fine mist rising from his body, making it hard to see his face. But that didn't matter. When a message appeared in the chat channel, most people went wild. Xie Qingwan, Huli is seriously injured and fled, carrying an SSS-level item and entered Lu Lake, seeking cooperation. Shi Xiao Xiao, what the heck? Is that the Huli? Why did he come to Lu Lake? Yaoi, SSS-level item, is it real? Is it that shiny thing? Lu Renjia, this is an opportunity. If he is really injured, we can give it a try. Ishan, wait, Lu Renjia, weren't you going to surround Huli? Li Feng and the others are dead, are you okay? Lu Renjia, I didn't go. Just joking around. Immediately after, a series of ellipses flooded the screen. Lu Renjia, what do you mean? At that time, I was too far from Yulan Hotel. I'm at Lu Lake now, just wait, I'll try to see how good this guy is. Don't snatch it from me. The message was regional, so Huli could naturally see it too. As soon as the message appeared, someone couldn't hold back anymore. A shadow slipped through the crowd, rushing towards Huli from behind. Luckily, his true sight deprivation version was always on, instantly detecting the other's movement and locking onto that shadow. Ding! Deprivation successful, congratulations, you gained agility +2. With Huli's reaction speed, he could easily take this guy down in an instant. But since he wanted to fish, there was no way to reel it in right now. In the next moment, a nightstick fell on his neck. Huli sidestepped, his whole body twisting, crashing onto the dock's wooden boards. Fortunately, Xie Qingwan was smart, she knew this was her master's plan and did not attack. Otherwise, a sudden pounce could scare everyone away. Damn, he really is injured, hurry and grab that yacht. A startled shout rang out among the crowd. Several men in security uniforms rushed directly to the dock of Building 8. Unfortunately, there were only a few of them. That shadow flashed in front of Huli, a kick landing directly on his chest, pinning him down. You are the one called Huli, right? A young man in a security uniform looked down at Huli, a smug smile on his lips. Ha ha ha. You really are born useful. You'll definitely be finished. Besides that SSS-level item, you must have quite a few other things, hand them over, and I'll spare your life. Dream on. Huli squeezed out 3 words through his teeth, afraid he wouldn't seem convincing enough, he even bit his mouth, forcing out a drop of blood. What a pity. I gave you the chance, but you didn't treasure it. The young security man activated his ability again, strengthening his body. 3 fish are to be caught as well, and when they come over, the net should be pulled in. The time seems about right. As that group of people approached the shore, 5 out of 7 bodyguards on the boat jumped down, leaving only 2 to guard the young girl. Xie Qingwan, under Huli's guidance, still did not make a move, allowing the 5 bodyguards to disembark. But just as Huli was about to pull in the net, those 5 bodyguards unexpectedly did not attack the Black Panther, but rushed toward the security personnel, confronting them. Go! With that command, the 5 bodyguards showcased their talents and engaged in a fierce battle with the group of security personnel. Everyone was in the initial phase, with differences in abilities, fighting skills, and even innate attributes. The 5 bodyguards were all professionals, surprisingly holding their own against the security personnel, and even subtly gaining the upper hand. Brothers in front. The young security guard grabbed Huli and frowned, saying, this won't work if we keep fighting like this. How about we interrogate this guy first, squeeze out the benefits from him, and then slowly split the loot? Who said we came to split the loot? One of the bodyguards questioned, while also glancing at Huli. Sir, we were wrong earlier. The young lady asked us to come and apologize. You also said, there aren't many fish around, we can pull the net now. Huli let out a nasal sound, clearly not expecting anyone to see through his plan. He wasn't in a hurry to act. Instead, under the yacht's light, he finally saw the young girl's face clearly. A bit familiar. But he couldn't remember where he had seen her before. With a casual use of the ordinary, true vision, the girl's panel suddenly appeared. Survivor, Chu Hongyu. Survival level, 1. Distance to next upgrade, 0/10. Physique, 6, G. Strength, 4, G. Intelligence, 10, F. Agility, 7, G. Mastered talent, Words of Truth, SSS. Damn. 11th Empress. As soon as this name and talent appeared, Huli remembered who she was. In his previous life, this person had long dominated the ranking at 11th place. No matter who died or rose on the rankings, she was always the eternal 11th. Not because her strength was weak, but precisely because her strength was so formidable that she was ranked 11th. Her talent was a simple yet brutal ability, which was, to speak things into existence. But the cost was random. It is said that once, during a B-level beast tide, the 11th Empress only uttered, "I want the sea beasts to die." All the sea beasts in the B-level tide turned into corpses. But the price was, more than 50% of the survivors in her shelter suddenly died, and the remaining also suffered various levels of injury. From that moment on, her talent ability was classified as a forbidden technique by humanity. If anyone could annihilate the future A-level True Dragon, clearly, it would only be her. But that cost, humanity might not be able to bear. Therefore, humanity's ranking permanently placed her at 11th, symbolizing her formidable strength yet daring not to let her truly act. As one of the SSS-level talents, this talent was the one Huli least wanted. Forget it, since they aren't fish, let's pull in the net. He didn't dare wait for the 11th Empress to speak. Ha ha ha. Fishing? Pulling in the net? The young security guard laughed wildly, his tone full of mockery. You're talking about this dead fish-like guy in my hand, you think he's pretending? Before he could finish his sentence, a black gold ancient blade pierced through the young security guard's back, returning to Huli's hand. Huli disdainfully ignored the body on the ground, simply allowing a calm line to slip from his lips. Shall one take action? Yes, master. With that command, the Black Panther and Huli swiftly took care of all the security personnel. He scanned the names of the bodies on the ground, none were Lu Ringja. Well then. It seems this guy was prepared to shout till the end. Huli couldn't help but log into the chat channel. I don't know that person's background. If we recklessly let him join the team, what if something goes wrong? He didn't kill us just now. The girl spoke lightly, her tone calm, no longer showing the previous panic, but strangely composed. When number 2 and number 3 return with the boat, we'll follow him from a distance and observe for now. Uncle Wei knew that once this lady made up her mind, even 10 oxen couldn't pull her back, so he had no choice but to obey. He was just going through the motions of asking. Black Panther carried Huli to the dock, and seeing the two characters on the dock, he knew he hadn't made a mistake. Alright, this is it. Huli looked at the yacht in front of him. It wasn't perfect, but it would do. He took out the heart of the ocean and tossed it onto the yacht. The small wooden boat, about the size of a palm, instantly merged into the yacht, releasing a deep blue glow. Ding! Congratulations to Survivor Huli for triggering the hidden effect of the heart of the ocean. The target is merging with the heart of the ocean, estimated completion time, 10 minutes, please wait. 10 minutes wasn't too long, but it wasn't exactly short either. Especially under the dark sky, with the bright blue light so eye-catching. Thanks to true sight, Huli could clearly sense the many gazes from around him. 2 of those gazes came from the villas of Building 8 in District A. It seemed that Li Feng's family was still inside the villa. This was the problem with human relationships: when you kill one person, you often end up needing to take care of their whole family. Originally, he planned to take the boat and leave, but he didn't expect the commotion of the heart of the ocean to be so loud. Sigh. Huli sighed, then took out the black gold ancient blade again. Shawan, watch the boat, and don't let anyone get close. Yes, master. With that, Huli walked toward the villa, black gold ancient blade in hand. Before he could open the door, a dull thud rang above him. A bullet struck Huli but caused no harm, instead dissolving into a mist. This wasn't a real firearm, but something created through his talent, just like the black gold ancient blade. After determining that the bullet couldn't hurt him, it naturally turned into gas. True sight deprived version, activate. A dark golden light flowed through his eyes as Huli immediately locked onto the shooter's position. He flipped the black gold ancient blade in his hand and threw it upwards. D-class strength imbued the black gold ancient blade, slicing through the cement building and piercing through the man's chest. As the blade left his hand, the villa door opened. A middle-aged man raised his thick arms, brandishing a cleaver as he charged. Die. C-class talent body berserk. Huli didn't even bother to call the black gold ancient blade back. He just threw a punch. His fist pierced through the man's left chest, bursting into a brilliant blood mist. Tisk. Sensing the life leaving the man, Huli couldn't help but click his tongue. Fragile. So fragile. He didn't even get the chance to activate deprive. But luckily, true sight deprive version would trigger the deprive effect every time he swept his eyes across someone. The two provided him with 2 points of intelligence and 2 points of physique, so it wasn't a total loss. With 9 minutes left until fusion completion, Huli looked around. He noticed many people were already approaching, some even shining flashlights in his direction. But no one dared to act recklessly, all still in the observation phase. He wasn't a bloodthirsty person. As long as others didn't take action against him, he wouldn't strike first. So, Huli looked at Xie Qingwan and, using his divine right over his followers, spoke to her mentally. Xiaowan, send a message in the announcement channel, saying. Huli, severely injured, escaped, carrying an SSS-level item into Luhu, seeking cooperation. Yes, master. Active killing is not recommended, but baiting people into it? That's fine. That way, even if they die, it won't be on his hands, it will be due to their greed. Good. Huli chuckled softly and said, it's settled, but we are on different ships, different teams. You can only follow me at least 100 meters behind. The route will be decided by me, and if anything happens, I will take action. No problem. Chu Hongyu smiled and said, then let's wish for a pleasant cooperation? Pleasant cooperation. Huli replied with a smile, and then stepped onto the Ocean's Heart with the Black Panther. The Eye of True Sight activated, and the panel of Ocean's Heart immediately popped up before him. Item, No Sea Country. Category, Vehicle. Grade, SSS. Level, 1, 0 out of 100. Effect 1 Divine Favor, an object watched by a deity, as long as one is within it, will be immune to all external damage judgments. Effect 2 Divine Promised Land, a place promised by a deity, cannot be destroyed, restricted, or affected by any external force, and binds survivor Huli. Effect 3 Boundless, for every nautical mile traveled, experience points +1, and unlocking other effects after upgrading the vessel. Note, Ocean's Heart is beating. An infinitely growing sea vessel. No matter whether this trip to kill the dragon succeeds or not, this item can become his foundation for survival in the future. Oh right. Boundless could also be considered a kind of trait. Huli immediately placed his hand on the hull of No Sea Country, depriving, activating. Ding. Deprivation failed. Let's try again. Ding. Deprivation successful. Congratulations to survivor Huli for obtaining the trait, Boundless. It worked. Huli's pupils trembled, and his joy overflowed. He immediately drew out the Black Gold Ancient Knife, bestowed, activated. Black Gold Ancient Knife plus Boundless equals Boundless Black Gold Ancient Knife. On the originally splendid Black Gold Ancient Knife, a phantom of a Qilin faintly appeared, as if it could leap out from the knife once fed enough. Its toughness and armor-piercing strength elevated to a new level. That originally A-grade strength talent directly rose to S-grade, unlocking the experience bar while also obtaining a brand new trait. Boundless, for every beast killed, 1 experience point will be accumulated. As long as he accumulates 1,000,000 experience points, he can summon the Qilin, and the level of the Black Gold Ancient Knife can continue to rise, even, possibly to SSS level. It's a pity. Huli also tried to bestow Boundless onto other talents, but it ultimately ended in failure. It seems that SSS grade is already the limit for talents, unable to obtain Boundless any further. That's enough, it's said that too much greed leads to loss. The night was already deep. Huli lay on No Sea Country, not caring how chaotic it was outside, and gradually entered dreamland. After all, with a big shot nearby, he didn't have to rush to gather any resources. As long as he sent her to the shelter, he could accumulate enough food and resources and last until 3 days later. As for 3 days later, delicious and special effect beast meat would become the new favorite on the dining table, and beast blood would become a more popular drink than wine. All living resources could also be purchased in the system mall opening in 3 days, at the cost of points earned from killing beasts. Only the weak need these ordinary materials to live. Huli's only hope was that when he woke up, he would still be on this ship, not in that dark, dreary dungeon. Meanwhile, on another ship, Chu Hongyu played with a tortoise-shell carved from mutton fat jade, her eyes swirling with sorrow, seemingly deep in thought. Mississippi. Uncle Wei walked up behind Chu Hongyu and gently spoke, why not rest early? Uncle Wei. Chu Hongyu looked up through the porthole, gazing at the other ship 100 meters away. What do you think, if I use my talent to make that man fall in love with me, would it be interesting? Chapter 9, Your ship has been requisitioned. February 17, 2026, 7 a.m. 7 hours had passed since the disaster struck. The sun struggled to cast a little light through the clouds, barely illuminating the world. Huli was already up, feeling that all his limbs were still intact, and he couldn't help but smile knowingly. At this moment, Xie Qingwan, who was standing by, also got up and silently stood beside him, waiting for orders. Notify them over there to prepare for departure. Yes. A disaster has arrived, and the order of the entire city has completely collapsed, followed by the network system, power supply system, and drainage system all failing one after another. Moreover, Sichuan province is originally a basin structure. Under the influence of global heavy rainfall, the water level here rises faster than in other places, especially with many water conservancy projects in the Sichuan region. With various reasons stacking up, the average water level in the entire Shu capital has now reached about 10 meters. Except for some survivors with special body-enhancing talents, most people can only find or create vehicles in order to survive this natural disaster. Of course, these problems do not need to be considered by Hu Li. Master. The Black Panther swiftly returned to Hu Li's side. The task is complete, and the other party says they are ready to depart at any time. Hu Li responded and was about to activate Wu Shanghaigua when he suddenly realized something. He couldn't help but turn to the Black Panther. Go ask them if they have a map? Soon, the Black Panther returned with a paper map in its mouth. After years of survival experience, Hu Li still knew how to read a map. Two boats moved away from Lu Lake one after another, heading towards Dujianjian. With an average water depth of 10 meters, the majority of shops in the city are already submerged, and the ones that can still be seen above water are either residential buildings or large shopping malls. Especially on New Year's Eve. Most people were at home celebrating the new year, all trapped together. When they heard the sound of a yacht passing by, those people rushed to the windows like they had gone mad. Help! Hey! There are still people here. Save me! I have an S-level talent. Take me with you, and I will forever be loyal to you. Various voices rose and fell. But Hu Li lay on the deck chair of the yacht, crossing his legs, looking at the scenery of the world, as if everything was so beautiful. The only problem was that it was a bit too noisy. But it didn't matter. With the speed of Wu Shanghaigua, they would soon enter the suburbs, and then there would be no more of this noise. However, before that, a boat flashing red and blue lights entered their sight. Then, a broadcast sound rang out. Attention, boats ahead. We are the Sichuan Water Patrol. Due to special circumstances, your boats have been temporarily requisitioned for rescue operations. Please do not attempt to resist. Repeat. Please do not attempt to resist. Hu Li raised his eyes and glanced at the vessels on the water. The world is like this: some people like to destroy order in chaos, while others prefer to maintain order in chaos. In the last life, there were many people like this. They even spontaneously established an organization called the Salvation Society, which, taking advantage of their heavy firepower and advanced weapons, continuously grew stronger in the early days of the disaster. The leader of this organization was ranked 4th on the celestial list for many years and even owned 3 aircraft carrier-sized shelters, making it a large force. But now, requisitioning my boat? What a pipe dream. This voice seemed a bit familiar, but he could not recall where he had heard it from. Master, what should we do now? Xie Qingwan asked beside him. No need to worry, just keep moving forward. Yes. Anyway, Wu Shanghaigua cannot be destroyed or restricted by any external force. If they are sensible, avoiding us is fine. If they are not. Sorry, I haven't played bumper boats in ages. As Wu Shanghaigua continued to move forward, Zhu Hongyu naturally realized the other party's choice and silently followed behind. First warning. The other ship broadcasted again, please stop immediately, do not challenge our bottom line. Wu Shanghaigua continued to move forward. Second warning. If you don't stop the boat, we will take necessary measures. Third warning. A woman in plain clothes walked to the bow of the ship, with a loudspeaker at her waist and a gun in both hands, aiming at the cockpit of the Wu Shanghai State. Bang! Gunfire echoed. The bullet flew only into the air, not aimed at the ship. But Hu Li suddenly stood up. It's her. This person he would never forget in his life. In his previous life, on the 4th day of the apocalypse, beasts attacked. At that time, Hu Li and Lu Yuner were just 2 weak assistants. Even with Hu Li's attribute boost, raising Lu Yuner's attributes to F level, they had no power to fight back against those beasts. Especially at that time, they were still in the water, with no vehicles available. Fortunately, a patrol boat came by and rescued them, saving their lives. And the owner of that boat was this woman in front of him. Chan Yi. He still remembered that name. If it weren't for Lu Yuner's strong insistence, perhaps Hu Li would have stayed on that ship, occasionally giving Chen Yi a few attribute boosts. Later, after they found a lifeboat, they left. As for whether Chen Yi survived the disaster, Hu Li didn't know. In short, he had never seen this name on the heaven list. Originally, his memories had gradually blurred, but when this ship and this person appeared in front of him, all those memories surged back instantly. Master, let me go. Xia Qingwan saw him stand up and instinctively thought he was angry, her two claws already poised for action. Bang! Huli struck a sudden blow on the Black Panther's head. Where are you going? When interacting with others, you should treat them kindly. Someone just shot into the air, and you want to kill them? Is that reasonable? The Black Panther held its head in its hands, looking at Huli with teary eyes, as if its little head was full of question marks. Stop the boat. With a command. The Wu Shanghai State made an emergency stop, just 5 meters away from that patrol boat. Even in the rain and fog, the two could see each other's faces. Huli took a step forward, opened, true sight, to confirm that the person before him was indeed Chen Yi, and then smiled and spoke. Hello, I'm Huli and nice to meet you. Mr. Hu, hello. Seeing the other party showing signs of negotiation and knowing what this name represented, Chen Yi immediately saluted him. We need to requisition your ship for rescue. No. Huli smiled and uttered 2 words. Gratitude for saving life is gratitude, but if you want him to sacrifice his own interests to help others. Sorry, he's been bitten by a snake and is afraid of the well rope for 10 years. Since he has raised a white-eyed wolf, he doesn't plan to raise a dog again. You. Sorry. Before Chen Yi could finish his sentence, a man hurriedly walked out from the cabin. He wore a smiling face, hurried to Chen Yi's side, glared at her, and then looked at Huli. Mr. Hu, right? We were rash just now, please feel free. Huli lowered his eyelids slightly. Since he was from Chen Yi's ship, he naturally recognized him. He seemed to be called Chang or something, Huli couldn't remember clearly. Not long after boarding, this man had intentionally hinted to Lu Yuner, urging her to offer herself to him in exchange for certain resources. At that time, Lu Yuner naturally wouldn't abandon her money tree Huli for some resources, so without thinking, she refused, even bringing this matter to Chen Yi. As a standard maternal figure, Chen Yi certainly punished him severely. Then, there was naturally no then. After all, one couldn't just throw him overboard to fend for himself, could they? That was a living human being. However, having him around was just right. Huli thought about how to repay that life-saving grace. He didn't pay attention to that man. Just looking at Chen Yi, Miss Chen, how about we play a game? If you win, you can use my ship for rescue. If you lose, you won't suffer any loss, how about it? Okay. Chen Yi didn't hesitate at all and immediately said, how do you want to play? Please have 10 people from your cabin come up. We will play a simple question and answer game. Huli casually took out the can of lunch meat he got yesterday from his pocket. I think, the people on your ship must be hungry soon, right? Chapter 10, The Ship Exploded. Chen Yi frowned slightly, although she felt something was off, she couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. She nodded and turned to walk towards the cabin. Clearly, she couldn't get this man beside her to move. Thank you, Mr. Hu, for giving us this opportunity. The man started to introduce himself. My name is Xiao Chang, Mr. Hu can call me Xiao Chang. Regardless of whether we cooperate or not, I want to be friends with you, Mr. Hu. What do you think? Huli glanced at Xiao Chang, said nothing, but silently activated True Sight Eye Deprivation version. Agility +1. Is this all they give, being so stingy? Seeing that Huli didn't respond, the atmosphere became awkward instantly. Xiao Chang could only stand frozen in place, with a face full of awkward smiles. In the distance, Chu Hongyu arrived at the bow of the ship, looking at the foggy without sea country with a playful glint in her eyes. Miss, should I go take a look? Don't meddle. Chu Hongyu glared at the person who spoke. We agreed on 100 meters, it's 100 meters. If you want to die, I won't stop you. As soon as these words came out, everyone fell silent. Chu Hongyu then turned her head to look around, muttering, if someone could take this opportunity to attack us, they could also have a chance for a hero to save a beauty. When she finished speaking, a dark golden light flashed over her. SSS-level talent 1 thought true word, activated. That Chen Yi quickly brought 10 people onto the deck. She had also specifically instructed the crowd on what to expect later, telling them to choose carefully. Looking at the 10 people standing in front of him, Huli stepped forward and looked directly into Chen Yi's eyes, calmly speaking. Before we start, let me ask Miss Chen a question. Do you think human nature is good or evil? How would I know about human nature? Chen Yi didn't fall into Huli's mental trap and defended herself on the spot. Some are good, some are evil. I just do what I want to do, why care about them? Even if someone imposes evil on others because of your goodness, is it the same? That's my responsibility, I will bear it. After pondering for a moment, Chen Yi immediately spoke. Very well. Huli smiled and said 2 words, his gaze falling on the 10 people, casually tossing a can. Then tell me, if I use this can as a condition for them to make a choice, do they choose to push one person beside them off the ship to get this can and my protection? Or do they choose to give up the can and pass the choice to the next person? Chen Yi frowned. She had previously told these 10 people that the one outside was Huli, the one who triggered 2 global announcements. So they naturally knew what it meant to be under the protection of this person. This condition. For 90% of normal people, it would be hard to refuse. Bang! Before Chinny could respond, a splash already erupted beside the ship. Someone fell into the water. An elderly man among the 10 didn't hesitate to push a little girl beside him into the water, trembling his arm as he reached toward Huli. Hurry! Let me on the ship! I did it! Huli glanced at the old man, his lips parting and closing. Fool! After saying that, he turned to glance at the Black Panther next to him. Xia Changwan immediately understood, leaping onto the patrol boat and swiping her tail, directly knocking the old man into the water. Help! Help! The cries for help echoed in his ears. Huli did not go to save the little girl who fell into the water. He didn't care about the old man, just looking at the remaining 8 people. Your game hasn't started yet. Who wants to make a run for it? There are punishments for that, you know. The Black Panther sat on the patrol boat, quietly at the bow, as if waiting for the next person to break the rules. Huli turned his gaze back to Chen-Yi, continuing from our previous topic. You said something right, people can be good or evil, and that's not for you to decide. But you can make a guess. Now, with 8 people left, guess how many will choose the canned meat, and how many will choose to stay put. If you can guess the right numbers, I can lend you this boat. If your guess is wrong, I said before, you won't lose anything. Chen-Yi fell silent. If according to her prior plan, everyone's answer should have been to stay put and not take the canned meat. But that scene just now had already gone beyond her control. Before Huli could announce the game starting, someone had already taken action. Everyone was feeling anxious. It was likely that everyone would choose the canned meat. So, she was bound to lose this game. I'm not playing anymore. Chen-Yi looked up at Huli and spat out 4 words, then turned and walked down the boat cabin, trying to leave directly. Let's go, save people. Not playing anymore? Is it that simple? Huli smiled at the corners of his mouth, quietly watching everything before him. Don't move, damn it. Xiao Chang pulled out a handgun from his waist. He raised the gun with both hands, pointing it at Chen-Yi. What do you mean by not playing? Play. You must play. Mr. Hu. Xiao Chang turned to look at Huli, his eyes filled with madness, one hand holding the gun, the other pointing at his own chest. I can play, right? Can I choose? Ha! Huli laughed, spreading his hands. Of course you can. Since Miss Chen is unwilling to guess, let's forget it. But now, you happen to be 10 people, so we can restart this game. Miss Chen, do you agree? Chen-Yi remained silent, just clenching her fists, looking at Huli. You damn well speak. Are you mute? Xiao Chang roared, nearly shoving the gun's muzzle against Chen-Yi's head. Then let's consider it as your default. Huli spoke lightly, then gave the Black Panther a glance. A shadow flashed by, and before Xiao Chang could react, the gun in his hand was instantly knocked away. Now it's fairer. Huli looked back at Chen-Yi. Ladies first, let's start with you, Miss Chen. Now you can make a choice. Will you push someone down, or stay? Chen-Yi remained silent, just focusing her gaze on Xiao Chang. Xiao Chang showed no hesitation, directly kneeling on the deck, lowering his head and crying out loud. Chen-Yi. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I have a wife and kids at home waiting for me to save them. You, please don't, choose me. You have 3 seconds to think. Huli started counting softly. 3, 2. I'll push him down. Hearing the answer he wanted, Huli smiled slightly. Indeed. Human nature, is the thing that can't stand testing the most. This lesson she learned also counted as repayment for saving his life in the previous life. Huli turned to look at Black Panther. Just as he wanted to signal her to take action, he heard Chen-Yi's voice again. Pushing him down doesn't mean he can't be saved. Chen-Yi stared at Huli, venting the gloom in her heart. At worst, I'll take the canned meat and pull him back. It seems this lesson hasn't been driven home yet. But Huli only glanced at her, then shook his head with a light laugh, tossing the canned meat towards her arms. Then I can only wish you good luck. Respect others' fate, enjoy a happy life. If there wasn't Chen-Yi on the boat, if anyone else had been a saint, Huli would have long used his black gold ancient knife to teach them a lesson. As for what kind of reaction would occur after tossing the canned meat, that's not something Huli needed to consider. If he ever met Chen-Yi again, he'd casually ask about it. But, it's unlikely they would meet again. Shawan, let's go. Yes, master. The Black Panther spoke human words, frightening everyone greatly, then turned and jumped onto the boat, continuing towards Dujianjian. But just shortly after the 2 boats set off, a loud explosion echoed. Zhu Hongyu's boat exploded. Chapter 11, Prove It to Me. Enemy attack. This thought flashed through Huli's mind immediately. Such a level of explosion was either due to someone using firearms to attack, or an A-class or higher talent being triggered. At this stage, the points store had not yet opened, and such high-level firearms were impossible to possess, leaving only one possibility. An A-class or higher talent holder had launched an attack. The opponent attacked Chu Hongyu, not necessarily wanting to hit her, but perhaps aiming for the Wu Shanghai National, but the aim was slightly off. The true sight eye activated instantly. Hu Li quickly scanned the building still exposed on the water surface and soon locked onto a red shadow. That wasn't a human shadow, but a fireball. This time, the fireball was heading straight for the Wu Shanghai National. Yet Hu Li just stood there. As the fireball entered a certain range of the Wu Shanghai National, a burst of flames exploded right before his eyes. What a joke! Let's not say this was just an A-class talent. At the current stage, as long as no entity that restrained the characteristics of the Wu Shanghai National appeared, even an SSS class skill could not cause any harm to the Wu Shanghai National or to them on the boat. Perfect. I was still worried about not finding anyone, and this fireball was enough to expose the opponent's location. In the distance, an inspection ship was trailing about 300 meters behind the two boats. Due to the water mist, Hu Li had not noticed it until just now when the fireball passed through, clearing the mist and revealing the silhouette of a ship, along with the red and blue lights. Master. Xia Qingwan naturally noticed this as well. She raised her leopard paw and landed on the deck, revealing a fawn. I'll go kill them. Don't kill them, just control them. I have a use for them. Yes. The Black Panther said this and immediately leaped into the water. Early yesterday morning, Hu Li granted his attributes to the Black Panther. The randomly assigned attribute was agility. Plus, as Hu Li's only believer, she could gain 10% of his total attributes. Now the Black Panther's agility attribute had reached 15 points. Although this attribute was far below Hu Li's, dealing with those few newcomers on the boat, whose attributes remained within normal human range, was incredibly simple. Watching the Black Panther jump into the water, Hu Li stood at the bow of the boat, looking down at the burning ship, shaking his head and sighing. Sigh. As the sound fell, he immediately took off his shirt, revealing muscles shaped like a sculpture, and leaped into the water. Fortunately. Currently, there were no exotic beasts in the water, and with the enhancement of the true sight eye, he quickly locked onto the positions of the 8 people. In addition to Chu Hongyu, there were also the 7 bodyguards. He rescued the 8 of them, directly tossing them onto the inspection ship. As for the Wu Shanghai National, he naturally included it in his backpack effortlessly. By the time Hu Li boarded the inspection ship, Xia Qingwan was already waiting for him at the bow. Master, mission accomplished. Hu Li replied and took out a piece of clothing from the system's spatial backpack to put on. Just as he was about to enter the cabin to see what was going on, Chu Hongyu's voice suddenly rang out. Wait. Hu Li turned to look at her. He saw Chu Hongyu get up and walk over, then suddenly slip and directly pounce towards him. Based on this arc, she was about to fall right into Hu Li's arms. But he happened to step back a step. Thump. Chu Hongyu fell directly onto the deck, her head smashing right by Hu Li's feet. What's the matter? Hu Li's voice sounded. Chu Hongyu quickly got up, standing right in front of Hu Li, her head tilted at a 45-degree angle, and her eyes met his. I want the one who attacked us. Our deal does not include this. Hu Li calmly spoke, his tone leaving no room for doubt, and turned to walk into the cabin. Only Chu Hongyu remained standing, frowning in silence. From time to time, she glanced down at her own figure, muttering in her heart. It shouldn't be. That Hu Li must have some kind of problem. Otherwise, why wouldn't he even take another look at me in this state? Could it be he likes men? After all, this is Shidu, such things are not impossible. Chu Hongyu couldn't help but turn her head to look back at the bodyguards who were still choking on water, her gaze landing on a young man among them. I'll give him a try later. In the cabin. The moment Hu Li stepped into the cabin, he understood what had happened. The Ken he had given earlier was still sitting unharmed on the table. Chen Yi, however, had been tied up tightly and thrown in the corner, her face bruised and battered, clearly beaten badly, and not by the Black Panther. As for the others. At this moment, they were all lying on the ground. The least hurt among them had at least 3 broken ribs, and the most severely injured, of course, it was that man named Xiao Chang. Hu Li even doubted that if he had been any slower, this guy would have kicked the bucket. He ignored the people on the ship and picked up the can on the table, walking over to Chen Yi. Crack! The can was opened. Hu Li held the can up and brought it close to Chen Yi, staring into her eyes. This is a new game. If you want the can, I will take you away, but everyone on this ship will die. If you don't want the can, you will die with them. What will you choose? Demon. Chen Yi looked up, her eyes already crimson with anger. She spat at Hu Li, you are a demon. But deep down, she knew. She knew that there is a darker side in people's hearts, and even without Hu Li, one day, their makeshift team would collapse. But it would not be today. Not now. It was all because of that can. Everyone was hungry, but there was only one can. One can, paired with Hu Li's earlier blatant favoritism towards Chen Yi, was enough to awaken the beasts hidden in everyone's hearts. As long as one beast roared, the other beasts would join in. Within a minute after Hu Li and the others left, her power was usurped. 2 minutes later, she lost control over the patrol boat. 3 minutes later, the patrol boat turned its bow, heading in the direction Hu Li had left. The reason was simple. These beasts had discovered a possibility. A possibility to sink those two ships and gain immense benefits. It was just a possibility, yet it was enough to bear their fangs. As for the outcome, it was obvious. Demon? Hu Li chuckled softly. If the living who come out of hell are considered demons, then I can barely fit that description. So, have you made your choice? Chen Yi scanned the people in the cabin, the cries of the suffering ringing in her ears, their smiling faces flashing in her eyes. But in the end, she closed her eyes, squeezing out 2 streams of glistening tears, saying nothing, only snatching the meat can and stuffing it into her mouth fiercely. Chewing, swallowing. After finishing a can that wasn't particularly tasty, she looked up at Hu Li. I want to live. Oh. Hu Li extended his hand, and a black gold long knife appeared in his palm. Prove it to me. Chapter 12, S-Class Talent Indestructible Fireball. There were a total of 31 people on the patrol boat, minus Chen Yi, leaving 30 people, and now there were only 30 corpses left. Luckily. Before Chen Yi acted, Hu Li used the true side-eye deprivation version to scan all of them. Apart from strength +4, stamina +6, agility +3, intelligence +3, and some other miscellaneous items, there was one extra gain. A-level talent, explosive fireball. Talent, explosive fireball. Level, A. Effect, after use, it can cause area explosion damage based on one's intelligence attribute increase. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Note, hey, catch. This talent is a standard remote attack type talent, and it was just this talent that detonated Chu Hongyu's ship. If this talent fell into someone else's hands, it might just be a last resort attack method. After all, a cooldown time of once a day is indeed a bit too long. But if it falls into Hu Li's hands, Boundless plus explosive fireball equals infinite fireball. See God plus infinite fireball equals indestructible fireball. Deprivation plus indestructible fireball equals indestructible fireball deprivation version. 3 properties continuously bestowed onto this A-level talent instantly produced a qualitative change. Talent, indestructible fireball deprivation version. Level, S. Effect, after use, it can cause area explosion damage based on one's intelligence attribute increase, and can deprive the opponent of one of their talents, attributes, items, or props, ignoring any fire damage resistance. Cooldown time, 1 fireball accumulates per hour, no limit. Hidden effect, after accumulating the use of 10,000 fireballs, it can be upgraded. Note, hey, catch. Hiss. Hu Li looked at the brand new talent in front of him and couldn't help but gasp. Is this talent too perverted? He walked to the bow of the ship, ignored Chu Hongyu's puzzled gaze, and just aimed at an unoccupied area of water, casually tossing it out. A deep blue fireball flew out from his palm and fell into the water. Boom! The explosion sound was 100 times more intense than before, with a water column soaring up to a height of 100 meters, and even on top of that water column, burning blue flames could be seen. Layers of water waves rippled away from the center of the explosion and even pushed the patrol boat where everyone was standing forward. With this power, 1 fireball might be enough to level the whole Yulan Hotel. And this is just an S-level. If this talent is raised to level SSS and additional characteristics are added, that 1 fireball could reach forbidden spell level. A forbidden spell refers to a talent or skill with extremely great power or cost to use. Because once used, although it can break an alien beast's offensive or disaster degree, it will also cause irreversible damage to humanity and even the entire blue star. A thought can be a true word, and that's a forbidden spell. However, it only ranks 11th on the forbidden spell list. Beside him, Chu Hongyu was instantly stunned. Clearly, she also recognized the source of this fireball technique and could deduce that, before entering the cabin, this person certainly didn't have this talent. A bold guess surfaced in her mind. This man's talent, perhaps it can steal others' talents for his own use. If that's true, the opponent's talent level is probably SSS. Thinking of this, Chu Hongyu's desire to recruit him became even more determined. She immediately turned her head and gave a certain young man a glance, and he understood. Although he looked troubled, he still turned around and walked towards Hu Li. There was no excessive action, he just pulled out a white handkerchief from somewhere and handed it to Hu Li. Mr. Hu, you've worked hard, let me wipe your sweat. Hu Li glanced at that man and suddenly felt a chill. He turned to Chu Hongyu, I'm giving you one warning. If there's a next time, the deal is off. Fool. Hurry back. Chu Hongyu immediately ordered, and that man retreated at once. Alright, this ship is yours, keep following. As for the people on the ship. Huli glanced at the cabin, where Chenny was standing in a pool of blood. They will follow you. If she attacks you, you can kill her as you wish. If there are other resources, you can share a portion. Keep moving toward the target. And Chu Hongyu's boat also quietly followed from 100 meters away, not daring to get any closer. In fact, long before Huli threw out the meat can, the kindness Chenny had shown him in his past life had already been considered repaid in his eyes. As for that recent opportunity, it was because Chen Yi's appearance reminded him of his own situation in his past life, so he decided to give her another chance. If she seizes it, then it will be like a rebirth for her. If she fails to seize it, then that is simply her fate. Of course. Huli also didn't plan to keep her by his side. Once they reached Chu Hongyu's sanctuary, he would abandon Chen Yi there, letting her fend for herself. An hour later, the patrol boat ran out of fuel. Unlike the yacht that had evolved into the No Shanghai Nation, the patrol boat was not a system tool, so it naturally required fuel to move forward. But at this moment, it was nearly 30 kilometers to Dujianjian. If they relied on themselves to row, they probably wouldn't even reach before nightfall. There was no choice. Huli had to connect the two boats with a cable, reducing the distance to less than 5 meters, and continue forward. Finally, before 12 o'clock, everyone arrived at the Dujianjian water area. But when Huli looked at the vast expanse before him, he fell into deep thought. Although that was the class a true dragon of the future, right now it was just a snake egg. How could he find an egg in this vast water area? This difficulty was only slightly easier than searching for a needle in the ocean. Even though he could reach Longqi today and come back, it would take at most just 1 more hour. He still had over 2 days to find the egg. But, even given 20 days in such a large area, he wouldn't be able to fish out an egg. Why have we stopped? Now that the distance between the two boats had narrowed, Chu Hongyu could communicate normally with Huli. Seeing the suddenly halted No Shanghai Nation, she couldn't help but ask. Huli turned his head, his gaze landing on Chu Hongyu, and he suddenly brightened. A single true word. If he could get Chu Hongyu to specify someone who could fish out the egg, wouldn't that solve everything? As for the cost of using the true spirit, business is business. It just depended on what price Chu Hongyu would offer. Miss Chu, I think our deal might need to change a bit. Chu Hongyu frowned, and the 7 bodyguards nearby immediately shielded her behind them, clearly worried that Huli might make a move. Don't worry, although I like dealing with dead people, I am also very honest when dealing with the living. Huli smiled slightly. I just want to exchange my due reward for something. What thing? Your one sentence. Chu Hongyu's pupils trembled. She clearly realized something. At the beginning of the disaster, the talents possessed by everyone were like the color of underwear. Unless you were a Superman, you wouldn't easily show it. But Huli's words had clearly seen through what her color was. Huff. Chu Hongyu exhaled a breath of turbid air, forcing herself to calm down. Her pupils trembling, she looked at Huli in front of her. What do you want me to say? Chapter 13, The 9 Dragons Pulling the Coffin? Underwater, there is a snake or a snake egg. I need to find it, and your talent can help me. Huli got straight to the point. There were no roundabout words, no hiding this piece of information, even leading to the existence of the exotic beast right in front of Chu Hongyu. With her intelligence, she should be able to deduce something quickly. But Huli didn't care. There were countless strange things in the world, especially survivors with all sorts of bizarre talents. In the future, there would be immortals mastering endless physical divisions, hidden professions that could split oceans with a sword. There is a man-made god who can see into the future, and a man who has transformed into a phoenix 9 times, yet has descended to become a strange beast. These, which one is not extremely twisted? They say an innocent man is guilty for holding treasure. But what if the one holding treasure is not an innocent man, but a monarch? You. Chu Hongyu listened to these words, her pupils could not help but widen. She had many questions to ask, but did not know where to start, so she had to make a compromise. I can speak, but as a price, you need to answer me 3 questions. Huli's brows slightly furrowed. He used the safety of escorting a few people as a trade condition, and now he suddenly raised the price. Mr. Hu, don't worry. Chu Hongyu immediately sensed his thoughts and spoke up. This is a separate transaction, unrelated to your escorting us. After you escort us to Longqi, you will still have a chance to propose conditions. All right. Huli nodded in agreement. 3 questions for 1 word spirit, he had no reason to refuse. Then, a flash of dark purple light instantly appeared in Chu Hongyu's pupils, and 2 flames burst forth from the corners of her eyes. She clasped her hands in a fist and bowed to Huli. I wish Mr. Hu to enter the water once and find the serpent or serpent egg you desire. A gust of cool wind swept by. The purple flames at the corners of Chu Hongyu's eyes vanished. Huli knew the thought word spirit had been activated, but he did not sense anything unusual, except for a slight chill at his brow. Otherwise, he felt nothing more. He raised his hand to rub his brow and didn't pay much attention to it. He just turned to look at the Black Panther. Xiao Wan, come with me. That was, after all, a serpent with D-level battle power from birth, so it was necessary to be cautious, and more cautious. Yes. The Black Panther replied and immediately jumped into the water with Huli. Now, the water depth of Dujianjian was almost over 20 meters, and due to the heavy rain, the shallow areas were a mixture, making it impossible to see anything inside. Fortunately, that aquatic god's divine power was not obtained for free. Once Huli entered the water, it was like a king entering a palace. Wherever his gaze landed was royal territory, and wherever his mind reached was royal ministers. Perhaps. In this situation, even without Chu Hongyu's word spirit, he could still find that serpent egg. It was just a matter of time. Come. Huli floated in the water and softly uttered a word. In an instant, centered on him, all kinds of aquatic life within a 10-kilometer radius gathered. The masses of shadows gathered like a beast tide as if from a catastrophic apocalypse, making Chu Hongyu's heart race in fear. Dense waves of aquatic life gathered before Huli, with a few notably stronger sturgeons and giant salamanders rushing ahead of the other fish, hovering before Huli, showing off to please him. Huli's brow slightly furrowed. This is a quasi-strange beast. Strange beasts are divided into two types. One is like the serpent, which originally did not exist in this world and appeared suddenly through some means. The other type is an animal that originally existed in this world but gradually became a strange beast due to some catastrophe. Becoming a strange beast through the second method usually requires going through a stage. A quasi-strange beast. Just like the few fish before him, they had already surpassed normal biological boundaries but had not yet reached G-level strange beasts. These quasi-strange beasts possess an intelligence equivalent to that of a 7 or 8-year-old child. In his past life, he had never entered the water at this stage, so he had no idea that the current fish had developed to this extent. At a glance, it could indeed startle a person. Just right. Using them to search for the serpent was more than sufficient. Find a serpent egg or a serpent. Huli uttered a sentence, and the few quasi-strange beasts immediately set off, each leading different schools of fish swimming towards the distance. He naturally did not remain idle. Searching with the Black Panther nearby. Xia Qingwan also belonged to the sea god's beloved, so she naturally had the ability to move freely underwater. In fact, she could swim much faster underwater than some fish. Time flew quickly. An hour passed, and the Black Panther's speed began to slow down. Although she could move freely underwater, her body was still that of a land creature, and after being submerged for a long time, it was inevitable that she would lose heat. Huli noticed this as well and calmly spoke. You should go up first, rest well, and then come find me. Facing Huli's command, Xia Qingwan had no doubt at all. She simply nodded and then swam toward the surface of the water. But just as she was about to disappear from Huli's sight, a shadow suddenly darted out from below the water. Master! The voice cut off abruptly. Huli suddenly felt a chill surge into his heart. Something was approaching. He immediately looked up but found that the Black Panther had vanished. Something was wrong. Could it be that the dragon snake had already hatched and only revealed itself after the 3-day novice period ended? This was not impossible. After all, no survivor had ever seen a dragon snake egg. All of this was merely speculation by later generations. Huli quickly closed his eyes and used the sea god's authority to sense the location of the Black Panther. It was just ahead, but it was moving at high speeds. Indeed, there was a problem. Huli immediately followed at the fastest speed possible. Yet even with his current agility, he could barely match the speed of the other. E-grade. The other was at least an E-grade beast. Fortunately, after not long chasing, the other suddenly stopped. This was already in deep water, where the light should be weak, but in the distance, there was a faint gleam of ghostly green. That spot was exactly where Huli sensed Xia Qingwan's presence. Huli did not rush closer. Instead, he simply used the push of the water current to move towards the faint green presence. As he got closer, Huli felt increasingly uneasy. From his perception with the sea god's authority, there were not only 2 traces of life over there, but 11. Including the unknown E-grade beast in Xia Qingwan, there were still 9 unknown traces of life. How could there be so many? Forget it, let's go take a look first. Huli headed straight towards the ghostly green presence, and when he saw the situation up close, he was stunned. It seemed to be the coffin of 9 dragons. Chapter 14, I want to open a heavenly path for the Snake Clan. The moment Huli got closer, the creature with gleaming ghostly green eyes also noticed him. 2 shades of ghostly green suddenly lifted, their forms twisting, propelled by the current as they rushed toward him. SSS grade talent, True Sight Eye Deprivation version, activate. Species, Dragon Blood Jiao Snake. Level, E. Stamina, 27, E. Strength, 28, E. Intelligence, 11, F. Agility, 29, E. Talent, turn blood into dragon, S. Skills, heavy strike, E. Venomous fangs, E. Binding, F. Note, a snake that has unknowingly consumed a trace of dragon blood, causing it to grow a horn on its head, and has thus become a Jiao snake. Ding. Strength +2. He saw a Jiao snake with a horn on its head and dark purple scales rushing toward him. Huli focused on its head and casually drew his black gold long knife and slashed. With the knife falling, the horn flew off. With a full increase of 36 points to his strength, plus the quality of the black gold ancient knife, it wasn't just about chopping off one snake's horn, he could even split the entire snake in half if he wanted to. After all, this was just an E-grade beast, not a D-grade one. Not to mention Huli now even a part of the current survivors could easily slay this Jiao snake. He spared this creature's life for a different purpose, of course. With the horn severed, the Jiao snake was instantly stunned, losing its desire to attack Huli. And in the next moment, Huli's voice immediately resonated underwater. Unrestrained. With these two words, Huli directly activated his sea god traits. If you see the deity, why do you not worship? As soon as this was said, the flood dragon sensed something. An intelligence of 11 is not particularly high, but it's not low either. Even that Chuhong fish only has an intelligence of 10. Although this intelligence attribute does not fully represent one's logical thinking ability, it can reflect some aspects indirectly. Upon hearing the word deity and sensing that aura, the flood dragon dared not hesitate for a moment and immediately prostrated on the water surface, lowering its proud snake head, too afraid to struggle. It couldn't speak but could express its submission through actions. Huli stepped forward with the knife, raising his hand and placing it on the serpent's head, which was over a meter wide. Sea god deity of the sea, triggered. Ding. Congratulations, survivor, the dragon blood flood dragon has become your servant. At the same time, Huli sensed that his compatibility with the sea god divine fragment had increased by 0.001%. The corners of his mouth could not help but rise, and he also sensed the thoughts of this dragon blood flood dragon beginning to sprout. Great sea god. Please help your most loyal subject. Huli let out a light snort. Help you? Please, sea god, follow me. The dragon blood flood dragon turned and swam towards a spot not far behind, and Huli stepped onto its head. Just with a turn, Huli was stunned by the sight before him. It was not a coffin pulled by 9 dragons, but a serpent. No. It should be called a flood dragon. 9 small flood dragons that had not yet grown horns coiled around a stone tablet about 5 meters tall, each small serpent swirling around the tablet, occasionally absorbing a faint dark golden aura that seeped into their bodies. They seemed to be drawing something from this stone tablet. Xia Qingwan had transformed into a black panther, thrown beside the stone tablet, as if she had been rushed to be food for these 9 small serpents. Huli casually summoned the water currents to send Xia Qingwan up to the surface. She was merely frightened, regardless of whether the Chuhong fish above could find her. As long as she could leave, she could gradually recover. Anyway, there was no danger here, there was no need for her to stay. As the dragon blood flood dragon watched its prey vanish, a hint of reluctance flashed in its heart. Huli captured this precisely, then spoke. Don't worry, I won't let your children go hungry. He activated the sea god's authority again, his pupils flashing with a deep blue as he parted his lips. Come. All sea beasts within a 20-kilometer radius received the sensation and immediately rushed towards Huli's location. The dragon blood flood dragon naturally sensed the meaning behind this command and immediately lowered its head. Thank you, sea god. Huli was also delighted. It increased. The range of water he could command had expanded. Before, it was only within 10 kilometers, but with the increase in compatibility with the sea god divine fragment, the area was directly doubled, reaching 20 kilometers. If it continues to increase, Huli didn't dare to imagine. Perhaps, he could become a true sea god throughout the waters of Blue Star. Huli replied and jumped down from the serpent's head onto the stone tablet. There's a saying in the antique circle, dry for 1,000 years, wet for 10,000 years, neither dry nor wet for half a year. This refers to how the storage environment damages antiques. Many well-preserved antiques come from swamps. Like this stone tablet, it must have been preserved in water all along, but the words on it had become extremely blurry, and it was hard to discern what was written. Not to mention that Huli knew almost nothing about ancient texts. Even if he did, he wouldn't be able to tell what was written. But he had another trick. Eye of True Sight, activate. A panel suddenly popped up before his eyes. Name, First Emperor's Stone Tablet. Category, Item. Level, S. Effect, contains a trace of the First Emperor's Dragon Aura. If they stay nearby for a long time, they can absorb dragon energy, greatly benefiting snake-like creatures and flood dragons. Note, the wise Minister Li Bing, his achievements in water management benefit the present, and his merit lasts for thousands of years. So it is. Huli instantly understood where a trace of dragon blood from the dragon blood flood dragon came from. It is from this stone tablet. Wait. This also means that this dragon blood flood dragon already had supernatural power before the apocalyptic disaster began. Only after the disaster occurred did this supernatural power become quantified. That's why it could surpass many mutant beasts and become an E-grade mutant beast before the novice period ended. But then the question arises. Where did that D-grade flood dragon from my memory come from? If I remember correctly, the scales of that D-grade flood dragon were dark golden, and the dragon horns on its head were not as large as the ones I just cut off, but only the size of a palm. It doesn't resemble the dragon blood flood dragon in front of me, it looks more like the 9 small snakes swirling around the stone tablet. After all, the scales on them are all dark golden. Your Majesty, see God. The dragon blood flood dragon spoke at this moment, expressing its request. I ask your Majesty, see God, to kill me, so that my dragon blood can nourish my offspring. A question mark faintly appeared above Huli's head. He could not help but frown and look at the dragon blood flood dragon. What do you mean? I want. The dragon blood flood dragon raised its head, its emerald eyes shining brightly, looking at Huli as it spoke. I want to open a path to heaven for the snake tribe. I ask your Majesty to grant this. Chapter 15, Transforming to a Dragon. A path to heaven? Huli frowned slightly, vaguely guessing what this so-called path to heaven was, but he could not understand how this flood dragon would open it. According to the development in his past life, this flood dragon was clearly on its way to opening this path to heaven. After one flood dragon successfully transformed into a dragon and became a true dragon, it would naturally reach heaven. But the specific process, he indeed did not know very well. Seeing Huli silent, the flood dragon seemed afraid that this one would change his mind and immediately explained its thoughts. The dragon energy on the stone tablet is almost absorbed, and soon I will call upon the 9 snakes to fight. The one who survives will be able to enjoy all the dragon energy alone. At that time, please, your Majesty, slay me, and mix my flesh and dragon horn into a mass, feeding it to that surviving child. To monopolize all the dragon energy and consume a trace of dragon blood, this is all I can do. As for whether it can walk that path to heaven, you need not worry about it, your Majesty. As long as your Majesty agrees to my condition, this. The dragon blood flood dragon said, and from its abdomen, it spat out a fist-sized emerald glow. Consider it a gift I offer to your Majesty. With the true vision eye sweeping over, Huli's pupils instantly lit up. Name, Flood Dragon Beast Core. Category, Item. Level, A. Effect, the most precious treasure of a mutant beast, containing most of the beast's power. Consuming it can increase strength, agility, stamina, and intelligence by 10 to 15 points each. Hidden effect, collecting 9 different A-grade beast cores can unlock a transfer quest for an S-grade hidden profession. Note, when swallowing, please prepare cool boiled water. Choking is not my responsibility. Hiss. This thing is equivalent to 1/9 of a hidden profession transfer certificate. Although Huli is not interested in a transfer quest for an S-grade hidden profession, this thing is a treasure-level item for survivors with beast transformation talent. The talent of Xia Qingwan isn't considered high, but she is quite loyal, so getting her a hidden profession to play with wouldn't be a bad thing. Good. Huli took the beast core into his bag and replied calmly, I agree, but... But what? The dragon blood flood dragon asked hurriedly. Huli raised his hand and pointed to the 9 small snakes circling around the stone tablet. These 9 small snakes belong to me. Transforming into a dragon is all. From the sound of the dragon blood flood dragon, its assistance offered is nothing more than dragon energy and bloodline. The dragon energy Huli can't assist with for now. However, since there is dragon energy on this stone tablet, it means that there might also be dragon energy in other places. For example, the tomb of Qin Shi Huang. As for dragon blood, that's quite simple. Doesn't the dragon blood aquatic snake have an S-rank talent, transform blood into dragon? As long as we take this talent away and copy it to those little snakes one by one, won't that work? This way, all 9 little snakes can survive. Even. They all have the possibility of becoming true dragons. If I have 9 true dragons as means of transport in the future. TSK. Just thinking about it is delightful. This. The dragon blood aquatic snake wanted to speak, but then thought about it and finally understood what this person meant. 9 little snakes. It means, its children don't have to die. Your Majesty. Do you mean? Don't be too anxious or excited. Huli raised his right hand and placed it on the head of the dragon blood aquatic snake. Whether it can work depends on our luck. If I can extract the dragon blood from you, I can divide it into 9 portions and grant it to the 9 snakes. If I can't extract it, it can only merge into your flesh, allowing 1 snake to become a dragon. Deprivation, starting. When using the deprivation talent alone, there is a certain probability of failure. Even if it succeeds, it may not take away what Huli wants. Ding. Strength +2. Snake scale +3. Deprivation failed. The 3 deprivation opportunities have all been used up. 2 successful deprivations, but he didn't obtain what he wanted. The last attempt ended in failure. How is it? The dragon blood aquatic snake looked at Huli with hopeful eyes. So far, it has failed. Huli frowned and spoke, looking up at the dragon blood aquatic snake. But there is another plan. Do you want to give it a try? Just as the dragon blood aquatic snake was about to agree, Huli interrupted it first. In his hand, a fireball appeared. Don't agree too quickly. You can sense the power of this fireball. As long as you can endure it once, you'll have another chance. Endure it twice, and you'll have 2 more chances. As for how many chances you need to succeed and how many you can endure, I don't know. I'll take the bet. The dragon blood aquatic snake did not think too much and spat out these 2 words. Its eyes seemed to burn with a dark green flame, staring at the fireball in Huli's hand. Good. Since it was the dragon blood aquatic snake's choice, Huli naturally had no worries. He first moved to the stone tablet, transformed all 9 little snakes into his dependents, and sent them to a small pool on the deck of the No-Sea Kingdom. He also tried to take the stone tablet away but found that even with his current strength, he couldn't move the stone tablet from under the water. He could cut it with the black gold ancient knife, but once cut, the dragon energy inside would dissipate. There was no meaning in that. A white light flashed across Huli's left hand. He assigned part of his attributes to the dragon blood aquatic snake. 10% of the overall attributes. Now, all the attributes of the dragon blood aquatic snake, except for intelligence, surpassed 30, making it a D-rank exotic beast. As for those sea beasts that had rushed over, Huli made them all go to the shallow water area. As food reserves for the little snakes, they shouldn't be blown up by the residual force later. Everything was ready. Huli threw a fireball at the dragon blood aquatic snake. Boom! With a loud bang, Huli could feel the violent impact rushing toward him. Fortunately, the direct damage from this type of talent wouldn't affect him. Otherwise, with just this fireball alone, Huli would be seriously injured. Ding! Agility +2. Looking at the notification in front of him, Huli couldn't help but frown. As the residual fire dissipated, the dragon blood aquatic snake slowly spoke, "Come again." Good. Huli agreed and did not refuse, tossing out another fireball. Fortunately, Huli's intelligence attribute wasn't that high, and fortunately, the dragon blood aquatic snake's physique had already surpassed D rank, or it might not have been able to withstand one fireball. Boom! Another fireball exploded. Intelligence +3. The dragon blood jiao snake seemed to be swaying unsteadily. Its body was covered in blue flames, gnawing at its flesh like maggots on rotten meat. It seemed that even a D-grade physique couldn't withstand the attack of the 3rd S-grade talent, Eternal Fireball. And Huli only had 1 fireball left. This is the last chance. Huli didn't want to wait for the dragon blood jiao snake to recover before trying again. Mainly because it couldn't wait any longer. 2 Eternal Fireballs crashing down meant putting 2 permanent debuffs on the dragon blood jiao snake. Even if Huli could wait, he would only be waiting for the dragon blood jiao snake to slowly walk towards death. The dragon blood jiao snake understood its situation as well, nodding and looking directly at Huli, who was holding the fireball. Is it worth it? Before throwing the fireball, Huli asked it a question. Ha! The dragon blood jiao snake let out a light laugh, looking up at the water's surface. Aren't humans often giving everything they have to their own bloodline? What is there to weigh? It's merely a different way of passing on. The dragon blood jiao snake looked at Huli, its tail curling around a severed horn. In the future, I will rely on you to take care of them. All right. The 3rd and final eternal fireball was hurled, striking the dragon blood jiao snake's head. Ding! Congratulations, Survivor Huli, you have successfully stripped the S-grade talent, transforming blood into dragon. Chapter 16 SSS-grade talent, Sky Swallowing. Ding! Area announcement, congratulations, Survivor Huli, for successfully slaying the first monster and obtaining an S-grade random reward *1. Congratulations, Survivor Huli, for defeating the D-grade monster, Dragon Blood Jiao Snake, gaining +100 experience, +1000 points. Congratulations, Survivor Huli, for successfully leveling up. You gain +10 free attribute points, please allocate them on the panel in time. Detected that Survivor Huli has reached level 2, the system mall is now open. A series of notifications rang out. Huli's gaze swept over, landing on the prize wheel in front of him, but his eyes were filled with regret. Although they were all D-grade monsters, the Dragon Blood Jiao Snake did not appear as the leading monster of the regions. Even if it was slain, it only triggered a regional announcement, not a global one. Otherwise, the reward he would receive now would not be an S-grade random reward but a hidden class reward. But better something than nothing. Huli glanced at the prize wheel, suddenly having a thought. What would happen if he used the true sight, deprivation version on this thing just once? There were all S-grade items on it, no matter what he stripped away, it would be a big profit. So he did it. However, to avoid any unnecessary trouble caused by touching the rules, it's best to conduct the lottery and deprivation simultaneously. He slightly raised his hand, touching the prize wheel, as dark golden light shone in his eyes. The drawing began. True sight, deprivation version activated. As a flash of purple light passed, the pointer on the prize wheel landed on a black robe. Ding! Congratulations, Survivor Huli, you have obtained the S-grade item, Dark Abyss. Congratulations, Survivor Huli, you have obtained the S-grade item, Contract Scroll. 2 notifications flashed in succession, and the prize wheel disappeared, a black robe and a scroll falling into his hands. It worked! This can really be done. This means that as long as he could trigger the prize wheel for drawing rewards, he could benefit from True Sight, deprivation version to gain an extra reward. And this is just a regional reward. If he could trigger the global reward draw, especially the hidden class draw, wouldn't the reward double directly? Huli felt his heartbeat accelerating, and if he weren't in the water right now, he would be breathing heavier. Whatever, let's get on the boat first. There are 9 great treasures waiting for him. Dujianjian, on the water. Huli returned to the Wuhai Kingdom, where Xia Qingwan had already awakened, just standing at the bow waiting for him. Master. The Black Panther directly knelt down in front of Huli, hanging his head, like a child who has done something wrong. It's my fault. I've dragged my master down. It's okay, just pay attention next time. As long as it's not something that requires caution for a lifetime, it's not a problem. Huli was in a great mood, not too harsh on Black Panther, even making a little joke. He turned to the patrol ship behind him. Miss Chu, we're set to depart in 10 minutes, no problem? Listening to Mr. Hu. Chu Hongyu immediately replied, not in a hurry to make Huli fulfill those 3 questions. Another first kill. Another regional announcement. This is enough to prove many things, such as the 3 hard-earned questions, which naturally need to be carefully considered. No Shanghai Nation started, heading towards Longqi. Huli quickly walked to the deck, overlooking the 9 little snakes in the small pool. Now, although the 9 little snakes had all become exotic beasts, they were still the lowest grade F-class exotic beasts, with low intelligence. After being summoned by Huli, they naturally trusted and depended on him. This dependency was even closer than that of the bloodline-inherited dragon blood Jiao snake. He crouched down, submerging his left hand into the pool. The 9 little snakes swam over affectionately, rubbing against him. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of Huli's mouth. He turned to Black Panther behind him. Go into the water, find a stone tablet. Next to it, there's a pile of flesh and horns, you can eat 1/10, and bring the rest up. Yes, master. Black Panther did not hesitate and jumped into the water. A flash of white light passed through Huli's left hand. Bestow, activate. One after another, the 9 little snakes gained S-class talent, turned blood into dragon, their tops breaking out a layer of snake scales, growing a small horn the size of a finger. Just one step, the 9 little snakes successfully transformed into Jiao, reaching E-class level. Although their overall attributes were not as good as the adult dragon blood Jiao snake, they were still E-class. Just one little snake alone would be enough to wipe out the patrol ship behind them. Well, except for Chu Hongyu. Next, it was time for the real metamorphosis. Dragons. They must know some attacking methods. S-class talent indestructible fireball, plus dragon blood Jiao snake, equals S-class talent indestructible dragon flame. Flame patterns emerged on all the little snakes. Every hour, they could store a fireball inside their bodies. Just due to their race, the maximum fireball they could store was only 9. As their levels rose, it should be improved. SSS class talent deprivation, plus dragon blood Jiao snake, equals SSS class talent devour heaven. The pupils of the 9 little snakes turned dark purple, their scales flashing with black light. Looking through the water surface, they faintly shimmered with rainbow colors. Huli's pupils brightened, checking this brand new SSS class talent. Talent, devour heaven. Level, SSS. Passive effect, can devour all energy, matter, and damage that enters the body, make judgments, thus nourishing itself to increase attributes and enhance talent. Note, just 1 bite. I really only eat 1 bite. SSS class talent Eye of True Sight, plus Dragon Blood Jiao Snake. Bestow failed. It seemed that the Eye of True Sight had a conflict with the beast race, becoming impossible to bestow. But it didn't matter, just the SSS class talent, Devour Heaven, was enough. Ha! Huli let out a breath of turbid air. He looked at the 9 little snakes in front of him, all with their mouths wide open, waiting to be fed, unable to restrain the rising corners of his mouth. Devour Heaven. With this talent, these 9 little creatures were at least of the level of Devour Heaven Python. Even if they couldn't form a team effort like the 9 dragons pulling the cart, having 9 Devour Heaven pythons pulling would be excellent. Master. At this moment, Black Panther also surfaced, bringing up a pile of flesh and long horns to No Shanghai Nation. Mission accomplished, I did not fail you. Huli smiled and nodded, feeling good, and rubbed Black Panther's head. He drew out the black gold long knife, chopping the long horns and flesh into minced meat. The 9 little guys in the pool are now your responsibility. Use this flesh to feed them first, and if they are not full, you can catch fish from the water surface to feed them. When the pool can no longer hold them, your task is complete. Yes. Huli turned and walked into the No Shanghai state, starting the engine while also taking out the 2 S-class items obtained from underwater. The Abyss is a defensive item that can protect against all mental attacks below S-level. As for the contract scroll, Huli used the True Eye to scan, and surprisingly found a little delight. Chapter 17, Look, isn't it awkward? Name, Contract Scroll. Category, Item. Level, S. Effect, can transform a beast not higher than S level into your contracted beast, thus achieving a telepathic connection, and it will follow your orders 100%. True Eye Hidden Effect, can contract up to 10 beasts of the same kind simultaneously. Once the contract is successful, the contract scroll will automatically upgrade to the group edition. Remark, look. I picked up a cat by the roadside. The one with a king character on its head. If this item only had the first effect, it would be utterly useless for Huli. But if you consider that hidden effect, it's invincible. Just perfect for those 9 little eel snakes. Even though those 9 little eel snakes are already his dependents, they can still have other ideas and are not the tool snakes that Huli desires. There's even a possibility that they could be turned against him by the real sea god. After all, they believe in the sea god, not Huli. Right now, they are just 9 little eel snakes, which the sea god surely wouldn't care about, but who knows how much these 9 little snakes might evolve later. Just to be safe, it's better to contract them first. Huli returned to the poolside and activated the contract scroll towards the 9 little snakes. Ding! Congratulations, Survivor Huli successfully contracted Dragon Blood Eel Snake *9. The contract scroll automatically upgraded to Contract Scroll Group version. Group Management Interface is now online. You can manage the group anytime through this interface. Suddenly, a new token icon appeared in front of Huli, right next to the shopping mall icon. With a thought, the icon transformed into a new interface, labeled with numbers from 1 to 9, with each number having a 3-dimensional little snake icon underneath. Beside the icons were the 4-dimensional attributes of the 9 little snakes, along with their respective talents, skills, and status. In the middle of the interface was a dialogue area, where Huli could issue commands to the whole group or to individuals with a thought, and he could also see the little snake's thoughts here. Right now. The dialogue area was filled with the little snake's thoughts scrolling by rapidly. For example, the sea god is so handsome. Whoa, we have become the sea god's pets. Huli helplessly rubbed his forehead. It seems contracting them was indeed the right choice. Only, he still doesn't know how to remove them from their position as believers and dependents, so he can only let them be for now. Huli, alright, quiet down and eat. After Huli issued this command in the dialogue area, the little snakes that were cheering immediately buried their heads to eat, without a single thought popping up again. He turned again and returned to the cabin, focusing his eyes on another icon. Mall. Logically, this should only be activated after the novice period. Now that it's out, who knows if there will be any surprises. The mall interface opened. Just like in his previous life, the mall was divided into 6 areas arranged like a hexagram. They were daily, materials, skills, items, talents, and trading areas. He clicked through each one. The daily area contained daily necessities, including food, fresh water, and children's death bags and such. The materials area was filled with various beast materials, with the type and grade of materials randomly refreshed every night at midnight, a total of 5 slots, and what was refreshed depended on luck. From SSS-level phoenix tail feathers to G-level claws of a certain exotic beast. The props area and materials area are the same, with 5 slots, refreshed randomly every day. The talent area is different, however. There is only 1 slot inside, and it may refresh talents or it may not. If a talent is refreshed and purchased, it will turn into a talent book, which can be used by oneself or traded in the trading area. The minimum G level requires 10,000 points. But the highest SSS level requires a full 100 trillion. In the last life, in 10 years, Huli only refreshed 3 talents. Either the quality was extremely low, making it useless to buy, or the quality was extremely high, and even exhausting all points wouldn't be enough for 1/10. After all, that is talent. Under the same level, the profession is the most precious, followed by talent, skills, and lastly various props. Because after every catastrophe ends, all props, skills, and even the attributes of survivors will drop 3 levels. For example, the S-level prop in Huli's hands. In this catastrophe, it is S-level, but once it reaches the next apocalypse, its level will drop, becoming C-level, and after another catastrophe, it will drop to F-level. This includes the attributes that Huli possesses. Now, having more than 30 attribute points can reach D-level, 40 points is D+, 50 points is C-, and 100 points is C-level. But in the next catastrophe, 50 attribute points can only be counted as D-level, while 100 points can only be counted as D-level, and so on. The only thing that remains unchanged is the level of profession and talent. SSS level is just unreasonable SSS level. By the way, there are also exotic beasts. Every time a new catastrophe arrives, the attributes of exotic beasts will rise to their original attributes. Just like that dragon blood serpent. Its strength in the first catastrophe was 28 points, E-level. If it can survive to the next catastrophe, its strength will still be E-level, but its attribute points will rise to 280 points. This is also why Huli is so eager to come and gain the first kill. The later it gets in the catastrophe, the weaker his advantage will become. He must accumulate enough advantage in the early stage. As for the trading area, survivors in the area can put the things they obtain up for trade, exchanging for points. Now, only Huli has opened them all, and it is naturally empty. The materials area and props area are the same. The items inside are like chicken ribs, though the prices are not high, there is no need to buy them. 1,000 points is not small, but if you say it's a lot, it indeed is not much. After sending Chu Hongyu to the shelter, he still needs to go to Chang'an to see if he can find something similar to dragon energy. During this time, consumption will have to be replenished from the mall. It's still better to save a little. After a tiring morning, Huli lay on the boat and took a short nap. About half an hour later, a continuous mountain range suddenly came into view. Dragon Pool, we're almost there. Xia Qingwan had also fed the meat, and the 9 little snakes had grown to about 5 meters long. The originally thumb-sized serpent horns had grown to palm-sized. At Huli's command, the 9 little snakes submerged into the water, freely hunting the fish following the vicinity of the No-Sea nation. With swallowing heaven, these little snakes were like bottomless pits, never satisfied. Fortunately, in this ocean apocalypse, there are plenty of sea beasts. About another hour later, in the evening, everyone gradually approached Dragon Pool. Huli also stepped out of the cabin and looked back at the patrol boat. We've reached the destination. Where is the shelter you mentioned? The Dragon Pool mountain range is not small, with overlapping peaks averaging over 4,500 meters in height. Finding a shelter within it, without someone to guide, it is as hard as climbing to the sky. Please wait a moment, Mr. Hu. Chu Hongyu had been waiting at the bow of the boat. She opened the portable case she carried and took out a signal gun. A red light shot into the sky. Even in this thick mist, a burst of red light could be clearly seen. Almost in the next moment, in the center of the Dragon Pool mountain range, another burst of red light erupted. Someone will come to pick us up soon. Chu Hongyu's voice was calm and calm. Huli nodded slowly. The 2 boats outside the mountains were clearly easier to find than the shelter inside. Huli looked down at the 9 small snakes swirling beneath the boat, showing no urgency. Another hour passed. A fleet of boats approached, made up of 10 speedboats. This was quite a big scene. Huli yawned, watching them gradually surround the 2 boats, his eyelids involuntarily drooping. To pick someone up, was this commotion really necessary? A gunshot shattered the silence. A sound came from one of the speedboats. Chu Hongyu, surrender, and you can live, otherwise, your fate will be like this ship. As the words fell, a shadowy long knife condensed in the air and smashed toward the imperial country of No-Sea. Crack! With a crisp sound, the shadow shattered, and the ship was safe and sound. Huli shrugged helplessly. See, isn't this embarrassing? Chapter 18, Man? Do you even deserve it? Attack! Seeing that one strike could not destroy the ship, the speaker hesitated for a moment, then made a decisive decision. Those who came with Chu Hongyu to this mountain range were clearly on her side. Whether they wanted to uproot the Chu family or control Chu Hongyu, this person had to die. With a command given, the carefully coordinated crew simultaneously launched an attack on the imperial country of No-Sea. Some had talents related to water, some had long-range attack talents, and others had supportive talents that boosted others. A full 10 speedboats, aside from the boat drivers, managed to gather 10 such individuals. Among them, 2 people's talents even reached A-level. For the early shelter, this already counted as a decent force. Unfortunately, they encountered imperial country of No-Sea. Let alone 10 A-level talents, even 10 SSS-level talents could not shake even a bit of imperial country of No-Sea. As for the 9 underwater serpents, the moment the enemy drew close, Huli had already ordered them to hide beneath those boats. As soon as he gave the order, 9 of the 10 boats would immediately capsize. Of course, not yet. Ha! Hu Li yawned, casually leaning on a beach chair, turned to look at Chu Hongyu on the patrol boat. Miss Chu, what's the situation now? You should introduce it. He is the person in charge of building the shelter, my uncle, Chu Xiao. Chu Hongyu frowned and spoke, although the shelter was built by him, the final authority of the warehouse is in my father's and my hands. Now he's taking action against me, probably to unlock the final authority of the shelter, and my father. Chu Hongyu didn't finish the rest of the sentence. But from the current situation, her father was probably in great danger. However, possessing the one thought true word, she did not want to utter that phrase. No, wait. Hu Li's brows furrowed slightly. If he remembered correctly, although Chu Hongyu was the 11th empress, she was not the director of the shelter, the director had always been her father. Even if he had delayed a bit in Dujianjian, it shouldn't have caused her father's disappearance, right? If it weren't for Imperial country of No Sea urging them forward, they might not have arrived here yet. What on earth was going on? Forget it, thinking about this now is unnecessary, they would know once they reached the shelter. Got it. Hu Li calmly spat out 2 words, looking at Chu Hongyu. So, a deal? A deal. Chu Hongyu nodded firmly. She knew that aside from paying an unknown great price to use the word spirit, only this man before her could help her. Please, Mr. Hu, capture Chu Xiao alive. Aren't you going to ask about the conditions? Hu Li looked at the other person, a smile on his lips. No need to ask. Chu Hongyu also smiled in response. Even if Mr. Hu wants the whole shelter, I will gladly offer it. Now. I have the right to say this. Who wants that troublesome thing? Bang! A gunshot rang out. A middle-aged man named Chu Xiao stood on the speedboat, aiming at the patrol boat and fired a shot. The bullet hit the deck, sparking a burst of flames. Hey! Chu Xiao gritted his teeth, raising his gun toward Chu Hongyu. Do you even see me? See you? Or perhaps the water suits you better. Hu Li chuckled lightly and immediately gave the order. 9 venomous snakes lying in wait beneath the speedboat sprang into action. What does 5 meters mean? Typically, a standard classroom is 9 meters long and 5 meters wide. This means that the length of the venomous snakes has reached the entire width of a classroom. As long as the snake coils, the many survivors on the boat will all fall into the water. Before they could make a sound, they were swallowed by the 9 snakes, turning into their nourishment. Killers must always be killed. Hu Li had no saintly heart, thinking about those people's hardships or whether they were misled. Anyone who attacked him was an enemy. After the boat capsized, the 9 little snakes swam toward the last small boat simultaneously. Without Hu Li's command, they didn't take action, just quietly resting their heads on the boat's edge, their 9 large eyes gazing at Chu Xiao. The speedboat was already small, and 9 snake heads could easily circle it. Looking at this scene, Chu Xiao couldn't even speak, he was barely standing steady. Xiao 1. Master, I am here. Take this Mr. Chu over, and let him lead the way. Hu Li turned and walked into the cabin. It's been a long day, I'm hungry. Survivors need to eat too. Although he could directly buy food from the system store, from compressed biscuits to steaming Buddha jumps over the wall, there were many options. But with limited points, and nearing the shelter, it was unnecessary to waste points. Yes, master. The Black Panther responded, then jumped onto the boat, grabbing Chu Xiao by the back of his neck, and jumped onto the patrol boat. All right. Hu Li replied, you all signal the direction with lights and continue forward. Wait. Chu Hongyu immediately spoke. She stepped forward to the boat's edge. Mr. Hu, for convenience, why don't I and my uncle get on your boat first? I also have 3 questions I want to ask you. She was worried that Chu Xiao might have a backup plan, a desperate move. However, since she was the daughter emperor, Hu Li didn't mind showing some goodwill. Okay. With a thought, one of the venomous snakes swam to the patrol boat's side. It poked its head out, exposing its neck, signaling the other to board. Ride it over. Chu Hongyu, being a girl, couldn't help but gasp, but still mustered her courage and got on. The Black Panther continued to hold Chu Xiao, leaping back to the No Shanghai country. So, you are Mr. Hu. While Chu Hongyu had yet to board the boat, Chu Xiao finally reacted, realizing who his only lifeline was. Chu Xiao struggled to lift his head, looking at Hu Li. We can make a deal. No matter what you want, I can satisfy you. There are many women in the shelter who are more beautiful than Chu Hongyu. Women? Hu Li raised his tone, a cold smile on his lips. Yes. Women. Chu Xiao was still dancing wildly in his danger zone. Think about it, we are in the apocalypse. If you want, you can have 3 wives and 4 concubines. No. With your strength, you could have 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. If you support Chu Hongyu, she probably wouldn't agree with you, after all, she is just a woman. So, it's better if it's man-to-man. Buzz. The buzzing sound exploded. A black gold ancient sword swept directly through Chu Xiao's lower body. A half-inch long thing fell into the water and was swallowed by one of the little snakes. Before Chu Xiao could let out a roar, Hu Li had already sheathed his sword and turned to walk towards the cabin. A man? Do you deserve that? Watching this scene, Chu Hongyu's heart became even more certain of one thing. This person very likely has inherited some special hobby from Shidu, so... She couldn't help but turn to one of the bodyguards on the patrol boat, her brow slightly furrowed. Isn't this even worth looking at? Then it seems after arriving at the shelter, she would have to reselect the bodyguard candidates. What are you standing there for? Hu Li's voice came through. Aren't you supposed to ask questions? Oh. Coming right up. Chapter 19, Dog Capitalist. Entering the cabin. This was the first time Chu Hongyu had seen the interior of this No Shanghai Country ship. In terms of structure, this ship was no different from other yachts, not looking like something produced by a system, but after several attacks, she could naturally tell this ship was extraordinary. She guessed this should be related to the earlier flashing blue light. Are you curious about this ship? Hu Li leaned back on the sofa in the reception room, sitting down, having seen through her thoughts. No. Chu Hongyu immediately rejected, sitting down beside Hu Li, opening the small fridge embedded in the armrest, her eyes lighting up. Inside the fridge was a pair of high-stemmed glasses and a bottle of chilled red wine. This model of the ship always had this configuration. The shipowner typically placed a bottle of red wine or champagne inside to entertain guests. This indirectly proved her guess. Having gained these 3 hard-earned questions, she certainly wouldn't use them now. She took the red wine from the fridge, glanced at the label, 2005 Pomerol, Mr. Who has good taste, though I don't know if you would mind if I had a glass? Hu Li knew this was Chu Hongyu's probe. He only chuckled lightly. Is this considered one of your 3 questions? Cough, cough. Chu Hongyu choked, so she had to put the red wine back and close the fridge. She looked back at Hu Li, directly getting to the point. First question, how did Mr. Who know about my talent? Talent. Hu Li simply answered with 2 words, which amounted to an answer to this question. He had indeed confirmed she was the legendary 11 Empress only after glimpsing her talent through the eye of true sight. Chu Hongyu's mouth twitched, but there was nothing she could do. She had to ask her second question, then how did you know there were water snakes? Talent. Again these 2 words. Chu Hongyu stared intently at Hu Li, feeling as if her eyes might pop out. Though the price she paid for that previous word spirit was not great, it could even be said to be negligible, it did result in a weak debuff. If he answered every question with talent, wouldn't she be losing out greatly? Alright, third question. Chu Hongyu spoke again, may I ask, Mr. Hu, what is the specific effect of this talent you mentioned? Hu Li said nothing, just shot a cold glance. In an instant, Chu Hongyu felt like she had fallen into an ice cave. She clearly sensed Hu Li's gaze sweeping across her neck, as if he was harboring murderous intent. In times of disaster, the most taboo thing is to inquire about the specific effects of someone's talent. However, currently, it was still the early stages of the disaster. Human nature hasn't yet changed to the point where they turn pale at such discussions, so it was normal for Chu Hongyu not to know this taboo. Hu Li lowered his eyelids, remaining silent for a few breaths, before finally speaking again. You can choose another question. Alright. Chu Hongyu immediately opted for a different approach. She raised her hand and tapped on the hidden fridge beneath the sofa armrest. Can I have this bottle of wine? No. Alright then. Chu Hongyu showed no hesitation, immediately standing up to leave, as if staying even another second would lead to disaster. She swiftly walked to the deck, looking at Chu Xiao at her feet. Uncle, it's really been a long time. Chu Xiao did not respond, still immersed in the pain of losing his good brother. It was only because he became a survivor, his physical condition improved to some extent, otherwise, with such pain, he would have long fainted. Chu Hongyu, I. Bang! Chu Hongyu stomped directly on Chu Xiao's wound. Ha? What did you say? I can't quite hear. Soon, under Chu Hongyu's kind greeting, Chu Xiao pointed the way before fainting, leading everyone deep into the dragon pool. Not far along, the group discovered a certain mountain in the Dragon Pool Mountains, shining with the light of civilization. An independent power supply system is the basic condition for a shelter to develop for a long time. As 2 boats approached, the shelter sent people down to meet them. But when they saw Chu Xiao being carried down, there was not a hint of joy in their eyes, instead, they were filled with fear. The Chu family, it's people from the Chu family. The director has been captured. The director has been captured. Quick! Everyone! Return to the shelter first. Stand guard. Stand guard. V-room. V-room. With 2 loud buzzes, all the people in the shelter began to mobilize, concentrating towards the top of the shelter. However, they had not been professionally trained, and during this escape process, they lost a significant amount of manpower. In this situation, they were no different from headless flies that couldn't find their way. Huli lifted his eyes and stood up to walk toward the deck. He looked at Chu Hongyu standing beside him and took the initiative to speak. Need help? You just need to handle the bodies. This is all attributes. Even if every 10 people can only provide once attribute value, over 1,000 people can still provide hundreds of attribute values. He could even avoid stating the condition to use, deprivation, and perhaps even earn Chu Hongyu another promise. No need to trouble Mr. Hu. Chu Hongyu replied with a smile, this small problem, I can handle, I just need to trouble Mr. Hu to stay on the boat a little longer. Later, I will personally come down to welcome you up the mountain. Not a problem. Huli said as he had already stepped off the No Shanghai country, entering the forest, I've been on the boat too long, I want to walk down. Black Panther immediately got off the boat, closely following him. As for the 9 river serpents, they naturally remained at the foot of the mountain, continuing to devour the sea beasts in the water. Since Mr. Hu is in the mood, let's walk together. Chu Hongyu also got off the boat, glanced at the 7 bodyguards behind her, who immediately brought Chen Yi down with them. It's unclear what kind of deal Chen Yi and Chu Hongyu made. Now, Chen Yi seems to have integrated into the group of bodyguards, directly protecting Chu Hongyu. Mr. Hu, please. Chu Hongyu took on a host's posture, stepping forward first. Huli put away the No Shanghai country and followed closely behind her. If it weren't for the lack of hosts around, it would feel like important figures checking up on a rural area. Climbing the mountain without chatting seems boring. Huli glanced at the panicking crowd still climbing and couldn't help but wonder, so what's going on? Construction team. Chu Hongyu replied with 3 words, then explained, these people are all from the construction team with Chu Xiao. According to the plan, this shelter was supposed to be fully completed by March this year, so they are still here. Just a few steps in, a stone came crashing down. Before the bodyguards could react, Xie Qingwan took the lead, smashing it into pieces with one paw. Black Panther turned his head, looking at Huli inquiringly. Huli gently shook his head, since he said he wouldn't care, it meant he wouldn't care at all. He continued walking forward, looking at Chu Hongyu. You guys don't have a holiday for New Year's Eve? To be precise, since the construction of this shelter began, they have not had a holiday for a full 10 years. Dog capitalists. Chapter 20, Servants? Or assets? Capital? Chu Hongyu asked back with a chuckle, maybe it could be considered that way. You must understand, once money accumulates to a certain level in this world, what matters is no longer money, but resources and safety. As for resources, our family has over 3 large oil fields abroad, 5 gold mines, and more than 7 metal mines in vast farmland. As for safety, besides this shelter, we also have 2 more in Africa and the Grey Eagle territory, and the cost invested here is likely to exceed the worth of a whole oil field. Chu Hongyu looked at the crowds rushing up the mountain. As for those responsible for building the shelter, we provide for them and their descendants far beyond the average benefits and treatment from birth to death. What you see is them not going home for the new year, but this place is just like their home. It can be said that the shelter is a city, where all kinds of daily necessities are timely supplied from outside. Though it can't compare to a first-tier city, it's more than enough to match a normal third-tier city. Houses are allocated, resources are shared, and even if they get married and have children here, their kids will enjoy the same treatment. We have also hired top education resources from outside. From birth to death, they can live happily. Mr. Hu. Chu Hongyu looked at Huli. Honestly, in today's society, how many people would seek such a life, longing for it? And what they need to give in return is simply to wholeheartedly build this city. Is that not enough? Switching concepts, right? Huli glanced at Chu Hongyu. It sounds good, thinking for them, but isn't it actually satisfying your own desires? If the apocalypse had not come, this city would become a prison they can never escape. If the apocalypse comes, they will become your servants, just like the whole city. Happiness? Just a cradle of feudal monarchy. You don't want me to take action, you just don't want your property to waste away, right? Chu Hongyu immediately put away her previously pained expression. She knew that those words clearly couldn't fool the fox before her. Now she was worried. Worried that this man might suddenly have a change of heart and think of saving these so-called servants. Rest assured. Huli's voice sounded again as he walked step by step toward the mountain peak. This is your family matter, I won't intervene. Whether it be human lives or assets. For Chu Hongyu, it was the same. The experiences from her past life showed that she cared for the people in the shelter quite a lot. Whether it was love for the people or love for the assets, it was always love. To Huli, these people were the same. They were just a burden. Thank you, Mr. Hu. Chu Hongyu whispered her gratitude, also feeling relieved. But outside the line, Black Panther and the bodyguards had already stopped the 4th wave of attacks. Though each attack felt mild and insignificant, it was enough to show the intentions of these indigenous people of the shelter. But looking at the current situation, it seems it won't be easy for you to reclaim the assets. how about we gamble? Chu Hongyu's eyes lit up. She stopped and looked at Huli. Let's bet on how many days it will take for them to accept me as their new leader. If I win, I hope Mr. Hu can help me with something within your capability. If I lose, the assets within the shelter will be yours to choose, including these people's lives. Huli looked at Chu Hongyu with a scrutinizing gaze. Another test. She wanted to test whether these lives had any value to him. Also, when I got off the ship earlier, I was a bit rushed, and plus I had just displayed the flame of immortality in front of her, so I guess I was targeted at that moment. Women are trouble. But it's just a bet, so playing around is fine. Tell me, how many days do you think you need? 1 day. Chu Hongyu raised a finger. I only need 1 day to make them willingly recommend me as the leader, without using any threats or temptations. Huli let out a light grunt. He knew Chu Hongyu had something that Chu Xiao needed. Since it was something Chu Xiao needed, it was naturally something the shelter needed too. So threats and temptations were clearly an important means to subdue these assets. Yet, she could subdue everyone in the shelter without using these methods? That's really interesting. Are you not going to use your abilities widely? That cost, I can't afford. Chu Hongyu replied with a light smile. Alright, then I'll take your bet. Thank you, Mr. Hu. Chu Hongyu immediately looked at the 7 bodyguards beside her. Save people. Yes, Mississippi. Except for Chen Yi, the 7 bodyguards moved at once, starting to help those who were hurt while fleeing and unable to climb the mountain. Coincidentally, one of the bodyguards had healing abilities and could mend some minor injuries. But such a way of winning people's hearts seemed too simplistic. If that's the case, her bet might not succeed. Huli also remained still, just watching and chatting casually with Chu Hongyu as they walked to the mountaintop. At the peak, there was an artificial cave, 3 meters high and 10 meters wide, with a steel door at the entrance that obscured its thickness. According to the shelter's construction standards, it was at least capable of withstanding a long-range nuclear blast. Chu Hongyu walked slowly to the steel door and, after passing through palm print, voice print, iris, and password verification, the screen revealed a view of the inside of the cave. 5 adult males and 2 adult females were guarding the entrance, seemingly waiting for something. Once the door opened, they would immediately attack. However, they probably didn't expect that there were internal surveillance facilities inside. Such measures were destined to be useless. Mr. Hu. Chu Hongyu turned with a wry smile. Before she could finish speaking, Huli already knew what she was trying to convey. Wasn't she just wanting him to protect her? As the saying goes, sending the Buddha to the west, having come this far, he had no reason not to protect her. Huli casually took out the S-class item, Abyss, and tossed it over, put it on, and walk in front. Chu Hongyu fixed her eyes on it, her pupils trembling involuntarily. An S-class item. Just like that, he casually threw it to her. Even if it was just alone, it showed how impressive he was, so how powerful was his talent that she couldn't even ask a question. Was it also SSS class? Thank you. Chu Hongyu put on the Hey Abyss, pressed the button, and opened the door. A wave of long-range attack abilities focused all on her. Unfortunately, those with high talents mostly went on the ship with Chu Xiao. The remaining people, even if they had some attacking abilities, weren't considered high. Some didn't even reach A-class, so naturally, they couldn't break through the defenses of the Abyss. Can't fight. Quickly retreat. Get inside the shelter. Destroy the elevator. Stop. Chu Hongyu shouted 2 words, and a hint of purple flame flashed in her eyes. The true word trigger activated. The few people in front of her instantly froze in place. Chu Hongyu stepped forward, turned to Huli, and spoke calmly. Please help me kill these people, just bring me their heads. Chapter 21, Only Me. Establishing authority. To control such a large shelter, one needs some strong measures. Huli swept through with the true sight-eye, deprivation version, but didn't depr. A dark shadow flashed by, directly severing the heads of those people. Killing on land is troublesome, unlike killing in water, as there are always some disgusting traces left behind. Blood covered the entire path to the shelter. The smell of blood drilled into everyone's noses and throats. Huli had already gotten used to it, while Chu Hongyu held her hands tightly, trying not to show any signs of abnormality. The bodyguards were too busy to look at the dreadful state of the corpses. They were still busy controlling the people who were rescued to the shelter. Do you recognize any of these people? Chu Hongyu turned around, looking at those who she had saved behind her. Everyone's faces were pale, and among them, a few were struggling, wanting to leap forward. The answer was obvious. Looks like there are some. As Chu Hongyu's voice rang out, the Black Panther kicked the heads of those people over like a soccer ball. Chu Hongyu stopped one of them and stepped on it. Of course, you are all family, how could there be anyone you don't know? Maybe before I arrived, you all happily called them uncle, aunt, brother, sister. But what about just now? When you were running for your lives, did they stop to help you? When the main gate was shut, did they wait for you? You treat them as family, and this is their attitude towards family? Chu Hongyu's voice echoed through the corridor, questioning relentlessly. She grabbed one of the heads by the hair and brought it close to the crowd. Look clearly. How do these people resemble your family? Do they look like they fear death, or like they would use your lives to fill a pit? But all this is because of you. A boy of just over 10 years old shouted angrily. He struggled under the control of the bodyguards, wanting to rush at Chu Hongyu as if to bite her to death. If it weren't for you, Uncle Lee and the others wouldn't have abandoned me. Oh? Because of me? Chu Hongyu squatted down, looking at the boy before her with a sneer. If it weren't for me, would things have been different for him? Child, this is the end of the world. It's a disaster. The dangers you will face in the future are far more dangerous than me. Even if it weren't me, one day in the future, they would abandon your lives to save their own from other disasters. Do you think your life is more important than his own? I. The boy choked up, unable to utter half a word. Deep down he already had the answer. Even children could understand this reasoning. The other adults who were also saved understood the meaning behind it all. Do you know why I killed them? Chu Hongyu posed another question, and without waiting for a response, answered herself, because they are stupid. She pointed to the corridor under their feet. Below is the shelter, and the same kind of people are hiding down there, while these fools have blocked the elevator privileges, leaving them here to fend for themselves. Even after all this, these idiots still think of stopping me? For those who abandoned their lives. If I hadn't gone down today, the same situation would repeat itself. How long do you think those people below could survive? 10 days? 30 days? How long can they live trapped in the corridor? 3 days? 7 days? Without more storage privileges, within 30 days, they will begin to slaughter each other in this cage. No one's life is more important than their own. Only I. Chu Hongyu stepped forward, standing in front of the survivors. Only I can save their lives. Save your lives. Save the lives of everyone in this shelter. Now. I can give you a choice. At Chu Hongyu's signal, the bodyguards released their grip. Either follow me down and become my subjects. Or, turn around and leave. The ship down the mountain is a gift I generously give to you. Most people began to lower their heads in silence. Clearly, Chu Hongyu's words pierced their hearts. But that child raised his head and looked at Chu Hongyu. Well, what right do you have? This is obviously my home. The home we built with our own hands. What right do you have to claim it as your own? Home? Ha! Chu Hongyu stepped forward, casually tossing away the head, her bloody hand landing on the boy's head, her fingertips gliding across his face, then resting on his neck. With a tight squeeze, the boy was lifted by one hand. Chu Hongyu's gaze was calm, simply examining the changes in his expression. At the moment the boy was about to suffocate, Chu Hongyu threw him to the ground. He fell hard, coughing and gasping for breath, as if he had just escaped from the gates of hell. Chu Hongyu stood in place, looking down at him. Your life, I can take it away, but now I give it back to you, so does that mean your life belongs to me? The boy did not answer, only looked up at Chu Hongyu, his eyes full of hatred. But he said nothing, and Chu Hongyu did not move to strike. She simply looked at the others. And you? How do you choose? Including the boy, there were 13 survivors in total, and none chose to escape down the mountain, all stayed in place. Very good. Chu Hongyu uttered 2 words, then turned and walked beside Hu Li, making a gesture of invitation. Mr. Hu, please. The 2 walked in the front, with Black Panther in the second row, followed closely by the 7 bodyguards, Chen Yi, and the remaining survivors. They walked to the end of the corridor, where stood a 1-meter-long column, and outside was a huge void. Peering down, scattered lights could be seen, at a height of nearly 100 meters. This is hollowing out the entire mountain to create a shelter. This is no shelter, it's clearly a city. No wonder the construction period could last this long and cost so much. After Chu Hongyu went through the permissions and unlocked it, the elevator started up. As an elevator capable of carrying 100 people appeared before them, both Hu Li and Chu Hongyu couldn't help but smile. If the people below were organized and had resistance, this elevator should not be empty, but filled with survivors ready for a fight. Now, this scene was enough to show the chaos and cowardice of the people below. You all wait for me here. Chu Hongyu said to the bodyguards and the others behind her. Mr. Hu, don't mind taking a trip with me? As you wish. Hu Li stepped forward and entered the elevator, with Black Panther following closely behind. Chu Hongyu entered the elevator alone and then closed the elevator door. At this moment, there were only 2 people and a panther left in the elevator. Were we just rehearsing? Hu Li knew her reasons for doing this, yet still found a topic to ask. I can't hide it from Mr. Hu. Chu Hongyu chuckled softly, explaining, what I said earlier was partly what I planned to say below. If they heard it again, it would be a bit awkward. That boy. I plan to keep him. Chu Hongyu laughed lightly, knowing his meaning in asking, after all, no matter the organization, there will always be dissenting voices. What I fear is not knowing where those voices come from. With him around, I can cultivate a dissenting voice on my own. Even if others join in, it will still be a voice I control. But Chu Hongyu's eyes also showed a hint of helplessness. When we go down later, there might still be some resistance, so I'll need Mr. Hu's help to resist. A small matter. Hu Li calmly opened his mouth, saying I will take you to the shelter, will not stop here. As soon as he finished speaking, the shelter has arrived. As the elevator doors slowly opened, the scene inside left Hu Li momentarily stunned. He turned to look at Chu Hongyu, who was equally dazed next to him. Do you folks always start your resistance with kneeling? Chapter 22, Give Me. Resurrection. A sea of heads, lined up in rows, filled the shelter. Not a single person was standing as far as the eye could see. Just looking at this situation, it seemed there was no need for Chu Hongyu to give any speech. A call from a high platform could crown someone as emperor. But this display was a bit too strange. Had these people really come to such a realization just after passing through a hallway and the elevator? Mr. Hu. Please, Mr. Hu, save us. A heavy voice rang out from the crowd. Then came a simultaneous shout. Please, Mr. Hu, save us. The voices of thousands echoed at once. Clearly, they had discerned Hu Li's true identity to some extent and reached a consensus. Rather than choosing Chu Hongyu as the leader of the shelter, and facing reckoning in the future, it was better to choose such a strong person. If given the choice, would you rather choose a widely recognized strongman as your support, or a little girl painted as cruel and extraordinarily malicious? Anyone with common sense would not choose the latter. After all, the unknown is the best. In the eyes of these survivors, Chu Hongyu's image had long been utterly ruined by Chu Xiao. Without a prolonged cleansing or a major event to shift her persona, it's likely no one wanted such a person to lead them. In contrast, Hu Li was different. He had triggered 2 global announcements and 1 regional announcement, almost perfectly matching the image of a savior in everyone's hearts. As long as they timely knelt down and showed loyalty, this savior would certainly eliminate villains like Chu Hongyu and stay here to protect them. At that time, they would have a solid backing. Master, what are they? Xie Qingwan, not understanding the situation, could not help but ask. But Hu Li and Chu Hongyu only needed to hear their shouts to understand their little thoughts. Hu Li chuckled lightly, taking a step back, clearly not wanting to get involved in this situation. But in the next moment, Chu Hongyu's eyes reignited with a dark purple flame. Freeze! This time, it was aimed at Hu Li and Black Panther. Before he could react, Chu Hongyu directly grabbed his wrist and stepped forward, shouting out loudly in front of everyone's gaze. I, Chu Hongyu of the Chu family, will take over Shelter 001 with my husband Hu Li today. Anyone who has objections, come speak. I have. Hu Li roared in his mind. But unfortunately, he couldn't move due to Chu Hongyu's freezing spell. After all, it's an SSS-level word spirit, and it was almost unstoppable when facing someone just a level higher like Hu Li. However, his intelligence attribute had reached level E, so even if he was frozen, it shouldn't take too long to regain his freedom. Sure enough. The moment Chu Hongyu finished speaking, Hu Li immediately regained his movement. The Black Panther next to him, slightly delayed by a second, also regained movement, extending its sharp claws to inquire through action whether Hu Li wanted to strike. Hu Li simply shook his head gently. Though Chu Hongyu's solution was a bit clever, even if he were not here, she would still have a way to solve the predicament. He was merely providing her with a solution. From a business perspective, it was just a slight loss of reputation, not worth killing a powerful ally for the future. When Chu Hongyu spoke those words, all survivors in the shelter felt as if the heavens had shattered. Finally waited for the thigh, it actually became the new husband of the Chu family. It is impossible to doubt. After all, no man can refuse a status like Chu Hongyu's, such unmatched beauty. But at this point, everyone can only resign to fate. A man in a suit hurriedly squeezed out from the second row of the crowd. To avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, he did not even dare to stand up, only crawling on the ground to squeeze to the front row. He looked up, just about to speak, when Chu Hongyu recognized his identity. You are my little cousin, right? Chu Hongyu smiled slightly and softly revealed their relationship. What? Are you here to seize power from me? No. No. The man in the suit immediately shook his head, nodding like a rattledrum. Miss, our relationship is so distant, how can I be your little cousin? I am just working for your family. I'm here to inform you that, before leaving, the sir instructed some matters. Upon hearing the latter part of the sentence, Chu Hongyu's face suddenly turned cold. Sir, before leaving. Just these 2 phrases are enough to explain many issues. The only one that could be called sir by the man in a suit is clearly the head of the Chu group, and, before leaving, evidently does not mean just simply leaving the shelter. Huli raised his hand and patted her hand that was holding his. Alright, you go ahead, I'll handle things here. No. Chu Hongyu not only did not loosen her grip, but held on even tighter. She turned her head, looking at Huli, her tone tinged with a hint of plea. Can you come with me? Just consider it my request. Is this a bet? Okay. A chance to make a move within reach was thus used by Chu Hongyu. Huli was indifferent, allowing the other party to grasp his wrist, which counted as tacit agreement. Lead the way. All right, miss. With a reply, the man in the suit immediately called for everyone to rise. He hurriedly walked to a row of electric cars, looking at Chu Hongyu and Huli. Miss, young master, this way please. Inside the shelter, it truly is a place where every inch is worth gold. The road? Absolutely impossible. Between houses, there was only a path less than 3 meters wide, only allowing pedestrians on both sides and one electric car to pass in a single line. Huli had no choice but to ride on the electric car, taking Chu Hongyu behind him toward the center of the shelter. As for Xie Qingwan, she slowed down her pace by twice in order to barely let the electric car catch up to her figure. The center of the shelter was a 9-story building, also the tallest structure in the entire shelter, while the remaining buildings were at most 6 stories high. Looking at the nearly 100-meter-high mountain, it seems that the entire depth space was not fully utilized. Perhaps the Chu group still hoped to add something inside, but unfortunately did not have time to install it. Entering the tall building, the elevator directly went to the basement level 1. As Chu Hongyu pushed open the mortuary, she saw a middle-aged man quietly lying on the operating table. He did not seem to be waiting for his daughter, but rather waiting for a doctor. What does this mean? Chu Hongyu's voice coldly rang out. Mr. Chu. Chu shall arrange this. The man in the suit followed behind, timidly answering, Miss Chu, you also know that there is still a reserve warehouse that hasn't been opened, so... Get out. Chu Hongyu shouted in anger. The man in the suit immediately bowed and seemed to escape. From the unlocking program of the elevator, it was likely that the method to open the reserve warehouse was similar, probably also requiring a biological password. The body placed here was obviously meant to obtain these passwords. Chu Hongyu looked at her father's body but did not rush forward. Instead, she turned to prepare to close the door. Mr. Hu, do you mind keeping me company for a while? This woman, she wants to create trouble. Huli glanced at the Black Panther who was ready to follow in, signaling her to wait at the door. He stepped forward, entering the morgue, expressing his attitude. Bang! The door of the morgue closed. Chu Hongyu took steps closer, her finger resting on the corpse's face. Mr. Hu, you should already know what my talent is, but, do you want to know the limit of my talent? Wait, what do you want to do? Huli's pupils shook, vaguely sensing a possibility. This crazy woman can't be thinking of. Actually, I also want to know if this thought word spirit can do anything. Chu Hongyu uttered, as the dark purple tail flame surged again from the corner of her eye. Give me, resurrection. Chapter 23 Debuff, Near Death. Can she really bring him back to life? Huli had this doubt in his heart as well. If this thought word could resurrect the dead, couldn't a little twist give a living person a buff of death and rebirth? If this buff exists, wouldn't it mean he could choose to deprive and grant without side effects? Assuming this buff could stack infinitely, an immortal body wouldn't be a dream. This trip was worth it. Everything depends on whether Chu Hongyu's word spirit can work this time. The dark purple tail flame dissipated, but the person lying on the operating table remained there. It seemed to have failed. Just when Huli wanted to say a few comforting words to Chu Hongyu, she suddenly burst into wild laughter. Ha ha ha. I got it. I understand. Wait. This resurrection, wouldn't it mean the head of the Chu family would be resurrected onto Chu Hongyu? Huli quickly activated True Sight and confirmed that the person in front of him was still Chu Hongyu, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Immediately after, he saw the dark purple tail flame rise again from her eye. I want him to regain his heartbeat. In an instant, a faint collision sound echoed in the silent morgue. He saw the man's face on the operating table gradually becoming rosy at a visible speed. Is it successful? Huli couldn't help but exclaim. Though it was only a heartbeat restoration, it didn't count as a real resurrection, but this was still outrageous. The heartbeat restored, at least it counted as being half alive. From a scientific perspective, as long as there were no external injuries, the organs were not dead, and brain cells were active again, a true resurrection could be achieved. No wonder it has such severe side effects. This SSS-level talent, this ability, is indeed somewhat heavenly. Bang! Just as Huli was dumbfounded, Chu Hongyu's body tilted and collapsed. Chu Hongyu! He shouted in alarm and rushed forward. Opening True Sight confirmed her status immediately. The panel was no different from before, except there were several debuffs in the status section. Weakness, LV1. Effects, all attributes reduced by 10%. Duration, 23 hours and 45 minutes. Decay, LV1. Effects, intelligence attribute permanently -1. Duration, permanent. Near death LV1. Effects, health locked at 1 and forced to faint, any damage within 24 hours will trigger death. Duration, 23 hours and 59 minutes. Hiss. These three conditions, one more troublesome than the other. Weakness should be due to using the word spirit on that group of people in the corridor, and decay likely triggered when it came to him and the Black Panther, while near death was evidently the cost of restoring Mr. Chu's heartbeat. 24 hours. Surely, he couldn't stay here for 24 hours, right? It was already 7 o'clock in the evening, with 53 hours left until the novice period ended. If wasted here, no matter how powerful the ally was, they wouldn't get it back. Wait. Status. Right. If he used deprivation on her now, there might also be a chance to strip away this status. According to the description of near death, her health would be forcibly locked at 1, even if he deprived her of her attributes, she shouldn't die but remain at 1. Since that's the case, why not give it a try? Even if the one thought truth is taken away, it can be given back, right? A hit of true sight eye deprivation version is sent up. I don't know if it's because too much non-chi was used on that dragon blood serpent today, but 100% deprivation quickly stripped near death away. A mass of dark, ink-like light gathered in Huli's right palm. Fortunately, this state didn't come directly to Huli after being stripped away, otherwise, he would have just fainted on the ground like a fish ready for slaughter. As for where to send such a big treasure, Huli pondered. He simply couldn't just hang the near-death condition on Mr. Chu, could he? Seeing that Chu Hongyu was about to awaken, he really had no choice and simply opened the mall interface, spending 10 points to buy a G-rank beast whisker from the materials section, trying to imbue that massive black light into it. The black light dissipated. The originally G-rank beast whisker instantly upgraded to F rank, and in the special attributes section, it boldly marked near-death LV1. Even because the target was an inanimate object, the duration disappeared without a trace, directly becoming a permanent state. It worked. Huli tucked the whisker into his right pants pocket, just in case. I don't know if the near-death state works on high-rank beasts. If it does, this would be quite a one-hit KO. Chu Hongyu murmured. Her eyelids fluttered slightly as she gradually lifted her gaze. Is this Mr. Hu? You didn't guard me for a whole day, did you? It seems Chu Hongyu was aware that she triggered the near-death effect, otherwise, she wouldn't have said something like that. What are you dreaming about? I didn't waste that much time here. Huli casually replied, I just helped you cancel that state. As for the cost, your entire shelter is almost sold to me. I can't think of what else you can use to pay. Chu Hongyu smiled and immediately got up from the ground. Then this little girl has no way to repay, so I can only offer myself. Getting benefits and wanting to take advantage? Dream on. Huli took 2 steps forward, arriving at the operating table. Let's talk about serious matters. The method you mentioned isn't quite perfect. It's indeed not perfect. Chu Hongyu instantly switched back to her normal state. This is my current limit. If my attributes can improve further, maybe I could help my father restore the normal functions of other organs, and there's still a glimmer of hope. Huli nodded. Having come this far is already not easy. By the way, Mr. Hu. Chu Hongyu looked at Huli, her eyes filled with a hint of hope. Since you've already brought me to the shelter, our transaction is considered complete. Besides the promised supplies that I will give you soon, do you want anything else? Before Huli could answer, Chu Hongyu spoke again. From what you said earlier, it seems you have other matters to attend to and are quite pressed for time. How about I accompany you? You? Huli expressed doubt. Yes. Chu Hongyu smiled. The shelter matters are easy to handle. You just need to give me 12 hours, and I can arrange everything here. I'll go with you to handle your matters. After your business is done, I will return home. If you don't have other matters, the shelter can also be your home. This is a different kind of invitation. Huli chuckled and shook his head. To him, while Chu Hongyu is quite good, she will only be an ally. As for women, he wouldn't touch it. At least not now. My matters are a bit complicated, you can't get involved. Huli said as he walked towards the morgue exit. Get everything ready in an hour. As for your other promise, don't worry, I will find time to collect it. Chapter 24, Can I have a pair of chopsticks? Under Chu Hongyu's coordination. Those things were ready in just half an hour. Whether it was fresh meat, canned goods, or pure water, everything was prepared in double quantity. But I don't know why, the survivors in charge of transporting the goods looked like male models picked from a competition, each unique in their own way. With one common point, they were all handsome. Huli had reason to suspect that Chu Hongyu still had some misunderstandings about him. But that didn't matter anymore. The news of their engagement had already spread. What did a little misunderstanding matter? Huli boarded the No Shanghai Nation again, but he didn't rush to leave. Instead, he used the map left by Chu Hongyu to let the No Shanghai Nation head towards Chang'an by itself. Dragon energy. If he wanted those 9 dragon serpents to evolve further, he needed to obtain enough dragon energy. If the dragon energy on the stone tablet came from the first emperor, then there must be plenty of dragon energy in a certain place. The first emperor's tomb. Actually, even if there was no dragon energy inside, Huli would still reach the vicinity of the first emperor's tomb before the beginner period ended. The reason was simple: the dungeon. After the beginner period ended, in addition to regional monsters awakening, Blue Planet would also refresh some special dungeons, broadcasting once every 24 hours in all regions, where each region would generate a new coordinate. As long as survivors reached the coordinate, they could enter the dungeon and obtain things including but not limited to items, skills, points, experience, and more to strengthen themselves. Of course, the dangers within the dungeon were not comparable to those outside. Outside the dungeon, you only needed to consider natural disasters and human disasters that could occur at any time. But inside the dungeon, in addition to those two things, you also needed to complete specific main tasks in order to leave the dungeon. Otherwise, once the dungeon countdown ended, there would only be one outcome: death. If you only thought about surviving, participating in the dungeon wasn't mandatory. But as disasters continued to occur, those survivors unwilling to participate in the dungeons would ultimately suffer a slow death. There was indeed a dungeon inside the first emperor's tomb. S-Class Dungeon, Earth Kingdom. In his previous life, when Huli and Lu Yuner accumulated enough experience and arrived at the Earth Kingdom, it had already been cleared by a big shot from the Salvation Society, who then published all the clearing details and rewards on the regional channel. This was the only S-Class or higher dungeon in the next 10 years that put all the clearing strategies on the regional channel. Although there were some lower-level dungeons with clearing strategies, dungeons of this level were still rare. Besides the Salvation Society, no one else was willing to do such a thankless job. Even if some organizations had their own clearing strategies for other dungeons, they would never publish them on the regional channel, but instead keep them within the organization to help enhance their members' strength. After all, those who aimed to build organizations in the apocalypse often held great ambition, preparing to rise to power during this reshuffling. Huli unfolded the map, and according to the map, the first emperor's tomb was about 600 kilometers away from here. Based on the speed of the No Shanghai Nation, it would take him at least 13 hours to reach there, and that was assuming the entire route was over water. The apocalypse had only passed one day. Even if it rained, it wouldn't flood the entire mountainous area from the Sichuan Basin to Chang'an. Perhaps he would also have to travel a section of land. But none of that mattered now. First, sleep. After a tiring day, Master Hu finally lay down on his small bed, under the protection of the No Shanghai Nation and accompanied by 9 E-Class little snakes. He could have a peaceful sleep. February 18th, 7 p.m. 2 days had passed since the disaster struck, and in 29 hours, the beginner period would be over. Huli had slept until now. When he opened his eyes again, he had already entered the territory of Chang'an. Just as he looked up, the Black Panther immediately came over, the voice slightly urgent. "Master, you are awake." Huli responded, rubbing his temples. Having slept for so long, he felt a bit of a headache. There was no way around it. Being in the dungeon for nearly 10 years, he had hardly slept well, opening his eyes to check the regional chat channel, and closing his eyes to feel the waves of pain in his body. This kind of carefree sleep without any worries was a rare occasion. He turned to look at the Black Panther, his gaze a bit strange. "What's wrong?" "I'm hungry." Xia Qingwan spoke with resignation, lifting her panther head, her eyes filled with sadness. "If you're hungry, then eat." Huli said it naturally, pointing to the pile of goods not far away. "Aren't there canned food and fresh water?" "Without the master's orders, I dare not touch them." "Fine, from now on, as long as it's supplies on the ship, you can freely use them." "Great. Thank you, master." Xia Qingwan immediately exclaimed, and then transformed into human form, lifting 2 bottles of fresh water and going into the ice room to take out fresh meat, walking toward the ship's kitchen. "She wants to cook." I didn't expect Xia Qingwan to have this skill. Huli immediately rolled out of bed. He couldn't remember the last time he had eaten home-cooked food, and both his stomach and mouth were already craving. He followed Xia Qingwan toward the kitchen, only to see her turn back into a Black Panther. She bit into a piece of fresh meat, then gulped down some water. She swallowed it whole, seemingly enjoying it. Huli was petrified on the spot. Also, Xia Qingwan was only 19. Before the arrival of the apocalypse, she was just a middle-class teenage girl. Expecting her to cook fried rice would be about it. "Master?" The Black Panther turned to look at Huli, its claws grabbing a piece of fresh meat. "Do you want some?" You eat, I'll eat something else." Huli was also hungry. He spent 100 points to buy a rice cooker, 10 pounds of rice, 10 pounds of various vegetables, and various seasonings from the store, casually placing them aside. The Black Panther's cheeks puffed up, its eyes wide. As if guessing what its master wanted to do, after swallowing the fresh meat, it just stopped eating. Huli, too resigned, took a piece of fresh meat from the Black Panther and began to cook. The yacht's amenities were quite good, although he couldn't use gas or similar items, there was still an induction panel, which allowed him to make some simple stir-fries. After an hour of busy cooking, a simple home-cooked meal was ready. "Master is amazing," the Black Panther immediately praised, its saliva almost spraying all over Huli's face. "Alright, take it to the dining room, it's time to eat." "Okay." The Black Panther once again transformed into human form, carrying the food toward the dining room. Huli followed behind her slowly, but just as they entered the dining room, a figure was already standing in the cabin, looking at them with an apologetic face. Can I get a pair of chopsticks?" Chapter 25, Stingy Ghost, Drink Cold Water. A woman. A woman surrounded by a layer of shadows, only vaguely discernible as a person. If she hadn't spoken first, perhaps Huli wouldn't even have been able to judge if she was a woman. With that question thrown out, the entire cabin fell silent. If it weren't for the fear of wasting the feast made by her master, Xie Qingwan would probably have transformed back into a panther. After casting a true side-eye deprivation version over, there was no reaction at all. The other party seemed to possess a talent to restrain true side-eye. Buzz. The black gold ancient knife appeared in Huli's hand. He stepped forward, staring closely at the shadowy figure. "Remove your talent, or again die." "Hey, it's just crashing a meal. At worst, I'll trade you something." The woman's voice rang out, yet she had no intention of removing her talent. Seeing this, Huli wasn't planning to say much more. He directly took up the knife and charged forward. But as he took a step forward, that woman flashed with a spark of lightning and disappeared from sight, as if she had never existed. Then a voice sounded outside of Wohanghai country. "If you don't eat, then don't eat, stingy." Huli quickly stepped forward, carrying a knife onto the deck, leaning against the ship's railing, looking in the direction where the other had vanished. He could only see a shadow lurking above the water's surface, disappearing without a trace. Elemental-type talent. From the talent that the woman just displayed, it probably included at least 3 elements. The silent wind that entered the cabin, the shadows wrapping around her, the thunder that appeared when she vanished, and the water that sank beneath the surface. To wrap all 4 elements simultaneously would be enough, but being able to flow so smoothly between these 4 elements, there's probably only the legendary SSS-level talent, 9 Sovereigns. As the pinnacle of elemental talents, 9 Sovereigns encompasses all 9 attributes. Besides the common metal, wood, water, fire, earth, there are also the 4 rare elements, shadow, light, wind, and thunder. It's normal that the SSS-level talent of true sight couldn't see through her. If only this talent could be stripped away. Huli had this thought flash through his mind but then shook his head. It was clearly impossible. She was one of the only 2 survivors in that group ambushing a B-level beast, plus the shadow element blocking the true sight's investigation and stripping it away, the fire element immunity to the unquenchable fireball's damage, and the wind element having incredible speed. This talent almost completely counters Huli at present. He just didn't expect to run into her here. He hoped things would stay peaceful and avoid any trouble. Huli sheathed his ancient dagger and went back to the cabin, but as soon as he stepped inside, he froze. He saw Xie Qingwan frozen like an ice sculpture, standing still, while the 2 plates of food in her hands were still steaming. A shadow was standing before her, using his chopsticks, holding his food, eating his dishes. At the moment he walked into the cabin, that shadow jolted, immediately placing everything aside, and once again flashed with a lightning bolt to vanish. "The food is really delicious. Count it as me, Li Qiano, owing you 1. As the words fell, the frozen Xie Qingwan returned to normal, looking at Huli with an apologetic face. "Master, I..." Huli raised his hand to interrupt her self-reproach. "It's fine, meeting such a female rogue is unavoidable." "Li Qiano? If I didn't know your real name, I might have really fallen for it." Huli immediately opened the chat channel for the Chang'an region, glancing at the endless stream of messages, not bothering to look further, and sent a message in there. "Huli, a secret, in exchange for the location information of Lu Xiener, effective anytime." Once the message was sent, the regional chat channel fell into silence for a moment, then erupted into a frenzy of messages. "Zhou Shangjuan, damn. Am I seeing this right? Is it that Huli? Zhao Hongda, that person shouldn't have anyone daring to impersonate him, right? I heard from some older brothers who came from Shu that he's going crazy. Su Wen, wait. Lu Xiener, I think I have an impression of that name. Lu Xiener. Zhou Shangjuan, alright, the real person has appeared, tell me how you offended this big boss." "Lu Xiener, I don't know. I was at home, just woke up, and saw my name on the screen." "Huli, oh, in that case, why don't you publish your location information, and I'll come find you to apologize personally." "Lu Xiener, no need, no need. You're so busy, how can I trouble you to come? Just a misunderstanding is fine, could you please cancel that transaction?" "Huli, not canceling." With just these 2 words, the regional chat channel erupted into a wave of laughter. "Humph. On the surface of the water, not far from Wuhanhai country, ripples began to appear, and a faint, delicate voice could be faintly heard. Stingy. Drink some cold water. Don't you want my address? I'll follow you and see what you'll do. Next time you cook, come back and steal your things. With a ripple spreading across the water, Luciener silently arrived at the bottom of the Without Shanghai Kingdom ship. At first, there was nothing unusual, but when the ship started, 9 hunting serpents in the distance immediately surrounded it, wrapping the entire Without Shanghai Kingdom within their coils. Luciener was instantly paralyzed with fear. How could there be snakes here? Blended into the water, she dared not make even the slightest movement and could only press herself tightly against the bottom of the ship, praying in her heart that these sea snakes would retreat soon. But as the ship gradually sailed away, she discovered a problem. These snakes had no intention of leaving, instead, they seemed to be guarding this ship. On the ship, Huli did not receive any information related to Luciener. After all, someone who can transform into any element without restrictions, who could possibly find her if she wanted to hide? He also did not plan to receive news about Luciener early on, as long as the bounty remained, it was enough. Now, the most important thing is find the dungeon. He wondered if this new player period had not yet ended, whether he could trigger the dungeon. If possible, he could level up before the regional beasts respawn. After all, the original regional beasts had all been dealt with by him, and he had no idea where the new regional beasts would spawn. It's always better to be prepared. As the Without Shanghai Kingdom sped forward, when Huli and his companion finished their meal, they had reached Mount Li. At present, the water level in Chang'an had approached 20 meters. Some small buildings were completely submerged, but for Mount Li, it only reached the foot of the mountain. Many survivors still lived up there, just hidden in the dark. The lights on the ship were like the blazing sun to them, drawing cautious glances from them. Resources on the mountain were limited. With each additional person, there would be more consumption, and they had to risk fighting over it. Huli stepped onto the deck, exposing himself to everyone's gaze, and slowly spoke. His D-grade physique voice even drowned out the surrounding heavy rain. My name is Huli, nice to meet you. I didn't prepare any gifts for the new year, so I'll give you all one piece of advice. Soon, I will head up the mountain. The farther you are, the better, otherwise. A ball of unquenchable fire was thrown from his hand. Boom! At the peak of Mount Li, it lit up. Chapter 26, Born Useful. At the summit, the heavy rain accompanied by falling rocks cascaded down. But Huli stood atop the Without Shanghai Kingdom, allowing the stones to fall without being affected in the slightest. Once the rockslide ended, Huli stepped onto Mount Li. He looked around but did not store the Without Shanghai Kingdom in his backpack. Instead, he casually parked it at the mountain's edge. After the intimidation earlier, he figured no one would dare to confront him directly now. Fishing. He wanted to see how many people on this mountain would be unable to resist temptation and dare to board the ship in such a situation. Not to mention just ordinary survivors, even that Luciener with her 9 beasts couldn't escape if she boarded the ship. At that time, if 9 E-grade serpents lunged onto the ship at once, let's see who could still escape. He guessed that even Luciener would have to be left behind on the ship. Huli made his way up the mountain. He draped the S-grade item, Abyss Cloak, over himself. No matter how torrential the rain was, it didn't touch him at all. The regional chat channel was in complete chaos. Mount Li was not small, and there were many survivors on it. Almost everyone had seen the fire burst on the mountain peak just now, and thinking about the secrets Huli had mentioned earlier, various speculations started flying in the chat channel. Louis Ru, do you think the secret this boss mentioned is related to the peak of Mount Li? Zhang Yuanzong, no way. I've been to the peak of Mount Li and found nothing secretive. Zhou Shangjuan, it's called a secret for a reason. How could you just take a look and figure it out? They all say there is the Emperor Qin's tomb on Mount Li. If there were any secrets up there, it wouldn't be surprising at all. Wang Bei, what a pity, I don't know the news about that dear fairy. Otherwise, I would definitely share this secret with everyone. Dear fairy, Huli. Can I sell my own news? Just tell me the secrets you know. While climbing the mountain, Huli saw the message pop up in the chat record and couldn't help but smile helplessly. This guy, really as shameless as in the last life. In the 10 years of his past life, everything was taken away from Huli by Lu Yuner. The only thing she couldn't take away was the ability given to him by the disaster. Aside from that useless mall, only the chat channel could give him a glimmer of hope for life. After the first disaster ended, besides the regional chat channel, a global chat channel would also appear. Various rankings at that time were also selected from the global chat channel. The top 10 of the Heaven ranking were no exception. But most of the top 10 in Heaven wouldn't appear in the chat channel, except Dear Fairy. This guy ranked 3rd in the Heaven ranking with her SSS-level talent, 9 sovereigns, but when it came to the intensity of water in the group, she was absolutely number 1. Until Huli appeared. The two would often have back and forths in the group chat, sometimes lighthearted banter, other times they would become like crazy people from Zuan. While arguing, the two eventually became friends. Even some confidential news was often shared with him by Dear Fairy through private messages. Huli didn't seek to end his life in his past life, he held on to that glimmer of hope. He hoped that Dear Fairy might find him and rescue him. Even if he became someone else's tool, it would be better than being Lu Yun'er's tool. Unfortunately, their earlier meeting was the first time they met in both lives. That cheeky look of hers had not changed at all. Huli also used his will to send a message in the chat channel. Huli, sure, as long as you dare to appear in front of me, I'll tell you. Dear Fairy, are you kidding me? Just now, you only wanted location information. Even without middlemen making a profit, you can't raise the price like this. Huli, others privately message me with their locations, you can't escape. If you give me a location and then run, where would I find you? Dear Fairy, I have my uses by nature. Xu Xingjia, what do you mean? Dear Fairy, just a bit of a newbie, bro. Huli, it's related to secrets and dungeons. Dear Fairy, Dad, I was wrong. Let's talk about trading. Seeing Huli's message, Dear Fairy's heart trembled, and she almost couldn't stabilize her elemental state. In an instant, the 9 dragon-blooded serpents around sensed the commotion and immediately looked towards the bottom of the boat. 18 flickering eyes scanned the bottom of the boat but found no clues. Dear Fairy also forced herself to suppress her beating heart and didn't dare to act recklessly. In the regional chat channel. Huli, at the top of Mount Li, Ancestor Temple, if you dare to come, I will tell you. Dear Fairy, deal. Then, can you first call away those serpents next to your boat? Oh. Huli suddenly remembered, this girl is scared of snakes. In the previous life, the top 10 in heaven had originally planned to gather and hunt down the B-level false dragon, but it was precisely because Dear Fairy was extremely afraid of those long things that they were forced to change to hunt another B-level strange beast. Wait a minute. That means, this girl is hiding near the No Shanghai country. Huli quickly turned around and hurried down the mountain. But just as he was about to reach the side of the boat, he saw a black shadow holding the No Shanghai country flying up from the water. The 9 dragon-blooded serpents immediately lunged at it. The black shadow unhesitatingly dropped the No Shanghai country and fled, leaving behind just one sentence. See you at the top of Mount Li. Got it. This girl was really hiding under the boat. If those 9 dragon-blooded serpents weren't there, she might have intended to hide like this. He always waited until the next time he and Xia Qingwan had a meal together, then he would take advantage of that. One could only say she really was something. Huli helplessly shook his head and turned back, walking up the mountain again. That guy may be shameless, but when it comes to this kind of thing, he still knows what he's doing. Master. Xia Qingwan couldn't help but speak from the side, how about I go around from the back? No need. Huli interrupted her, if she wants to leave, we can't keep her. There was no other choice, even among the SSS-level talents, the 9 lords were one of the strongest. They could control or transform into 9 elements at will. Unless they used powers outside of elements for a guaranteed kill, it was impossible to detain them. Let's go up the mountain first. Yes. The two of them made their way up the mountain. When they arrived at the human ancestor temple, the Dear Fairy was already waiting there as a shadow. Huli used his true vision eye to scan, discovering several survivors hiding inside the temple. This was not arranged by the Dear Fairy, it was likely that survivors from the mountain, seeing the chat records, thought to come here and try their luck. Although such people were easily killed, it was only those kinds of people who could grasp opportunities amidst the disaster. You finally arrived. The Dear Fairy chuckled lightly, standing at the temple entrance and gazing at Huli from afar. So, what secrets do you have? I've already said it's a secret, it must be for one person only. Huli looked towards the human ancestor temple, there are still some ears inside, should I deal with it, or will you? Chapter 27, I just have a problem, nothing serious. The Dear Fairy turned to look at the human ancestor temple, feelings rippling within her heart. Sure enough. This guy should possess some sort of probing talent, otherwise, he wouldn't know her name or that someone was hiding in the human ancestor temple. But what about the long knife in his hand just now, and the fireball tossed to the mountain peak? 3 talents? Could this be the reward he received after completing 2 global announcements? The numbers do add up. But what about the ship, those 9 serpents, and this survivor transformed into a black panther beside him? For these survivors now, not only obtaining them was impossible, but even hearing about or making contact was also out of the question. Yet he possessed them all and even knew information about copies. What on earth was going on? Stop dazing off. Huli noticed the Dear Fairy was in deep thought and immediately interrupted, are you going or not? If not, I'll find someone else. Since you, the big boss, have spoken, I'll just obediently watch from the side. Huli said nothing, just gave Xia Qingwan a glance. She lunged forward, turning into a shadow, and dashed into the human ancestor temple. Without Huli's precise order, she certainly would not recklessly kill, she merely chased out the 4 people inside. 2 men, 2 women. Among them, one pair was a young man and a little girl, and when Huli saw them, his eyes immediately lit up. Wei Shu, the future 7th on the heaven ranking, an elder of the Salvation Society, and this S-level copy, Earth Nation, was completed by him, along with all content being published in the chat channel. Huli used his true vision eye to scan, discovering that he possessed S-level talent, refined body. A type of physical enhancement talent, simply put, as long as he isn't killed, he will ultimately become stronger. All damage inflicted on him, as long as it doesn't kill him in one go, will increase his physique. It was also a type of growth talent. However, such a talent should not allow him to reach 7th place on the heaven ranking. The little girl beside Wei Shu was named Wei Xiaoqing. She looked about 70% like him, probably a sister or something. She possessed S-level talent, Gaze of Fortune. Although it was an inferior probing talent compared to the True Vision Eye, it had a unique ability that the True Vision Eye lacked. She could determine the attitude and state of all surrounding beings, both living and non-living, through the state of Qi. In the first moment, to detect any danger, or to find useful props and items for her. As for the other 2, a middle-aged man, with a sinister gaze, dressed in hunter's clothing, looked at everyone as if they were prey. His talent was mediocre, only a B-grade shooting ability. The other woman shook in the crowd, huddling her fur coat in the pouring rain, her eyes occasionally sweeping over Huli. It seemed she was not brewing anything good. Sure enough. Just as the Black Panther drove them over, the woman suddenly lunged at Huli. This move was as deliberate as it could be. Buzz. The sound of a blade rang out, sharp and slicing through the body. A head instantly rolled down from the mountain peak, mixed with the heavy rain as it fell off the cliff. Ah! The little girl beside Wei Shu let out a startled cry. In the next moment, she was covered by Wei Shu's hand, hurriedly pulled behind him, looking at Huli as if he were a monster. Don't be nervous, Huli said as he sheathed his long knife and kicked the woman's corpse down. I'm a sick person, it's nothing serious. It's just that whenever I am touched by a woman, I feel all sorts of discomforts and even think of killing. Of course, under normal circumstances, I wouldn't kill casually. Now that everyone is here, why don't we discuss a deal? Huli looked at the crowd, a kind smile on his lips. I wonder how much you are willing to pay to buy your own lives. Wei Shu and Wei Xiaoqing did not speak, only staring intently at Huli before them. Only the old hunter. His gaze immediately shifted from Huli to the Black Panther. In a flash, the old hunter drew a dagger from his waist and lunged directly at the Black Panther. As a hunter with a physique of 8, strength of 8, and speed of 7, accumulated with years of hunting experience, he could easily take down most survivors. Unfortunately, Xia Changwan belonged to a small portion. Even without her beast form, under Huli's attribute enhancement, she could kill the old hunter with one hand. One claw smashed down. The old hunter was instantly slammed to the ground, bones broken in several places, and the dagger fell from his hand. Xia Changwan looked up at Huli, seeking permission to attack him. If it were any other situation, Huli would not hesitate to act. However, Wei Shu was present. In non-essential situations, he still didn't want to kill. Wei Shu was the kind of person he once wanted to be. But due to various reasons, he became what he is now, yet such a pure person like Wei Shu was still worthy of his respect. His kindness towards all beings was the most pure, selfless. Huli slowly shook his head, the claw that was ready to end the old hunter's life fell back onto the ground. Let's do this, I propose a small plan, whether you agree or not, it's up to you. Huli smiled lightly at Wei Shu and the little girl behind him. You saw the copy in the chat channel, right? This copy needs a team of 5 to start. There are 3 of us here, that old guy is disabled, there's no need to count him, just add you 2 and it's perfect. As your payment for buying your lives, all the rewards you gain in the copy will belong to me, how about it? Wei Shu frowned and immediately spoke, I'll go with you, let my sister go. Indeed, it's a sister, isn't it? Huli frowned slightly. That's strange, based on Wei Shu's attitude toward Wei Xiaoqing, he shouldn't have not heard that name in his past life. Brother. Kids shouldn't interrupt when adults are talking. Wei Shu stared at Huli, unsure if sweat mixed with raindrops slid down. Including that guy on the ground, there are also 5 of us, he is more useful than my sister. We should take him along. Before Huli could speak, the bystander, Lucien, said calmly, staying here will only be more dangerous than staying with us. This was indeed the truth. Once the copy started, alerts would sound in the area. Everyone in the area knew that Huli and Lucien had come to the Ancestor Temple, anyone would come here to join the excitement. At that time, Wei Xiaoqing was like a delicious cake placed on the table, and everyone would want to take a bite. Even if Lucien didn't realize this, she could still guess human nature. Once it became quiet here, the others on Lishan Mountain would immediately rush over to check. Wei Shu tightly held Wei Xiaoqing's hand, caught in a dilemma. Brother, let me go in with you. Wait a minute. Hu Li tilted his head, looking at the two with a surprised expression. Isn't this my decision? Why are you two tangled up here? In an instant, there was silence outside the ancestor temple. Hu Li squatted down, looking at Wei Xiaoqing behind Wei Shu, waving his hand. Little girl, come here. Wei Shu felt a warning bell ringing in his heart and tightly gripped Wei Xiaoqing's hand, afraid to act rashly. But Wei Xiaoqing broke free from Wei Shu's hand and ran toward Hu Li, seemingly not afraid of this brother at all. S-level talent observation. In Wei Xiaoqing's eyes, Hu Li's energy would not harm her. She stood there in front of Hu Li, obediently looking up at him. My name is Hu Li, what's your name? Wei Xiaoqing. Hello, Xiaoqing. I'm older than you, so you should call me brother. Good. Hu Li raised his hand and rubbed Wei Xiaoqing's head. I've decided, you will follow us into the dungeon, as for the other one. Before he could finish his sentence, the old hunter who had been smashed into the ground suddenly got up, rushing towards Wei Xiaoqing with a dagger in hand. This old hunter wanted to threaten Wei Xiaoqing and force Hu Li to let him go. After all, anyone could see Hu Li's fondness for this little girl. In the next moment, an ancient blade fell from the sky. It pierced the old hunter's spine, and the whole blade sank into the floor tiles. Hu Li looked at the corpse, casually pulling out the ancient blade. I told you, every time I touch a woman, I want to kill someone, why don't you believe me? Saying this, he held Wei Xiaoqing's little hand and walked toward the ancestor temple. All the way, whether it was Wei Shu or Lu Xianer, they both looked at him as if they had seen a ghost. Only Xia Qingwan silently followed behind him. Let's go. Hu Li looked at the two. What are you standing there for? The two were silent, just staring at his hand holding Wei Xiaoqing's. Wasn't this contact again? Oh, this. Hu Li sensed their gaze and then explained with a light laugh, just to add, my condition is occasional, sometimes I won't kill anyone. No matter if Hu Li would kill or not, Wei Shu would not back down. He stepped forward, passing by Xia Qingwan, coming to Wei Xiaoqing's side, holding her other hand, always ready to protect her. As for Lu Xianer, she naturally wasn't intimidated by this. Listening to Hu Li, she not only planned to tell her about the secrets of the dungeon, but also intended to take her directly into the dungeon. Such good fortune was not something to be sought after. The five entered the main hall of the ancestor temple one after the other. Two newly erected statues stood in the center, Nuwa and Fushi. After entering the hall, Hu Li bowed, and the few people behind him followed his example, paying their respects to the two statues. Then he began to pace in the main hall, walking around the entire main hall repeatedly, as if searching for something. The token. The very first opening of every dungeon would be completed with a token. According to the guide to the dungeon of the earth provided by Wei Shu in his past life, the token to open the dungeon of the earth was a piece of token, hidden in the main hall of this ancestor temple. Only it was unknown whether the token had been born yet, as the novice stage had not ended. As the saying goes, since I'm here, I can't leave without searching, right? Shawan. Hu Li went to the right side of the main hall, pulling out a long knife and pointing to the left side of the main hall. You start from the left and lift the foundation of this temple. Yes, master. 3 words fell. The dear fairy's pupils clearly brightened. These 2 words didn't sound like something someone from a certain circle would say, instead, they felt like a heartfelt title. She couldn't help but glance at Hu Li, her eyes filled with even more confusion. This guy said that entering the instance requires 5 survivors, which means that this woman, transformed into a Black Panther, is also a survivor. But how could a survivor willingly recognize him as their master? Don't just stand there, together. Hu Li had already started prying up the floor tiles and didn't forget to glance at the dear fairy. With 9 respects, digging was no different from a mole for her. But she seemed to be deliberately hiding her skills. After responding, she ran outside the temple, picked up the old hunter's dagger, and began prying up the floor tiles. Seeing this, Hu Li felt a mouthful of old blood stuck in his throat, almost breaking his defenses. You're pretending. Brother! Wei Xiaoqing called softly, and both Wei Shu and Hu Li turned to look at her. She pondered for a moment, then immediately hugged Wei Shu's arm and sweetly called out to Hu Li, brother, the thing you're looking for might be about 10 meters under those 2 stone sculptures. As a 7-year-old little girl, she was already a skilled water bearer. Thank you, Xiaoqing. Hu Li said, then immediately stepped forward, using his ancient knife to move the 2 stone sculptures. Since witnessing the sea god, he was filled with awe towards these deities. Even if he didn't believe, he had to respect them. After the stone sculptures were moved, Hu Li didn't start chiseling. He just looked at the dear fairy, speechless. Why are you looking at me? The dear fairy put her hands on her hips, raising her head and said defiantly, as a girl, you wouldn't let me do heavy labor, right? If you don't act soon, I'll go down the mountain and randomly find someone to join the team. Hu Li naturally knew how to grab this girl's weak spot. Boss, you just rest beside me. This kind of rough work is better left to me. The dear fairy immediately spoke, casually waving her hand. The spot where the stone sculpture used to be erupted in a spray of earthy yellow. In less than 3 seconds. A golden token was exposed before everyone, but as soon as the token touched the air, in just a few seconds, it changed from its original golden color to an antique bronze color. It's real. Huli's pupils instantly brightened. This was another opportunity for a leap in strength. With his knowledge of the Earth Nation from his previous life, along with this team setup, he was confident he could clear the instance within 20 hours. By then, he could catch up to the end of the beginner period and the regional exotic beast refresh. The token instantly fell into Dear Fairy's hands. She played with it in her hands, not giving Huli any hint. Is this the key to open the instance? It also depends on who holds it. Huli spoke from the side. Some people holding it would be no different from holding a piece of scrap iron. It might even expose their secret of having 9 respects. The Dear Fairy, upon hearing about her talent, wasn't surprised. She looked at Huli while already placing the token into her bag. Scrap iron can be useful too. At worst, I'll study it slowly. I heard that some people have the talent to strip others of their talents, if he finds out who has an SSS-level talent. Daddy! The Dear Fairy immediately bowed and offered the token to Huli with both hands. I was wrong. Good girl. Taking advantage of this girl, Huli didn't feel the slightest mental burden. He casually took the token, his fingers gliding over its patterns, and without hesitation, he sliced his fingertip with the ancient knife, letting a drop of blood fall onto the token. Ding! Accompanied by a crisp sound, the ancestral hall began to shake violently. Area announcement: congratulations to survivor Huli for opening S-level instance Earth Nation. Hint: this instance requires 5 people to enter simultaneously. Please choose your teammates carefully. Really 5? In an instant, the Dear Fairy and Wei Shu both looked at Huli, their eyes filled with suspicion. Knowing where the instance is, knowing how to unlock it, and knowing the specific number of people to enter. Is it really such a coincidence? Or did they know even before the disaster arrived? He already knew everything. Huli quickly selected the 4 people next to him, and a confirmation prompt popped up before each of them. Do you confirm to join Survivor Huli's team and enter the instance? Yes. The 4 confirmed one after another. With a flash of golden light, everything vanished, including the No Shanghai country at the foot of Mount Li and the 9 venomous serpents. Splash! Accompanied by 5 muffled sounds. The 5 fell into the liquid at the same time. Just as Luciana was trying to transform into the water element form, an ancient blade had already stabbed towards her. Chapter 29, A-Level Main Quest, Audience. The ancient blade was extremely fast. Fast enough that Luciana had almost no time to react before the blade had penetrated her body. Of course, it only penetrated her body. At the moment the blade touched Luciana, Josuan passively triggered, forcibly changing her back from the water element to the gold element. The ancient blade could not harm her in the slightest. What are you doing? Wait. This is Mercury. Luciana initially shouted in anger. But before she could finish her words, she noticed that the water around her was not right. It was silver white and flawless, without a ripple, and there were no signs of life within it. Huli responded, confirming Luciana's guess. Sea of Mercury. This was the first challenge to enter the underground country. The mercury here would affect all survivors with a constitution lower than 20 within 3 seconds, causing them to fall into a negative state. Even if Luciana had Josuan, if she wasn't transformed into the gold element immediately, she would also be affected. His stab was meant to trigger Josuan's passive effect. Huli casually released the No Shanghai country and jumped up. Help, get everyone up here. Okay, Captain. Luciana waved her hand, and 3 streams of mercury lifted the remaining 3 people up. Even Xie Qinhuan, after undergoing beastification and receiving 10% of Huli's attributes, only had a stamina value of 18, let alone the other 2. The 2 lay on the deck of the No Shanghai country, while Luciana glanced around with a hint of envy in her eyes. This ship was indeed some sort of item, otherwise, it wouldn't be carried by him. And who knows what kind of luck this guy had, getting all the good things for himself. What are you looking at me for? Huli pointed at the 3 lying on the deck. Hurry up and get the mercury they swallowed out. With just the 2 of us, we can't pass the subsequent instance. This sentence was actually meant to deceive Luciana. From his understanding of this instance, bringing Xie Qinhuan was enough to get through. It just might take a bit longer. Originally, he had planned to casually find 3 people who didn't want to live to enter the instance, and have the Sea of Mercury eliminate them. With his agility, it would be enough to save just 1 person. But who knew he would run into Luciana, so he naturally chose a faster plan. Got it. Luciana replied, and 3 thin columns of mercury drilled out from the bodies of the 3. Then she leaned next to Huli, looking curious. Captain, from the way you speak, it seems you know exactly what's in here? Not quite clear. Huli said this while looking at the shadow, just like I still don't know what my teammate actually looks like. Speaking of which, Lu Xiener's appearance was one of the top 10 mysteries of her previous life. Every time Lu Xiener appeared, she used a layer of shadow made of dark attributes to wrap herself, never revealing her true face. Some said that Lu Xiener was as beautiful as a fairy, fearing the envy, jealousy, and obsession her beauty might cause, which is why she didn't show her face. Others said that Lu Xiener was extremely ugly, and not showing up is to avoid scaring everyone. Typically, it would take less than 3 days for the latter to become the former, wildly promoting the beauty of Lu Xiener in the regional channels. Almost once a day, just like clocking in for work. As for whether there was a threat anyway, the person involved said there wasn't. The only one. That is, Huli. As Lu Xiener's #1 hater, he has kept up his daily black score ever since being thrown into the dungeon. Though he is a hater, he actually wants to see Lu Xiener's true appearance. Want to see it? Lu Xiener, with a puzzled expression, tilted her head back and said, "No. I didn't bring any eye drops either, seeing might not do any good." You. While the two were bickering, the 3 others slowly woke up one after another. Xie Qingwan moved down to Huli's side, while Wei Shu tightly held onto Wei Xiaoqing's hand, looking around at the surroundings. As all 5 entered a state of consciousness, a prompt echoed. Ding. Welcome to S-Class Instance Earth Country, please, please. A cold, mechanical voice came through, interrupted by some glitches. Before anyone could understand what was happening, a heavy, ancient voice suddenly exploded around them. Those who come, bow down. Why do you not kneel? As those 4 words fell, the 5 people above the No Shanghai country showed no reaction at all. Instead, they looked around as if searching for the source of the voice. Huli raised an eyebrow. If he remembered correctly, these 8 words were aimed at those with an intelligence attribute no higher than 15. Anyone with lower points would be judged as surrender LV1 and kneel before the source of the voice. During the entire instance, all attribute values would be reduced by 5%, which was not a small debuff. But now, none of the 5 were kneeling. It seemed that No Shanghai country had shielded this judgment. That made things much easier. Heh, quite stubborn. The ancient voice rang out again. I am waiting for you all to come to your death. Don't keep me waiting too long. Ding. Congratulations survivors team triggering A-Class mainline mission, audience. A-Class mainline mission, audience. Mission description, your arrival has offended the Emperor's Majesty, please enter Earth Country quickly. Mission time, 59 minutes 59 seconds. Mission reward, cumulative calculation. Mission failure, annihilation. The glaring 2 words, accompanied by the system prompt, flashed into everyone's eyes. Except for Huli and Xie Qingwan, the other 3 couldn't help but frown. Annihilation. The weight of those 2 words goes without saying. Look, we're now all in the same boat. Huli smiled at the others, showing no signs of anxiety at all. But the remaining 3, even Lu Xiener, had no mood to talk to him at this moment. Because in front of them on the Mercury Sea, a series of bubbles was rising. Something seemed to be trying to drill up from under the mercury. Look up. Huli uttered those 2 words, as a light blue flame had already gathered in his palm. Boom! As everyone raised their heads in response, a fireball had already been thrown out. In the sky above the Mercury Sea, a shower of deep blue rain began to fall. The faint firelight reflected off the mercury, mixing with the light and flame effects, casting the entire Mercury Sea in a pale blue glow. Under that pale blue, pairs of ghostly green pupils suddenly lit up. Then they dove towards them. Be careful! Wei Xiaoqing exclaimed at that moment, tightly gripping Wei Shu's arm. Those are strange beasts? Correct. Huli chuckled lightly, no longer using the fireball, but instead holding the black gold ancient sword at an angle. F-grade strange beast silver bat. Kill 1, gain a bit of experience, earn some points. How much you can gain depends entirely on you. Experience. Upon hearing those 2 words, both Lu Xiener and Wei Shu's eyes lit up. Those who can achieve great things in the future naturally knew how rare this opportunity was. Lu Xiener even waved her sleeve directly, throwing a sea of fire. Captain, you take a break, this kind of heavy lifting is what we are good at. Huli held the ancient sword, smiling without speaking. If it was only F-grade strange beasts that simple. Can this still be called an S-level dungeon? Chapter 30 Captain, please feel free to command Xiener. Beside them, Xie Qingwan immediately transformed into a black panther. She leaped into the air and landed on the top of the ship, barely reaching the silver bats floating above the Mercury Sea. Wei Shu saw this and quickly grabbed Wei Xiaoqing to move. Experience and points, these are the foundations of their existence. According to Huli's earlier statement, all the gains from entering the dungeon had to go to him. Even if the points could be exchanged for items or traded directly to him, he couldn't take away experience, right? Only this thing was the only benefit they could take away. Xiaoqing. Wei Shaoqing obediently replied and turned to Huli, "Brother Huli, is there anything?" Catch! Huli tossed the black gold ancient sword in his hand over, and Wei Shaoqing immediately caught it with both hands. The sword, as tall as she was, looked a bit funny in her hands, but she still strained to hold it, barely able to rest it on her shoulder. "Brother Huli, what is this for?" "Consider it a loan from you." Huli chuckled in response. Then, Wei Shaoqing looked up at Wei Shu, "Brother Huli, can I lend it to others? Since it's borrowed from you, as long as you don't lose it, you can do whatever you want." "Got it. Thank you, Brother Huli. Go on." Wei Shu didn't know Huli's intention but immediately took Wei Shaoqing on board. Both of their attacking methods were limited, so they could only learn from Xie Qingwan's way to catch some silver bats on the ship's top to kill. Wei Shaoqing unhesitatingly handed the ancient sword to Wei Shu, who hesitated for a moment but still took the long sword and began to kill the silver bats. After killing 10, he leveled up, and he lifted Wei Shaoqing up for her to kill, repeating this process. Dear Siener saw this and also used wind attributes to push some silver bats over, making it easier for the people at the front of the ship to kill the bats. This was a kind gesture towards the three of them. After all, having strong teammates could ensure a better completion of the dungeon. As for Huli, after that recent indestructible fireball deprivation version fell without triggering any deprivation effect, he lost interest in killing silver bats. So, he threw the black gold ancient sword to Wei Shu to help him rack up kill counts. Just right. He had something more important to do. Huli stood at the front of the ship, staring closely at the bubbles beneath the Mercury Sea, as if trying to discern something. The so-called Earth country actually referred to the tomb of the first emperor. The first emperor built a galaxy with Mercury in his tomb and carved the constellations of the zodiac above, combining both to create the dome of the Earth country. In fact, over time, sunrises and moonsets would also appear. This was just the dome of the Earth country. Under the dome was the imperial capital, where true luxury lay. There were many ways to enter the imperial capital. Just the three options provided in the Earth country strategy were choices made by most survivors farming the Earth country dungeon. One was to kill 10,000 silver bats within an hour, which would attract a D-level exotic beast Silver Bat King. Successfully killing the king would allow them to obtain 2 of its eyeballs, which could be used to open the door to the imperial capital. After entering, they would appear outside the door of the imperial capital. The second option was to find the emperor's eyes coffins representing the sun or moon in the Mercury Sea. After the emperor died, he split his pair of eyes into 2, placing them in a golden coffin and a jade coffin, allowing them to float on the Mercury Sea. The golden coffin represents the sun. Whenever the sun shines brightly outside Lishan, the golden coffin emits a dazzling light, making it look like looking up to the sun from the Earth country. The jade coffin represents the moon. When the bright moon shines outside Lishan, the jade coffin also shines down moonlight like the bright moon. The two combined, representing the heavenly mandate and the authority to patrol on behalf of heaven. Only the first emperor could have such ambition and make such arrangements. If one could find just one of them, they could directly ride in a golden or jade coffin to the tomb of the first emperor. The third method is more complicated. It is said that this Sea of Mercury itself is a grand array. As long as one can find the control point of the array, not only can they enter the imperial capital, they might even cover the sun and moon above the dome. At the end of the instance, it could weaken the tomb guardian by 30%. Under normal circumstances, the entrance to the Sea of Mercury appears at random, and the position of the control point also shifts randomly, making it as difficult as climbing to the sky to find it. But for Huli, the difficulty isn't too high. With the activation of the Eye of True Sight, the essence of the Sea of Mercury became clear before his eyes. He remembered that every time he entered the instance, Lu Yuner used this method to find the control point. Out of 10 tries, she could succeed about 6 times. It was quite dependent on luck. Unfortunately, this time, luck did not seem to be very good. Huli scanned all the places in sight with the Eye of True Sight, but he couldn't spot anything resembling the control point. However, he unexpectedly discovered a surprise. 2 coffin shadows were reflected in the center of the Sea of Mercury, one on the left, one on the right, arranged symmetrical front and back. Hidden task: sun and moon in the same sky. The golden coffin and jade coffin that symbolized the sun and the moon appeared simultaneously at the center of the Sea of Mercury, arranged in a pattern resembling yin-yang fish. It is said that such a sight might appear only once out of 1,000 instances. As long as both the golden coffin and the jade coffin can be taken to retrieve the hidden first emperor's eyes, the task can be successfully triggered. The cost will be a 20% attribute increase for all living beings in the empire, but once it is successfully completed, the golden eye and the jade eye would transform into 2 S-grade items. He wouldn't miss such an opportunity. Attributes. As long as the opponent's attributes are high, he could also enjoy the spoils. If necessary, he could clear the instance a bit later. These 2 items still had to be taken. All aboard, steady yourselves. Huli uttered and willed it, directly increasing the speed of No Sea National to the maximum. Everyone on the boat staggered but managed to steady themselves. Wei Shu was first taken aback, then he ignored this, deeply immersed in killing bats. Lu Xianer simply stopped, walked to Hu Li's side. In such a hurry? Have you found a way to enter the underworld? Almost. Hu Li glanced at the shadow beside him. Reached level 5? The experience gained from killing silver bats is fixed at just a little bit. From level 1 to 2 the experience needed is 10 points, 2 to 3 is 100 points, 3 to 4 is 500 points, and from 4 to 5 is 1000 points. Once reaching level 5, the experience needed for leveling up skyrockets to a terrifying 5000 points. At such a high level of experience, even with Lu Xianer's killing efficiency, the silver bats in this cave wouldn't be enough. It's better to take a rest. Lu Xianer didn't hide it, but stood firm in front of Hu Li. Captain, feel free to give orders. First, level up your constitution to above 30, and arrange the remaining attribute points as you see fit. As Hu Li said this, he turned to look back. You all too, quickly level up to 5. As soon as these words came out, Wei Shu couldn't help but frown. With the speed of him and Wei Shaoqing, trying to kill more than 1,000 silver bats within an hour was clearly a pipe dream. Master. Xia Jingwan couldn't help but speak up. I seem unable to kill that many. Hey! What are you saying? What kind of talk is this? Lu Xianer stepped forward, hands on her hips. We are all teammates, saying this kind of thing is just looking down on me, right? As soon as she finished speaking, before anyone could respond, Lu Xianer casually made a gesture, and suddenly, a fierce wind howled across the entire Sea of Mercury. A tornado formed instantly. No sea national stood unwavering in the center of that tornado. But the surrounding silver bats were pulled in and swept into the whirlwind. The size of the tornado shrank rapidly, and in just a few seconds, hundreds of silver bats were squeezed into a small gust of wind. Given the strength of this gust, let alone killing them. Just insert the black gold ancient knife into the swirling wind, and as the wind spins, it can easily slaughter these silver bats. Come on, come on. Who's first? Don't rush, there are more behind. As he spoke, another tornado began to gather. This guy, does he have no cooldown on his skills? Hu Li watched the scene, his right hand couldn't help but itch. If only I could use 9 lords plus deprive. God knows how much I've increased my attribute points in a day. Chapter 31, D-level talent, Silver Bat King Wings. Of course, that can only be a thought. Instead of making enemies with 9 lords and Dear Immortal, it's better to find other elemental talents. Assembling a patchwork 9 lords could achieve a similar effect. Maybe those talents, combined with boundless and other traits, will achieve even greater results than a pure 9 lords. The crowd began to level up, and Hu Li was no exception. One S-level talent Eternal Fireball after another was thrown out, and in less than 5 minutes, he killed over 1,000 silver bats at the cost of 10 fireballs. He leveled up to level 5. With the previous 2 attribute points gained from leveling to level 2, he had a total of 40 free attribute points to assign quickly. Survivor, Hu Li. Survival level, 5. Distance to next level up, 0/5000. Physique, 50, C. Strength, 50, C. Intelligence, 40, D+. Agility, 30, D. Mastered talents, Bestow, SSS, Deprive, SSS, True Sight, SSS, Black Gold Ancient Knife, S, Eternal Fireball, S. Hu Li's attributes increased, and Xie Jingwan's attributes also increased significantly. The strength of both of their attributes remained overwhelmingly strong. Wei Shu and Wei Shaoqing quickly accumulated experience with the help of Dear Immortal, leveling up to 5 in less than 10 minutes. Everything was ready. The No Sea country was also getting close to the center of the Mercury Sea. Not only Hu Li, but even Wei Shaoqing, who had Gaze of Destiny, couldn't help but frown. She pointed with her hand to the 2 hazy black shadows in the distance. Brother Hu Li, there seems to be something ahead. That's our target this time. Hu Li said, looking at the others, asking them, check your scores, how many silver bats have you each killed? 1,800. 1,700. 1,800. 3,000. Hu Li turned his gaze towards Dear Immortal, who had reported the last count, with a somewhat playful expression. What's the matter? Dear Immortal placed her hands on her hips, questioning, I'm responsible for drawing aggro. What's wrong with killing more during the process? It didn't delay your business. No problem, I just hope that you can hold aggro steadily later. Ha? A string of question marks popped up on Dear Immortal's head, her eyes flashing with a look of surprise. Aggro? Hold steadily? What does that mean? Hu Li calculated for a moment, including the over 1,600 he killed himself, he was just a fireball away from luring out the D-level beast, Silver Bat King. Exactly. Let's try a cool operation. The difficulty of the hidden task was that the whole team must split into 2 teams, one team rides the golden coffin, and the other rides the jade coffin to enter the Empire. At that time, lacking tacit understanding, they would still have to cooperate to pass. But if they kill the Silver Bat King while starting the hidden task, perhaps they can exploit a bug, allowing the team to enter through the front gate of the Imperial Palace with both Golden Eye and Jade Eye. The difficulty of such a quest would be much lower. It's this Silver Bat King. If I remember correctly, in the previous phase, whoever killed the most silver bats would be chased by him. Others might worry about Huli, but he had no worries at all about that old fox, dear dog. We have arrived. Huli breathed out 2 words. The No Sea country had reached the center of the Mercury Sea, with the golden coffin on the left and the jade coffin on the right. Wei Shu, you come with me on the left, dear immortal, you take Xie Qingwan and Xiaoqing to the right. I won't. Wei Shu immediately spoke up, his face full of defiance. He held Wei Xiaoqing's hand tightly. I can't be separated from Xiaoqing. Huli didn't intend to separate Wei Shu and Wei Xiaoqing. Although boarding the ship doesn't divide by gender, to take away the golden and jade eyes, it must ensure the harmony of yin and yang on the ship and maintain purity, otherwise, it's impossible to take away. Suit yourself. Huli calmly uttered, if you don't want to part ways, that's fine. I'll help you with a little operation, and from now on she can call you sister. After saying that, he had already drawn the black gold ancient knife and beckoned to Wei Shu, come here, I promise to make the cut quick, so you and your second brother won't suffer. The look of defiance on Wei Shu's face instantly froze. Luckily, Wei Xiaoqing swiftly pulled her hand away from him. Brother, you go with brother Huli, sister Lu and sister Xia will take good care of me. Wei Shu looked up at Lu Xianair. Compared to Huli, he still trusted Lu Xianair more. Fine. Wei Shu had no choice but to agree. Once on the boat, check the team channel, don't touch anything, wait for my command. Let's go. Huli stepped on the side of the boat, leaping directly onto the golden ship. Wei Shu followed closely behind. As his physical condition improved, he could easily mimic Huli's movements, jumping from the No Shanghai Nation onto the golden coffin. On the golden coffin, layer upon layer of patterns emerged, appearing extremely luxurious. Each carved pattern is less than 1/5 the thickness of a hair, looking densely packed, but when touched, it's as smooth as a mirror. Huli turned his head to look at the people on the No Shanghai Nation, who had also landed on the jade coffin. He opened the team chat channel. Huli, open the coffin, don't worry, there's no danger inside, only a jade box that holds a pearl. Don't rashly touch it. Lu Xianair understood. Though she said that, Lu Xianair didn't rush to open the coffin but glanced at the 2 people on the golden coffin with her peripheral vision. This guy is still as cautious as ever. That's not necessarily a bad thing. Huli gave Wei Shu behind him a look, then lifted the golden coffin. Just as he had said. There was no danger inside the coffin. The only difference from the jade coffin was that what held the pearl inside was a golden box instead of a jade one. Immediately afterward, the jade coffin also opened. Huli, do you see the jade box and the pearl? Lu Xianair, I see it, what do we do next? Huli, kill the strange beast. As soon as he finished speaking, a deep blue fireball shot out from the golden coffin, heading straight for the sky. The firelight blossomed. Again, over 100 silver bats perished. Immediately after, a prompt rang in everyone's ears. Ding! Detected that your team has successfully killed 10,000 silver bats, attracting the wrath of D-level strange beast Silver Bat King. A shadow instantly swooped down from above everyone's heads. The Mercury Sea was stirred up in waves, and on the surface of the sea, both the golden coffin and jade coffin swayed unsteadily. What's going on? Lu Xianair shouted from afar, Captain. Are you kidding me? Don't worry, it's no big deal, just a D-level. Huli spoke at that moment, looking at Wei Shu beside him, stay here, come to get me if necessary. All right. Lu Xianair, the wind is coming. Just as he finished speaking. In the brief gap while Huli was talking, that silver light had already rushed up to the jade coffin. Lu Xianair originally wanted to use wind elements to push this thing away, but hearing Huli's voice, she hesitated for a moment and chose to trust him. Ding! Under the influence of the 9 Supremes, you gain buff, Wind Control LV1. Huli rode the wind, taking 3 steps in midair and arriving behind the silver bat, activating the true side-eye deprivation version, and with a stroke of his knife, he slashed. Ding! The knife had not yet fallen. A prompt rang in his ear first. Deprivation successful, D-level talent Silver Bat King's wing. Ha! What's this? Just as the black gold ancient knife was about to strike down, an itch spread across his back. Chapter 32, Ascending the Steps. With Huli's sea-level power enhancement, the black gold ancient knife easily broke through the Silver Bat King's back, piercing its spine while slicing it in half. The body of the Silver Bat King fell into the jade coffin, while Huli stood in midair holding the knife, looking down at the people inside the jade coffin and that body. On the Mercury Sea, the glaring silver light still reflected, but the source of the silver light had become Huli's back. A pair of silver bat wings, spanning nearly 2 meters long, unfurled. A slight tremor can make Huli float in the air. Ding! Congratulations survivor Huli for slaying D-level monster Silver Bat King, experience plus 100, points plus 1000. Huli ignored the notification and turned to look behind him, a bitter smile appearing on his face. So it's really this thing. Ever since the last time he was deprived of S-level talent transforming blood into dragon, he had an inkling of a guess. SSS-level talent deprivation, aside from being able to strip survivors of their talents, can also deprive monsters of their talents. Although most of those talents are aimed at monsters, there are some that can be used by humans. Just like the bat wings behind him now. But due to the difference in systems, some talents that only certain survivors can have cannot be combined with these monster talents through bestowal. However, there should be no such restriction between the talents of the beast race. Huli's pupils brightened instantly. In other words, he could completely combine S-level talent transforming blood into dragon with D-level talent Silver Bat King wings. He could even bestow the combined talent back to those 9 dragon blood flood serpents. No rush. Let's talk once we enter the underground palace. Eye extraction. Huli looked at Dear Fairy in the jade coffin. Throw one to me. Okay, right away. Dear Fairy hesitated for a moment, then immediately responded. If before it was just a guess, she could now confirm it 100%. The dog thing he mentioned that could deprive others of their talents is himself. Otherwise, how could these silver bat wings appear? No way. Absolutely no way. After leaving the instance, keep as far away from him as possible. The further away, the better. She thought this in her heart, but her hands did not stop, forming a dagger that gouged the eye of the Silver Bat King. 2 eyeballs, as if crafted from pure silver, were as luxurious as jewels, each the size of Dear Fairy's palm. Here you go. Dear Fairy casually tossed one of the eyeballs up while she held onto one. Huli caught it casually and flew back into the golden coffin. As he landed in the golden coffin, the silver wings were also absorbed into his body, transforming into 2 tattoos that spread from his shoulder blades down to his lower back. Huli, prepare, everyone hold hands, listen for 3 gold sounds, and crush the silver eye when taking the eye from the box. The message was sent out, and Huli held the ancient knife in his right hand, striking the golden coffin with the back of the knife. At the same time, his left hand reached for the golden box, ready to grab the golden eye. Wei Shu held the silver eye in his left hand and Huli's left wrist with his right hand, not daring to apply any force. Inside the jade coffin, the actions of the 3 were nearly identical. Buzz. The 3rd gold sound rang out. Huli reached to grab the golden eye, and Wei Shu immediately crushed the silver eye in hand. In an instant, the 2 silver eyes transformed into 7 strands of silver light, 5 strands falling on the crowd, forming a flowing silver light, while 2 struck the Mercury Sea, creating a whirlpool. The golden coffin and jade coffin beneath everyone's feet seemed to be pulled by something, straining against the whirlpool, trying to sail away. Huli felt a surge of joy. It worked. Indeed, both ways to clear the game could be triggered simultaneously. If it weren't for this whirlpool, the golden coffin and jade coffin would have already shot towards the depths of the underground land like arrows. Huli grabbed Wei Shu, stepped onto the edge of the golden coffin, and jumped towards the whirlpool. Jump! With that single word, he and Wei Shu had jumped into the Mercury Sea, their figures disappearing. Brother! Wei Xiaoqing exclaimed in surprise. Before she could move, Xia Qinwan had already jumped down first. Dog thing, couldn't you say something in advance? Dear Fairy complained but still pulled Wei Xiaoqing down from the jade coffin. The 5 disappeared. The Mercury Sea instantly returned to calm. The golden coffin and jade coffin turned into 2 streams of light, rushing towards the edge of the Mercury Sea, disappearing without a trace. Outside the Imperial Palace. Huli slowly stood up, raising his head to look ahead. The black walls and golden tiles, cold and silent. For the first time in over 2,000 years, the Imperial Palace felt the gaze of a living person. The palace gate was half open, and just the crack revealed a glimpse of the luxurious scenery inside. Thousands of steps, countless soldiers standing, their bronze armor still gleaming with dazzling gold light. Above, 12 golden statues, each 9 meters tall, stood on either side of the palace, and deeper inside, 9 towering black shadows could be vaguely seen. Like the reflection of a tripod. Behind the 9 tripods stood the Imperial Palace. As the first emperor, even in death, he must sit atop that temple, overlooking the countless souls of the underworld. Ding! A clear sound drew Huli's attention back. Lu Xian'er and others also appeared outside the Imperial City, and a task prompt popped up in front of everyone. Congratulations Survivor Team for triggering S-Class Hidden Mission, Sun and Moon in the Same Sky. S-Class Hidden Mission, Sun and Moon in the Same Sky. Mission description: you took something that belonged to a certain being, causing its immense anger. In the Imperial City, all hostile beings have their attributes increased by 20%. Mission time, unlimited. Mission rewards, S-Class item Golden Eyes, S-Class item Jade Eyes. Mission failure, erasure of team members holding Golden Eyes or Jade Eyes. Note, either leave the item behind or leave yourselves behind. Congratulations, Survivor Team has completed A-Class main mission, audience, reward stacking. Main mission refreshed. A-Class main mission, ascend the steps. Mission description, to see the Emperor, first defeat his soldiers. Mission time, 59 minutes 59 seconds. Mission rewards, accumulated calculation. Mission failure, erasure. One main mission, one hidden mission, all refreshed and completed. A smile curved at the corner of Huli's mouth. If this was just triggering a hidden mission, they could skip the ascend the steps right before them, then break the formation, challenge the throne, and directly reach the annihilation of the Emperor. At that time, it wouldn't be as simple as dealing with the revival of the first Emperor. All beings in the entire Imperial Palace would be summoned. If they entered through the palace gate, step by step overcoming and killing, it would obviously be much simpler. Moreover, the accumulated rewards from the main mission would also be a significant gain. They couldn't just let it go, could they? Hiss. Lu Xiener couldn't help but gasp. She frowned, looking at the 1,000 steps. I say, Captain, the people on those steps look numerous, plus the 20% attribute increase, can we really beat them? Beside her, Wei Xiaoqing also frowned. From her talent's perspective, the danger level radiating from inside far exceeded when the Silver Bat King lunged at them. She quickly ducked behind Wei Shu, poking her head out to look at Huli. We can't win. Huli shook his head with a smile. What? Lu Xiener was stunned. Huli casually waved his hand, and 9 D-class exotic beasts, Dragon Blood Krite, instantly appeared in front of him. But for them, they might not be full enough. Chapter 33, Am I Not Snatching It? In an instant, Lu Xiener sprang back like she had a spring inside her, directly bouncing behind Huli. Upon seeing the 9 Krites, she even forgot that this person in front of her had the ability to deprive others of their talents, consumed by fear instead. You, how did you bring these guys in? Did you think we could break through the S-Class dungeon just by ourselves? This is our trump card. As Huli spoke, he raised his hand, and the 9 Krites immediately surrounded him. Lu Xiener quickly changed her spot, squeezing behind Wei Xiaoqing, crouching down, eager to hide her clothes. But even so, she couldn't help but peek, looking towards Huli and the 9 Krites. So inexperienced yet so eager to play. Huli sharply commented. If it were any other time, perhaps Lu Xiener would argue back, but right now, she didn't dare to say a word more. Huli concentrated his thoughts, attempting to empower the Deprivation, True Sight, Indomitable Fireball, and Black Gold Ancient Sword onto the Silver Bat King's wing. But it ultimately ended in failure. In the end, only 2 traits were successfully bestowed. D-level talent Silver Bat King Wings plus trait Endless equals C-level talent Silver Bat Emperor Wings. C-level talent Silver Bat Emperor Wings plus S-level talent Turning Blood into Dragon equals B-level talent Dragon Bat Emperor Wings. Talent, Dragon Bat Emperor Wings. Level, B. Experience, 0/10,000. Effect, after unfolding, it grants the ability to fly, with speed determined by agility. For every kilometer flown, 1 point of experience is accumulated. True Sight Eye Hidden Effect, suppresses all bat-like creatures, reducing all their attribute values by 50% when unfolded. Note, the Bat Emperor's back wings infused with dragon blood may undergo unexpected evolution as the dragon blood grows. Got it. Huli suppressed the urge to show off in front of people and did not directly summon the evolved Dragon Bat Emperor Wings to check the effect. After all, too much had already been exposed, and he still needed to bestow the Dragon Bat Emperor Wings to these 9 little guys. If he showed it now, others might guess something later on. He raised his left hand and gently stroked the heads of the 9 serpents, bestowing the new talent he had acquired upon them. Immediately, the 9 serpents sprouted wings. A pair of red gold wings burst forth from the front third of their bodies. After Huli's 2 bestowals, these wings looked nothing like bat wings anymore. Apart from the outline, they were completely different. Originally composed of bones and membranes, the wings were now filled with flesh and blood, covered in a layer of fine red gold scales. Instead of looking like something foreign, they appeared as if they had always existed, just never unfolded before. Unfortunately, this was just a boost from a B-level talent and did not bring any actual attribute enhancement. If he could add some attributes to these 9 dragon blood serpents, they might directly reach C-level. Yes, C-level. After a whole night of continuous devouring, the dragon blood serpents with the SSS-level talent Sky Eater had already evolved to the strength of D-level exotic beasts. It's just that the dragon energy absorbed wasn't enough, otherwise they would have already become D-level dragon serpents. Though there's only a slight difference in words, the essence is fundamentally different. Perfect. Huli looked at the 9 little guys before him, and with a thought, they immediately swam toward the palace gates. The 9 serpentine heads united to push open the palace gates, revealing the full view of the imperial palace to everyone. 1,000 layers of stone steps lay before them, each step about 20 centimeters high, yet extending a full 9 meters long. On each of the 9-meter steps stood 5 golden armored soldiers with spears ready. 1,000 steps means 5,000 armored soldiers. Without Huli even saying a word, the 9 serpents lunged forward as if they hadn't eaten for hundreds of years. These 9 D-level dragon blood serpents, possessing flying abilities and able to spit dragon flames, were a complete one-sided crush against the 5 D-level armored soldiers who could only stand on the steps and pierce with their spears. It was sheer domination. There was no need for dragon flames, just a single sweep of their tails in the air sent those armored soldiers tumbling, falling onto the long steps without any ability to fight back. Next came a bite. The dragon blood serpents swallowed those armored soldiers whole, transforming them into the source of strength to continue the slaughter. The most unfortunate golden armored soldiers, once killed instantly, would dissolve into a white mist. As for the others, naturally, they reserved their strength and stood at the back to watch the battle. Yes, killing golden armored soldiers could yield some experience to strengthen oneself, but ultimately only a mere 100 experience. Killing 50 would level up, gaining 10 attribute points. But once they participated in the battle, it would disrupt the 9 serpents' control over the battlefield, creating a situation where 1 + 1 less than 2. Not only would it waste time, but it could also lead to unnecessary damage. Experience. There are always ways to earn it, preserving their own lives is more important. As for points, there were other ways to earn them. Huli stood at the back. Opening the True Vision Eye, deprivation version, the information of the armored soldiers immediately appeared before me. Species, Golden Armored Zombie Soldier. Level, D. Health, 42, D+. Strength, 31, D. Intelligence, 19, F. Agility, 21, E. Talent, none. Skills, Spear Thrust, E. Bloodbath, D. Note, the Tomb Guard in bronze armor holds absolute loyalty to the First Emperor. Ding. Agility +1. It worked. The True Vision Eye, deprivation version has a 24-hour cooldown for each individual, but for different individuals, it can trigger instantly. 5,000 golden armors. If everyone could take away a little attribute value, that would be 5,000 attribute points. Unfortunately, this is ultimately in the most ideal situation. Huli glanced over the golden armored zombies in front of him, not many stats increased on them, but quite a few golden armor parts and spears appeared at his feet. Seeing the strange looks from those around, Huli didn't want to reveal his talent for deprivation, so he shamelessly shouted. "What are you looking at? Never seen Magneto's skills?" The crowd said nothing but turned their heads in tacit agreement. They couldn't fight back, so of course, whatever he said was true. Except for Wei Xiaoqing. She just raised her hands to clap, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Brother Huli is so great. Good. Huli raised his hand and ruffled Wei Xiaoqing's hair, piecing together a complete set of golden armor and handing it to her. "Here, wear it." "Thank you, Brother Huli." After looking for Wei Shu's approval with her eyes, Wei Xiaoqing put on the golden armor. After dropping as an item, the golden armor would change size according to the wearer's body. Now that Wei Xiaoqing had D-grade armor wrapping her, she had a bit of life-saving capital. Seeing Xie Qingwan's envious and jealous but silent gaze beside her, Huli made another set of golden armor for her. Lu Xianger beside her looked greedy. She glanced at the 9 serpentine dragons fighting up the stairs and still didn't dare to enter the battlefield. After all, a set of D-grade armor was the strongest defensive equipment at this stage. Having one for survival is a good thing. Friendship price, 3,000 points for a set. Huli held the third set of golden armor and smiled brightly at Lu Xianger. "Boss Lu, take care of the business?" 3,000 was just the total points she earned from killing the silver bat. Lu Xianger couldn't help but grit her teeth. "Why don't you go rob it?" "Look at how you say that." Huli still kept smiling. "Aren't I robbing it right now?" 3,000 points is nothing compared to my own life. Clearly, my life is more important. After leaving the dungeon, a set of D-grade armor is still quite strong at this stage. Lu Xianger gritted her teeth and still traded the points to Huli through the marketplace. "Thank you for your care, boss." Huli casually threw a set of golden armor over and then tossed the fourth set to Wei Shu. "Thanks." "Hey! Don't rush to thank me." Huli forcibly interrupted her, handing over a spear as well. "Consider it borrowing, it needs to be returned." Wei Shu smiled wryly and nodded. "Understood, still need to thank the captain." "Sentimental." Huli spat out a phrase, casually picking up the things at his feet and throwing them all into the marketplace. After all, these are D-grade weapons and D-grade armors. Although only 5 people could open the marketplace now, there would eventually be newcomers. To those newcomers, a D-grade weapon or armor would be like a divine artifact. As for the price, It's considered cheap. Weapons at 3,000 points, the main armor at 3,000 points, and each piece of skirt armor, shoulder guard, arm guard, leg guard, and helmet at 1,000 points each. A complete set of armor would cost at least 11,000 points. Compared to the 3,000 points sold to Lucianer, it really counts as a friendship price, who told her she only had 3,000. In less than 40 minutes, the soldiers on the 1,000-layer stairs were completely swept away. Even with Huli's quick eyes, he managed to sweep through 2,000 golden armored soldiers. The remaining 3,000 hadn't waited for him to trigger the True Vision Eye deprivation version before being swallowed by the little serpents. Once a tail swatted to death. Fortunately, among 2,000 soldiers, 3% provided him with 1 to 3 attribute points. That totals 125 attribute points. It's equivalent to a direct level up of 12. Once the attributes increased, all of his attribute values rose to C-, with stamina and strength only one step away from reaching C level. And this hasn't even passed the beginner stage. Huli now wants to slaughter the remaining exotic beasts in those other 8 provinces. Among the remaining 97%, more than half provided gold armor pieces or weapons, while a small portion offered some useless trinkets. If all these pieces were sold, they could at least provide him with 1,000,000 points. That's equivalent to single-handedly killing thousands of D-level exotic beasts. These attribute points and rewards can be said to be his biggest harvest from this instance. If it weren't for rushing out to grab the first kill, he could just stay here grinding for attributes, and after 49 days, he could reach SSS level in the first instance. Lunchtime ended, and the 9 serpents were already waiting on the steps. They looked somewhat anxious, as if something inside the Great Hall was attracting them. Let's go, we need to get to the next stage. Huli said while glancing at Lucianer, the next stage depends on both of us. If you keep slacking off, you might not pass. What do you mean slacking off? Lucianer argued confidently, lifting her chin to question. I want to make a move. Look, is there any chance for me to make a move? You've taken all the opportunities. Huli shrugged and said nothing, just walked up the steps. Xia Qingwan followed closely behind, followed by Wei Shu and Wei Xiaoqing, while Lucianer trailed behind Wei Xiaoqing. In her words, she was ensuring their safety, but she was actually fearing the 9 serpents ahead. Upon reaching the steps, Huli still used the Gaze of Truth deprivation version to scan over the 12 golden figures ahead. Species, 12 golden figures 1. Level, C. Stamina, 149, C+. Strength, 149, C+. Intelligence, 50, C. Agility, 50, C. Talent, none. Mastered skills, trample, C. Golden body, C. Remarks, golden figures forged from melting a large number of bronze weapons, each one weighing 1,000 stones. Ding. Strength +2. Hey. Huli's eyes immediately lit up. Can this be farmed too? Let's farm it first. As the Gaze of Truth deprivation version swept over the 12 golden figures, Huli found some metal weapons appearing before him, likely hidden during the casting of these golden figures. Nothing useful, they were all D-level standards. Huli simply hung them all in the shop. After the purification earlier, everyone saw this scene and didn't find it strange. However, just as they stepped on the last step, a crisp sound rang in their ears. Ding! Main quest refresh. A-level main quest, break the formation. Quest description, gather the soldiers of the world at Xianyang, melt their sharp arrows, forge them into 12 golden figures, each weighing 1,000 stones, line before the hall, to crush miscreants. Quest time, 59 minutes 59 seconds. Quest reward, cumulative calculation. Quest failure, erasure. Bang! At the same moment the main quest refreshed, the 12 golden figures shivered and started to move. They began to attack all living beings in the array indiscriminately. The 9 serpents kept swimming around, but against those golden figures weighing 1,000 stones, which is nearly 80 tons, they were completely helpless, only able to dodge continuously using their speed and flying advantage. This was no joke. C+ level strength, one kick could stomp the current stage serpents to death. Wei Shu, Xiaowan, protect Xiaoqing, stay away from the formation. Huli said as he rushed into the formation, while looking back at Lucianer, Lucianer, your chance is here. Got it. Lucianer helplessly replied, yet immediately urged her gold element ability, controlling the movements of those golden figures. But unfortunately, the strength and physique of these golden figures were just too strong. Even being controlled by 9 statues. Still, she could barely rely on her own will to take the corresponding actions. If only Lucianer had a slightly higher intelligence attribute, she could completely control these golden figures, and then there would be no danger in breaking the formation. Huli glanced behind him. As long as he gave her 1 boost, he could raise Lucianer's intelligence by 6 points or more, but it wasn't necessary. He had done this kind of thing hundreds of times, or at least dozens, and was already accustomed to it. With Lucianer assisting him, the success rate was close to 100%. Huli didn't even activate the Dragon Bat Emperor's wings behind him, he just quickly maneuvered among the 12 golden figures, using his golden pupils to strike different parts of those golden figures. Yongquan Point, Weizhong Point, Changxian Point, Yangguan Point, Mingmen Point, Zhongshu Point, Lingtai Point, Deju Point, Fingfu Point, Baihui Point, left and right temples. Corresponding to the soles, calves, tailbone, lower back, back heart, mid-back, upper back, top of the spine, back of the head, top center of the head, and both sides of the head. With the sound of metal clashing ringing out, the 12 golden figures shattered at once. Unfortunately, the shattering of these 12 golden figures didn't count as kills, it only counted as breaking the formation. So Huli didn't get any experience or points. Breaking the formation. Either one knows where the enemy's vital point is like Huli and touches it in the right way to break through directly. Or one must unleash sea-level or even higher killing power to slay these golden figures. At first, when strategies were being developed, everyone used the second method. After all, those who dared to challenge S-level instances couldn't possibly lack sea-level strength. But as more and more people entered the instance, the strategy for this instance gradually improved, and eventually, some keen individuals discovered that one could break the formation directly by striking specific parts of these golden figures with golden pupils. Only by breaking the formation in this way could the rating after clearing the instance reach S-level or above, and the rewards would be greater. In comparison, the rewards for slaying 12 sea-level beasts were simply not worth it. Right after the 12 golden figures shattered, the 9 small snakes even gave up on devouring the debris of those figures and charged directly toward the barrier leading to the next level, continuously banging their bodies and horns against the barrier. Seeing those 9 shadows in the next level, tears uncontrollably streamed from the corners of his mouth. Finally arrived. There is where his main purpose for this trip lies. Huli looked up towards the place where the 9 shadows were, his eyes full of anticipation. The 9 tripods of China. Chapter 35, Those who wish to offer their heads may serve in the box. You collected the gold of the 9 shepherds and cast the 9 tripods. All taste the offerings to heaven and Shen. Just a stone tablet inscribed with the name of the first emperor contains dragon energy. Could it be that within these 9 tripods of China, there isn't boundless dragon energy? Looking at the condition of these 9 little fellows, he guessed he wasn't wrong. However, he didn't rush to enter. Instead, he turned to look at Lu Xianer behind him with concern and asked, "How is it? Can you still hold on?" Lu Xianer was taken aback. Huli's sudden care clearly had ulterior motives. She instinctively took a step back, ready to turn and leave. What do you want?" "It's nothing, it's just that the next level might offer you even more opportunities." Right now, Lu Xianer wanted nothing more than to go back in time and take back the words she had said earlier. "What do you mean by not having a chance to attack?" Just the opportunity that just landed on her head almost exhausted her to death. Even with an SSS-level talent, there are still limitations when using it. With her barely D-level attributes, controlling 12 sea-level beasts at once was already the limit of limits. If it weren't for the fact that these 12 golden figures themselves moved slowly, she wouldn't have achieved such good results. Seeing Huli's serious expression, she feared that the effort required from her later would be even greater. What's wrong?" Before Lu Xianer could speak, Huli took the lead, saying, "Miss Lu, can't hold on any longer? Don't blame me for not giving you a chance." "I won't blame you." Lu Xianer hurriedly smiled and said, "Captain, you work harder, whoever talks too much is a dog." "All right then." Huli stretched out his right hand, "Give me the jade eye, you don't need to lift a finger for the next challenge." A warning bell rang loudly in Lu Xianer's heart. She had noticed something was wrong long ago. If the mission failed, those holding the golden eye and jade eye would be directly erased, but Huli still held the golden eye, obviously looking to gain something. Plus, he just used the golden eye to break the formation. The importance of the golden eye and jade eye was self-evident. Now he wanted to take away the jade eye. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. She wasn't Wei Shu or Wei Shaoqing and wasn't paying for her life. Why should she give it to him? How about letting it go? Lu Xianer forced herself to take a step forward. "Actually, I can hold on for a little longer. Breaking formations or whatever, no problem." Did someone just talk too much?" Huli asked with a light smile. Lu Xianer didn't hesitate. Wang. Although she knew this guy had no morals, Huli still found it a bit speechless. All right, I'll give you one more chance." Huli helplessly said, having to call the little snakes back and starting to clean up the fragments of the golden figure on the ground. Meanwhile, he also told everyone the precautions. "When we enter the range of the 9 tripods, as long as the stamina is above 30, you won't be affected by negative effects and can move freely. At the same time, the 9 tripods will activate a summoning skill. After 10 minutes, a randomly selected historical general will appear, with a comprehensive ability between B to a dash. After enhancing through a hidden task, the comprehensive ability will increase by 1 level, meaning at least B and at most A. During these 10 minutes, we can resonate through the 9 tripods. Each identification will weaken the opponent's combat power by 5%. This part is for me to handle. After weakening, the general's combat power will be around C+ to B+. If it's at B, considering all our powers, we can barely win. If it's at B-, we can get through easily. Wait. Lucienne frowned and asked, what if it's B+? Then it's all about luck. Huli helplessly smiled. A general projection with B+ power, which is a level before weakening, he had only encountered once while grinding in the Chinese version of the dungeon. The God of Death, Bai Qi. That time, 3 members of the team were killed, and he and Lu Yuner had to use an S-level item, the escape scroll, to leave the dungeon. Fight? With the current configuration, at most it was a 50-50 chance. In 5 seconds, Bai Qi could lift the lids of their heads. But most here were future top-tier individuals, luck wouldn't be that bad, right? Let me talk about how to deal with B-level encounters. The holder of the Jade Eye can protect 2 others within the range, immune to the opponent's hatred lock. Wei Shu, Xiao Chang, you 2 follow Lucienne. Lucienne will provide remote output, while I and Xiao Wan will do close combat output plus control, and the 9 little serpents will move within the battlefield, occasionally spewing dragon flames. Remember to give a buff at that time, Lucienne. Is everyone clear? Everyone nodded in succession. In a team of 5, only 3 could rely on output. Wei Shu and Wei Xiaoqing were like lazy bosses, just waiting quietly. Lucienne finally understood, she was played again. Even if the Jade Eye was not in her hands, Huli would probably force it upon her. Only she could act as the remote output role. If Huli took it away, he and Xie Changwan could do close combat output without worry, but the other 3 might just face total annihilation. Alright then, let's go. Huli stepped forward, making his way into the range of the 9 tripods. Buzz. The 9 tripods echoed, the buzzing sound instantly exploded in their ears. Detected that you are under the pressure of the 9 tripods, making a judgment. Stamina above 30, judgment successful. You will be immune to this pressure. Ding. Main quest refreshed. A-level main quest, ascend to the throne. Quest description, to claim the title of emperor, one must ask for the throne. Quest time, none. Quest reward, accumulated calculation. Quest failure, erasure. This is the only task among this chain of quests that has no time limit. The reason is simple. If one does not recognize the 9 tripod cauldrons within 10 minutes, and fails to name them, each missed name will summon the cauldrons 1 additional time. At most, everyone must face 9 B-level generals in succession, and if the previous one is not dealt with within 10 minutes, they might even face multiple generals simultaneously. Unless all 5 members of the team reach C+ level or above, no one would dare to intentionally summon boss to play. At the moment the task prompt sounded. Above the 9 tripod cauldrons, a mist of shimmering light suddenly appeared. After 10 minutes, projections of generals will emerge from this mist of light. Yuzhou-ding, Xingzhou-ding, Shuzhou-ding, Yangzhou-ding, Jingzhou-ding, Liangzhou-ding, Yangzhou-ding, Jizhou-ding, Yanzhou-ding. Huli immediately named each of the 9 cauldrons in order. With each name spoken, a humming sound echoed. After 9 times of humming, the mist of light noticeably dimmed. In an instant, those 9 small snakes burrowed into the 9 ancient cauldrons respectively. The bodies of the small snakes visibly swelled, even causing that mist of light to gradually fade. It can still be diminished. This is great news. Currently, only Huli barely reached C-level strength. If a B-level were to jump out from here, he would indeed have a headache for a while. If they could weaken it by another 5%, or even 10%, it would be much easier. A B-level spirit, C-level strength, after killing it, one still gains B-level rewards. The difference is obvious. Time passed second by second. 10 minutes, up. The light mass instantly solidified. A figure in white stepped out, holding a long halberd as he stepped forward. With a sharp gaze, he swept across the crowd and spoke softly. Those who wish to present their heads may serve themselves to the box. Chapter 36, Long slumber not awakened, ought to be bathed. Bai Qi. The God of Death Bai Qi. This guy is not a character wielding a scythe in some game, but a real god of death who has beheaded over 400,000 people. In terms of combat power, he might not compare to later figures like Xiang Yu or Lu Bu, but in terms of killing intent, he is truly unparalleled in history. How did they come across such a being? Even if it's just a projection, he is absolutely not something they can handle at their current level. Almost simultaneously, the few people present turned to look at Huli, hoping to know what to do next from him. Huff. Huli exhaled a breath of foul air, realizing there was no other way. Either they fight to the death, hoping to kill Bai Qi, or they die. With the jade pupil in hand, perhaps, there is still a chance. Huli immediately used True Side-Eye, Deprivation version, and sent it over. Bai Qi's panel instantly popped up before him. Name, Bai Qi. Level, A. Stamina, 700, B+. Strength, 680, B+. Intelligence, 630, B+. Agility, 560, B. Talent, SS-level talent domain of killing, SS-level talent master of soldiers. Mastered skills, Fong Tian, A. Chiding, A. Summon spirit, B. Remarks, 420,000 vengeful souls entangled, a million heroic spirits accompanying. Ding. Strength plus 10. A faint purple prompt flashed. Huli felt a trace of joy rise in his heart, but before he could recover, a sound of breaking air rang in his ears. He had no time to hide, the dragon bat wings behind him flared open, lifting him into the air, barely dodging the attack. Demon? Bai Qi furrowed his brows and hissed, to be killed. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure turned into a white shadow, flashing to the front of the halberd, gripping the shaft and lunging towards Huli. The speed was so fast that Huli simply could not dodge. Fortunately, Lu Xiener acted in time. A gust of light blue wind rose from beneath Bai Qi's feet, momentarily immobilizing him. The halberd brushed past Huli's wings behind him. Unfortunately, she could only control him for an instant. What's going on? Lu Xiener couldn't help but exclaim, B-level? B+. Huli immediately hid in the corner, trying to stay as far away from Bai Qi as possible. Long-range attack, just hold on. There's still a chance. After escaping in his previous life, he had asked Lu Yuner about Bai Qi's specific attributes. If he remembered correctly, Bai Qi's original attributes should have been 1,000, 972, 700, and 800. Based on this attribute, reducing by 45% and then increasing by 20% should have resulted in a 25% reduction. But now his attributes had been reduced by 30%. It was 5% more than expected. There is only one possibility. The 9 serpents absorbing dragon energy would also lead to a reduction in the strength of the projection. Currently, those 9 small snakes were still in the Joding, and if this weakening effect could stack 4 times. As long as there are 4 more times, Bai Qi could be weakened to B-level strength, and at that point, they still have a chance. Clang, another loud buzz rang out. Bai Qi's spear had already landed in front of Lu Xiener. He flashed over, standing at nearly 1.9 meters tall, looking down at Lu Xiener and the crowd behind her. His narrow phoenix eyes slightly narrowed, thin lips parted slightly. Seeing you holding the jade eye, I shall spare your life, but if you assist the demon race again, I will kill. With those words, Bai Qi turned again, not caring about the flying Huli, but walked towards Xie Chengwan. What the hell? Lu Xiener dared not take action again but asked Huli, this jade eye effect is supposed to be one time only. It shouldn't be, but it's uncertain, under non-essential circumstances, you guys shouldn't take action yet. Huli had only encountered Bai Qi once, and that time he didn't find the jade eye, so he couldn't make a judgment. As for others who have encountered Bai Qi, to his knowledge, in the past 10 years, not a single one had successfully cleared the Earth Kingdom copy, having encountered Bai Qi. Or maybe those teams that encountered Bai Qi all got wiped out. Huli frowned, seeing Bai Qi about to reach Xie Chengwan, he didn't dare hesitate for a moment and directly threw a forbidden fireball. Boom! Bai Qi casually waved and knocked the fireball aside. The bright blue flames clung to his white clothing, like pests, starting to gnaw little by little at his white cloak. This counts as a hit. Intellect plus 6. Another successful deprivation. With this verification, Huli also gained new understanding of deprivation. As the level of the deprivation target rises, the property value gained through deprivation will also increase. This is a huge blessing. If he could survive, he would have to strip Bai Qi bare. Next. He still had 5 fireballs left, and now he threw them all out. Agility plus 7. S-level item Tiger Tally plus 1. Stamina plus 10. SS Talent Killing Domain plus 1. Loaded. Huli didn't have time to check the specific uses of that SS-level Talent Killing Domain and S-level item Tiger Tally, fearing that it would enrage the god of death, hurriedly tucked the Tiger Tally into his pocket. At the same time, Xie Chengwan, standing in front of Bai Qi, immediately darted to Huli's side, watching Bai Qi from a distance. After 5 fireballs exploded, Bai Qi stood still, receiving all the fireballs without moving an inch. Groups of bright blue flames clung to his white clothing, but they did not harm him at all. After all, he was a terrifying being with a stamina value of 700, and with Huli's 73 intellect, unless he had a perverted SSS-level talent like Jiu Zun, it was impossible to cause any substantial damage to him. Even if there was, it would only be that little. Ha! Seeing this, Bai Qi only let out a cold laugh. He looked up at Huli, is that all? Before Huli could respond, he casually ripped off his white clothing, revealing a body full of brutal muscles. Normally, a martial general like this would have some scars, but on Bai Qi's body, not a single one could be seen. Come again. Bai Qi stepped forward, laughing aloud, I've just awakened from a long sleep, I must bathe. Lu Xianer's eyes twinkled. Under the cover, I quietly rolled up a fire and wind combined fire tornado and directly threw it at Bai Qi. Amidst the scarlet glow, Bai Qi turned to look at Lu Xianer. Hey! It was you who said you wanted to bathe. Lu Xianer quickly replied, I'm helping you. You can't repay kindness with enmity. Bai Qi let out a cold laugh, ignoring Lu Xianer, and simply faced the Black Panther, walking towards it. That's just how he is. In the last life, among Hu Li and the five, only 3 had C-level strength, 1 D+, and 1 like him, a support, and upon entering this stage, facing Bai Qi who had B+ level peak strength, they should have been instantly killed. But Bai Qi didn't attack directly, rather, he seemed to be toying with everyone, slowly playing them to death, which gave Hu Li and Lu Yuner a chance to escape. Now, Bai Qi is still like this. He is enjoying the purest thrill of killing. Bang! A punch! Bai Qi raised his hand and with just one punch, he dispersed the fire tornado. He shook his head, disappointment filling his eyes. Pathetically weak. You should enter reincarnation early. As soon as the words fell, the halo above the 9 tripod diminished again. Chapter 37, The Domain of the God of Killing, Unleashed. Bai Qi frowned instantly, clearly sensing that his strength had decreased significantly. At the same time, Hu Li's pupils lit up as he used the true side-eye to scan Bai Qi again. Sure enough, his attributes had decreased by 5% from the A-level base. Intelligence had dropped to B level, only stamina and strength remained at B+ level. If there was another reduction, his stamina and strength would also fall to B level. At that point, whether it was his black gold ancient knife or Lu Xianer's 9 statues, they would be able to inflict damage on him. Now, if he could find an opportunity to get close, he might continue to strip him of attributes, speeding up this process. Right. The killing domain. While Bai Qi was deep in thought, Hu Li also checked the newly obtained SS-level talent. Talent, killing domain. Level, SS. Effect, once activated, it can pull all enemies into your domain, reducing their attributes by 10% and increasing your own by 10%. If the number of enemies exceeds 10, for each additional person, it can further reduce enemy attributes by 1% and increase your attributes by 1%, up to a maximum of 50%. Duration, 1 minute. Cooldown, 24 hours. Note, come on, bring me a whole truckload of bread people. I won't fight if there are less than 50. Hiss. As expected of an SS-level talent, this thing is completely customized for monster farming. Since the Earth Kingdom dungeon only allows 5 people to enter, if there were 50, even A-level beings would be pawned by Bai Qi. It seems you still have some tricks. Bai Qi spoke indifferently, tilting his spear to the side. Unfortunately, they are all insignificant. 1 strike. The opponent immediately charged at the weakest Xia Qingwan. Without hesitation, she transformed into a black panther, gliding gracefully on the ground. Just as the words fell, Hu Li quickly dove to her side and bestowed the already evolved Dragon Bat Royal Wings upon her. The Black Panther suddenly sprouted wings and soared into the air. As the saying goes, high strikes low, attack high, silent word. As long as Bai Qi can't fly, his attack methods are extremely limited, only able to attack by throwing his spear. At this moment, Hu Li quickly combined his talents with the killing domain. True side-eye, stripping version, plus, killing domain equals, killing domain eye, stripping version. Indestructible fireball, stripping version, plus, killing domain equals, killing domain flame, stripping version. Black gold ancient knife, plus, stripping, equals, black gold ancient knife, stripping version. Black gold ancient knife, stripping version, plus, killing domain equals, killing domain blade, stripping version. Endless, plus, killing domain equals, SS-level talent, domain of the god of killing, can evolve. Aside from Sea God's Divinity and Dragon Bat Royal Wings that cannot be combined with Killing Domain, all other talents have been successfully infused, and Hu Li also filled in some gaps by combining the Black Gold Ancient Knife and the stripping effect. Now, anyone who gets cut by the Black Gold Ancient Knife has a certain chance of being stripped. Unfortunately, it is just a matter of probability. Otherwise, he could completely become a fish-cutting master in the ocean apocalypse, with a single cut, even if it was just a little, allowing him to rise to the peak. Hu Li glanced at the brand new Killing God domain, and instantly felt delighted. Talent, Killing God Domain Deprivation Edition. Level, SS. Experience points, 0/1000000. Effect, after unfolding, it can pull all enemies into its own domain, reducing all enemy attributes by 10% and increasing all its own attributes by 10%. If the number of enemies exceeds 10, for each additional person, it can further reduce enemy attributes by 1% and increase its own attributes by 1%, up to a maximum of 50%. And it can release Killing Domain's Blade and Killing Domain's Flame at will within the Killing God domain, with a mandatory cooldown time of 1 second for each release. Once the Killing God domain is activated, it will forcibly activate the Killing domain eye, locking onto the opponent's range, and is immune to all illusions. Duration, 1 minute. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Hidden effect, for each enemy killed within the Killing God domain, 1 experience point can be accumulated. Note, come on, bring me your whole truckload of bread, people. If it's less than 50, I won't fight. This is the fusion of 2 SSS-level talents and 2 SS-level talents into an SS-level talent. Its terrifying power, of course, goes without saying. However, now is not the time to activate the Killing domain. With his current attributes, even if he activates the Killing domain, reducing Bai Chi's attributes by 10% and increasing his own by 10%, he would only be at the lowest C level against a top level B level. Not stable enough. It would be best to wait for Bai Chi to be weakened by another 5%. Calculating the time just now, it has only been a maximum of 3 minutes, he can just wait another 3 minutes. As for that strange beast Whisker, attached with near-death LV1 in his arms, he couldn't touch Bai Chi at all, so he couldn't use it. Just as Huli was pondering, Bai Chi, taking advantage of the long spear falling from the sky, simply leaped, stepping on the spear to gain force, leaping into the air. To battle with me, and still dare to be distracted. A punch. Directly smashing into Huli's face. With a force of 621 points, it smashed directly into Huli's face. Fortunately, he was still wearing the S-level item Abyss. With this punch, the Abyss trembled. The force was weakened by 1 layer, but it still smashed Huli into the ground. If it weren't for the protection of the Abyss, he would never have fought these guys up close. The Dragon Bat King's wing was smashed into his body, and Huli lay on the ground, a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, just falling beside the long spear. If he had tilted just 1 centimeter more, he would have been pierced by the long spear. Huli slightly turned his head, and a true side-eye deprivation edition fell on the long spear. Ding! A-level item break military spear +1. He had used true side-eye on this weapon more than once, but this was the first successful deprivation. It was estimated that it would only be effective when Bai Chi wasn't holding the spear. Bang! Bai Chi landed. He approached Huli and looked down at him while slowly shaking his head. Bai Chi carried Wei Shu away entirely. With Wei Shu's strength, he could naturally not withstand a punch from Bai Chi, but carrying a solid man weighing less than 150 pounds was still quite easy. However, this action was too foolish. Quick, retreat. Huli got up, gripping the broken military halberd with one hand, trying to charge forward, but heavily injured, it was difficult to do so. Bai Chi grabbed Wei Shu by the neck but did not directly twist it off. Instead, he turned to look at the distant Lucien air. The Jade Eye was in Wei Shu's hand. I already said, the Jade Eye only has 1 chance. Damn it, there's not enough time. I can't wait for another chance to weaken him. God of Killing domain, open. Huli spat out 3 words, and a pale white domain instantly unfolded. A touch of bone white colored the heavens and earth, enveloping both Huli and Bai Chi. Wei Shu was deemed an object outside the God of Killing domain, directly bouncing away from Bai Chi's grip. Come. Huli gripped the broken military halberd, straining his body, and looked at Bai Chi in front of him. I want to see how tough the bones of this military king really are. Chapter 38, Defeating Bai Chi. With the words spoken, the God of Killing's eye, the God of Killing's flame, and the God of Killing's blade were triggered simultaneously. A giant dark golden pupil hung in the air, its gaze swirling, locking onto Bai Chi before him. One ghostly pale fireball after another was thrown toward Bai Chi from all directions of the God of Killing domain. Blade shadows turned into a whirlwind, every gentle breeze brought the sting of blades. Huff. Huli let out a breath of foul air, eyes sparkling with excitement. Stamina +7. Strength +1. B-level skill, Summon Spirit +1. Agility +4. B-level item, Step to the Sky Boots +1. Intelligence +10. SS-level talent, Mastery of Troops +1. As countless notification boxes exploded before his eyes, new attributes kept adding, and his body was visibly recovering. After all, with every second, there would be 2 successful deprivations triggered. 60 seconds meant a full 120 times. Counting the God of Killing's eye, which would forcibly trigger once, that made it 121 deprivations. Don't say Bai Chi, even if a god descended, if they didn't break through the God of Killing domain in time, by the time they went out, they might not even have their underwear left. You scoundrel! Bai Chi roared. Through the sparks and flashes of blades, he was even able to stand and look at Huli. What have you done to me? Well, since you called me a scoundrel, what else could I do? With the boost of the God of Killing domain, along with the friendship support from his angel investor Bai Chi, Huli was now able to stand up. He turned his head, admiring the broken military halberd. Your halberd is good, but now it's mine. Yours? Let's see if you have the life to take it. Bai Qi reached for his waist, seemingly looking for something, but found nothing. Looking for this? Hu Li casually pulled out the S-grade item, Tiger Talisman, spun the cord around his index finger as if playing. Oh Bai, I'm not saying you, such an important thing as the Tiger Talisman, how could you just toss it away? Look, good thing I picked it up, if someone else saw it, they might just return it to you. Seek death. Bai Qi was truly enraged. He stepped forward, crashing through fireballs and blade lights, charging towards Hu Li. Fortunately, Hu Li was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He immediately put away the Tiger Talisman, sidestepped, and dodged Bai Qi's attack, even managing to evade with ease. It was as if he could see through all of Bai Qi's movements, directly predicting his actions. This was the effect of the God of Killing's eye. As long as Bai Qi remained in the God of Killing domain, every move of his would be locked, predicted, even simulated in Hu Li's mind, considering all possible action trajectories. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Bai Qi attacked without defending, allowing fireballs and blade lights to smash into him. He just stood in front of Hu Li, delivering one punch after another. Hu Li didn't take a step back, merely twisting his body to dodge Bai Qi's fists. With his agility still below C+, he was already able to evade punches from someone with B agility. The two stood before the broken army halberd, one attacking and one dodging, until 50 seconds passed. Time is running out. Under the enhancement of the God of Killer's domain, Hu Li's stamina and power finally reached the standard to use the broken army halberd. He casually pulled out the broken army halberd and thrust it forward amidst the firelight. Bai Qi clenched his fist in defense. But the thrust pierced through his scapula. Marquis Wuan. Hu Li took a step forward, looking at the struggling projection of Bai Qi. Your bones aren't very tough, are they? Bai Qi said nothing, only gripped his halberd and charged forward fiercely. The broken army halberd completely pierced his left shoulder, and he came directly in front of Hu Li, placing one hand on his gripping hand. Oh no! Hu Li's heart shook, wanting to let go of the halberd. But Bai Qi's strength was still above him, he could dodge elsewhere, but this right hand he couldn't move no matter what. A punch! Bai Qi exchanged his life for an injury, swinging a punch toward Hu Li's right arm. Crack! With a crisp sound. Hu Li's right arm was completely shattered, and at the same time, a status prompt appeared above his head. Severed arm LV3 plus 1. Severed arm LV3, strength attribute minus 30%. Wait a minute. This severed arm, can it be counted as a status? Then it's easy to handle. Hu Li gritted his teeth and endured the pain, white light flashing from his left hand as he punched Bai Qi in the face. Severed arm LV3 granted. With a flash of white light, Bai Qi's right arm also instantly shattered. Hu Li took the chance to withdraw. The God of Killer's domain, finished. As a chilly aura faded, Xia Qingwan immediately stepped forward, guarding in front of Hu Li. Lu Xianer had already hidden in the distance, the 9 statues ready. Even Wei Shu was prepared to charge forward and fight Bai Qi. Not for Hu Li, but for Wei Shaoqing. He clearly knew that only Hu Li could bring Wei Shaoqing out of here, even if he died, Hu Li must not die. Don't rush. Hu Li uttered 2 words but did not call anyone to attack. At this moment, Bai Qi was no longer a threat. Summoning the 9 tripod minus 45% attribute, Jiaoshi devours Qi minus 10%, plus the current severed arm minus 30%, shoulder piercing injury minus 10%, even if the hidden quest added 20%, Bai Qi's strength attribute was left with only 25%. Moreover, with the 62 points of strength Hu Li had stolen from him, Bai Qi's strength was left with only 181 points. This value couldn't even break through the abyss's defenses. What was there to fear? Bai Qi frowned in silence. Even though his left shoulder was pierced by the broken army halberd and his right arm completely shattered, it did not affect the murderous aura around him at all. He only stared at Hu Li before him. After staring for a long while, he let out a cold laugh. Ha! Why are you laughing? Hu Li couldn't help but feel puzzled, his heart feeling a little uneasy. Could it be that this man still had some hidden moves? Just wanted to laugh. Bai Qi's gaze was full of scrutiny, not an ounce of resentment, vaguely carrying a hint of appreciation. Remember to keep the Tiger Talisman safe, I will come to retrieve it. Wait. Retrieve? What do you mean? Hu Li's pupils shook. Although he knew that the Bai Qi before him was not the real body, but just a projection, his real body should have been dead. The word retrieve was a bit too frightening. Facing Hu Li's confusion, Bai Qi did not answer, but raised his left hand, pounded his chest, shattering himself. As the God of Killers, of course, he could only kill himself, there was no logic for leaving it to others to slay him. Crack! Bai Qi's virtual figure shattered in response. Fortunately, even though Bai Qi self-destructed, the kill reward still fell onto Hu Li. Ding! Congratulations, Survivor Hu Li has slain the A-rank General Bai Qi projection, experience plus 100,000, points plus 1 million. Congratulations, Survivor Huli has successfully leveled up to level 9, free attribute points plus 40, please allocate them promptly. 100,000 experience, 1 million points. This is the reward for slaying an A-rank general. Of course. These are all attachments, the real good stuff is hidden in the panel. Huli immediately opened his panel, evenly distributing the 40 attribute points gained from leveling up, while he began to check his stats. He didn't know until he looked, but once he did, Huli was so happy that he almost fainted. Chapter 39, Half-Dragon. Survivor, Huli. Survival level, 9. Distance to next upgrade, 350,000/500,000. Physique, 161, C+. Strength, 166, C+. Intelligence, 163, C+. Agility, 167, C+. Mastered talents, Bestow, SSS, Deprivation, SSS, Eye of Truth, SSS, God of Death's Domain, SS, Commanding, SS, Black Gold Ancient Blade, S, Indestructible Fireball, S, Blood to Dragon, S, Dragon Bat King's Wing, B, Gut. Skills, Fang Tian, A, Strike Ground, A, Summon Spirit, B. These skills are different from talents, skills require conditions to be used. Like Fall Tian and Strike Ground, they require the War Spear to be equipped, while Summon Spirit requires the Tiger Token. Fang Tian and Strike Ground are damage skills that can perform dual judgments of strength and physique within an area, causing large-scale damage. The former is a decapitation, while the latter is to break the formation. However, with Huli's current physique and strength stats, without the boost from God of Death's Domain, he cannot use the War Spear and can only envy it for now. As for Summon Spirit, Huli looked at the skill description and suddenly felt a tingling on his scalp. Skill, Summon Spirit. Level, B. Usage condition, equip the Tiger Token, and intelligence must be at B level or above. Effect, after use, randomly summon one spirit you have seen to fight for you, with stats not exceeding yours. Duration, 1 minute. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Remark, why say there are no clothes? We share the same robe. Spirits he has seen? Needless to say, Huli has only seen one spirit, Bai Chi. If he activates this skill, wouldn't he summon a Bai Chi with attributes equal to his own 100% of the time? He dared not imagine what despair their opponents would feel if both God of Death's Domain and Killing Domain were activated at the same time. Of course. Huli also did not dare to think about what would happen if the Bai Chi summon did not listen to orders and stabbed him in the kidney instead. Forget it, anyway, his intelligence attribute hasn't reached the standard yet, so there's no need to worry. As for that SS-level talent, Commanding, it was even more ridiculous. Talent, Commanding. Level, SS. Passive effect, all your allied units gain a 10% increase in all attributes while fighting alongside you. Remark, everyone, charge with me. Even though this talent is not suitable for combining with other talents, just the passive effect alone can bring nearly a 10% boost to Xie Qingwan, the nine-headed serpent, and even his teammates. This is a percentage increase. Now their attribute points are only in the dozens, so the increase is only a few points, but if their attribute points reach 3 digits, or even 4 digits, this boost would be terrifying. Moreover, this talent cannot be combined with other talents, but it can be combined with a versatile trait. Boundless. After Huli endowed the Commanding talent with Boundless, it also gained a growth trait. Although it requires amplifying 1 million different units to level up, at least it has the potential to upgrade to SSS-level talent. The difference between the two is not small at all. Huli felt drained, slumping on the spot, but the smile on his face was harder to suppress than an AK. As Bai Chi disappeared, the prompt for task completion also rang out. The Deer Fairy and others bravely approached. Deer Fairy simply squatted beside Huli and asked softly, "Hey, how did you do that?" Want to know? After upgrading, his injuries were forcibly refreshed and healed, and he was just waiting for the 9 little snakes to come out of the cauldron. Feeling good, he naturally had the mood to joke. He turned to look at Deer Fairy, "Show me what you look like, and I will tell you." "Forget it, I might scare you," Deer Fairy said, turning her head away, but her eyes were still full of curiosity. That was an A-level skill reduced to AB+. Did he just kill without hesitation? The disaster had only started 2 days ago. No, it's just 3 days, was it really this ridiculous? Huli brother, are you alright? Wei Xiaoqing also came over at this moment, just now your energy seemed to be about to extinguish. Isn't that fine now? Huli smiled and rubbed Wei Xiaoqing's head, good, we have passed this level, there is nothing that can stump us from now on. No need to worry. Wei Xiaoqing nodded heavily. As the owner of foresight, she could clearly judge who held malice towards her and who truly cared for her. Huli was obviously the latter. Although he was full of resentment and killing intent, Wei Xiaoqing could still glimpse a trace of subtle kindness from these vibes. Especially when facing her, this kindness was the purest. Just like her brother. So what should we do next? Lu Xian'er also leaned over. Go to the next level? This level has almost made us half dead. Isn't the next level terrifying? Wait a minute. Huli said with a hint of annoyance. It seems I'm the only one half dead here, right? Just summarize. Lu Xian'er immediately flattered. The captain is worth half the sky. You alone account for most of our team's combat power. If you're half dead, isn't that us being half dead? Huli rolled his eyes, didn't say much, just explained to everyone. The next level is called Slay the Emperor. In terms of difficulty, it is higher than this level. Lu Xian'er couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. But this is only in a conventional sense. Huli continued, the Slay the Emperor has a fixed difficulty, and the boss faced is just one Shi Huang. His initial strength is A+, and after being enhanced through a hidden task, it will reach S-. But we still have the Golden Eye and the Jade Eye. Once we enter the final level, these two items will split 1/3 of Shi Huang's power, transforming into Shi Huang's young and adult forms, plus the elderly form that originally guarded the level, totaling 3 bosses. The originally S-ranked Shi Huang will become 3 B-ranked bosses after weakening, and they will not attack simultaneously, but will come out in order from the Jade Eye's young form, the Golden Eye's adult form, to the final elderly form. The main difficulty of this level is when the young Shi Huang leads 5,000 soldiers to attack at once. After successfully beheading him, we move to the second round with the adult Shi Huang bringing 12 golden men, along with the 5,000 soldiers that were not killed in the first level. The third round goes without saying. The elderly Shi Huang summons 9 tripods, calling the heroic spirits to lead the battle. If we go directly from the Mercury Sea to this final level, and the elderly Shi Huang summons Bai Qi during the challenge, we will surely die. Even if Bai Qi is not summoned, it will still be quite difficult. But now that we have broken through 3 levels, it's equivalent to only facing B-ranked bosses, and we just need to behead them. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian'er and the others felt a wave of fear. If it weren't for Huli leading the way, who would accidentally stumble in here and activate the hidden dungeon, might not even 5 B-ranked could survive here. Even in a normal dungeon, it would require 5 or more C+ ranked players to possibly break through. But then again, how did Huli know so many details about the dungeon? Could it be that he had brushed through it in his past life? But that's still B-ranked strength. Wei Shu spoke up. The Bai Qi just now is B+ and almost wiped us out. Now you. But the words were not finished. Wei Shu realized Huli was looking at him and instantly shut his mouth, no longer speaking. If it had been before, Huli might not have cared about Wei Shu, just letting him wait to see what happened. But since he dared to rush over and hug Bai Qi just now, in Huli's heart, he counted as one of his own. Facing his own people, he naturally wouldn't be too cold. Don't worry. Huli revealed a smile, looking towards the 9 tripods. We still have a trump card we haven't used yet. Upon hearing this, everyone looked up at the 9 tripods. The 9 tripods seemed to sense the weight of their gazes and suddenly made a crisp sound of shattering. Crack. Accompanied by a crack in a pattern. From within the 9 tripods, a serpentine creature swam out. No. It shouldn't be called a serpentine creature, it is. Now they should be called half-dragons. Chapter 40 Kneel, bow, leave you whole. The current half-dragons have suddenly expanded in size, reaching over 20 meters. Although they have not completely shed their snake form, that snake head has now grown 2 horns, subtly displaying a strange phenomenon. Once that snake head truly transforms into a dragon head, they will achieve the status of pseudo-dragon. As for the true dragon above the pseudo-dragon, that's still far away. In the last life, that dragon-blooded eel took a year to become a half-dragon, 3 years to become a pseudo-dragon, and by the 9th year, it finally became a true dragon. Now Huli has been working for almost a year, other matters cannot be rushed. Huli opened the Eye of True Sight, scanning the 9 half-dragons before him, and his heart was already at peace. This dungeon is stable. Species, half-dragon. Level, C. Stamina, 173, C+. Strength, 150, C+. Intelligence, 148, C. Agility, 137, C. Talent, Blood Transformation into Dragon, S. Indestructible Dragon Flame, S. Dragon Bat Royal Wing, B. Skills, Fierce Strike, E. Poisonous Fangs, E. Constrict, F. Note, Half-Dragon Body, Eel Soul. All 9 half-dragons have reached C-level strength, with the power and stamina attributes even reaching C+ level. It's just a pity that they possess too few skills, otherwise, these 9 half-dragons could sweep away the next challenges. Is this still a snake? Lu Xian'er hid behind Xia Qingwan, cautiously peeking out her head to see ahead. As soon as she heard the word snake, the 9 half-dragons immediately turned their heads, with 18 golden eyes fixated on her. Lu Xian'er couldn't help but gasp, quickly burying her head behind Xia Qingwan, shouting loudly. Sorry. I was wrong. This guy is just like this. Her mouth has no filter, but she admits defeat pretty quickly. Now it's stable, let's move. Huli chuckled softly, letting the 9 half-dragons lead the way while he followed behind, stepping towards the grand hall. After 99 steps, everyone arrived at the hall. As extraordinary beasts, half-dragons cannot push open the grand hall's doors, only circling outside and giving Huli a path. Huli stepped forward, pushing open the large doors with both hands. A burst of golden light instantly exploded before him. The hall, 50 meters wide and 90 meters long, was extremely spacious. But as he raised his gaze, he immediately spotted the first emperor seated on the throne, like a true dragon coiled within the hall. Dressed in a dark dragon robe, with a sword at his waist, upon noticing someone intruding into the hall, he slowly stood up, drawing the 4-foot green blade, pointing the sword's edge directly at everyone. Before the emperor, not to bow, the punishment shall be death. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden pupil and jade pupil from Huli and Lucien simultaneously flew out, transforming into the youthful and middle-aged forms of the first emperor before the hall. Ding! Main quest refreshed. A-level main quest, kill the emperor hidden version. Quest description, successfully kill the youthful emperor, middle-aged emperor, and elderly emperor. Quest time, none. Quest reward, accumulated calculation. Quest failure, erasure. The 3 emperors stood in a triangle formation, with the youthful emperor stepping forward, glaring angrily. Kill. Logically, when the youthful emperor uttered these words, 5,000 soldiers would generate before him, rushing toward everyone like a tidal wave. But now, the scene seemed slightly abrupt, and a bit awkward. The youthful emperor looked at the scene before him and was momentarily stunned. Be good. Don't be afraid. Huli laughed lightly, stepping forward and dragging the black gold ancient knife along the floor, sparking a trail of sparks. I will be a little gentler. I have true sight deprivation version, activated. Name, Gongzi Zhang. Level, S. Stamina, 450, B. Strength, 458, B. Intelligence, 580, B. Agility, 460, B. Talent, SSS-level talent destiny, S-level talent strategy, S-level talent leadership, S-level talent vision. Skills, none. Note, my goodness. My goodness. All my goodness. Intelligence plus 13. It improved again. Previously, when depriving A-level by Chi's attributes, it barely added 10 points. Facing an S-level existence, it instantly added 13 points. This improvement is no small feat. It's a pity, though. Now the domain of the god of killing is on cooldown, the indestructible fireball has not been stocked, and using the black gold long knife to steal is extremely unlikely. There's really nothing to gain. It's better to settle it quickly. Attack! With these 2 words, Lucien casually threw out a ball of lightning. Immediately, 9 half-dragons sprouted wings and pounced up. Huli didn't dare to be careless, holding the ancient black gold knife to meet them, searching for an opportunity to strike. Although the SS-level talent, Commander's Boost, increased attributes by 10%, each half-dragon only had the strength of a top-tier C+ level monster. Facing a B-level human, even an auxiliary B-level human, it was still a bit tough. But with the long-range support of Lucien and Huli ready to behead at any moment, that was completely different. 10 minutes later, young Emperor Qin was ground to death. He suffered at least 30 cuts and was deprived of attributes 7 times. As the ancient knife fell, the young man turned into a streak of light, dissipating on the spot, leaving only a jade eye hovering in the air. No kill reward. After all, this was just a clone, not a true individual. Only by killing the old Emperor Qin himself could a reward be obtained. Rebellious traitor must be beheaded. The middle-aged Emperor Qin raised his gaze at this moment. With the activation of the foresight eye, his power increased by 3, and he saw the same attributes as the young Emperor Qin. If he could summon the 12 golden men to fight together, there would be no need to say more, everyone would just run for their lives. But now, he could only dodge around. With the experience of beheading young Emperor Qin, everyone successfully slaughtered the middle-aged Emperor Qin in just 8 minutes. Huli controlled his strength and angle, successfully delivering 40 cuts and depriving 10 attributes. Only 1 left. Huli, holding the ancient knife, stood before the dragon throne, with 9 half-dragons circling behind him, smiling at the old Emperor Qin. It's your turn, my old baby. Before the old Emperor Qin could speak, Huli looked at him and activated the foresight eye. Intelligence plus 2. Unfortunately. 3 chances for 100% deprivation. Wei Shu continuously improved the content of the strategy, regardless of hidden tasks or the potential appearance of Bai Qi, all of which he revealed. However, throughout this strategy, there was never any record of the possibility that the first emperor could have a second phase. This is seriously S-class. Who can defeat a guardian of an S-class dungeon? No words? The first emperor sneered coldly, gently shook his head, and suddenly stepped down hard with his cloud-patterned dragon boots. There was no time. As soon as he spoke, it was too late. In an instant, a clear breeze arose in the hall, and Luciener forcibly lifted the cloud-patterned dragon boots. From a distance, 9.5 dragons rushed over, mouths wide open, trying to swallow the person in front of them. The elderly first emperor slightly raised the corner of his mouth, as if he were watching a joke, and waved his 4-foot green blade forward. Huli also immediately stood up. Taking advantage of the first emperor's distraction dealing with the 9.5 dragons, he immediately stripped the near-death status from a beast's whisker he held in his arms, sending it onto him. Near death, granted successfully. Before the 4-foot green blade could touch the half-dragon, it fell from the air. The cloud-patterned dragon boots also fell beside Huli, with no force at all, like a feather drifting down. You. The elderly first emperor lay back on the dragon throne, raising his hand to point at Huli in front of him. What did you do to me? Is this the power of S-class? That Chu Hongyu was lying on the ground like a dead fish in near-death status, yet this guy could still talk. Ha! Huli did not answer his question, but immediately stepped forward, his right hand flashing with pure black light, quickly gliding over his head 3 times. 3 strips, only 1 succeeded. Ding! Strip successful. Congratulations Survivor Huli for obtaining SSS-level item Ancestor Dragon Cloak. SSS-level. Strange, such a high-level equipment shouldn't appear in this dungeon. Although Huli was puzzled, he couldn't hide his joy. He completely disregarded the astonished looks of the first emperor and the others behind him, directly storing the Ancestor Dragon Cloak into the warehouse. Seeing his clothes being stripped away, the elderly first emperor was instantly furious, lifting his arm, his fingers slightly trembling. You. If you're going to stammer, don't speak. Huli uttered a sentence, and the black gold long knife in his hand instantly pierced the neck of the first emperor, whose stamina was only 1. With a flash of golden light, a series of prompts popped up before him. SSS-level talent, Destiny +1. Ding! Congratulations Survivor Team Huli for successfully killing S-Class First Emperor, the team shares experience 1 million, points 10 million. Kill drop, S-Class weapon, Emperor's Sword +1. Congratulations Survivor Team Huli for completing hidden task, Sun and Moon in the same sky. Reward, S-Class item, Golden Eye +1, S-Class item, Jade Eye +1. Congratulations Survivor Team Huli for completing A-Class main task, Slay the Emperor. All rewards are calculated based on scores. Scoring in progress? Your score is SSS+, you will receive 500% final reward. Final reward, random S-Class item +1, random S-Class skill +1, experience +500,000, points +5 million. Global announcement, congratulations Survivor Team Huli, Xie Qingwan, Luciener, Wei Shu, Wei Xiaoqing for completing S-Class dungeon, first pass of the Earth Kingdom, each receives random S-Class reward +1. Asterisk 3. Ding! Congratulations Survivor Huli successfully leveled up to level 12, free attribute points +30, please allocate on the panel in time. The dungeon will automatically close in 60 seconds, forcibly teleporting you away. A series of prompts rang out. Not only Huli, but everyone was also dazzled. Just the shared 200,000 experience was enough to elevate them from level 5 to level 10, not counting the dungeon rewards. Perhaps even the lowest scoring Wei Xiaoqing could take this opportunity to jump directly to level 11. Not to mention, just from this experience income, they earned a full 100 attribute points. Of course, the biggest gain was still Huli. He casually stored that S-Class item, Emperor's Sword into the warehouse and wasn't in a hurry to check his attributes, but looked at his newly acquired SSS-level talent, Destiny. Talent, Destiny. Level, SSS. Passive effect, unlock hidden attribute, luck, this attribute resets randomly every day. A cold breath escaped Huli's lips. This talent, isn't it just a 1-minute experience card for a lucky king every day? If he activated this talent during a lottery or when refreshing the store daily, the scene would be simply wonderful. Indeed, there isn't a single SSS-level talent that isn't powerful. As for that SSS-level item, the Imperial Seal, who knows where it has dropped? It's not even in the land of Earth. Should he go dredge it from Wu Zetian's tomb? Huli didn't dwell on this, but immediately began a new round of bestowing plans. Deprivation plus Destiny equals Deprivation Destiny version. Bestow plus Destiny equals Bestow Destiny version. Commanding Soldiers plus Destiny equals Commanding Soldiers Destiny version. Domain of the Killing God plus Destiny equals Domain of the Killing God Destiny version. Aside from these 4 talents, the remaining talents on Huli couldn't resonate with Destiny. But this harvest was already huge. Deprivation Destiny version added an extra guarantee. Originally, Deprivation could only be used 3 times on one individual per day, but success relied solely on luck. Now, with the Destiny version, it could guarantee that 1 out of the 3 deprivations would succeed. Bestow Destiny version was even more ridiculous. Whether Huli was in a bestowed state or attribute, the Destiny version would float the base by 1% to 10%. What does this mean? Just considering stamina, Huli currently had 200 points, and using bestow would originally fix at 10%, which was 20 points. With the Destiny versions floating, he could bestow 20 to 22 points. This number seems like a small increase, but it's a percentage boost. If it was the last bestow given to Bai Chi of Severed Arm LV3, it would originally reduce strength by 30%, but now it would reduce by 30% to 33%. The enhancements for Commanding Soldiers and Domain of the Killing God aren't too different either. Now, Commanding Soldiers, attribute increase for allies rose to 15%, and the attributes added and reduced in the Domain of the Killing God both increased to 15%. As for that SSS level item, the Ancestor Dragon Robe. Oddly enough, Huli took it out intentionally and looked at it with the eye of true vision, but there were no effects, no descriptions, not even notes. It was just like an ordinary piece of clothing, yet for some reason, it was labeled a SSS level item by the system. Could it be a bug? It shouldn't be. Huli didn't think too much about it, putting the robe into storage and holding the golden eyes and jade eyes in his hands. Aside from Destiny, the biggest gains from this dungeon were still these two items. Name, Golden Eye. Category, Item. Level, S. Effect, wearing it grants plus 5% to all attributes, and wearing it with Jade Eye doubles the effect. Hidden effect, when placed together with Jade Eye and the double eye, there is a certain chance to unlock the S-level profession, Eye Sorcerer. Note, take the essence of the sun, refine the left eye, millennia of accumulation transformed into the golden eye. Name, Jade Eye. Category, Item. Level, S. Effect, wearing it grants plus 5% to all attributes, and wearing it with golden eye doubles the effect. Hidden effect, when placed together with golden eye and the double eye, there is a certain chance to unlock the S-level profession, Eye Sorcerer. Note, take the flower of the moon, condense the right eye, 1,000 years of time, transformed into the jade eye. Huli was stunned. In his previous life, he only knew that golden eye and jade eye were rare attribute boosting items, increasing all attributes by 20% when worn together, but he didn't know they could unlock a hidden profession. Though it's just an S level, still, having a chance makes it difficult. What if it doesn't succeed? Wouldn't he turn blind? Forget it, it's better to wear it for now. It's just a hidden S-level profession, there's no need to bet his own eyes on it. Moreover, he still needed to fight for the first kill of the regional beast, a hidden profession awaited him there, he would discuss it after checking. After all, there is still a difference between an S-level profession and a hidden profession. All packed up. With a flash of golden light, everyone left the instance. Everything in the instance returned to its original state. Including the aged emperor on the dragon throne, who was resurrected, but he no longer wore the dragon robe. A few hours later, with the end of the newbie period, a global announcement appeared. A figure cut through the void and came before the aged emperor. Looking at the emperor dressed in plain white clothes, the figure questioned. Gone? How is that possible? Chapter 42, Return of Life. Outside the human ancestor temple. The heavy rain continued, and the sky faintly glowed. February 19th, 6 o'clock in the morning. There were still 18 hours left until the newbie period ended. Just as everyone emerged from the instance, a barrage of chat messages exploded before them. Whether it was Huli or the others who cleared the instance, they were all within the scope of this chat discussion. Especially him and Lu Siener. The two had just clashed earlier, but now they became teammates who cleared the instance together. If there wasn't some gossip among them, that would be too unusual. Let's go. Huli didn't rush to draw lots but turned to the three beside him. First, come with me to the ship to rest, afterward, wherever you want to go, I won't stop you. I'll pass. Lu Siener replied with 5 words, her figure already hovering in midair. As they say, one must always be on guard. When that aged emperor just revived, she clearly sensed his level of power, far above Bai Chi. But this guy somehow managed to stab him to death with a single blow. Being around such a person, she feared for her own 9 pillars at any moment. Whatever you want. Huli calmly said, after beating the instance, I'm just hungry, it's just right to go back for some late-night snack. If Miss Lu won't go, then hurry and leave. Since the captain is so graciously inviting me, I won't be polite. Lu Siener said, returning to the ground, maintaining a distance of over 5 meters from Huli. Life is just about eating, drinking, and having fun. This Lu Siener took up the first 2 words, no matter the situation, the first thing she thought of was eating. Unfortunately, she had no good skills, so even if she acquired some rare beast materials, she could only search the area for someone to cook. In her last life, Huli had even taught her how to prepare food from afar, but in her hands, unexpected changes always happened. Captain. Wei Shu stepped forward and sent Huli a trade request. 2 sets of D-grade golden armor, 1 D-grade weapon, 2 S-grade items obtained from clearing the instance for the first time, and 4,550,000 points were all on the trait panel. This was everything he and Wei Xiaoqing had gained in the entire instance, apart from experience. According to their previous agreement, it was all to be given to Huli. Huli glanced at it and only accepted the trade for 4.5 million points. The rest returned to Wei Shu's mall warehouse. Captain, this. You carried by Chi away earlier and saved my life, consider it returned. Huli looked at Wei Shu seriously. I collect 4.5 million points as your second life for me, we're even now. Okay. Wei Shu's face beamed with a smile, nodding heavily. For him, there was no better outcome than this. Let's go, have a late night snack together? MHM. After nearly 2 nights of hiding, plus just clearing the instance, Wei Shu and Wei Xiaoqing were already starving. Everyone went down the mountain and didn't encounter any blind survivors. However, shortly after they descended, many people rushed to the human ancestor temple, looking for ways to enter the instance. Except for the need to find a token to open the instance for the first time, later instances no longer required this step, they could just trigger it by getting close to the instance area. Only when they saw that the dungeon was rated S-level did almost everyone retreat, and only a few unlucky ones bravely entered, but in the end, they never came out. Above the No Shanghai Kingdom, Huli asked everyone to open the shop and buy some monster meat, along with some ordinary meat, and started grilling. This cooking was simple enough, anyone could cook it well. But to really grill it tender and juicy, it still depended on skill. As a half-master chef in his past life, Huli's skills were surely top-notch. With fresh ingredients and rich seasonings, along with his skills, everyone ate to their heart's content. During the grilling, Huli also took the opportunity to draw his rewards. Just like last time, he looked at the S-level lottery wheel and activated the draw, while also activating the deprivation. Ding! Congratulations, Survivor Huli, you have obtained S-level item 1000 Faces. Congratulations, Survivor Huli, you have obtained S-level material Qilong Tail. Name, 1000 Faces. Category, Item. Level, S. Effect, after wearing it, can disguise as any human figure you have seen, excluding attributes, voice, and body shape. Remark, hey! Guess who I am? Name, Qilong Tail. Category, Material. Level, S. Effect, the tail of the S-level monster Qilong, rich in blood and meat energy, eating it can increase strength attribute by 10 to 30 points, and stamina attribute by 20 to 60 points. Remark, little thief, take one of my tails. These items were all good stuff. Huli took out the Qilong tail and tossed most of it into the water for the 9 half-dragons to share, turning the rest into skewers. Each skewer could only increase strength by 1 point and stamina by 2 points, but they were chewy and delicious, so everyone ate quite a bit. As for the final rewards from the appraisal, they all came in treasure chest form, appearing directly after being opened. Huli couldn't find a bud to deprive them. An S-level item Taigong fishing rod. It can be used to fish for monsters below S-level in water. Once hooked, it can weaken their attributes by 30%. An S-level skill. Skill, Soul Slash. Level, S. Usage requirement, equip any knife or sword weapon. Effect, after use, it ignores any items equipped by the opponent and deals a guaranteed hit. Cooldown time, 3 hours. Remark, stand there, don't move. With nearly 630,000 points, this was all Huli's gain in the dungeon. As for attributes, after distributing the newly gained 30 attribute points, all his 4-dimensional attributes had exceeded 200 points, reaching C+ level. Including the boosts from Golden Eyes and Jade Eyes, all his attributes exceeded 250 points. As long as the monsters refresh in the D-level range, even if those 9 half-dragons don't attack, he could slay them alone. The only problem was, he didn't know where the area monsters would refresh. He could only wait until the novice period ended and see if he could find any news in the global channel. Otherwise, he would have to travel far to another area to find a known monster to slay and claim a first kill. As dawn broke, everyone had eaten and drunk enough. Due to the lack of reliable transport, Wei Shu and Wei Xiaoqing stayed on the boat. With the foundation of previous cooperation, Huli didn't mind them staying on the boat as company, and also to see if there were any good things refreshing in their shop. He had accumulated over 600,000 points in the shop, enough to buy 6 E-level talents, or D-level skills, C-level items, or B-level materials. As for that dear fairy, who claimed to have left, Huli couldn't be sure if she really had. After all, this girl could be quite sneaky. She might be hiding somewhere under the boat, watching. He would find out at the next meal. At noon, Huli placed the 9 half-dragons in the room and took a short nap. When he woke up, it was already close to evening. With just a bit left until the novice period ended. 1 more hour left. Chapter 43, The Regional Beasts Refresh. Huli did not go to cook. He simply exchanged for some compressed biscuits from the store to eat, then walked straight to the bow of the ship. Brother Hu Li. Wei Xiaochang stood at the bow, waving at him. Hu Li casually responded, glancing at Wei Shu beside him, who had a flushed face, gritting his teeth, as if he were arguing fiercely with someone. What's wrong? Did you drink too much? Just check the chat channel and you'll know. Hu Li opened the regional chat log and saw. Goodness. Someone used some kind of exploration ability to see at the top of the human ancestor temple, where Hu Li killed an old hunter and that woman who had come out with Wei Shu, while he brought Wei Shu and Wei Xiaoqing inside. Without any clarity, he directly accused Wei Shu of betraying his friends for personal gain. By this point, Wei Shu remained silent, until someone mentioned that Wei Shu might have sold Wei Xiaoqing to Hu Li in exchange for a spot in the instance. How could Wei Shu bear this? He alone in the regional chat was arguing passionately, desperately trying to prove his innocence. But keyboard warriors only believe what they want to believe. Xiaochang, you didn't check the content in the channel, did you? Hu Li asked Wei Xiaochang. I didn't look. Wei Xiaochang shook her head obediently. Brother said not to look, so I didn't. Good. Hu Li raised his hand and patted Wei Shu's shoulder. Hey, get up. Captain. Wei Shu hurriedly stood up, looking as if he just noticed Hu Li was beside him. Stop cursing, just remember those guys' names, and we'll find them one by one later. Is that easy to find? Don't worry, it's hard to find now, but in an hour, it will definitely be easier. Wei Shu tilted his head, looking full of confusion. Until 1 hour later. The clock struck 12, and with a crisp blast, a global notification appeared before them. Ding! Survivors, the novice period is officially over. Welcome to the first disaster, submersion. Disaster, submersion type, natural disaster special rules, none duration, 48 days 59 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds early end condition, kill the 9 regional beasts. Some intelligent beings have evolved into beasts. Regional beasts have refreshed, please check promptly. Store interface opened, please check promptly. Global channel opened, please check promptly. A series of 6 notifications popped up. Hu Li was just about to open the global channel to seek information about the regional beasts, but before he could send his message, the 9 half-dragons in the backroom immediately dashed out. The 9 dragons surged into the water, like mad beasts, swimming eastward. He quickly opened the clan interface, and his pupils immediately brightened. These 9 half-dragons simultaneously sensed a unique aura descending. If he wasn't mistaken, that should be the place where the regional beasts were located. This made things easier. Come back. At Hu Li's command, the 9 half-dragons immediately suppressed their instincts and turned back to face the Wu Shanghai kingdom. He immediately purchased 9 aircraft carrier blocking ropes from the store and tossed them in front of Wei Shu and Xie Changwan. Help tie the ropes. Yes, Master/Captain. The two responded almost in unison, immediately coming forward to loop the 9 aircraft carrier ropes around the 9 half-dragons. Let's charge. The 9 half-dragons' agility had reached C grade, their strength even C+, plus the boost from the Dragon Bat Emperor wings. They directly lifted the Wu Shanghai kingdom up from the water, racing 2 meters above the surface. What the hell? A figure landed on the ship, letting out a startled exclamation. What's your situation? Did you find the position of the regional beasts? Hu Li rolled his eyes immediately. This person really didn't leave. If she had delayed a moment longer boarding the ship, he might have been able to shake her off. Did you buy a ticket before getting on the ship? No. Lu Xianair, with no reason to argue and all the more fierce. With her hands on her hips, she replied to Hu Li. But I can make this ship go faster. Do I still need to buy a ticket? Got it. If you have skills, you can thrive anywhere. But Hu Li wasn't buying it. He raised an eyebrow and looked at the dear fairy, not getting off the ship, huh? Then I'll have the little snakes stay and swim around for a bit? No. My lord. You are my lord now, right? The dear fairy helplessly conceded, can we just buy a ticket properly? You say how to do it, and I'll do it. First, let's speed up. Got it. After the dear fairy leveled up to 11, her intelligence stat had significantly improved, and using the 9 sovereigns was completely different now. She used wind elements to lift the Nosy country upward, then applied a speed buff to the 9 half-dragons, further increasing the ship's speed. Now, the speed of the ship had reached nearly 200 kilometers per hour. Just standing in Nosy country, or else the strong winds blowing towards them could blow them away. Is this good now? The dear fairy turned around, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Hu Li. She pretended not to leave earlier, not only to savor the dishes Hu Li made but also to see if she could tag along for some other benefits. Just completing a dungeon could get them ahead of others by 10 levels, who knew what other secrets he held, and how much he could write on. Look at him, in such a hurry to rush to a certain area, he must have found traces of the region's exotic beasts. If she could also snag that reward. That would be a huge win. Huli naturally knew her thoughts but just glanced at her. Don't say I didn't warn you, following along this time, you won't get any good benefits. Look at what you're saying. The dear fairy immediately held her head high. I'm just someone on the boat, what benefits could I ask for? Besides, it was you, the captain, who let us out of the dungeon, am I supposed to ask for your benefits? That would be too ungrateful. Oh? Then what does eating my food count as? The dear fairy seriously pondered for a moment. Let's say you cook well? Huli was speechless. He hadn't forgotten that there was still one thing left to handle, so he turned to Wei Shu. Did you remember the names I told you to memorize? Wei Shu was stunned, then replied, I remembered 2 or 3 who talked nonsense. Good, send them to me. Looking at the 3 names that appeared, Huli immediately opened the regional channel. Huli, reward for Ding Changming, Zhang Chuanzhou, and Shen Mingkong's 10 fingers, can be exchanged for 1 random D-grade equipment, photo for proof required. After the newbie period ended, the system interface would automatically unlock the photo function, shared perspective, impossible to fake. Once this message was sent, the previously noisy regional chat channel fell silent. Wei Shu was also momentarily stunned. So, this is how you find people. Of course. When this message went out, probably the whole region would be looking for these 3 people. 1 person meant 1 piece of D-grade equipment. Not to mention he was a newbie before, even now, he couldn't help but feel a little tempted. Ding Changming, you, who do you think you are? Just because you say there's D-grade equipment means there is? That's hilarious. Jiang Yan, hey, you up there, why don't you check the marketplace's trading interface first? There are thousands of pieces of D-grade equipment, all put up by Boss Hu alone. Qin Shaokai, Boss Hu is generous. I know where Zhang Chuanzhou is, wait for me. Zhang Chuanzhou, Boss Hu, I was wrong. How about I cut off 1 no, 2? The flames illuminated everyone's faces. Huli raised his eyebrows, recognizing the identity of the Fire Phoenix. SSS-level talent, Fire Phoenix. One of the avatar-type SSS-level talents, aside from the ability to transform into a Fire Phoenix, it also possesses the power of rebirth through flames. Even with each death, she becomes a bit stronger. But after the 9th rebirth in flames, she can no longer return to human form and simply opts to join the beast faction, becoming a top powerhouse among the beasts. Unexpectedly, her first rebirth in flames would occur in such a place. As the Fire Phoenix changed direction, it landed on a distant mountain peak. The entire mountaintop suddenly ignited in flames, and even the torrential rain could not extinguish it. Is this the regional beast? Dear Sienna watched nearby and could not help but ask. No. Huli gently shook his head, it's a type of avatar talent, its level is the same as your 9 lords. Hiss. Dear Sienna could not help but gasp, but a hint of confusion flashed in her eyes. An SSS-level talent just like the 9 lords? Then why is this guy not excited at all? Can't he acquire talents from others? Upon learning about this talent, shouldn't he rush down immediately and find a way to obtain it from the other person? Either his chance of acquiring talents from others is not 100%, or there is something more important than this SSS-level talent waiting for him. Or both could be possible. Dear Sienna stopped speaking, simply standing quietly beside, gazing down at the flames birthed by the Fire Phoenix. The intensity of these flames, even with her current 9 lords, she could not match, and she wondered how many SSS-level talents existed in the world, and if every one of them was this terrifying. Huli stood at the bow of the boat, overlooking the flames, and a hint of contemplation flickered in his eyes. In his previous life, this individual had gone through 9 rebirths and was unable to transform back into a human, hence she chose to join the beast faction. If he saved her now and stopped her from completing her 9th rebirth, would it change her fate? This thought flashed and quickly vanished. Huli soon denied it in his heart. There were many regrets in life. Even if the owner of the Fire Phoenix joined the beast faction, so what? To him now, she was merely a potential target for his future deprivation, there's no need to care. The focus now is to find the regional beast, achieve the first kill, and leave everything else for later. Just as he was thinking, the flames on the mountaintop suddenly surged, transforming back into a Fire Phoenix that shot straight into the sky, moving toward the east faster than the boundless sea kingdom. Huli couldn't help but voice his confusion. In this brief span of less than 2 seconds, the Fire Phoenix had already rushed to the space before them, leaving the people on the boat with a trail of flames behind. This is trying to steal the kill. Regional beasts are different from the bosses in dungeons, they do not share equally, whoever lands the final blow is the killer. This is also why Huli told dear Sienna that she wouldn't gain any advantage. But now, looking at the Fire Phoenix's stance, it's going to race them for the first kill. No. How does this Fire Phoenix know where the regional beast refreshes? Is it sensing? Huli's brows suddenly furrowed. High-level beasts possess a bloodline sensing, like the 9 half-dragons, they sensed a similar bloodline emergence, which made them so excited, even from miles away, they had to check it out. The Fire Phoenix's attitude is quite similar to those half-dragons. But one has a phoenix bloodline, and the other has a dragon bloodline. How could they possibly have the same bloodline sensing? If a beast simultaneously possesses both dragon and phoenix bloodlines, Huli could hardly imagine what kind of level such a beast would grow to in the future. No, not just in the future. An E-level dragon-blooded flood serpent, after becoming a regional beast, would. You directly became D-level. If it were a strange beast with the bloodlines of both dragons and phoenixes, it might be born D-level, and with the enhancement of regional strange beasts, it could possibly directly reach above C-level. Considering bloodline suppression, 9.5 dragons can only exert D-level strength at most, and I am only C+, the realm of the killing god is not yet fully cooled off, so it's better to be cautious. Huli couldn't help but turn to Lucien. Slow down a bit. What's wrong? Lucien first stopped the enhancement, then spoke with confusion. Is there a problem? That regional strange beast might be stronger than we imagine. Huli looked at Wei Shu. Wei Shu, you and Xiao Chang stay on the ship later, don't leave half a step. Yes, Captain. Brother Huli. Wei Xiaochang immediately raised her hand. Me. My talent can also help. Got it. Huli couldn't help but squeeze out a smile, raising his hand to ruffle Xiaoqing's hair. Xiaoqing's talent is to observe energy, right? Just stand at the bow of the ship and remind Brother Huli where it's dangerous. Wei Xiaoqing nodded heavily. 2 hours later. 9.5 dragons stopped. As the 9 dragons entered the water, the Fire Phoenix spiraled in mid-air, seemingly waiting for something. Huli stepped forward, storing those 9 aircraft carriers into the warehouse, putting the 9.5 dragons into the water first, then activating his true sight, looking around. Wei Xiaoqing, who also had exploration skills, looked the same way. But no matter how they looked, they found nothing different around, not resembling any regional strange beasts. However, the half-dragon and that Fire Phoenix both stopped here. There must be a reason. Huli took a map from the warehouse, checked the distance and direction quickly, and soon found the approximate location. Yin Xiu. In ancient Central Plains, near the birthplace of the Yin Shang. This place could give rise to regional strange beasts and resonate with dragon and phoenix descendants. There probably is only one type of strange beast. Ding! A sound of metal clashing exploded, causing ripples to ripple through the water's surface. The 9.5 dragons immediately poked their heads out from beneath the water, 9 dragon heads staring intently at the distant water surface, their scales tightening. The Fire Phoenix in the sky slowly flapped its wings, overlooking the water surface. Suddenly, the pouring rain froze in mid-air, everything around became silent, only the sound of ripples colliding with the boat could be heard. Ding! Another crisp explosion sounded. A faint blue light surfaced beneath the water. Brother Huli! Wei Xiaoqing suddenly cried out, danger! Huli said nothing, only protected Wei Xiaoqing behind him, gripping the black gold ancient knife tightly in his hand. He stared at the water surface. He saw that faint blue light rushing towards him quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it burst out of the water. Clang! The sound of a phoenix's cry pierced his ears. Huli looked up at the sky, and before he could activate the true sight deprivation version, the faint blue Fire Phoenix had already collided with that Fire Phoenix. In an instant, they merged into one. A prompt suddenly popped up in front of him. You have discovered regional strange beast, B-level beast, false Xian bird. Chapter 45, come, uncle will help you with your beauty and hair. B-level. Huli looked at the prompt in front of him and gasped in shock. He can easily defeat D-level, can fight head-on with C-level, but this. B-level. A B-level strange beast with the ability to remain suspended in the air is simply not something he can kill at this stage. Even with the Dragon Bat Emperor wings, his speed simply can't match this false Xian bird before him. He could only be endlessly played with like a kite. Unless. Huli turned his head to look behind him. Lucien. Her intelligence attribute should have exceeded 30 points now. Using 9 lords to help others enhance speed could be worth a try. Trade? Lucien also received the prompt and could naturally guess Huli's thoughts. What do you want? A promise from you. Lucien seemed to have planned ahead, immediately speaking, no matter the circumstances, forever. No one can use depriving talents against me. So you're taking advantage of the chaos? Huli asked with lowered eyelids. What can I do? Lucien spread her hands. People always have to think about how to protect themselves first, right? As long as you agree to me, helping you kill this beast isn't difficult, and at that time, I can forego all its rewards. This condition isn't a loss for Huli. He still hasn't found a way to break the 9 respect shield, so agreeing to her isn't a big deal. But this condition isn't balanced. Add one more. Huli immediately spoke, you cannot board this ship without my permission, otherwise the deal is off. Self-protection. Who doesn't want to protect themselves? Lucienner's 9 respect mobility is simply too high. If she has a malicious thought and boards the ship to kill him, it's hard to tell who would live or die. This is also why he put the 9 half-dragons into the room earlier. Okay. Lucienner said, it's a deal. If there are any contracts with limitations in the future, we can make another contract? Sure. Huli replied and looked up at the sky. Hurry up, don't let it escape. It probably wants to come eat you. As soon as she finished speaking, the pseudo-Xian bird immediately dove down. The target was the 9 half-dragons hiding underwater. Right now, the 9 half-dragons are far from being the opponents of this pseudo-Xian bird. Huli immediately activated the dragon bat monarch wings behind him, holding the black gold ancient knife as he charged forward. He threw out a group of indestructible fireball deprivation version first, and then activated true vision eye deprivation version. Lucienner's amplification followed closely. A fireball that was originally only the size of a basketball instantly expanded to more than 5 times its size, smashing into the pseudo-Xian bird. Its panel immediately popped up in front of him. Species, pseudo-Xian bird level, B stamina, 180, C+, strength, 143, C, intelligence, 124, C, agility, 210, C+, talent, return of life, SSS, phoenix descendant, SS, dragon soul, S, mastered skills, follow destiny, A, feather return, B, morning phoenix, B. Note, destiny Xian bird, born for commerce. Agility +3. Strength +3. 2 deprivation prompts popped up. Huli was momentarily stunned. A B-level beast with C-level attributes? What's going on? Before he could react, that fireball directly burned the pseudo-Xian bird into a half-destroyed state. It plummeted into the water. It died. Something's off. It's extremely and utterly off. Huli hovered in the air for a few moments, without receiving a kill prompt, and his brow furrowed immediately. In the next moment, the pseudo-Xian bird sprang out from the flames of that indestructible fireball, reappearing before Huli's eyes. In that appearance, it seemed to say, come hit me. Born from the flames. Isn't this the Fire Phoenix's talent? Huli frowned and said nothing, not daring to strike without caution, only checking the opponent's attribute panel again. Now, the pseudo-Xian bird's attributes had all increased by 20%. Although it could still be taken down in one hit, Huli didn't dare to act rashly anymore. If its power increased by 20%, if it really can be reborn from the flames 9 times like the Fire Phoenix, then on the last time, he would face an A-level beast directly. This isn't a game. Even opening the Killing God domain might not be enough to defeat it. Unless he first finds out the reason this creature can be reborn from the flames. Huli's gaze immediately fell on its one and only SSS-level talent. The panel popped up, and he suddenly realized. Talent, Return of Life level, SSS active effect, fuse with another beast that also possesses Phoenix bloodline and gain its highest talent level. Note, all Phoenixes share the same origin, coexisting with me. This is it. The pseudo-Xian bird devoured that survivor turned into a Fire Phoenix, granting it the ability to be reborn from the flames, which enhanced its original C level directly to B level. Its attributes still lingered at C level, if it can kill a few more times. An A-level beast could be born. Clang. The pseudo-Xian bird let out a low cry. It was as if he was questioning Huli. What are you doing, little brother? Just standing there and not making a move? Come hit me. If you don't make a move, I'll come for you. Huli had no choice but to put away his long knife and beckon to the mysterious bird, signaling it to come over. To kill the mysterious bird, there was only one plan now. Delay for 40 minutes, waiting for the cooldown of the God of Death's domain to end. At that time, when the active effect of destiny starts, it will raise his current 4 points of luck to 10 points. With intense bombardment, he would see if he could peel the Fire Phoenix out of the opponent's body. 1 minute was just enough time. Just need to delay a bit longer. The mysterious bird wasn't foolish, seeing Huli put away his weapon and not intending to attack, it prepared to turn and leave at once. Did I let you go? With the support of Lucienner, Huli dove directly behind the mysterious bird, clamping its wings with his legs and riding on its neck. Clang! Clang! The mysterious bird cried out, trying to break free from Huli's grasp. Unfortunately, its stamina and strength couldn't compare to Huli's, so it could only struggle while carrying him. Huli's right hand flickered with black light. Deprivation, Destiny version activated. The God of Death's domain was a last resort, but that didn't mean he couldn't take the opportunity to gain a little first. 3 consecutive uses of deprivation. With Destiny's safety net, Huli managed to succeed once, suddenly holding a bird feather in his hand. B-class material, pseudo-mysterious bird feather +1. This guy has way too many feathers. When he entered the God of Death's domain, he might be deprived of even more, so it's better to just give it a good shaving first. A black gold long knife appeared in Huli's hand, and he gently stroked the mysterious bird's head with his left hand. Be good, don't be afraid. This year, Uncle will give you a beauty treatment. Chapter 46, Blood Rebirth. It is said that a featherless phoenix is not as good as a chicken. The mysterious bird, which is closely related to the phoenix, is naturally the same. In no time at all, Huli had trimmed all the feathers off the pseudo-mysterious bird, leaving only a completely gray, ugly bird hovering in the air. As for the originally dark feathers radiating 7 colors, they all fell down and were mostly collected by Luciener using wind. After all, being a B-class material, even though they didn't know what it was useful for, collecting them couldn't be wrong. Clang! The pseudo-mysterious bird struggled, its head spinning wildly as if wanting to take Huli down with it. Don't move, don't move. Huli's current strength could still suppress it, with one hand holding the bird's neck, it couldn't move an inch. Be good, Uncle won't turn you into a roast chicken. Clang! 20 minutes until the god of death's domain cooldown. There was still time, how about trying some other methods? For example, dismemberment. Even if you have the rebirth of the fire phoenix, you won't end up completely in pieces, you could still use the severed limbs to be reborn, right? To take a step back, even if it reborn, with a 20% boost in status, its strength and stamina would still be below his. It's done. Dear Fairy voice was filled with doubt at the bow of the ship. But Huli was suspended in the air, frowning in silence. It seemed that the fake Shin bird was dead beyond death, but he still hadn't received the kill notification. In other words, the opponent could still revive. In an instant, a burst of crimson gold light shone from the blade of his black gold ancient knife, vibrating with intensity. Huli's pupils trembled, and with a swift motion, he slashed the crimson gold glow away. Was that a drop of blood? Blood rebirth. The crimson gold light quickly condensed into the shape of a Xian bird. Not only were all injuries healed, but even the recently plucked feathers had regrown, and even its size had expanded by about 1/5. Clang! Another cry echoed. The fake Xian bird had reappeared in the world. But now, its attributes had increased by 44% compared to before. This really opens my eyes. Huli instantly grew excited. This was blood rebirth. The more difficult this talent was to deal with, the stronger it became in his hands. Not to mention, even without the attribute increase after rebirth, just the 9 times of blood rebirth were enough to put him at the top of the world. He dashed forward, suddenly arriving in front of the Xian bird. Just as he was about to mount it, the opponent moved to escape. Even though it had already been reborn, the scenes of it just being plucked still lingered in Huli's eyes. It naturally did not dare to provoke him at this moment. Flee? Can you escape? Huli laughed lightly, exploding in speed and once again rode on its back, only this time, it felt a bit strained. If this Xian bird died once more, even with Dear Fairy's assistance, he might not be able to catch it. The next actions needed to be more cautious. Clang! The Xian bird protested again with a mournful cry. Easy there, don't move. Huli raised his hand again, stroking the Xian bird's head. They say practice makes perfect, let's speed things up this time, let's try to finish the battle in 10 minutes. If you don't talk, I'll take it as your consent. Clang! What? Let me hurry up. Okay. The Xian bird then let out a mournful cry, helplessly allowing this guy to pluck its feathers. If only there weren't any tall buildings around, otherwise it would definitely crash into one and wouldn't mind dying again. 15 minutes later. The Xian bird had turned into a gray chicken again. Huli patted its bird head in satisfaction, while the god of death's domain had cooled down completely. Warm-up is over, are you ready to enter the next phase? Clang! The gray chicken issued another cry, drooling helplessly from the corner of its eyes. If you have the ability, just kill me. As if understanding the gray chicken's mournful cry, Huli responded with a light laugh. As you wish. With these 4 words, the god of death's domain instantly unfolded. The pale white domain expanded, enveloping the entire space, and a vertical eye appeared in the air, just staring at the gray chicken, giving it an almost suffocating sense of oppression. Agility +2. Huli quickly dodged away from the gray chicken, while various fireballs and blades were infused upon it. Dense notifications popped up one after another before his eyes, accompanied by the continuous bursting of crimson gold flames. Bloodbath rebirth, 3rd time. 4th time. 5th time. And this was the result caused under the condition of constantly using fireballs to heal it. Huli frowned from a distance. This was a situation he had anticipated earlier. With his current attribute strength, once the god of death's domain was activated, even a B+ level would perish inside. With the current Xian bird, it had to die at least 7 times, and might even roll over and die right here after using up all its blood rebirth chances. It all depended on whether he could strip the talents from it in this 121st deprivation. At the same time, below the pale white domain. Here we go again. Dear Fairy on the bow couldn't help but sigh with emotion. To be honest, she had always feared Huli, not just because of that talent that could take away, but also because of this talent similar to a realm. Too much. The talents he possessed were truly too many. He knew too many things. So much that it made one suspect whether he was a survivor like them or the manipulator behind this disaster. Just right. Taking advantage of the opponent's distraction, why not probe a bit? Xia Qingwan. Earlier, when Huli first triggered the global announcement, she was actually in the Sichuan region and saw some things in the regional chat channel. Among those who besieged Huli at that time, there was Xia Qingwan. However, she had no idea how she went from being a survivor besieging Huli to becoming his servant. But now it could be confirmed that she should know something, maybe she could be used as a breakthrough. Lu Xianer leaned towards Xia Qingwan. Sister, how did you meet your master? Xia Qingwan glanced at Lu Xianer but did not answer. Don't be so cold. Lu Xianer got closer to Xia Qingwan and whispered, actually, we are the same kind of people. Just quietly tell me, is your master the planner of this disaster? Perhaps. I think I can help you break free from his control. Xia Qingwan frowned, and a leopard paw swung across Lu Xianer's face. But it didn't catch anything. Hey! Don't get angry. Lu Xianer chuckled and was about to continue asking when the killing god domain in the sky was unsealed. Everyone almost looked up at the same time. They saw Huli holding a black gold ancient knife, looking up into the sky. A huge bird, entirely dark and shimmering with dark golden light under the reflection, soared in the sky. With a flap of its wings, the gust of wind created was enough to shake the No Shanghai nation, while 9.5 dragons lay beneath the water surface, not daring to raise their heads. A-class. Lu Xianer frowned tightly. The feeling this dark bird gave her was the same as Bai Qi, it had definitely reached A-class. But, why was its abdomen stained with blood? What exactly did Huli do? Chapter 47, A-Class Regional Monster Dark Bird. 10 seconds ago. With the 7th flame igniting in the Killing God domain, the pseudo-dark bird officially completed its 9th rebirth in fire. Huli stood still, watching the new panel that popped up in front of him, his brow furrowing. Species, Dark Bird. Level, A. Stamina, 929, minus 10%. A. Strength, 738, minus 10%. B+. Intelligence, 640, minus 10%. B+. Agility, 1083, minus 10%. A. Talent, Return to Life, SSS, Phoenix Offspring, SS, Dragon Soul, S. Mastered Skills, Follow Destiny, A. Return Feather to Nest, B. Morning Phoenix, B. Note, Destiny Dark Bird, born to conduct business, 9 transformations to Phoenix, thereafter boundless. On the panel, the pseudo in front of Dark Bird had been removed. Now it was a complete A-class monster. Due to the unique nature of monsters, this A-class Dark Bird could even battle with Bai Qi, who was also A-class. Thank goodness. There were still 10 seconds left. This was Huli's last chance, even if he couldn't strip the SSS-class talent Flame Phoenix from it, he had to slay it here. The flames stopped. Only the knife lights fell upon it. The Dark Bird, which had undergone its final transformation, had already crossed the chasm between B-class and A-class, even its life levels began to change. It shivered within the knife lights before, but now appeared to be bathing in them. Even though the knife lights kept slicing wounds on it, stripping away its attributes, it remained calm. Good. So this is how you want to play. 7 seconds left. Huli showed no hesitation and immediately pulled out the Sword of Heaven from the space, preparing to wait for the right moment to strike. Name, Sword of Heaven. Category, Weapon. Level, S. Equipment conditions, unlock S-Class Profession, Emperor. Passive effects, after equipping, strength plus 10%, stamina plus 10%, agility minus 10%, if conditions are not met, forcibly equipped will permanently reduce strength minus 10%, intelligence minus 10%. Active effects, attack the opponent and make a judgment, if the opponent's stamina plus strength is less than yours. Directly kill, with a probability of 30% for an instant kill, 30% for serious injury, 30% for minor injury, and 10% for nothing happening. Cooldown time, 30 days. Note, when the Emperor is enraged, 1,000,000 corpses will fall. This weapon can completely be regarded as the exclusive equipment for the Emperor profession. It can be forcibly equipped, but for others, the permanent reduction of 2 attributes by 10% is enough to be seriously injured. But for Huli, isn't it just a matter of being deprived a few more times? A small matter. With a single sword strike, Huli simultaneously activated the first Heavenly Destiny effect, raising luck to 10 points. Accompanied by a crisp sound, the judgment begins. A huge hole appeared in the abdomen of the Xian bird, and dark golden blood poured down from the sky as if it were free. This is serious injury. Even with the heavenly destiny effect and luck raised to 10 points, it only triggered the serious injury effect. How is this supposed to be played? Huli frowned slightly. The realm of the killing god ended, and the surrounding star quite instantly dissipated. A global announcement rang out in an instant. Global announcement: congratulations, the exotic beast Xian bird becomes the first A-grade exotic beast. All attributes of exotic beasts in the region are increased by 10%. Asterisk 3. The moment the global announcement sounded, a heavenly curtain suddenly appeared in the sky. The figure of the Xian bird floated in front of everyone in the world. Just by looking at it, an inexplicable sense of oppression surged in the heart. Carlos, Huaxia. This region's exotic beast is in Huaxia, right? Not in our Europe? Ra Shandan, nonsense, it's called Xian bird, how could it not be in Huaxia? Yamamoto Ichiro, truly heaven's blessing for Huaxia, all exotic beasts attributes increased by 10%, I wonder how many survivors will make it? Tanaka Erzhan, that's an A-grade exotic beast, even that Huli, probably would just be slapped to death. Sit to you, look. Under the Xian bird. Is there a figure? The moment this barrage appeared, the previously noisy global channel instantly fell silent. No. All chat channels fell silent. Everyone looked at the heavenly curtain, faintly seeing a shadow beneath the Xian bird. Lu Renjia, Huli. It's Huli. I have seen this boss's appearance. At the same time. Keep it. Huli uttered 3 words, immediately withdrawing the heavenly sword back into his storage, raising the black gold ancient knife to meet it. He didn't care about the heavenly curtain overhead, nor the news in the global channel. He only knew that this might be their last chance. If they could not kill the Xian bird this time, once it recovered, they would face a true A-grade, even A+ grade regional exotic beast in the future. This is no longer about that hidden profession of the first kill, but is related to Huli's future plans. Every new disaster that arrives will qualitatively enhance the exotic beasts. If the Xian bird is not defeated before the second disaster arrives, all of Huaxia may become a forbidden zone for survivors. Some dungeons, some secret treasures, and some professional tasks that need to be completed will all be unable to reappear. 9 half-dragons were eagerly trying to jump beneath the water, their dragon bat wings flapping behind them, but they could not rise into the air. That kind of high-level exotic beast exerts pressure on low-level exotic beasts, a gap they cannot cross. Xia Qingwan turned into a black panther and was in the same state. Willing but powerless. Only Lu Xiener. Seeing Huli rush forward holding the black gold ancient knife, she gritted her teeth and used all her strength to keep the Xian bird in place. A stream of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. This forced awakening of the 9 spirits still had an effect on her body. One strike. Huli held the black gold ancient knife and plunged it into the Xian bird's abdomen, but was swept down into the water by a flap of its wings. Almost simultaneously. Lu Xiener also could not hold on anymore. She half-kneeled on the deck, her figure flickering, only able to watch the Xian bird fly into the darkness. Dissipating and disappearing. Master. Without the pressure, Xia Qingwan immediately plunged into the water, searching for Huli's trace. The 9 half-dragons were also in a panic underwater, each looking for their master. Fortunately, as one half-dragon surfaced, Huli was also carried onto the deck. Wei Shu rushed over to check Huli's injuries. Wei Xiaoqing's eyes flashed with a hint of blue light as she slowly spoke, "Brother, Huli is fine, he just fainted, he'll be okay after resting for a few days." Phew. Hearing that Huli was only unconscious, Lu Xiener finally breathed a sigh of relief. She stopped maintaining her disguise, casually wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. As she looked up, about to tell everyone to leave quickly, she found that the 4 of them were all staring at her, dumbfounded. "Sister Xiener." Wei Xiaoqing gazed at her, unable to help but say in a daze, "How can you be so beautiful?" Lu Xiener smiled helplessly, appearing like a blooming flower in everyone's eyes. Even Xia Qingwan couldn't help but reach up to touch her own face, seemingly feeling a bit ashamed. "Alright, let's get down to business." Lu Xiener sighed and casually gestured, using all her strength to summon a gentle breeze, steering the ship away from the direction the Xian bird had gone. She looked at Xia Qingwan and Wei Shu, "That Xian bird might not come back, so we'll have to rely on you two until Huli and I recover. This breeze will last for 12 hours. After 12 hours, if Huli and I haven't woken up, I'll need you, Xiaoqing, to wake me up." "Okay." Wei Xiaoqing nodded firmly, "Sister Xiener, you can count on me. I'll complete the task." "Good." Lu Xiener crouched down and just began to say a word when she suddenly fainted, her body leaning forward and collapsing onto Wei Xiaoqing. "First, take the master and her back to the room." With Lu Xiener fainting, the leader on the ship naturally fell to Xia Qingwan. She picked up Huli, looking at the constantly refreshing messages in the global channel and the regional chat channel. She turned her head to glance at Wei Shu. "Mr. Wei, you should be good at remembering names, right?" "Huh?" Wei Shu was momentarily stunned. The noisy bugs in the global channel and the regional channel are really annoying. Can you help me remember their names? Xia Jingwan carried Hu Li into the cabin. I think, when the master wakes up, she will want to be friends with them. Thinking about how Hu Li asked him to remember names, Wei Shu suddenly understood. He nodded and looked at Xia Jingwan. I will guarantee to complete the task. Chapter 48, C-Class Beast Tide. Dry, burning. Hu Li slowly opened his eyes, feeling as if he was about to die of thirst. He instinctively thought he had returned to the dungeon. Fortunately, he raised his eyes to look at the mall interface. The more than 6 million points were still there. One of the main reasons he could be imprisoned in the dungeon by Lu Yuner was because he had never left any points in his mall. Just because Lu Yuner said, from now on, we are inseparable, from then on, all his points had been given to her. Otherwise, even in the dungeon, he could still find a glimmer of hope from the mall. Hu Li shook his head, tossing those bad memories aside, and immediately exchanged for a bottle of warm water from the mall, quickly gulping it down. Finally feeling a bit better. He glanced at the prompts and found that there were no kill rewards, meaning he had not killed the Xian bird with his final strike before losing consciousness. Fortunately, even if he hadn't killed the Xian bird, no one else had either. The first kill reward was still intact. This was a small mercy amidst misfortune. Hu Li immediately checked his status panel. Survivor, Hu Li. Survival level, 12. Distance to next upgrade, 115,000/1000000. Physique, 242, plus 20%. C+. Strength, 229, plus 20%. C+. Intelligence, 225, plus 20%. C+. Agility, 241, plus 20%. C+. Luck, 3, plus 20%. D. Mastery of Talents, Bestow, SSS, Deprive, SSS, Eye of True Sight, SSS, Destiny, SSS, Domain of the God of Killing, SS, Commanding Armies, SS, Phoenix Bloodline, SS, Black Gold Ancient Blade, S, Indestructible Fireball, S, Transform Blood into Dragon, S, Dragon Bat Emperor Wings, B. Skills, Soul Slash, S, Square Sky, A, Earth Repulsion, A, Summon Spirit, B. That's good. Ultimately, there are still gains. Aside from stamina and agility both increasing by about 30 points, he also deprived the SS grade talent, Phoenix Bloodline from the Xian bird. It's just a pity, intelligence and strength dropped by nearly 30 points, so the final increase was just under 10 points. It's not a loss. Hu Li propped himself up from the bed and began to check the specific effects of the Phoenix Bloodline. Just one glance, and his eyes instantly lit up. Talent, Phoenix Bloodline. Level, SS. Passive effect, all fire elemental damage dealt plus 30%, all fire elemental damage taken minus 30%. Note, a noble feather tribe possessing some Phoenix Bloodline. Though this skill's passive effect is quite standard, having this talent is equivalent to possessing part of the Phoenix Bloodline. Just one talent, naturally, it's not useful, but if used with Bestow. Phoenix Bloodline plus characteristic, Boundless equals SSS grade talent, True Phoenix Bloodline. True Phoenix Bloodline plus Dragon Bat Emperor Wings equals a grade talent, Dragon Phoenix Bat Wings. True Phoenix Bloodline plus Transform Blood into Dragon equals SS grade talent, Dragon Phoenix Inheritance. True Phoenix Bloodline plus Indestructible Fireball equals SS grade talent, Phoenix Fury. Hu Li combined all the talents that could work with True Phoenix Bloodline and directly upgraded the level of 3 talents. Not only did the speed of Dragon Phoenix Bat Wings increase, its hidden effect changed to deal stat reduction to all a grade and below feather tribes and scale tribes. Transforming Blood into Dragon changed to Dragon Phoenix Inheritance, and as long as the intelligence reaches B grade or above, each level will awaken 2 new skills. One related to dragons, and one related to phoenixes. Phoenix Fury, derived from Indestructible Fireball, is even more amazing. Originally, it was 1 fireball at a time, but now it transforms into a fire elemental skill that can take on the form of a phoenix. Its power has more than doubled. With the bonuses from True Phoenix Bloodline, now when Hu Li casts Phoenix Fury, even B+ grade by Chi would be injured. He can directly fight across a whole grade tier. As for evolving into the SSS grade talent True Phoenix Bloodline, besides increasing the fire attribute boost and reduction both to 50%, it also adds a proactive effect. Indestructible. At the moment of death, it can forcibly restore to full status once and reset all talents and skills cooldowns. Cooldown time, 30 days. This is equivalent to the youthful mini version of the Flame Phoenix's 9 lives. But better than nothing. Ha! Hu Li exhaled a breath of turbid air, and a hint of joy flickered in his eyes, changing his previous evaluation of the fight. It's not a loss, it's a bloody gain. Not only did he acquire an SSS grade talent for saving his life, but he also upgraded his main output method by 1 tier, even gaining an SS grade talent similar to a profession. Next, as long as he increases his attributes, he can have usable skills, enhancing his attack power and even gaining significant development potential. The only drawback is that he didn't catch the Xian bird. But so what? There are still 8 other exotic beasts in the same area. Now at least he remembers 6 places where they are. At worst, he can first go kill those exotic beasts in the area and then turn back to find that Xian bird. He doesn't believe that as long as it's still within the time frame of the first disaster, a mere great exotic beast can turn the world upside down. Huli made up his mind, immediately getting out of bed and stepping out toward the door. Just as he wanted to pull the door to see how everyone else was doing, the cabin door was pushed open. Huli instinctively closed his eyes and dodged, only to see a figure that was already blurry suddenly enveloped by a shadow. "Oh, you're awake?" The voice of Lu Xianer came through. She was already enveloped by shadow elements, absorbing all the light around her. Huli casually replied, then walked forward. "What are you coming here for?" According to reason, that Xie Qingwan should not have allowed her to enter this room, but now she was alone, and she just walked to the door and opened it. "There must be something wrong here. It was your little leopard who asked me to come help you recover. As for the reason." Lu Xianger stepped aside to make space. "You can go to the bow of the ship and see for yourself." Huli said nothing more, just stepped forward toward the bow of the ship. When he saw the scene before him, his frown immediately deepened. What? He had only been unconscious for 2 days, how could it feel like he had been out for 2 months? Outside the bow, 9.5 dragons surrounded the No-Sea Kingdom, facing a continuous influx of strange beasts, with levels ranging from F to D. In the air, a sea-level strange beast fluttered above, circling around the ship, seemingly overseeing the battle. Wei Shu held a D-level spear at the front of the ship, striking down one strange beast after another that crossed the dragon's blockade. Xie Qingwan stood at the top of the cabin, her gaze fixed on the sea-level strange beast in the air, waiting for the right moment, ready to leap up and capture that beast. Wei Shaoqing hid inside the ship, occasionally blowing on the circular magic array in front of her, rousing a whirlwind on the water's surface. No need to think, this thing was probably developed by Lu Xianger as a little toy for Shaoqing, used to earn some experience in her spare time. What lay before them was a beast tide. A sea-level beast tide. This was only the 2nd day since the beginner phase ended, how could there be a sea-level beast tide already? Chapter 49, A Good Deed Every Day. Excitement flashed in Huli's eyes. If we talk about the end of the beginner phase, the thing he looked forward to the most, besides the first kill of regional beasts, was this beast tide. The weight of a beast tide is not in quality. Usually, a beast tide comes with tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of strange beasts charging recklessly. For other survivors, this might mean some trivial experience or points, but for Huli, this is all attributes. Free attributes. Looks like you should know what this is about. Lu Xianger took a step forward and said calmly, "Actually, with our strength, we could wipe out this wave of beasts at any time, but your little leopard insisted on waiting for you to wake up. As if this beast tide hid some treasure. For you, this might just be some points, but for me, it's indeed different." Lu Xianger let out a sound of confusion. But before she could ask anything, she saw Huli quickly walk out of the cabin. He stepped out and landed on the deck. A flash of reddish golden light passed through his right hand. A small fire phoenix leaped from his fingertip, diving toward the water surface before him. This is the fireball he controlled? No, wait. What is this? It was clearly a movable nuclear reactor. Wherever the fire phoenix passed, the strange beasts turned into little bits of pure white starlight, twinkling among the rising white mist, like a fairyland. Almost at the same time, by Huli's feet appeared a pile of unknown things, like the corpses of those strange beasts, mixed with some odd items. Just like last time when he was at the Ascension. Brother Huli. Wei Shaoqing was the first to discover Huli's figure, instantly jumping up in cheer and rushing toward him. "You're awake. Awake, awake." Huli affectionately ruffled Wei Shaoqing's hair, snapping his fingers with his right hand, and another fire phoenix flew to the other side of the beast tide. The fireball, enhanced by the true phoenix bloodline, was no longer just a fleeting fireball, but a fire phoenix that could seek out enemies on its own, equivalent to a summoned disposable beast. Of course, every burn of the fire phoenix came with a 100% deprivation effect, just like the eternal fireball. Huli was too lazy to look at the prompts appearing before him. Just wait for the beast tide to end, and take a quick look. The 2 fiery phoenixes circled around the Wushanghai nation, dancing gracefully, their wings fluttered, burning the strange beasts to ashes and raising the temperature around them. Fortunately, the Wushanghai nation was immune to these effects, otherwise, everyone on the ship would probably be scorched by this heat. Yet the thick white mist that rose was still too dense to disperse for now. "Master!" Xie Qingwan immediately jumped down from the bow, transforming into a black panther and approached Huli. "You have been unconscious for 2 days, are you alright?" "Don't worry." Huli rubbed the panther's head and then looked towards Wei Shu, who had put away his spear not far away. "Brother Wei, thank you. Actually, I didn't do much. Wei Shu scratched his head, not resembling someone from the top 7 on the leaderboard at all. Miss Xia has been handling everything on the ship these days, I was just following orders. Huli didn't say much more, just silently kept Wei Shu's actions in mind. After the last betrayal, he wouldn't treat anyone well for no reason, but he wasn't the kind of heartless wolf that took everything and gave nothing. Whoever treated him well, he would naturally return the kindness. The surrounding strange beasts were almost all killed, yet the energy of the 2 phoenixes had not yet dissipated, as they broke through the heavy mist and soared into the sky. One in front and one behind, they flanked the sea-level strange beast in the air. The 2 phoenixes shattered, and the sea-level strange beast instantly fell, turning into a prompt in everyone's ears. Sea-level beast tide has been cleared, all participants earn plus 10,000 experience, plus 100,000 points. After all, it was just a sea-level beast tide, earning 10,000 points was already quite good, as killing a sea-level strange beast only added 1,000 points. However, quantity can lead to quality change. The 2 phoenixes had just killed over 30,000 F and E-level strange beasts, with each E-level beast providing 10 experience and each F-level beast providing 1 experience. Besides that, there were attributes. 30,000 strange beasts provided him with a total of 1,488 attribute points. Approximately evenly distributed among the 4 attributes. B+. Except for the intelligence attribute, which was slightly lower at B level, all other attributes had exceeded 600, reaching B+. This was still without calculating the boosts from the golden and jade eyes. If calculated, even intelligence would exceed B+ attributes. If there were a few more beast tides like this, Huli could now go challenge Shinbird one-on-one. Whoever is afraid is a dog. Unfortunately, that dog thing didn't know where it had run off to, which also caused the beast tide level in Huaxia to rise significantly. Originally, beast tides at this level wouldn't appear for at least another 20 days, or even a month. Now, just 2 days in, and sea-level strange beasts were already surfacing. In other regions, the strange beasts were probably only D-level, even if there was a beast tide, it would only be at E-level. So-called fortune and misfortune depend on each other. Although the survival difficulty in the Huaxia region has increased, if any survivors can make it through, Huaxia would surely gallop ahead in the upcoming regional wars. The rewards of the regional war can exempt all disasters for a certain period. For any region, it is a priceless opportunity. Captain. Wei Shu walked over, taking out a notebook from his pocket and handing it to Huli. What is this? A name list. Wei Shu glanced at Xie Qingwan beside Huli. Miss Xie asked me to record it. Just some rude people. Xie Qingwan said angrily, after you were knocked into the water by Shinbird, they were running their mouths off in the regional and global channels, so I had him write down their names. No way, being a loyal dog means you can't stand to see your master suffer even a little. Even if her master himself didn't know about it, that was unacceptable. I see. Huli said, then patted Wei Shu on the shoulder, causing a flash of white light to pass through his left hand. Endow. Wei Shu's 4-dimensional attributes increased by nearly 60 points. His pupils trembled instantly, and before he could speak, Huli had patted his shoulder a second time. Black Gold Ancient Sword Infinite Growth Version, Endow. Although it does not come with a deprivation effect, it is still an S-class talent that can grow. For Wei Shu, it was like gaining an S-class talent for free. For Huli, it was just that he couldn't use the Black Gold Sword Pure version for 24 hours. After 24 hours, the pure version of the Black Gold Sword would return to him, just like the endowed attributes. But he could still use the deprivation version of the Black Gold Sword, so there was hardly any impact. Team. Wei Shu just wanted to speak, and Huli patted his shoulder a third time. S-class skill soul / endow. Captain. Wei Shu's old face flushed red, stunned and excited, unable to speak. You, what are you doing? Oh, don't get too excited, I'm just making a deal with you, this is your reward in advance. Huli smiled lightly, pointing at the name list he handed over. I have something to do, I need to go somewhere else. Can you say a few words to the people on this list for me? What words? The first sentence, do you want to die, or do you want to live? If they want to die, then consider it a good deed and help them end their lives. And if they want to live? Wei Shu asked, puzzled. Then you need to say the second sentence. Huli's mouth slightly raised. Tell them that every time they send a message in the chat channel from now on, they must add a prefix. Huli dad, I was wrong. If they don't add it, you'll find them again and directly do a good deed. Wait a minute. Lu Sienna was momentarily speechless and couldn't help asking, why do you like others to call you dad so much? If they call me mom, wouldn't that make me seem too feminine? Chapter 50, Save Me, Save Me. 3 updates, asking for votes. Since they had to part ways, they naturally needed to find another means of transportation. Huli used 1.2 million points to buy a yacht from the mall and gave it to Wei Shu, intending for him to take Wei Xiaoqing with him to leave. In the end, all feasts must come to an end. Although he admired the Wei Shu of the previous life, in this life, he never intended to go through the disaster with him. After all, they were not on the same path. Now they might still get along well, but later, their worldviews and values were different, and no one knew what would happen. It's better to part ways now and develop individually. But Wei Shu was determined not to do it. It wasn't that he didn't want to leave, but he didn't want Xiaoqing to follow him. The reason was simple. For Wei Shu, this world was still dangerous. If he took Wei Xiaoqing with him, no one knew what would happen tomorrow. In his eyes, only Hu Li could be trusted. Only by staying by his side could Xiaoqing be safe. Hu Li wanted to politely refuse, but before he could speak, Wei Xiaoqing, who understood Wei Shu's thoughts, had already resolutely stood by his side. With tears in her eyes, she waved goodbye, taking action to reassure her brother. What else could Hu Li do? He could only take her along. It was just a matter of having more chopsticks. As Wei Shu drove the speedboat away, Hu Li couldn't help but turn to Lu Xianer. Miss Lu, thank you for the help earlier, our transaction is complete, you can leave now. Not in a hurry. Lu Xianer smiled lightly and approached. Where are you going next, Mr. Hu? Maybe we are going the same way? Going? What a joke. After this beast tide, she was even more certain of one thing. This guy definitely knows some insider information about the disaster. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for him to remain so calm in the face of the beast tide, as if he already knew, even watching the talent change once again with a wave of his hand. Others couldn't sense it, but she could clearly perceive it. If his previous fireball could only cause 10 points of damage, then just now the two fire phoenixes could each cause at least 60 points of damage. No, the damage from the second fire phoenix has likely reached 70 points. This means he is getting stronger all the time. If there's nothing fishy about it, she definitely wouldn't believe it. Only by staying close to this guy can she get access to this inside information first. Next. Hu Li didn't try to guess Lu Xianer's thoughts, but just recalled the location of the second regional beast in his mind. The nearest regional beast is in the territory of the White Bear Kingdom. It's a mermaid, named Rusalka. If he remembers correctly, it should be near Lake Baikal. It's only about 2,000 kilometers from here to Lake Baikal. After the nine-headed half-dragon swallowed part of the Xian bird's body, its attributes also received some enhancement. Plus, with Hu Li's SS grade talent, Commander, providing agility boosts, it'd take about 10 hours if he went at full speed. Considering the need to detour in some areas, he should arrive in at most 13 hours. It's worth a try. Let's go to Lake Baikal. Hu Li turned to look at Lu Xianer and generously invited, are you coming? Is there any benefit? Hu Li shook his head. It seems there's a dungeon at Lake Baikal, but there has never been a strategy in the real world. Even if he goes to the area, he would only be trying to find it, there's no guarantee he'd actually find it. Then forget it. Lu Xianer tapped her toes, and her body transformed into water elements, instantly dissipating in the water. Mr. Hu, take care. Let's cooperate again next time. Hu Li helplessly rolled his eyes. If it were before, he might not have sensed Lu Xianer's direction. But now with a B-level intelligence attribute, he could easily crush this guy, and naturally sensed her movements. That damn thing is hiding right under the ship. Still trying to use the same trick, huh? Fine. Let's see how long you can hide. Hu Li once again took out the 9 aircraft carrier blockade ropes and summoned the 9-headed half-dragon from under the water. Xiaowan, Xiaoqing, set the ropes. Okay, brother. Yes, master. The two crisp responses fell. Hu Li also stepped to the bow of the ship. While helping to set the ropes, he granted True Phoenix Lineage, Dragon Phoenix Inheritance, Phoenix Rage, and Dragon Phoenix Batwings to the 9-headed half-dragon. As the bloodline was granted, the wings behind the 9-headed half-dragon instantly expanded, originally only 3 meters long, now stretched to more than 5 meters. The dragon horns on their heads extended again, and the dragon heads began to take shape, even the snake tails grew in a fan shape, shimmering with colorful light, seemingly about to sprout feathers. Half-dragon? This is already a brand new species. Hu Li glanced at the panels of those guys and couldn't help but be stunned. Species, Pseudo-Dragon Phoenix. Level, B. Stamina, 676, plus 15%. B+. Strength, 686, plus 15%. B+. Intelligence, 633, plus 15%. B+. Agility, 647, plus 15%. B+. Talent, True Phoenix Lineage, SSS, Devour Heaven, SSS, Dragon Phoenix Inheritance, SS, Phoenix Rage, SS, Dragon Phoenix Batwings, A. Mastered Skills, Inheritance, Dragon Roar, B. Inheritance, Phoenix Call, B. Strike, E. Venomous Fangs, E. Bind, F. Note, a rare beast containing dragon and phoenix bloodlines, only 9 exist in the world. Hiss. Hu Li looked at the data on the panel and couldn't help but gasp. B level. Not only have all attributes reached B+, but they also possess 2 inheritance skills. If these 9 little ones continue to eat, their growth speed might be even faster than his. Huli didn't even dare to think, if he really obtained the SSS grade talent, Flame Phoenix, and granted it to these 9 little guys. Then, along the way, if they all achieve the accomplishment of 9 rebirths and flames, wouldn't they all reach new heights and become S-level beasts? Forget it, don't think about that for now, get to Lake Baikal and grab the first kill first. To avoid long nights and more dreams. With the appearance of the 9 pseudo-dragon phoenixes, Huli arrived at Lake Baikal ahead of schedule. In less than 10 hours, he was already standing on the shores of Lake Baikal. But the scenery here is somewhat different from what he imagined. Blood. The vast Lake Baikal, after being submerged by a disaster, has expanded more than 10 times. Yet in this vast body of water, not a hint of watercolor can be seen. Only a piece of scarlet. The water rippled, and the sticky blood flowed like it was clinging to flesh, turning into waves. The 9 pseudo-dragon phoenixes hovered in the air after entering the blood-red area, faintly showing some unease, their bodies and the immortal kingdom beginning to tremble slightly. Huli furrowed his brow. He immediately ordered the 9 pseudo-dragon phoenixes to dive to the bottom of the water, not to act recklessly. As the immortal kingdom touched the water's surface, Huli turned to look behind him. Xiao Wan, take Xiao Qing to the cabin first, don't come out without my command. Xiao Wan did not answer. But Xiao Qing suddenly raised her head, her eyes glowing with a hint of blood, her expression full of fear. A tender child's voice softly echoed. Help me. Please save me. Chapter 51, The Traces of the Profound Bird. Get out. Huli frowned and spat out 3 words, his right hand slightly raised, a fire phoenix appearing in his palm. I won't say it a second time. Rusalka. That mermaid was best at playing with such heart-enticing tricks. Where the blood water was all a realm. Within the realm, anyone with intelligence lower than hers would be directly judged as entranced. This is also why, despite being the lowest and weakest existence among several regional beasts, she was not the first to be chosen for slaughter. It seemed to sense a threat, or perhaps for some other reason. Rusalka immediately withdrew her enchantment on Wei Xiaoqing and Xia Changwan, but a half-human high perch suddenly sprang up from the bottom of the boat. The fishtail slapped against the deck, its swollen eyes continuously scanning for Huli's position, and after locking onto him, another voice came. Help me. Please, help me. Brother Huli. Wei Xiaoqing was startled and immediately jumped behind Huli. Beside her, Xia Changwan also returned to normal at this moment, transforming into a black panther, her claws hovering above that fish. As long as Huli gave the command, she could crush the fish dead at any time. But Huli became interested. He put away the fire phoenix in his palm and squatted in front of the perch. You want me to save you? Why? Bird. A huge bird. It's right above my head. Great sea god. Please protect your people. Huli's pupils trembled. The sea god. No wonder this creature was so obedient, it probably sensed the aura of the sea god on him. As for the bird, it must be the profound bird. There couldn't possibly be any other beast that could make a regional beast look like this. That guy is also nearby? Huli did not dare hesitate and stepped firmly onto the deck. Lucien Air. Come out. With a gust of refreshing wind, Lucien Air immediately appeared in front of everyone, even bowing to Huli. Great sage, what is your command? Stop pretending to be the land god, the profound bird may be nearby, be ready. Can we kill it? Lucien Air couldn't help but question. Try it. Huli calmly uttered 2 words. In 2 days, the domain of the god of killing had cooled down. If given another chance to pull the opponent into the domain of the god of killing, with his current strength, he could fight. All right. Lucien Air replied, but her eyes on Huli filled with even more curiosity. Although she had just been hiding underwater, she had heard the word sea god very clearly. Huli waved his hand, and the 9 pseudo-dragon phoenixes concealed themselves beneath the water. Only then did he look at the perch. Where is your true body in that bird? I can save you. I'm in the water, it's in the sky. Huli felt speechless. Do you believe I'll throw you in the water right now if you don't tell me the exact location? No, no. The mournful voice rang out again. It's under a cloud. There are several rocks next to me. This description was just like saying there was a stone grinder rice noodle shop under the building on a street in Guangdong. Huli rolled his eyes and swiftly used his black gold ancient knife to sever the perch's head, kicking it into the lake. Keep the body, it can be made into soup. All right. Before Xia Qingwan could make a move, that base was already taken by Lu Xiener. Huli didn't care about this, he immediately issued orders on the clan interface. Search for Rusalkas. Lake Baikal has an area of 30,000 square kilometers, and after the flooding catastrophe, the water area has expanded again. Even though Huli possesses fragments of the sea god's power and can sense water conditions within a radius of 20 kilometers, he couldn't find a mermaid in such a vast area. Now he could only hope to find the other party before Xian Niao finds Rusalka's. Otherwise, with Xian Niao's current strength, they could easily defeat Rusalka's upon meeting. This might not significantly enhance Xian Niao's power, but if they had to look for the next regional beast, it would take a long time. Brother Huli. Wei Xiaoqing timidly raised her hand. What's wrong, Xiaoqing? Huli turned to Wei Xiaoqing and asked with concern, were you scared just now? No. Wei Xiaoqing's eyes glowed with a faint light as she pointed northwest towards Lake Baikal. The Xian Niao you're looking for should be in that direction. Right. He almost forgot this girl's talent was in observing energy. As long as a creature has been observed by her, she can pinpoint its location within a certain range. Great. Huli reached out and ruffled her hair. Brother Huli will handle the important stuff first, I'll reward you once I find it. Wei Xiaoqing nodded earnestly. Then, without needing more from Huli, Luciener had already provided an acceleration boost to the No-Sea Nation. 9 pseudo-dragon phoenixes quickly surrounded, swimming below the surface around the No-Sea Nation, ready to pounce and bite when encountering the Xian Niao. Now they had gained some intelligence, the previous humiliating scenes were still etched in their minds. The 9 of them, destined to become true dragons and true phoenixes, had been suppressed by a tiny Xian Niao, too afraid to even lift their heads. For the regional beasts, this was a great humiliation. They must reclaim their honor. 10 minutes later. Standing at the bow of the boat, Huli vaguely saw the Xian Niao circling in the sky. That size, that pressure, and that sharp cry, it was indeed that guy. It seems that this Xian Niao had gained some intelligence after reaching a rank, understanding how to quickly recover from injuries and grow stronger. Devouring. Among regional beasts, even if they didn't have the talent like the 9-headed pseudo-dragon phoenixes, they could strengthen themselves by consuming flesh and blood. However, for higher-ranked beasts, the quality of the flesh and blood used for strengthening also needs to be higher. For an A-rank Xian Niao, evidently, only regional beasts could barely meet its needs. Rusalka's is clearly one of the options. Huli looked at the creature circling in the sky, his mouth involuntarily curling up. It really had come without effort. If this Xian Niao had chosen a different target, he might not have found it. But it just happened to come from the same place as him. Then it could only blame its bad luck. Well, same old rules later. Huli said, turning to Luciener, this can be considered another deal between us, you can ask for anything you need. Let's talk about that later. Luciener said, while various enhancements had already been applied to Huli, time is tight, and the task is heavy, let you kill the Xian Niao first. Okay. Huli exhaled a word, stepping down, and instantly, new dragon phoenix bat wings spread behind him. These wings barely resembled those of the Bat Clan anymore. The layers of feathers covering them sparkled with brilliant luster, sharp as dragon scales. Huli flapped his wings and flew up, and the B+ level speed erupted, charging towards the circling Xian Niao. Chapter 52, Regional Beast. First kill. Clang. A cry rang out again. Clearly, the Xian bird also noticed the dive-bombing Huli. It hesitated not even for a moment, going full speed at A grade, fleeing toward the northern direction. Want to run? Huli activated the true side-eye deprivation version again, and another bird feather appeared in his hand, which he casually stored away. But when he tried to pull the Xian bird into the slaughter god's domain, a prompt popped up. No enemies within selectable range, please try again later. Damn. Huli silently cursed, and when he looked up again, the Xian bird was already out of sight. It ran away. It seems his speed is still not fast enough. And his long-range attack methods still aren't sufficient. But it doesn't matter. At least Rusalka is still at Lake Baikal, and he has already understood the Xian bird's purpose. To consume other regional beasts to recover its injuries. Apart from Rusalka, which is right in front of him, the nearest regional beasts are almost in Europe. Even if the Xian bird is A grade and can cross other regions to find regional beasts, it might not be faster than himself. At most, he could go to the next location to ambush this guy. But for now. Huli lowered his head, looking at the surface of Lake Baikal. That endless blood red quickly gathered beneath him after the Xian bird left. After just a few breaths, the pools of blood condensed into a blood-red stone resembling a throne. Rusalka leaned against the blood-red rock. A crimson fishtail lay half in the water and half on the rock, with layers of scales covering up to its neck, and above that was a head resembling an elf. Pointed ears, long hair, but its pair of fangs were extremely striking. Raising a hand, there was a layer of webbing connected between its 5 fingers. See? He had just uttered one word. A fire phoenix instantly dove towards it. With the sound echoing, the fire phoenix wrapped around Rusalka immediately. In the blink of an eye, the blood-red stone shattered, leaving only a pile of ashes behind. Ding! Global announcement: congratulations to the survivor, Huli, for being the first to kill C-grade regional beast, Rusalka, and gaining random S-grade talent *1. Congratulations to survivor Huli for slaying C-grade regional beast, Rusalka, earning 1000 experience points and 10,000 score. Congratulations to survivor Huli for obtaining A-grade material, Mermaid Beast Core *1, and C-grade material, Mermaid Song *1. Wait a minute. Huli looked at the prompt in front of him, his brows furrowing instantly. Not a hidden profession? How is that possible? In the last life, the heavenly ranking team also killed this Rusalka and received the reward of a hidden profession. It can't be that the target for killing is the same but the rewards are different, right? Wait. Huli looked at the golden prompts flashing before him and suddenly discovered a difference. Level. In his previous life, even though the heavenly ranking team killed the beast, it was a B-grade Rusalka. They received the first kill reward for killing a B-grade regional beast. But what he got was only the first kill of a C-grade regional beast. With different levels, the rewards would naturally be different. Huli felt a wave of helplessness, having calculated everything yet missing this point. But it's okay, at least there's the consolation prize of an S-grade talent. Just right. He still needs to chase down that Xian bird. When he finds the next regional beast, he will cultivate it to B-grade before killing it. If there's a chance, he'll also take the Xian bird's head along with him. The first kill of a B-grade regional beast is already a random hidden profession, who knows what the reward will be for the first kill of an A-grade regional beast. Having experienced the depths of the abyss, Huli wouldn't feel discouraged by a little accident. He quickly sorted his emotions, stored the 2 materials from the rock, and opened his panel. That S-grade talent was already directly granted to him. Talent, Star Plucking. Level, S. Active effect: can transform into S-grade weapon, Star Plucking Bow. Strength depends on your power and agility attributes, firing energy arrows, and one day, I can shoot 3 arrows at most. Hidden effect: after using energy arrows, I can continue to shoot physical arrows, with damage depending on the grade of the physical arrows. Note: I have 1 arrow, capable of plucking stars. What the heck? A ranged attack talent. And I don't have to worry about being immune to the Xian bird. Awesome! Huli felt a rush of joy, washing away the lingering disappointment in an instant. At this moment, he could only think of one thing. Endow. True Phoenix Descendants, plus, Pluck Stars, equals, SS-level talent Abyss Moon. True Side-Eye, plus, Abyss Moon, equals, SS-level talent Chase Sun. Deprivation, plus, Chase Sun, equals, SS-level talent Chase Sun Deprivation version. Destiny, plus, Chase Sun Deprivation version, equals, SS-level talent Chase Sun Destiny Deprivation version. Ability Boundless, plus, Chase Sun Destiny Deprivation version, equals, SS-level talent Chase Sun Infinite. Phoenix Fury, plus, Chase Sun Destiny Deprivation version, equals, SS-level talent Chase Sun Phoenix Arrow. Chase Sun Phoenix Arrow, plus, Killer Domain, equals, Killer Feather. After 7 endowments, Pluck Stars. No, it should be called Chase Sun, the details have almost completely changed. Aside from the combination with the Killer Domain, which gave it another means of attack, the remaining 5 endowments brought about earth-shaking changes to Pluck Stars. As for other talents, they could not be endowed to Chase Sun and had to be given up. Talent, Chase Sun Destiny Deprivation version. Level, SS. Experience, 0/10,000,000. Active effect 1, can transform into SS-level weapon Chase Sun Bow. Strength depending on your strength and agility attributes, emitting energy arrows, can store 3 Phoenix arrows per day, and after firing, can transform into non-attribute arrows to chase the opponent until the Phoenix arrows shatter or the opponent dies, with no storage limit. Active effect 2, creatures that are attacked have the chance to lose an attribute, item, skill, or talent, with every 3 deprivation guaranteeing at least 1 success. Passive effect, each time this skill kills a creature, you can store 1 point of experience. Hidden effect, after using all energy arrows, you can continue to fire physical arrows, with damage depending on the grade of the physical arrows. Note, I have 1 arrow, capable of chasing the sun. After reading the talent description, Huli couldn't help but tremble with excitement. Is this talent really combining 4 SSS-level talents? It seems too overpowered. He then summoned the Chase Sun Bow. A bow made entirely of fine gold appeared in his hands. Huli's fingers hooked on the bowstring, gently pulling it back, and a phoenix phantom floated between the bowstring and bow body, gradually solidifying. Target, Xian bird. Clang. As Huli relaxed his fingers, the phoenix phantom immediately flew out of the bow, chasing after the direction in which the Xian bird had vanished. Its speed was far faster than the Xian bird. Seeing this, Huli couldn't help but feel delighted, quickly knocking his remaining 2 arrows and firing them all at once. As for whether he could catch up, and whether he could kill the Xian bird upon catching it, it would all depend on luck. Good thing. Huli never placed all his hopes on luck. He turned to look at the unbound sea kingdom approaching him, glancing at the ship's dear ferry. Miss Dear, do you mind taking a trip further for some sightseeing? As long as you don't take me to Southeast Asia, I'm fine with visiting other places. What about Northern Europe? Huli's lips curled slightly. You can meet elves and dragons there. Chapter 53, What if I want your life? Are we still looking for area beasts? Upon hearing such a large area, Dear Fairy naturally remembered the recent first kill prompt. Yes. Huli did not deny it. He looked seriously at Dear Fairy before giving a suggestion. Besides the Xian bird heading there are 2 area beasts in the Northern Europe region. I want the first kill of one, and you can have the rewards of the other. There's no other way. Given the current recovery speed of the Xian bird's injuries, by the time he reaches Northern Europe, the opponent might have already recovered to PK level, and if Dear Fairy is not around then, it would be tough for him to deal with alone. Joining forces is the best choice right now. Dear Fairy's eyes brightened immediately. Is there a dungeon? The previous S-level dungeon Earth Kingdom brought her immense improvement. It is entirely possible to shake off other survivors at this stage, but it also brings a drawback. Even when facing the beast tide, she still cannot continue to improve her strength. At this stage, she can survive safely, but no one knows what the future holds. Accumulating more strength and foundation is always a good idea. The dungeon, especially the one with Huli, is obviously the best choice for improving strength. Actually, there is one. Huli showed a troubled expression. It's just that this dungeon is a bit unusual. Apart from the Earth Kingdom dungeon, even if other dungeons have some strategies, they are still incomplete strategies. The situations that unfold after entering the dungeon are ever-changing, and no one knows what will happen. In the Nordic region, there is a notorious dungeon that does not have a specific level. The initial dungeon level is only E, but as side quests keep expanding, the entire dungeon level might even rise to S. Dungeon, 9 Realms. Once entering the dungeon, players will randomly teleport to one of the 9 realms and randomly receive a main quest. As long as they complete it, it counts as clearing the dungeon. According to the experiences of those big shots from the past life, it is said that someone once saw the god King Odin in this dungeon. This is currently the only SSS-level character that can appear. If one could replicate that person's quest route, meet the god King Odin, and conveniently take advantage of him when leaving the dungeon. Wouldn't that be delightful? As long as there is. Lu Xianer didn't care about so much. She chuckled and said, then you take me into the dungeon, and safely bring me out. That will be our trade. I will help you until you successfully kill the Xian bird. Deal. To enter the dungeon, they still needed to find a reliable partner. Lu Xianer clearly counted as one. After the two reached an agreement, the heavy rain in the sky gradually ceased. Lu Xianer couldn't help but look up at the sky, her pupils quivering. The rain has stopped. It stopped. Huli looked towards the horizon, watching the sun peek out from behind the clouds, but it's only stopped raining in this area. If we kill the Xian bird, the rain in China will also stop. Lu Xianer frowned slightly, as if she had decided on something. She immediately raised her arm and shouted, then what are we waiting for? Charge! With that, the entire No Shanghai country rushed towards the direction where the Xian bird had left. The 9-headed pseudo-dragon phoenix also immediately swam to the bow of the ship, actively biting the aircraft carrier's mooring rope, rushing forward into the distance. With no heavy rain to impede them, the speed of the No Shanghai country was clearly faster. By the way, an excited Lu Xianer turned to look at Huli. I haven't asked you yet, where is the destination this time? Faroe Islands. Where? Lu Xianer couldn't help but have a question mark above her head. Norway, about 6,000 kilometers away in a straight line. Lu Xianer, surprised face? 6,000 kilometers. Even at the current speed, it would take 30 hours of non-stop travel. This is still assuming a straight line distance. Currently, the waters have not submerged the entire White Bear Kingdom, and there are still many regions of land. It is clearly not possible to walk straight there. So, they would at least need more than 40 hours to travel, and even more time might be needed. Lu Xianer instantly gave up, slowing down by about 20%. Huli didn't say much, only laughing bitterly, sitting at the bow of the ship, casually pulling out the S-level item, Taigon fishing rod, to start fishing. No, at this speed, this shouldn't be called fishing anymore, it should be called hooking fish. He also glanced at the global chat channel and regional chat channel, quietly diving in. This was a habit he developed over 10 years in the dungeon. Just reading the chat records so quickly can be considered an SSS-level talent. In the global channel, most survivors were discussing his earlier victory over the regional beast and the news of the rain stopping within the borders of the White Bear Kingdom. There are already people starting to guess whether killing the regional beasts will bring an end to the disaster. Some even reckless ones have begun to form teams, preparing to search for the regional beasts in their own areas. Lei Zhengming, Huli, Dad, I was wrong. So, does that mean there is no disaster in the White Bear Kingdom now? What about the beasts? If not, is there anyone forming a team? Let's go together to seek refuge. Kai-si, you up there, what does your previous sentence mean? Lei Zhengming, Huli, Dad, I was wrong. Why do you care? Chen Bao, Huli, Dad, I was wrong, brother, I understand you. Seeing this, Huli couldn't help but let out a grin. It seems that Wei Shu's progress is going quite well. Such people are like cockroaches, when you spot one, it means there are quite a few like them around. Amidst that vast sea of information, he suddenly caught a piece of news. Su Yao, is the great Huli in the White Bear Kingdom? Can you come and save us? We're trapped in a building, and there are beast waves outside, about to break in. Su Yao. In the previous life, 4th on the sky ranking, president of the Salvation Society. She is actually in the White Bear Kingdom. Zhong Tianwen Air, you people love to joke. Why would she come to save you? Bian Xiang Air, exactly. Huli is one of us from Dehan country, how could he answer a call for help from a Huaxia person? Park Guochang, Huli, I order you to quickly return to your homeland. We need you. Ha! Indeed, when people find themselves at a loss for words, they can really laugh out loud. Huli let out a cold laugh, ignoring the barking of those dogs, just silently noting it down. If he remembers correctly, on the 13th day of the submerged disaster, the island nation and Dehan country will be submerged one after the other, with only a few survivors boarding ships. If he lays out plans in advance, there should be a chance to unlock an S-level hidden achievement. Destroyer of Nations. The effect isn't too strong, but who would refuse such a title? Especially to gain such a title from the island nation. While still within the borders of the White Bear Kingdom, Huli opened Su Yao's private chat interface and sent a private message request. The other party immediately accepted. Su Yao, Mr. Hu, can you come and save us? Huli, if I come to save you, what can you provide me? Su Yao, I don't know what you need, Mr. Hu, but anything we have, we can offer to you. Huli, oh. What if I want your life? Chapter 54, why don't you go and ask him to come down and meet me? Su Yao, as long as you can save us, you can take my life at any time. Su Yao's reply had almost no hesitation. As the future president of the Salvation Society, she does have some awareness. But Huli wanted to save her, not because of this, and definitely not because of her future status as a strong player, but because of the talent she possesses. SSS-level talent, source of life. Among the SSS-level talents Su Yu knows, it is the only one that possesses only passive effects. As long as within Su Yao's range, when a friendly unit is about to die, it will forcefully enter a near-death state, locking at 1 point of health, and gradually recover health. As long as no other damage is taken within 24 hours, it can fully restore to peak condition. Like the empowerment Huli possesses, this talent also requires teammates to exert its maximum value. In the previous life, Su Yao became the president of the Salvation Society with this talent and gradually built up her power, acquiring other talents to strengthen herself, ultimately becoming 4th on the sky ranking. While Huli was trapped in that dark dungeon, spending his days just wasting time in the chat channel. The outcomes for both were completely different. But this life is different. Perfect. If he is going to explore the instance dungeon, taking Su Yao along is indeed a good choice. Huli, deal reached, where are you now? Su Yao, in a residential building inside Ilkursk City. There is a D-level beast tide surrounding us, but we cannot see the leader beast. There are a total of 231 people here, and currently 35 are injured and unable to fight. The remaining personnel can still fight, but at most can hold on for less than 2 hours. The information is incredibly detailed. It almost directly told Huli which street would be better for attacking and breaking out. The place is not far either, it's only 70 kilometers from the southern shore of Lake Baikal. Huli, half an hour, wait for me. Su Yao, thank you. Huli issued an order to the 9-headed pseudo-dragon Phoenix in the clan interface, and, unbound Shanghai Nation, immediately turned around. Lu Xiener couldn't help but express her confusion, aren't we going to find the Xian bird? First, let's catch a teammate. Teammate? Lu Xiener's eyes were full of doubt, but seeing that Huli had no intention of answering further, she didn't ask more questions. Very soon, unbound Shanghai Nation entered the city of Irkutsk. After 3 days of heavy rain and due to the rising water level of Lake Baikal, the water level in the city had risen above 20 meters. Churches, shops, apart from some residential buildings above 10 stories, other structures had already been submerged in water. As far as the eye could see, the city was densely populated with various exotic beasts. Crabs half a person tall, lobsters 2 meters long, and tentacles as thick as water tanks were emerging from the water. Huli's eyes immediately lit up. Exotic beasts? These things are top-quality ingredients. He turned to look at Lu Xiener and just happened to see her swallow hard. Clearly, this glutton also saw the opportunity and was now looking at him. Watch from the side. Huli let out a helpless remark, casually taking out the sun destruction bow, holding it in his left hand, and drawing the string with his right hand. He pinched 9 feathers of the Xian bird with his fingers and set targets on the various exotic beasts. Whoosh! With a release of his fingers, the 9 feathers soared above the water surface, piercing through all the exotic beasts they came into contact with along the way. For every 3 exotic beasts pierced, a deprivation prompt popped up in front of Hu Li. Arrows. Who said feathers can't be used as arrows? Not to mention the strength of A-level Shen bird feathers, even the C-level Shen bird feathers that Hu Li previously plucked could compare to D-level weapons. 1 bird feather is equivalent to 1 D-level arrow, easily piercing through these E-level exotic beasts, making it incredibly simple. Although the efficiency is not as fast as using Phoenix's Fury, it is safer. This is the city center. If a Phoenix's Fury hit, who knows how many unlucky people would be blown to pieces. He still needs to find someone. This opportunity is better left for the island country. After all, they have experience and are used to it. In the blink of an eye, that dense mass of exotic beasts was reduced to only a few rare ones still alive. In the end, it did not amount to much. Let the survivors in the city deal with it. Hu Li collected some attributes, and at his feet, a variety of ingredients had already piled up. He turned to look at Lu Xiener, with tears streaming down her cheeks, just about to bury her head in the pile of ingredients and start gnawing. Xiaowan, put it away for now, we don't want someone to be drooling all over the place. Yes, master. Xia Qingwan replied and immediately stored the ingredients in the warehouse. As for that someone, she acted as if she didn't hear anything. After all, no names were mentioned. Anyone can pick up money, but who would want to pick up scolding? Meanwhile, the chat channel was in an uproar. The news of exotic beasts being pierced and killed by a shadow spread throughout the entire area. Su Yao's private message also came through immediately. Su Yao, Mr. Hu, have you arrived? Hu Li, yes, is there any prominent building nearby? I'm coming to find you. If it were someone else, they might have gone dark by now. After all, the crisis has been resolved. Who cares about any promises? Have some skill. Why don't you come over here yourself? But Su Yao was different. She didn't hesitate at all and immediately sent over her location. It was easy to find her in Irkutsk City. Hu Li steered the No Shanghai Nation through the city, and in less than 10 minutes, he found the building. But as soon as the No Shanghai Nation approached the residential building, before Hu Li could step off the boat, a big man with a full beard leaned out of the window, holding a shotgun, pointing it at them. Don't move. Get off the boat. Everyone, get off. After being translated by the chat system, his language, White Bear language, was directly converted into Chinese. Hu Li looked at the bearded man and helplessly smiled. Don't tell me Su Yao wants to use this method to deal with me? I'd really start doubting if I've got the wrong person. What's Su Yao? I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, if you don't want to eat a bullet, get off the boat now. Bearded man's eyes were bloodshot, and his gaze seemed to almost pop out. Fine, I'll get off the boat. Hu Li helplessly walked to the bow of the boat, stepped off, and walked up to the bearded man, his expression casual. So, what's next? What do you plan to do? Of course, I'm going to send you to meet God. The bearded man yelled and immediately pulled the trigger. Bullets rained down on Hu Li like a shower of flowers, but they only hit his body. Not even a mark was left on Abyss. I'm lazy, don't feel like moving. Hu Li raised his right hand slightly, and the black gold ancient blade appeared in his grip, the blade resting against the bearded man's neck. How about you go ask him to come down and meet me? Chapter 55, Raising Pigs Requires a Pigsty. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The bearded man clenched his teeth and immediately shouted upstairs. Hu Li had more than enough time to stop him, but he didn't move. He just looked at him with a smile. What's the most difficult part of exterminating cockroaches? It's not just killing one, but ensuring that after you kill one, there are no more in the room. To do this, there's a simple and brutal method. Exterminate all the cockroaches at once. At this moment, the bearded man was doing exactly that for him. With the bearded man's shout echoing, the entire building filled with the sound of heavy footsteps. It seemed his organization had quite a few people. They must have taken control of the entire building. The noise had attracted the insects, and they were all coming. Hu Li used true sight-deprived version to scan the bearded man's profile, but didn't find anything valuable, so he took a swing with his blade, sending him to meet God. A blood-red head fell to the floor, leaving a crimson streak as it rolled towards the door. Bang! A muffled sound came, and the room door was pushed open. A man dressed in bronze-colored armor stood at the door, holding a spear. He was about to charge at Hu Li, but as soon as he lowered his head, he saw the head at his feet. Flasky! The man screamed, his eyes filled with tears. He suddenly raised his head and charged at Hu Li. I want you to pay for his life. Huli took a step forward. In the face of such a charge, he only needed to raise his hand slightly, using just a fingertip to stop the spear thrusting toward him. He looked the man up and down and immediately smiled bitterly. Bringing a knife to someone who sells vegetables? You've got quite an imagination. With that, Huli pulled the spear from the man's hands and swung it, landing a blow on his neck. Though he didn't use much force, a streak of crimson still appeared. Someone who can afford these two items should be a small-time leader. Come on, take me to Su Yao. Feeling the threat to his life, the man's rage instantly evaporated, his body trembling uncontrollably, as though he had Parkinson's. I don't know who Su Yao is. You don't know? Then I'm afraid I must apologize. Huli used, true sight-deprived version, again. After confirming that he had no use value, he swiftly severed his head with a single stroke. He looked up, gazing at the survivors pouring in from other floors. Nearly 100 people surged into the hallway, but less than 10 stood at the doorway, desperately holding back the onrush of others, afraid to step even an inch past the threshold. Hey, what's blocking the way up front? Hurry up and get inside to save someone. Yeah, what's happening inside? Let's go in and see. Hey, you there. Did you hear me? The hallway grew increasingly noisy, yet the 10 or so people blocking the threshold dared not move an inch. Only because of those two severed heads. One belonged to Vlasic, and the other belonged to their leader. As someone equipped with D-class weapons and D-class armor was already dead in the room, this was enough to prove many things. Forget about moving forward, if it weren't for the crowd behind them, they might have already screamed and run away. That's right. Huli gripped his knife, blood continuously dripping from the blade, and waved at the 10 or so people outside the threshold. Come in. What's this mess blocking the door? None of those people were Chinese, but they still understood Huli's meaning through the system translation. The crowd exchanged glances, and no one dared to take that first step. Not coming in, huh? Huli dragged his knife forward slowly. The knife tip scraped along the ground, creating a blinding spark and carving a gash in the solid concrete floor beneath. Then I wish you to be smarter in your next life. Don't gain the human shell but lose the ability to think like a human. As soon as he finished speaking, the black gold ancient knife fell, and the sharp force alone sliced through the people blocking the door in half. Blood flowed everywhere. A killer is always killed by others. That Vlasic wanted to seize the ship, there's a way to his death. The second man coming over wanted to take revenge for Vlasic, he also had a way to die. As for those blocking the entrance, they had come down to kill him too, so they also had a way to die. Killing these people, Huli felt no psychological burden at all. Killing was just killing, nothing more. Corpses appeared before everyone's eyes. The wailing instantly echoed throughout the entire building. Ah! There's a murder! A murder! Help! Run! Useless fools, stop blocking my way! Let me go first! Chaos was on the verge of breaking out. Huli turned to give a glance to the 9 pseudo-dragon phoenixes behind him. The 9 little creatures immediately understood. They flew up to the upper floor, using their bodies to block all escape routes, trapping everyone trying to rescue them on the next floor. Want to escape? Unless you kill one of these 9 pseudo-dragon phoenixes. This task was evidently impossible to accomplish. Huli dragged his knife, walking out of the room, looking at the anxious figures of the people, and whistled. Who? You all, who can help me find Su Yao? I can give him a chance to live. The crowd fell silent instantly. Can't find him? Huli spoke helplessly, slightly raising his right hand holding the knife. What a pity. Wait. Just as Huli was about to strike down again, ending most of their lives, a voice rang out from the crowd. I might know where you're talking about Su Yao. In the crowd, a middle-aged woman raised her hands high, her tone extremely frantic. Might? No. Definitely. I know where that Su Yao is. Very good. Huli uttered 2 words, a fire phoenix appearing at his fingertips. Snap. With a snap of his fingers, the fire phoenix soared toward the crowd. In an instant, all except for the middle-aged woman who just raised her hand were turned to ash by the fire phoenix. Disaster alongside disaster, there's an extremely important word change. As long as one is in a disaster, as long as they are alive, they have near-infinite opportunities for change, with infinite growth potential. So, anyone who might threaten his existence, he would undoubtedly eliminate it without hesitation. In those years in the dungeon, 10 years was long enough, he did not want a second time. Beside him, Lu Xiener looked at the scene before her, offering no interference, and not saying a word, just silently watching. Meanwhile, she protected Wei Shaoqing behind her, preventing her from witnessing the bloody sight. Huli then looked at the dazed middle-aged woman. What are you standing there for? Why aren't you leading the way? Okay. The middle-aged woman let out a trembling sound and immediately led Huli upstairs, all the way to the top floor of the building. She pointed at the door chain shut before her, her voice slightly quivering. "The person you were looking for is inside. You promised me you would let me go." "No rush, I just haven't found the person yet." Huli pointed at the lock. "What does this mean?" The leader said, "Raising pigs needs a pig pen." Chapter 56, I am Su Yao, come kill me. Pigs? Pig pen? The meaning of these two words, with a little contemplation, is clear. The leader of this group is raising humans, using their flesh as a food source. In this apocalyptic world, such organizations actually exist in abundance. Yes. Points can be exchanged for food. But besides food, points can also be exchanged for even more useful things. Especially for those who have no combat experience or ability, those extremely ferocious beasts are definitely not prey they can hunt at will. Even if they are lucky enough to hunt one or two, the points gained are even more valuable than food. Instead, those weaker than themselves make the most suitable prey and are easily attainable food. Talent, ha. There is no strongest, only stronger. Likewise, there is no weakest, only weaker. With just a single gun, these prey can be easily controlled. Especially in countries other than China, the number of people legally carrying guns is staggering. They will naturally transform into hunters, hunting those weaker than themselves at the first opportunity. Just like right now. Su Yao is likely no different from others, trapped as prey on the top floor. Alright, get lost. Upon hearing these 4 words, the middle-aged woman felt as if she had received a great reprieve. Without saying thank you, she turned to leave downstairs. But just as she passed by Xie Qinluan, a black claw flashed by. The middle-aged woman's head was crushed instantly, and her entire body fell to the bottom of the building. What a joke! Someone who was once threatened with death by herself could obviously become a future threat. How could a person like that be allowed to leave? As the ancient saying goes, cut the grass but not the roots, spring wind will blow, and it shall grow again. Huli naturally couldn't let such a situation happen. With a swift motion, he broke the chains apart. A fire phoenix suddenly leaped to his fingertips, which he placed on his shoulder to illuminate the surroundings. As Huli pushed open the door, a wave of foul smell immediately hit him. Cough, cough, cough. Even though he was used to being in basements, he was unaccustomed to the smell. It was truly no different from a pig pen. Huli didn't want to go inside, so he simply took a step back. Those inside, hurry out. The people who imprisoned you are already dead. Especially you, Su Yao, come out to repay your debt. As soon as these words were spoken, the top floor was immediately in chaos. Faint rustling sounds could be heard from inside, yet no one spoke a word. In less than 2 minutes, a figure dashed out of the darkness. A middle-aged woman rushed out from the shadows, her gaze fixed on Huli, and she pounced over, pointing at her own nose. I am Su Yao. Don't you want my life? Come. Kill me. Huli rolled his eyes, not even wanting to say a single word to her. Aunt Zhang. A cold voice emerged from the darkness. A tall figure slowly walked out from within. You don't need to do this. A woman came to Huli's side. She was no older than 24, yet had an innate aura of leadership. Just standing there, she brought a sense of trust and safety. It seemed that as long as she was there, all problems could be easily solved. Mr. Hu? Su Yao looked at Huli, her eyes showing no panic, but rather a hint of relief. It's me. That's great. Su Yao smiled slightly, stepped forward, and extended her right hand. Hello, I am Su Yao. No. I am Su Yao. I am. The woman known as Aunt Zhang was still tugging at Huli's sleeve, pointing at her own nose. Weren't you going to take my life? Come and get it. Don't drag others into this. Huli rolled his eyes, let go of Su Yao's hand, and pointed at the aunt. If you don't get her off me, I'll make a move. Mom. Stop making a scene. In the darkness, 2 middle-aged men supported a limping boy out. The limping boy frowned at Aunt Zhang. Trust Miss Su, she won't be in danger. What do you know, kid? Aunt Zhang yelled angrily. Miss Su saved your life, a mother should repay her. Stop making noise. Aunt Zhang, let me explain. Su Yao felt helpless too, stepping forward to take Aunt Zhang's hand, bringing her to the side of the limping boy. If you want to repay my life, dying is the worst choice. If you die, who will take care of Xiao Zhang? Me? Or Brother Lu? Or Uncle Li? None of us will care for him as carefully as you do. But you will, and Xiao Zhang will also keep you close to his heart. If you die, Xiao Zhang won't live long either. In the end, 2 lives will be lost. I don't think my 24 years of life can compare to the decades you've both lived. Miss Su. Aunt Zhang choked, not knowing what to say. Su Yao simply placed Aunt Zhang's hand on Xiao Zhang's shoulder, gently patting it, saying nothing more. Miss Su, why don't we fight for it? Yes, Miss Su. There are only a few of them. If we fight, maybe we'll survive. Miss Sue, if you die, I won't have the face to go on living. In the darkness, voices echoed from the crowd. Huli felt overwhelmed. Hey! I'm still here, do you have to plot so loudly? Sorry, Mr. Hu. Suyao felt equally helpless, looking back at the crowd. Don't worry, I will come back alive, trust me, okay? You just need to uphold the promises we've made, alright? At her words, the noise from the top level finally quieted down. Suyao walked back to Huli. Mr. Hu, can we change to another place to talk? Of course. Huli stepped aside to make way, please. Thank you. Suyao walked down slowly, as if she didn't see the severed body nearby. Before Huli could move, figures started popping out of the darkness on the top floor. Right? You want my life, what do you want to do? Talking to smart people is convenient, but... Huli raised the tip of his voice, and the black gold ancient sword was already pressed against Suyao's neck. I am not fond of being passive, nor do I like when I ask a question and get another question in return. Now, I ask a question, you answer. Do you understand? Chapter 57 A-level instance, Beihai. The knife was already at her neck, yet Suyao remained completely calm. She looked calmly at Huli, slightly nodded, and didn't say another word. Huli spoke softly, you brought me here, not only to solve the beast tide problem, but also to use my hand to eliminate those people below? Yes. It was just a short word. It seemed that Suyao had indeed listened to Huli's words. Who are those people upstairs? Most of them are here for tourism, and some are overseas Chinese. They seem to trust you a lot. It's just a trust in a lifeline. As Suyao spoke, a faint bitter smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. What do you mean? Mr. Hu, you came up from downstairs and should have seen those people. To them, we are like livestock raised in a cage, waiting to be dragged out and slaughtered when there is no food. And I, to them, am like a production machine. Once someone is stripped of a large amount of flesh and blood and is about to die, my talent allows that person to recover to their best state, even replenishing the lost flesh. Those people upstairs don't want to die, so I became their lifeline. Suyao's tone was very calm. Calm, like, she completely didn't care about how those people viewed her. Benefactor? Lifeline? While these two terms are roughly similar, their meanings are worlds apart. The former comes from genuine respect, while the latter feels more like a tool. Describing herself as a lifeline, this Suyao seemed somewhat different from what he imagined the future Savior Society's leader would be like. So? Huli lowered his eyelids slightly. You deliberately told them I would come to find you? Of course. Suyao replied unapologetically, with the beast tide coming, if I don't tell them you are coming, I will sooner or later be killed by them. Either I'd be forced to death when I can't use my talent, or after using my talent extensively, when the beast tide ends, those people downstairs would discover it. In the end, I can't escape from death. Only by giving them hope and a reason they dare not force me, can I survive. This Suyao was smarter than he imagined. No wonder she could become the future leader of the Savior Society. Just based on her understanding and manipulation of human nature, she deserves it. A person like her remaining in the world is far more important than her SSS-level talent. Mr. Hu, are you satisfied with my answer? Seeing Huli remain silent, Suyao tentatively asked. It's okay. So, will I stay by your side from now on? As Suyao spoke, her gaze unconsciously swept over Xia Qingwan, Lu Xianer, and Wei Shaoqing, with a hint of probing in her eyes. Especially when her gaze brushed past Wei Shaoqing, a trace of unnoticeable disgust flashed in her eyes. Don't misunderstand. Lu Xianer stepped back immediately, I have nothing to do with him. Suyao remained silent, only pursing her lips and smiling. Don't worry, you don't have to follow me. Huli said calmly. He didn't want too many women around him, even women like Suyao. I only need you to accompany me to do one thing, in exchange for your life I require, and when the matter is over, you can leave at any time. What is it? Suyao's eyes lit up instantly. This person had triggered multiple global alerts consecutively, what he was about to do was clearly not trivial. Just follow me, and you will know. Huli said, slowly walking down the stairs. A crowd followed closely behind. When they arrived downstairs and returned to the country of No Shanghai, the sky was suddenly shrouded in a layer of crimson. The source was not far away, above Lake Baikal. Ding! Survivor Levstai has successfully opened a level copy, North Sea. You have entered the copy range and will be forced to enter the copy. Ding! Congratulations, you triggered the main quest, Entering the Sea. Congratulations Survivor Huli triggered B-level main quest, Entering the Sea. B-level main quest, Entering the Sea. Task description, please find 5 other survivors, form a team together, and locate a suitable boat to enter the North Sea range. Task time, 3 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Task reward, accumulative calculation. Task failure, deduct 10% from intelligence attribute. Good. I don't even know which lucky person opened this copy, but it pulled all survivors within the range into it. This disaster-stricken copy comes in many types. Like the S-level copy Earth Country that Hooli and others cleared earlier, which is entered by teams, there's also the A-level copy North Sea like this one, which is entered as a region. As long as survivors are within this region, no matter how many people there are, they will be pulled into the copy at the same time. And in such a copy, survivors must guard against the strange beasts within while also competing with other survivors who entered the copy. Form a team with 5 other survivors. Hooli turned to look behind. We still need one more. Do you have any suggestions? This sentence was actually directed towards Su Yao. There were still many survivors upstairs, enough to fill the team. But the moment Su Yao spoke, Hooli would become wary of her. The reason is simple. The group blocking the downstairs was very weak. Weak to the extreme. Facing such opponents, they could be blocked on the top floor and treated like livestock. This was still with a top-tier support like Su Yao. So it wouldn't be hard to deduce one thing. The survivors upstairs would only be weaker than those blocking the staircase downstairs. In such a situation, if Su Yao suggested going upstairs to find people, it would definitely be with selfish motives. Fortunately, in response to Hooli's inquiry, Su Yao did not speak. Instead, Wei Xiaoqing slightly raised her hand. Brother, I have an idea. Xiaoqing. Hooli squatted down, looking at her with a smile. What do you want to say? Wei Xiaoqing pointed to the southwest direction. About 3 kilometers that way, there is a person who has a presence just like you, Sister Xiener, and this Sister Su Yao. He should also possess SSS-level talent. As soon as these words came out, Su Yao's pupils trembled, and the dear Xiener couldn't help but turn to look at Su Yao. Clearly, they both felt exceptionally shocked by this news. Especially the dear Xiener. Her gaze unconsciously fell on Hooli, with a multitude of guesses floating in her mind. Another SSS-level talent holder? With so many rescue messages, the fox specially came over to save Su Yao. It couldn't be that it was attracted by her SSS-level talent, right? Yes. It must be like that. Where did this guy get all this information from? Chapter 58, Nuwa's Projection. Country of No Shanghai immediately headed in the direction pointed out by Wei Xiaoqing. Hooli stood on the deck looking into the distance, unable to hide his joy. He didn't expect there was actually another SSS-level talent holder nearby. Even Xiaoqing had developed a hidden use of the S-level talent, looking at Qi. Isn't this a talent exploration radar tailored just for him? Hooli was somewhat tempted, thinking about whether to bestow a version of True Vision to her. True Vision, plus, looking at Qi, plus an S-level profession, I master. Hooli couldn't even imagine how terrifying Wei Xiaoqing would grow in the future. Of course, all this isn't for now. Hooli harbored suspicions about all women. Naturally, it also includes Wei Xiaoqing. Now she can be unconditionally protected by him, but she cannot gain his unconditional trust. It's better to talk about this later. In less than 10 minutes, Wang Shanghai Nation arrived at the location pointed by Wei Xiaoqing. There are no tall buildings here, just a church. But strangely, this church actually stands in the water. A nearly 20-meter high wall of water surrounds the church, leaving a space of over 1,000 square meters in the middle, where the people inside are surprisingly normal, praying and singing, as if everything outside has nothing to do with them. Hooli frowned slightly. This is obviously the effect of some kind of talent, but he had never heard of this talent in his past life. After throwing a true sight over, no prompt panel popped up before Hooli. Clearly, this was like the situation he faced with the 9 lords at that time. The exploration had failed. It seemed there was an invisible barrier between the church and the outside world, even blocking the true sight's investigation. To break this barrier is actually simple. Even for an SSS-level talent, it still depends on the user's attributes. Even if this barrier is strong, it is still the same. All it needs is one cut. Hooli drew out the black gold ancient knife and casually slashed. The blade cut through the barrier, but the church still existed, and the surrounding water walls still existed, as if nothing had happened. Barrier? No. This is more like an illusion? An illusion that can interact with reality. This is a problem. To break an illusion, one must enter the illusion. Although Hooli doesn't mind having an extra SSS-level talent, he also wants to save time and first take down the B-level and A-level region's exotic beasts. If he enters the illusion, who knows how much time it might take. After all, illusion-type SSS-level talent is of no great use to him. Forget it, let's go. Hooli let out a sentence, controlling Wang Shanghai Nation to continue heading towards Lake Baikal. Just teammates, picking one up on the road is fine. In about 10 minutes. A man wearing a life jacket floated over at the bow of the ship. He seemed to be drowning. Beside him, Su Yao frowned slightly but said nothing. Lu Xiener and Hooli planned to just pass by as if they hadn't seen him. Only Wei Xiaoqing She took a step forward, tugged at Huli's sleeve, and whispered, "Brother, that person has a problem." "Whom?" Huli let out a light grunt, instinctively sweeping, true sight, over the man, and his pupils instantly brightened. Survivor, Alex. Survival level, 3. Physique, 17, E. Strength, 16, E. Intelligence, 10, F. Agility, 12, F. Mastered talent, Hypnos Gaze, SSS. Hypnos, the god of dreams in Greek mythology. This is the guy who constructs illusions. No wonder Xiaoqing reminded him. From this man's panel, it seemed he had not suffered any negative effects, but now he appeared to be floating in the water like he was drowning, probably trying to fish. To fish for Huli. Wanting him to rescue him. As for the purpose, most likely to clear the dungeon, but there may also be other intentions. This little lamb delivered to the door is something he wouldn't let go of. Oh no! Huli suddenly exclaimed, turning to Su Yao, "What are you still dawdling for? Can't you see someone is drowning? Hurry up and save him." As soon as these words came out, Lu Xianer and Su Yao on the ship looked at him with a ghostly expression. "These words are yours? Did you get the wrong script?" But since Huli had already spoken, Su Yao naturally had no reason not to act. She directly activated SSS-level talent source of life, bringing the person into the teammate range, preparing to heal. In the next moment, she realized that the man was in a disguised state. No wonder that Fox would say such dramatic words. At the same time, Wei Xiaoqing also came to Lu Xianer's side at Huli's instruction. Expose that person's identity. Such useless things. Huli looked at Su Yao's gaze, confirming that she understood his intent, and then turned to Xia Qingwan, "Xiaowan, go save him." "Yes, master." Xia Qingwan transformed into Black Panther, leapt into the water, grabbed the person's clothing, and jumped back out of the water. Since she was rescuing someone, that naturally included the follow-up actions. With the Black Panther's claws pressed onto the person's chest, she applied force. Puff! A mix of blood and water sprayed from Alex's throat. He was perfectly fine before, but now he was truly almost severely injured. Cough, cough, cough. A violent cough echoed out. Alex raised his head, his confused eyes scanning the surroundings. Where am I? Who are you people? Did you save me? Before anyone could answer, Alex pushed himself up with effort, rushing over to Su Yao, trying to reach for her hand. "Beautiful lady, was it you who saved me?" But before he could finish his sentence, Su Yao took a step back, turned to look at Huli, and spoke with a tone full of grievance. "Honey, he's trying to harass me." As expected. No matter what you do, you need teammates. Huli had been struggling with how to continue playing along with this guy, but Su Yao handed him the perfect excuse. "What?" Huli stepped forward, his hand landing on Alex's shoulder. He pressed down hard, locking him in his arm. "Kid. Are you looking for death?" With B+ level strength pressing down on his neck, Alex felt like he was about to suffocate. He kept slapping at Huli's arm, trying to get him to release him. I didn't. Sir. There must be some misunderstanding." Huli didn't say much. His right hand glowed with black light, ready to use, deprive. But just as he was about to act. Congratulations to Survivor Team, Huli, Xia Qingwan, Lu Xianer, Wei Xiaoqing, Su Yao, Alex for successfully forming a team. During the team period, you will be immune to team member damage or any negative effects caused. Congratulations, Survivor Team has completed B-level main quest Enter the Sea, reward stacking. Main quest reset. B-level main quest, Abyss of the North Sea. Task description, you and your team have successfully merged. Please hurry and enter the North Sea area, and find enough B-level materials, Jiao Pearls. The first 111 teams to complete the task can enter the next round. Task objective, B-level material, Jiao Pearls, 0/9. Task time, none. Task reward, calculated cumulatively. Task failure, receive debuff weakness LV, 1, all attributes reduced by 10%, for 1 month. B-level? Jiao Pearls? Wait. Huli suddenly recalled a hellish joke he had heard in his past life. In the global chat channel, someone had mentioned seeing the human ancestor of Chinese mythology, Manhwa, during a rare cooperative dungeon. A clue that had been mentioned was that all the survivors in the dungeon would collect 999 Jiao Pearls and give them to an NPC. That NPC would then perform a ritual to summon Manhwa's projection. Everything had been progressing smoothly. The B-level Jiao Pearls were collected quickly, and Manhwa's projection successfully descended. But just as all the survivors were waiting to claim their rewards, a man from White Bear Country drooled when he saw Manhwa and even rushed forward, attempting something inappropriate. Manhwa couldn't tolerate this. The 999 Jiao Pearls instantly shattered, each piercing through a White Bear Country man. Only a few Chinese survivors survived, but they didn't receive any rewards. The dungeon ended abruptly, with no rewards or punishment. Later, people tried to trigger the dungeon again but failed every time. This led to the Jiao Pearls becoming a derogatory term for white bear country people in the global chat. The dungeon mentioned, could it be this one? So, if he gathers the Jiao Pearls, is there a chance he could see Nuwa's projection? If he could see Nuwa's projection, can something be stripped away from her? Even if it's a scale, that would still be an SSS-level existence. Chapter 59, Unexpected Appearance of a Deity. By Lake Baikal. Of course, the kingdom of No Shanghai was the first to arrive at the lakeshore. But now Lake Baikal was completely different from before. The surface of the lake was eerily silent, reflecting the crimson sky above. As far as the eye could see, it resembled a dead hell, and just the distant sight gave a chilling feeling. Captain, this doesn't look like there's a treasure here. Luciener leaned close to Huli and said, how about, we let the other teams go in first to see the situation? To be honest, Huli wasn't sure either. After all, this was a dungeon he had never experienced, an A-level dungeon. With his B+ level attributes, he really wasn't certain he could handle this dungeon. At any other time, he would definitely have sent 2 or 3 lucky teams in first to check, then he would follow based on the situation. But now, he was busy looking for that Xian bird. Where was the time to waste? Time is tight, we can't wait. Huli helplessly said, driving the ship of No Shanghai to continue forward, and simultaneously ordered, set sail, each observe one direction, report immediately if you find any strange movements. Yes, Captain, Master. Everyone responded in unison. At the same time, those 9 pseudo-dragon phoenix immediately dove underwater, starting to look for traces of the treasure. Alex instinctively wanted to dart to the front of the boat, the further away from the sky, the better. But before he could move, Huli pressed his body to the front of the ship. Mr. Alex, you were just injured and haven't recovered yet. It's better for you to stick with me. Because teammates couldn't attack each other, Huli couldn't strip the talent away from Alex right now. But that was just a matter of time. For now, he just needed to protect Alex well, successfully clear the entire dungeon, then slowly strip him of it. Okay, sir. Alex helplessly replied. As the ship officially entered the Northern Sea, the originally calm water surface also began to ripple layer by layer. 1 place, 2 places. Countless bubbles rushed from the bottom of the water, as if something was about to emerge from below. The 9 pseudo-dragon phoenix seemed to have discovered something, immediately spreading their wings and flying above the lake, overlooking the movements below. Brother! Wei Shaoqing was the first to react, calling out to Huli at the bow, there's something coming up from below. I know, be careful. Don't leave the ship. Huli drew out the black gold ancient knife, immediately stopping the No Shanghai, and activating the Eye of Truth to stare at the nearest bubble. The bubble slowly rose and shattered as it left the water surface. Bang! The first crisp explosion sounded, and a shadow sprang immediately from the water surface. Ah! A piercing scream erupted. A crazy humanoid came flying towards No Shanghai. It was a humanoid, not a mermaid. This humanoid was like a mermaid, its upper body resembling a human, but its lower body was entirely a snake's tail. Eye of Truth, deprivation version, activated. Species, humanoid. Level, C. Health, 170, C+. Strength, 186, C+. Intelligence, 133, C. Agility, 147, C. Talent, Reproduction, A. Fury, A. Skills, Mind Scream, B. Pounce, C. Remarks, an ancient humanoid awakened by an unknown existence, temperamental, please refer to a middle-aged woman awakened by firecrackers on the 2nd day of the new year. Strength +1. Then came the 2nd, the 3rd. As many bubbles surfaced, as many humanoids leapt out from the water. They pounced onto the ship like moths drawn to a flame, recklessly. Yes. No Shanghai is immune to all energy damage and physical damage, but this creature couldn't stop them from coming aboard. Luckily, the 9 pseudo-dragon phoenix had already hovered above No Shanghai. Every time a humanoid pounced onto the ship, they would swallow one. In perfect coordination, even if a few Kiowa people occasionally fell onto the Wu Shanghai kingdom, they would immediately find and fill in the gaps. They didn't even give Huli a chance to strike. But the Kiowa pearls were also swallowed by these dog things. Huli was at a loss for words and had to turn to look behind. Suyao, take Xiao Chang inside first, leave this to us. Okay. Suyao quickly pulled herself away from her shock of seeing the 9-headed fake dragon phoenix and took Wei Shaoqing's hand, quickly rushing into the cabin. Beside Huli, Alex was trembling. Captain, should I go in too? Huli shot him a glance and directly focused on the 9-headed fake dragon phoenix circling above the Wu Shanghai kingdom. Little brats. Pay attention to the Kiowa pearls inside them, don't eat them, leave them all for me. Roar. The nine-headed fake dragon phoenix responded simultaneously, indicating their understanding. One by one, the Kiowa pearls that were supposed to go into their bellies fell like rain onto the ship. Luciana was quick and agile, immediately controlling the nine, using wind attributes to gather those pearls into a clump. In no time, the 9 Kiowa pearls were collected. Ding! Congratulations, Survivor Team has completed B-level main quest, Abyss of the North Sea, rewards are stacking. Main quest refreshed. B-level main quest, Secrets of the North Sea. Task description: a mysterious existence has awakened in the North Sea, everything seems to be related to him, bring the Kiowa pearls you obtained and find him. Task objective: locked, all teams will unlock tasks after completion. Task duration: none. Task rewards: accumulated calculation. Task failure: forced eradication. It's here. It really is just as described by that person from the previous life. Indeed, it's necessary to bring Kiowa pearls to find some existence, but I still don't know if that existence needs to use the Kiowa pearls as a sacrifice to summon the projection of Manhwa. More and more Kiowa pearls fell from the sky. The 9 fake dragon phoenixes seemed insatiable like a bottomless abyss. No matter how many Kiowa people came, it was all just a mouthful for them. Huli's true side-eye, deprivation version remained open, a flurry of prompt boxes popped up, with only a small portion being attribute values. The rest were primarily materials stripped from these exotic beasts. Sea-level materials were too weak for Huli to use as arrows. However, hanging them in the shop for sale could still earn some points. Those who awakened forging talents needed these materials to forge weapons. In less than half an hour, most of the Kiowa people on the water were nearly cleared away. There were still some Kiowa people underwater, but they were not as headstrong as the previous ones, none dared to surface. As soon as Luciana gathered 1,000 Kiowa pearls, a figure suddenly rushed from the center of Lake Baikal. The speed was so fast that even Huli couldn't see clearly. Little. Before Huli could finish the word heart, that figure had already flashed above the Wu Shanghai kingdom. A wave of pressure suddenly fell. Huli instantly recalled the scene from the first day of his rebirth when he met the sea god. That was a deity. Chapter 60, Manhwa's Projection. At that moment, Huli's excitement surpassed his fear. A deity means a different level of life. If he could strip something from them, even the most insignificant item could potentially be a legendary artifact. Huli first threw a regular version of the true side-eye to test, and a panel immediately popped up in front of him. Name: Beihai Ruo. Level: S, sealed. Attributes: unknown. Mastered talents: unknown. Even sealed, it was still S level? It could even block part of the true side-eye's probing? It seems my perception is correct, this one should also belong to the category of deities, just like the previous sea god. However, the sea god was a projection, how this one existed is unclear. Beihai Ruo was wearing a blue robe. A shell hung at his waist, holding a cinnamon stick in hand, with white hair cascading down, yet he neither wore a crown nor tied his hair, as if he had just woken up and hurried over. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly turned his head to look at Huli. Caught. Beihai Ruo's eyelids drooped slightly, emitting a series of ancient tones, difficult to understand. Thank goodness. The system could still translate normally. Kid, do not stare at what you shouldn't, don't you understand this? Sorry, senior. Huli immediately bowed and clasped his hands, sounding so apologetic. It was my fault, I won't dare next time. Dare, not won't. When the time comes to dare again, I will try once more. No. As many opportunities as there are, I will seize them all. An A-level difficulty dungeon cannot possibly have an S-level opponent. Especially one sealed. If an S-level exists, it can only be their ally or a guiding NPC. As long as the attitude is right, this person shouldn't be too harsh, right? Thank goodness. Thank goodness I didn't directly use the deprivation version of the true side-eye, otherwise, it wouldn't be certain. Knowing one's error and correcting it is of great significance. Beihai Ruo softly uttered, his gaze involuntarily falling on the dragon beads in front of Luciana. These dragon beads, may I use them? Don't worry, you won't use them for free. Once I complete the sacrifice, there will naturally be benefits for you. Luciana turned to look at Huli. Sure. Huli immediately replied, dragon beads are just external objects, since Senior finds them useful, then give them all to you. You're a sensible kid. Beihai Ruo's mouth slightly tilted up, waving his long sleeve, the dragon beads in front of everyone instantly vanished. He also glanced at everyone, softly inquiring, just right. To complete the sacrifice, I need a few people to help, are you willing? It would be a great honor for you. Ding. At the same time, a prompt also rang in everyone's ears. Congratulations Survivors Team Luciana triggered A-level hidden mission, Sacrifice. A level hidden mission, sacrifice task description, help Beihai Ruo complete the sacrifice to the unknown. Task time, unlimited task reward, Beihai Ruo's random gift bag * 1 task failure, none. Note, young boy or girl? Who still sacrifices this kind of thing these days? Bring the 5090 to the Dragon King. Willing. Naturally willing. That's great. Beihai Ruo nodded slowly, vanishing in a flash. The voice came from the center of Lake Baikal. I'm in the center of the North Sea waiting for you, hurry up. The voice faded away. Huli turned to meet Lu Xianer's gaze. She raised her hand and drew an imaginary letter in the air. S. Huli shook his head, then nodded, sending her a message in the private chat channel. Huli, after the ceiling, it's an S. Lu Xianer, the later boss? Huli didn't respond, just shook his head. Lu Xianer exhaled in relief, and under the pull of the nine-headed pseudo-dragon phoenix, rushed towards the direction of the voice with full speed. About half an hour later. No Shanghai Kingdom finally arrived at the center of the North Sea. 999 dragon beads were arranged on the lake's surface in an extremely mysterious manner, with Beihai Ruo standing at the center, already leaving 6 other positions empty. Just from these 7 positions, it somewhat resembled the Big Dipper. Is this a formation? Little friend has arrived? Quickly enter the formation and stand properly. Beihai Ruo's tone was very urgent. He wished he could directly send them to the vacant positions now. Only Huli had heard about this and confirmed that Beihai Ruo was making a sacrifice to Manhwa, otherwise, he absolutely wouldn't take this risk to join a sacrifice without knowing who the target was. Even if the benefits were little, it didn't matter. Huli glanced at Lu Xianer, who immediately understood, summoning the wind to send Xia Qingwan, Su Yao, Wei Shaoqing, and Alex to their respective positions. She then followed closely behind Huli, standing in the 2 positions closest to Beihai Ruo. Formation, rise. Beihai Ruo uttered. The 999 dragon beads suddenly shattered, transforming into a stream of sparkling white light in the formation. Gather in the air. Holy Mother above. Beihai Ruo immediately knelt on one knee, tilting his head towards the shining white light in the sky and slowly speaking, Beihai Ruo, please have mercy, Holy Mother, and grant your holy decree. Holy Mother. It is truly Manhwa. Huli suppressed the throbbing in his heart and began to fantasize about what he could take away from the Holy Mother. Looking at the situation, it probably wouldn't be the real Manhwa appearing. It should be something like a projection. This is excellent. Even Beihai Ruo can sense that he is peaking. If the real body had come, Huli wouldn't dare to act, but if it's a projection. As long as it's the moment before she disappears, let alone Manhwa, even if the 3 pure ones or the Tao ancestor were standing here, he would dare to throw the true vision eye deprivation version over. Buzz. The shining white light gathered into a ball of light, constantly shaking in the air, emitting a buzzing sound. But apart from this, there was no other movement in the air. Failed? Huli frowned involuntarily. Could it be that after this scenario opened, it wasn't 100% guaranteed to summon Manhwa? Buzz. Another buzzing sound. Beihai Ruo looked up, but there was not a hint of frustration from failure in her eyes. Instead, she immediately lowered her head, kneeling devoutly, her body starting to tremble uncontrollably. As if, waiting for something to descend. Quick! Beihai Ruo whispered urgently to those around her, kneel down. The Holy Mother is about to descend. Buzz. Almost simultaneously, the third tremor ended. A figure materialized from the shining white light above everyone's heads. A human body with a serpent's tail, dressed in vibrant colors. A stronger divine pressure suddenly descended. Alex, Wei Shaoqing, and Xia Qingwan fell to their knees in succession. Su Yao hesitated for a moment but then knelt down immediately, not daring to look up. Lu Xianer frowned for a while, then kneeled on one knee, bowing her head without speaking. Only Huli. He still stood in place, looking up at the Manhwa projection, his pupils flashing with black and gold light. Blood began to seep from the corner of his eye. Chapter 61, Divine Power Shattered. PFF. As a panel popped up, Huli spat out a mouthful of old blood. Name, Manhwa projection. Level, unknown. Attributes, unknown. Mastered talent, unknown. He immediately bowed, though not kneeling, but he dared not look up again. Earlier, he already sensed the pressure the Manhwa projection brought to him, and with his physical condition, he could barely maintain his stance. But as soon as the true vision eye was perceived, the Manhwa projection also turned its gaze upon him. That pressure instantly expanded hundreds of times, causing him to be injured. This was just a glance. Presumptuous. Beihai Ruo immediately shouted angrily. A head of white hair drifted, and numerous pale blue scales appeared around her, trembling, her eyes turned red, as if she would swallow Huli at any moment. Xia Qingwan immediately leaned towards Huli, ready for a fight. Lu Xian'er and Su Yao watched from afar, not moving. Little Ruo. The two light words fell, but in everyone's ears, it was as though they contained heavenly mandates, deafening. Beihai Ruo immediately became obedient like a small cat, crawling in front of the Nuwa projection. Holy Mother! Little Ruo is here. You are all good children, do not be too harsh. Yes. With those words, the chaotic beating of Hu Li's heart finally settled down. He let out a long breath. Just as he wanted to look up, the corner of his eye caught a glimpse of white light falling in front of him. A serpent tail glowing with holy white light entered his line of sight. Even the intricate patterns on the scales were clearly visible. In the next moment, a chill touched his jaw, gently applying pressure to lift his head. Their eyes met. Those golden eyes, speckled with pure white pupils, were closely examining him, as if viewing a piece of art. Hu Li also carefully observed the owner of those eyes. That face was utterly beautiful, as if all the beauty in his mind had concentrated on that one face, yet he felt no intoxication, only sheer fear. Child. The projection of Nuwa gently parted her thin lips and slowly spoke, you have quite a lot on you. Seen through? Of course. As a projection of Nuwa, it would be alright if she didn't notice him. If she did notice him and saw through all his secrets, that would be normal. But since she didn't attack him, there was nothing wrong, as long as he followed the rest of the steps in the instance calmly and steadily. As for deprivation, he could only wait for the right moment. Holy. Hu Li had just uttered a word, but before he could finish, the hand resting under his chin pierced through his skull. His pupils involuntarily constricted. Master! Xia Qingwan exclaimed and was about to pounce forward. But Hu Li immediately raised his hand to stop her. Although his skull had been pierced, he felt not a hint of pain and suffered no harm, just a flash from right in front of him. Ding! You have lost an item, see God's divine fragment. Things can be many, but not everything at once. The projection of Nuwa said. She clenched her palm, and the sea god's divine fragment immediately shattered, turning into a beam of deep blue light and drilling into Beihai Ruo's body. A flash of pain crossed Hu Li's eyes, but he dared not say a word. Just losing a piece of divine fragment was acceptable. As long as he could keep his own life, there would be other opportunities in the future. Thank you, Holy Mother. Beihai Ruo immediately bowed her head. This thing is beyond your ability to absorb, there is no need to keep it. The projection of Nuwa withdrew her hand and did not forget to explain to Hu Li. She remained standing before Hu Li, looking down at him. Now, as your summoning reward, plus the divine fragment you just lost, what do you want as a reward or compensation? The opportunity had come. Hu Li's mind suddenly flashed with all the myths related to Nuwa. Map of rivers and mountains? Red embroidery ball? Or should he simply ask Nuwa for hundreds of SSS-ranked talents, or a few hidden professions to choose from? After all, she was the Holy Mother. One of the 6 holy beings of heaven and earth. Though she was just a projection, achieving these would still be easy. But the problem was too many choices, he didn't know what to select. So instead. Holy Mother. Hu Li directly knelt on both knees and prostrated on the ground. I was born a human, and I am your child. As a child, what's wrong with giving some gifts to Mother? Why would I dare to ask for something from Mother? As long as the Holy Mother is willing, my life is yours. Just a divine fragment, if you want it, please take it. I, as your child, have no complaints. In that instant. Whether it was Lu Xian'er or Su Yao, or even Wei Shaoqing further away, they all stood frozen in place. They had never seen Hu Li like this before. So, he became Nuwa's child. Oh. The projection of Nuwa lightly chuckled, weren't you reluctant to kneel just now? That was because I didn't recognize you. Hu Li immediately raised his head, a forced smile on his lips. A falsehood, it was indeed a falsehood. Among all the gods in this world, if anyone wanted to force him to kneel, not to mention Nuwa, even if the Tao ancestor stood before him, it would not be possible. But if he wanted to kneel, even a handful of dirt could not stop him. Alright, you can get up now. Hu Li immediately stood up, but as for his position. With just a slight shift, he was already standing beside Nuwa, looking like some attendant by her side. The projection of Nuwa scanned her eyes and her gaze landed on Xia Qingwan. You carry the bloodline of the demon tribe, but unfortunately, the foundation is too poor. I shall grant you a portion of bloodline. After speaking, a beam of dark purple light drilled into Xia Qingwan's body. She was immediately overjoyed, bowing to the projection of Nuwa. Thank you, Holy Mother. Hu Li used his true sight to take a look and was instantly shocked. The previous A-rank talent, transform into a black panther, had already disappeared. What appeared was S-level talent, Jin. Jin, one of the ancient monster beasts. With 5 tails and 1 horn, its voice is like a bell, resounding like thunder, obviously not something a black panther can compare to. That girl, come here. The projection of Manhwa turned to look at the nearby Luciener and waved slightly. Luciener leaped forward and immediately arrived in front of the Manhwa projection, subconsciously wanting to kneel but was stopped by an invisible force, ultimately not kneeling down. One performance is enough. Manhwa raised her hand and rubbed Luciener's head. You don't need to learn from him. Seeing that her thoughts were seen through, Luciener instantly felt a wave of shame and could only nod lightly. Before them, the Manhwa projection casually waved her hand, and 9 types of elemental orbs immediately appeared in the air. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, yin, yang. These perfectly corresponded to the attributes represented by the 9 deities. The 9 elemental orbs quickly merged into 9 spirit pearls, strung together, and fell in front of Luciener. This is your reward. Huli couldn't help but use Eye of True Sight to scan it, and his pupils trembled instantly. He was now a bit looking forward to what his reward would be. Chapter 62, SSS-level Hidden Profession, Skyhunter. Name, 9 Spirits. Category, Item. Level, SSS. Active effect, when using the corresponding element of the 9 spirits, you will gain a 100% enhancement. Eye of True Sight hidden effect, when the user faces death, the 9 spirit pearls will shatter, restoring the user's state to its peak. Note, spirit pearl accessories forged by Manhwa's projection, consisting of 9 elements, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, yin, and yang, bound to the survivor Luciener. This was completely a tailor-made SSS-level item. A-level dungeon? Even SSS-level dungeons likely wouldn't have such a good reward. However, this note seems a bit targeted at him. Thank you, Holy Mother. The moment Luciener received the bracelet and put it on, her form became even more inscrutable. Good. Manhwa's projection chuckled lightly, ruffling her hair, then turned her gaze to Su Yao. You, come here. Su Yao felt embarrassed but did not move. There was no way, she was the only one who couldn't walk on the water surface, so she could only stand in place, cupping her hands toward the Manhwa projection. Holy Mother, I. Manhwa's projection didn't say much, just raised her hand to beckon. Su Yao instantly appeared before everyone. The savior must first save oneself. Manhwa's projection softly uttered, placing her hand on Su Yao's head. As a burst of radiance flashed by, before Su Yao could react, Huli's pupils quivered first. Wasn't that the slogan of the future savior? Could it be that Su Yao also participated in this dungeon in her past life and even saw the Manhwa projection? Thank you, Holy Mother, for your guidance. Su Yao bowed deeply, her eyes already filled with tears. Huli continued to use Eye of True Sight to scan her panel, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. Beside the SSS-level talent, Source of Life, a new SSS-level talent suddenly appeared. Talent, Lingxi. Level, SSS. Passive effect, you will sense the thoughts of all creatures around you, whether they are malicious or benevolent. Eye of True Sight hidden effect, when the sensed creature has 100% trust in you, you can modify its thoughts. Note, heartfelt connection, insight into all beings. This was an SSS-level talent. Huli instantly felt dissatisfied. Everyone is the same, why should Su Yao get an SSS-level talent while Luciener gets an SSS-level item, when their little Black Panther only has an S-level talent? And this was traded for with an A-level talent. Isn't this a bit biased? Duong. Huli only had these thoughts when Manhwa's projection raised her hand and tapped him on the head. He immediately hugged his head, and Manhwa's projection's voice sounded beside him. Everyone is different, the ability to bear is the same. Even if I give her these things, can she handle them? Well. Huli let out a forced laugh. Holy Mother, I was just thinking. Manhwa's projection turned her head and ignored him, taking a step forward and holding Wei Shaoqing in her arms. The 3-meter-tall Manhwa projection held Shaoqing like a baby. Little girl, what do you want? This treatment can be said to be the same as Huli's. The 3 people in front were given whatever they wanted, but only Huli and Wei Shaoqing were actively asked by the Manhwa projection what they desired. I want to help my brother and brother Huli. Wei Shaoqing was not afraid of the Manhwa projection and mustered her courage to say, I am too weak right now. You're a good child, the future is bright. After saying this, the Manhwa projection waved her hand, and 2 streams of light immediately flew out from Huli's body. Golden eyes, jade eyes. The 2 streams of light fused into a ball of light in the Manhwa projection's hand and landed on Wei Shaoqing's head. Her eyes instantly transformed into golden and jade eyes. Could it be? Huli felt a surge of joy in his heart and immediately looked at Wei Shaoqing with his true sight, and on the panel, a profession column suddenly appeared, followed by a line of small text. S-Class Eye Sorcerer. One provided a 20% attribute boost, and the other added an S-Class profession to the team. If Huli could choose, he would naturally choose the latter. The boost from an excellent profession far exceeds 20% attributes. If it weren't for the dangerous nature of the profession given by the golden and jade eyes, he would have used it long ago. Even if not for Xiaoqing, it would have been for Xie Qingwan. He would look at the eye sorcerer's description in detail later. Now is not the time. Only Alex was left. Next it would be his turn. The Nuwa projection stood where Wei Xiaoqing was, looking down at Alex. Before the Nuwa projection could speak, Alex knelt on the ground, raising his head, his eyes full of greed. Holy Mother! I want him. Alex pointed at Huli. I want the reward you gave him. Ha! Huli immediately smiled. This guy thinks he is answering a question on some platform. Making such a request depends on whether the Holy Mother will fulfill it. Nuwa's projection frowned but still spoke calmly. Requests cannot involve others. Then fine. Alex pondered for a moment, then looked again at Nuwa's projection, his eyes filled with even more greed. Although he didn't speak, a phantom figure began to appear behind him. That was Hypnos. A person, a phantom, looked up at Nuwa's projection at that moment. Then, I want you, you're outrageous. Beihai Ruo spat out a word. But this time, before he could act, Nuwa's projection was already angry. Crack. With a crisp sound, Alex and the projection of Hypnos shattered simultaneously. In an instant, a mountain summit scene suddenly appeared in the air. That was Mount Olympus. A thunderbolt suddenly struck down upon Nuwa's projection. A heavy sound echoed between heaven and earth. Nuwa! Do you want to tear apart our agreement? At the same time, Nuwa's originally illusory form suddenly solidified. Although it was only for a moment, Huli could clearly sense, the other party seemed no longer to be a projection, but rather, an entity. Tear apart the agreement? Nuwa chuckled softly. Are you worthy to say these 4 words? The other party was instantly silenced. The mountain summit projection also shattered. Huli and the others at Lake Baikal naturally could not sense what was happening, but far away near Greece, the torrential rain grew more intense. Under the howling wind, even buildings were directly swept away. I have seen the Holy Mother. Beihai Ruo shouted excitedly again. He had naturally noticed the change in this Nuwa projection. This is the body of Nuwa. Even in his most peak state, he probably wouldn't even see the hem of this big shot's clothing. Nuwa gently spoke a word, seeming a bit pressed for time. She lowered her gaze, landing it on Huli, her palm revealing a wisp of faint purple mist. Gently raised. This is your reward. As the words fell, the true body of Nuwa vanished. That faint purple mist slowly drifted down before Huli. He reached out to grasp it, and the mist instantly merged into his body. A prompt exploded in his ear. Ding! Congratulations, survivor. Huli has unlocked the SSS-level hidden profession, Heavenly Hunter. Chapter 63 SSS-level class transfer task, Heavenly Patrol. SSS-level hidden profession. Huli's pupils trembled, and he even failed to notice that Nuwa's true body had already disappeared. Hidden professions also have levels. In his previous life, he had heard that those hidden professions seemed to top out at SS level. What does this SSS-level hidden profession mean? Naturally, it goes without saying. Right after that, a prompt appeared before his eyes. Ding! Congratulations, survivor. Huli has triggered the SSS-level class transfer task, Heavenly Patrol. SSS-level class transfer task, Heavenly Patrol. Task description, valued by Nuwa, you have gained the qualification to become her spokesperson. Please do your best to prove to heaven and earth that you can take on this responsibility. Task objective, the heavens tilt towards collapse and floods threaten the world. Please use all means necessary to prevent global submersion, and during this process, your participation rate must exceed 30%. Task time, none. Task rewards, unlock profession Heavenly Hunter, and obtain an SSS-level professional equipment and an SSS-level professional skill. Task failure, profession Heavenly Hunter permanently disappears. Hiss. It can only be said that it truly lives up to being an SSS-level hidden profession. The difficulty of this class transfer task is indeed in a league of its own. To completely lift the flood disaster while requiring a participation rate of over 30%. This task would be impossible for any normal person. Fortunately, he is not exactly a normal person. There are many ways to lift the flood, and the easiest way is to slay all 9 regional beasts. Now, he has already slain one of them. This means there are still 8 regional beasts left. As long as he cleans these up, won't the flood be lifted? Don't mention a participation rate of 30%, even 100% can be achieved. Sure enough. When Huli looked at the class transfer task again, a status bar had already appeared below. Task progress, 10%. His idea to prove himself was not wrong. Then it would be much easier. Just as Huli came back to his senses, he saw a shadow approaching. Although he couldn't see the face of the dear fairy, he could sense the curiosity in her gaze. How was it? What good thing did Goddess Nuwa give you? To my shame, she gave me 30 million. The dear fairy instantly drooped her tone. If you don't want to say it, don't say it. Don't come here fooling me with nonsense like 30 million happiness or 30 million caution. Hey! Miss Dear is indeed clever. TCH. Cheapskate, drink cold water. The dear fairy spat and turned her head to ignore him. Everyone. Beihai Rua also approached at this moment. He wore a joyful expression, clearly feeling that his aura had changed. Huli did not rashly use Eye of True Vision on him, but he could still sense the other person's strength growing. Perhaps he had already reached SS level? Beihai Rua clasped his hands towards everyone. Thank you, young friends, for your help, allowing me to see the true form of the Holy Mother. The benefits I promised you all should be given now. Ding! Congratulations Survivor Team Huli has successfully cleared the dungeon Beihai. Congratulations Survivor Team Huli has completed the A-level hidden task sacrifice. Rewards, Beihai Rua's mysterious gift package. Congratulations Survivor Team Huli has completed the A-level main storyline task summon ahead of time. All rewards will be calculated according to the ratings. Rating in progress? Your rating is S, and you will receive 100% of the final reward. Final rewards, experience plus 10,000, points plus 100,000. The dungeon will automatically close in 60 seconds, forcibly teleporting you away. Please prepare. This really counts as clearing it? Indeed, the purpose of this dungeon should have been to provide Beihai Rua, after awakening, with a chance to sacrifice in order to summon Goddess Nuwa's projection. As for why he called upon the projection of Nuwa, Huli was unclear and didn't understand, only feeling a wave of confusion. Not to mention just now the projected image of Mount Olympus, and the thunder that fell from nowhere. This was enough to explain many issues. Those so-called deities seemed to know some secrets about the catastrophe. But those levels were things he couldn't even touch. Even a sealed Beihai Rua could reach S level. Huli couldn't imagine what terrifying level those so-called deities would reach. Is it SSS level of the 9th catastrophe? Or SSS level of the 12th catastrophe? You should know that the F level in the 9th catastrophe is equivalent to the SSS level strength of the 1st catastrophe. Dear friends, this is what I promised you, please take it. The voice of Beihai Rua interrupted Huli's thoughts. He couldn't customize rewards for everyone like Nuwa. Instead, with a wave of his hand, he sent 5 spheres of light before everyone. Huli glanced with his true vision eye and indeed saw a flash of surprise in his eyes. Talent, 10,000 rivers. Level, S. Active effect, you can control all water sources within a cubic kilometer centered on you. The controllability and attack power depend on your intelligence attribute. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 1 hour. Remarks, 10,000 rivers return to the sea, accepting all things without restriction. Except for Luciener, the spheres of light in front of the other 4 were all the same thing. But this talent was too useless for Luciener, so Beihai Rua changed it for her to something else. Inside that sphere of light was the jade pendant he had been carrying. As for how effective it would be, before Huli could sweep it with his true vision eye, Luciener had already taken it into her possession. This woman, yet she still claims to be stingy. Isn't she the same? Thank you, sir. Huli raised his hand to touch the sphere of light, and that talent transformed into flowing light, merging into his body. He reflexively cupped his hands towards Beihai Rua. But Beihai Rua immediately slipped away from this gesture and smiled bitterly at Huli. My dear sir, I cannot accept your respect. You can just call me Xiao Rua. Xiao Rua? Huli was puzzled and couldn't help but voice his confusion. Beihai Rua responded, as if this name was a great honor to him. Only then did Huli come back to his senses. It is the Hunter of Heaven. This is one of the traits of hidden professions. Almost all hidden professions have this trait, allowing them to completely blend into the social environment of these NPC masters. I heard there was a hidden profession in a past life called Destiny Master, with low strength but the ability to glimpse a fragment of destiny. Even these NPC masters would bow respectfully to him. Of course, not all hidden professions are revered by a deity like the Hunter of Heaven. This hunter, as a hidden profession appointed by Nuwa, although Huli had not yet completed his job change mission, that did not stop Beihai Rua from coming closer to seek a favor. Since there was still some time left before leaving the dungeon, why not? Ahem. Huli cleared his throat, looking at Beihai Rua in front of him, and softly said, Xiao Rua, would you like to rise a level? Chapter 64, Projection of Hautian? Deprivation. As soon as these words were spoken, Beihai Rua's pupils immediately brightened. What advice do you have, my lord? Advice is not the right word, just some small things. As Huli spoke, he raised his hand and pointed to his head. The Holy Mother took away some things, but also left some things. How can this be? Beihai Rua immediately frowned, What the Holy Mother left for you, how dare I take liberties? It is left for me, but it is also left for you. Huli placed his hand on Beihai Rua's shoulder, speaking softly, Xiao Rua, understand. Take a good taste. As soon as he spoke, the 60 seconds were up. Huli and the others were immediately forced out of the dungeon. However, since this dungeon existed in Lake Baikal, everyone's forms only flickered slightly. Then it solidified once more. Beihai Rua still stood in place, then suddenly realized. This sentence is so easy to explain. It was left for him, and also for Huli. It clearly meant for Huli to treat it as a favor, to give it to Beihai Rua. The Holy Mother wants me to get along with this adult, that's why she's acting this way. Yes, it must be right. Got it. Beihai Rua immediately looked at Huli, but my lord, this thing is so precious, I can't just take it for free, what do you think? Look at what you're saying. Who are we? We are comrades. We are friends. We are brothers. Huli raised his hand and lightly tapped Beihai Rua's shoulder. Between brothers, we don't talk about these things. After saying that, his left hand immediately flashed with a hint of white light. Special trait, boundless, granted. This is a trait he stripped from Wushang Haigua, clearly also related to the sea god. Since Beihai Rua could absorb the divine essence of the sea god, this thing should also be useful for him. Anyway, as long as it is something I grant to the other party, it can only be used with restrictions for 24 hours, and after that, it can continue to be used. This is a favor given with no strings attached, why not give it? But Huli didn't expect that after he granted this trait to Beihai Rua, the changes would be so great. In an instant, the white hair of Beihai Rua instantly turned brilliant blue. A flash of brilliance passed through his blue pupils, his body swiftly expanding, and the shadow behind him gradually solidifying. A pressure unique to gods quietly descended. Even Huli couldn't help but tremble slightly in his heart. This is becoming a god. Thunder erupted in the sky. A ray of golden light pierced through the thick clouds, instantly penetrating Beihai Rua's entire body from the ninth heaven. As this pressure descended, everyone bowed their heads. A heavy and vague voice reverberated above the dome. Beihai Rua guards the North Sea for 1,000 years, protecting the people, with great merit, his divine essence is abundant, and his divinity is complete, he shall be granted the title of North Sea Water God, ranking among the third tier of gods. Haotian, decree. As the 4 words fell, Beihai Rua's momentum instantly changed, and he immediately bowed to the sky. I, Beihai Rua, thank your majesty. Haotian? Your majesty? Wait a minute. Does that mean the one above my head is the legendary Jade Emperor? No. Look up. I must look up for a moment. Anyway, now there's the Holy Mother as support, looking up should be fine, right? Huli braced against this pressure, his neck constantly making subtle cracking sounds, yet he still couldn't lift his head to look at the sky. Seeing this, Beihai Rua faintly guessed something. He waited in an instant, and chose to act. With 9/10 of the pressure held up by him, Huli finally looked up. At a glance. True Sight, Deprivation version, activated. A panel popped up, followed by a prompt. Almost at the same moment, the clouds in the sky closed again. It worked. Huff. Huli exhaled a heavy breath, but when his gaze fell upon the panel and prompt before him, he was momentarily dazed. Name, Haotian Projection. Level, unknown. Attribute, unknown. Talent, unknown. Congratulations survivor, Huli, you have acquired debuff, unknown, Eternal Seal *1. What the hell? After going through so much trouble to steal something, I ended up with a debuff. And it's a debuff from Haotian's projection. Who knows what kind of thing it is? Brother, you. Wait a moment, I need to calm down. Facing Beihai Rua's approaching inquiry, Huli had no mind to respond. He immediately opened his panel, checking this so-called Eternal Seal. Status, Eternal Seal. Type, debuff. Level, unknown. Effect, randomly gain 1 permanent debuff daily, stacking infinitely. Duration, eternal. Remark, you will fall into Eternal Seal. IF ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** But before he could voice his anger, a thought sprang up from his mind. Debuff seems not to be unusable. Last time, the near-death state could be transferred, can't the permanent debuff be transferred as well? It's worth a try. But it seems that for the first 24 hours, I won't gain any debuff. Only tomorrow will be the time to try again. Huli turned his gaze to Beihai Rua beside him and clasped his fists in congratulations. Congratulations, brother. Congratulations, brother. You've finally been promoted to a third-tier divine position. It's all thanks to you, brother. Beihai Rua's eyes sparkled with joy, and his happiness was evident. It is important to know that ascending to divinity is incredibly difficult. Although he was nominally the sea god of the North Sea, this so-called North Sea is really just a small area. His position as a sea god could at most be considered fourth tier. To be promoted, 3 conditions must be met: strength, divine rank, and divinity. Beihairua's strength is beyond doubt, just barely enough to reach the threshold of becoming a god. Just now, Nuwa also completed his divine rank, but he was still lacking in divinity. Originally, Beihairua only needed time to accumulate enough divinity, but Huli's endowment saved him 100 years of effort. This is truly a great favor. Brother, we are family and don't need to be polite. Beihairuo looked at Huli with delight. As we are slightly older, let's just call you an older brother. You say, what do you want to do? I will handle it for you. Now that the gods are not coming out, and he has just been promoted to third-tier god, he indeed has the qualification to say this. I feel embarrassed to ask, but there is indeed something I need to trouble my older brother with. Huli immediately spoke. The test given by the mother goddess requires me to go outside of Huaxia to hunt other monsters. Monsters can be dealt with, but I'm afraid of encountering other gods on the way and wouldn't know how to communicate. I would appreciate my older brother's guidance on how to handle this matter. Saying it was seeking help, in reality, he just wanted to uncover the truth of this world. Beihairoa, being a god sealed for so long, should know at least some things. If he could learn some secrets from him, it would help in laying out plans for the future as soon as possible. After all, this flooding is just the least impactful disaster. The following icebound in purgatory, that is the true apocalypse. Well. Beihairoa lowered his brow in contemplation, and after a moment, looked at Huli and softly spoke, Brother, it's not that I don't want to tell you as your elder brother, it's just that you are not yet a true celestial hunter. Some news, you shouldn't know, and you cannot know. I understand. Huli replied calmly, and there was no resentment in his heart. Not being a true celestial hunter means he shouldn't know, so after he becomes a true celestial hunter, wouldn't he be able to know? He bowed to Beihairoa and clasped his hands. Then I'll trouble my older brother with one more thing. Ha ha ha. What is it? Just say it, brother. There is nothing your older brother cannot do. Take us to the Suanio. By the way, what did you say you wanted to know? Chapter 65, Eternal Continuation, Breaking the Armor. 3 updates, please vote. After some explanation, Beihairoa finally understood that the Suanio Huli mentioned was not the one he understood. The real Suanio is also one of the deities in Huaxia. Naturally, it is impossible for Huli to meet him. Don't mention that the other party is still in slumber. Even if they are not asleep, a third-tier god like Beihairoa cannot just visit on a whim. But an extraordinary beast with Suanio bloodline, that's different. Without hesitation, Beihairoa waved his hand and directly sent everyone 3,000 miles away. This is the limit of what he can do now. Although this distance is still quite far from the Fiel Islands, at least he made up for the time that was wasted, and even did it a bit faster. Beihairoa also provided the Wu Shanghai country with a guide, so even without a sea chart, the ship's bow can always lock onto the direction of the Suanio and move forward. This has made things much more convenient. After confirming they had left the North Sea waters, Huli finally breathed a sigh of relief. Having been invincible among survivors before, suddenly entering a group of powerful beings brought mental and psychological pressure that was no ordinary burden. Finally, I can relax. Huli used the previous bass fish to simply make a pot of fish soup, and after finishing it with everyone, he looked at Xie Qingwan. Xiaowan, I'm going to take a nap later. Keep an eye on the time and make sure to wake me up before midnight. If he guessed right, the first debuff of the Eternal Seal would refresh at midnight. It's better not to sleep too deeply. Yes, master. Xie Qingwan hesitated to speak, her tone completely different from before, now filled with hesitation and doubt. That was her own doubt. Huli frowned slightly, also catching this detail. Could it be? It's the sea god's divine power. Earlier, when he and Xie Qingwan made a pact, becoming the believer in the deity, it was all achieved through the sea god's divine power. Now that the sea god's divine power was destroyed, this relationship, naturally would break. But the memories Xie Qingwan experienced before still existed. Although the relationship had shattered, the emotions remained. In simple terms, it's Stockholm Syndrome. Now, Xie Qingwan was also entangled in her thoughts. Huli glanced at her but chose not to ask now. Instead, he turned and went back to sleep. Right now, Xie Qingwan needed enough time to digest all of this. It wouldn't be too late to talk about it after he woke up. If she wanted to leave, Huli wouldn't stop her, and if she wanted to stay, she could remain as a comrade. Huli wouldn't refuse a fair-skinned, beautiful, tall beast-eared girl calling him master, nor did he like the feeling of being controlled and bowing submissively. He had done the latter before. That's why he had only used this ability on Xie Qingwan. Apart from her, he had never used this ability on any other human. The reason was simple: he didn't want to see the shadow of his past in anyone else. Fortunately, Those 9 little cubs had been recontracted with tribe contracts, otherwise, if this divine power shattered, he really wouldn't know how to control them. Huli lay directly down on the bed, sinking into a deep sleep, easing his body's exhaustion. After a good sleep, he was awakened by Xie Qingwan's voice. Master! Master, it's almost midnight, wake up! Huli opened his eyes to see Xie Qingwan nudging him, and he propped himself up to check the time on the panel. February 23, 2350. There were still 10 minutes until the next day. There were 45 days until the next disaster struck. He looked at Xie Qingwan and smiled lightly, still calling me master? This. Xie Qingwan was stunned, didn't the master ask me to call you that? That's in the past. Huli focused on her eyes, during this time, you've helped me a lot, so you've paid back that life you owed me. I now give you 2 choices, if you don't want to stay on the ship, you can choose a place to get off, and I will take you there, and we will be clear. If you want to be by my side, that's fine too, you don't have to call me master anymore, we can consider ourselves companions. Xie Qingwan's eyes immediately turned red. In her stance, there was completely none of the cool and aloof demeanor from before, instead, she seemed like a pitiful little cat. She said nothing, only tears shimmering in her eyes, she kept sobbing. Hey! What are you doing? Huli suddenly became flustered. Although he had locked away his heart, he still couldn't bear to see a woman cry, especially when she was silent and just looking at him with tears. Don't cry. Can we talk nicely? I've treated you well, haven't I? Meanwhile, in another room, sensing the situation, Lucienne's eyes brightened as she transformed into a gentle breeze and lay flat at the door, ready to watch the drama. Xie Qingwan sobbed, like a little cat that had been wronged, Master doesn't want me anymore. I never said I don't want you. Huli was also quite helpless, I was just thinking you have regained your self-awareness now. I don't have to follow you anymore, you can do whatever you want. Why follow me? But I just want to follow my master. Xie Qingwan looked at Huli seriously, I know my master is good to me, there won't be anyone else in this world who treats me as well as my master. Then you can just follow. Huli appeared helpless, yet he felt comforted deep down. With his eye of truth, he could naturally tell if she was lying or speaking the truth. It turns out, there are not only wolves in sheep's clothing in this world. Huli sat up and slowly walked toward the door, but let's change how you address me, you can call me whatever you want. No. Xie Qingwan replied with a smile, then leaned closer, I will call you master. Just call. Just call. Huli felt a wave of helplessness. But as he pushed the door open, a dissipating breeze caught his attention, and his previously helpless expression turned even more speechless. This woman, isn't she going to sleep? It's late at night, yet she's eavesdropping. Huli rolled his eyes, decided not to confront, and just walked up to the deck. Little Chang and Su Yao had already found their rooms to rest. On the deck, Huli stood alone in the night, gazing at the pouring rain before him. They had entered another area where the strange beasts had not yet been eliminated, so the heavy rain continued. He didn't know where that bird-like creature, Xian Niao, had flown, traveling nearly 6,000 kilometers without rest. Huli complained in his heart but continued to keep an eye on his status panel. Time flew by in seconds. When the time struck midnight, a notification popped up in front of him. Eternal Seal, you have received a debuff, Eternal Break Armor LV9. Status, Eternal Break Armor. Type, debuff. Level, 9. Effect, all defensive talents, skills, and item effects reduced by 90%. Duration, permanent. Note, let me see who is not wearing clothes. Seeing this, Huli couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This debuff is really outrageous. However, he had his ways. A golden light flashed in Huli's hand, and the black gold ancient knife immediately appeared in his palm. With a thought, he immediately attached the status Eternal Break Armor to the black gold ancient knife. As a golden light flashed, Eternal Break Armor disappeared from his status bar and appeared on the black gold ancient knife. On the talent description of the black gold ancient knife, an additional passive effect appeared. Passive effect 1, Eternal Break Armor. Anyone struck by this knife will receive LV1 Break Armor effect, which can stack infinitely up to LV9. It worked! Huli's pupils trembled, his eyes full of joy. At the same time, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating the scene in the direction of the bow. A huge ship was sailing ahead. And on that shadow, it seemed like a bird was also perched. Chapter 66, Suspected Xian Niao. Xian Niao. It really seems to be that guy. Because it was too far away, and with the rain curtain covering it, Huli couldn't use the eye of truth on that black shadow. But from the size of that shadow, it was most likely Xian Niao. I mean, it's impossible for that thing to cross 6,000 kilometers at once, looking for the next region's strange beast, it must be hitching a ride here. Huli's heart leaped with joy. After the last beast tied in dungeon, his four-dimensional attributes had reached around 700, and he was less than 100 points away from A level. Even without the enhancements of the golden eye and jade eye, as long as he could pull Xian Niao into the god of killing domain, boosted by the sun-devouring bow, he would have the power to strike it down. The premise is: don't stir up trouble. Huli turned his head to look behind him. Don't hide, come with me. Xia Qingwan couldn't help but ask, Master, who are you talking to? Me. The voice of Lu Xian'er rang out. She immediately appeared beside Huli. You must be a dog, your nose is so sharp. You can even detect me? I'm a dog, then what are you? Stop. Lu Xian'er guessed what this guy was about to say and immediately interrupted. Aren't we supposed to be doing serious business? We can bicker later. Huli rolled his eyes and quietly replied, Are you confident to get within 20 meters of it? Difficult. Lu Xian'er frowned slightly. If the wind carries you over, that guy will definitely notice unless we go underwater. That's easy. Huli had previously obtained Myriad Rivers, but he gave the trait Infinite to Beihai Ruo without combining it with his other talents at that time. Now that the 0 point has passed, Infinite has returned to a grantable state. Infinite plus Myriad Rivers equals weak water. Deprive plus weak water equals River of Souls. True Side-Eye plus River of Souls equals Forgetful River. Destiny plus Forgetful River equals Yellow Springs. Killing God Territory plus Yellow Springs equals Yellow Springs Territory. Although this Myriad Rivers can only combine with 5 talents or traits, after just one combination, it completely transformed into a new talent. After 4 grants of Infinite, Deprive, True Side-Eye, and Destiny, 1 S-level talent Myriad Rivers, without accumulated experience, instantly transformed into an SS-level talent, Yellow Springs. The original SS-level talent Killing God Territory, after being granted by Yellow Springs, transformed into Yellow Springs Territory, increasing the capacity from a maximum of 50 enemies to 100. That means Yellow Springs Territory can reduce the opponent's attributes by 100% while increasing Huli's attributes by 100%. Talent, Yellow Springs. Level, SS. Experience, 0/100,000,000. Active effect, depends on the user's intelligence attribute, generates a Yellow Springs location within a certain range, where all water sources and souls are controlled by the user. Passive effect 1, as long as you are in a water area, the area within a kilometer will be fixed as a Yellow Springs location. Passive effect 2, all undead creatures will deal 90% less damage to you, while you deal 90% more damage to undead creatures. Passive effect 3, all living beings within the Yellow Springs location will be forced to trigger True Side-Eye deprivation version once. Passive effect 4, all beings or non-beings that come in contact with the Yellow Springs location will be forced to deprive 1 item, attribute, talent, or skill. Passive effect 5, all souls touched by the Yellow Springs location will transform into experience points, each soul grants plus 1 experience point. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown time, 7 days. Remark, returning all souls, the living shall retreat. A total of 5 passive effects. Huli was almost dumbfounded. If it weren't for the active duration of the Yellow Springs location being only 30 seconds and a cooldown time of 7 days, this talent would even be more terrifying than Killing God Territory. No, it should now be called Yellow Springs Territory. Yellow Springs Territory limits the number, with a fixed range. But this Yellow Springs location limits the range, which increases as one's intelligence attribute rises. If it could cover an entire continent and then deprive again. Huli didn't dare to think about how powerful he would become. Not to mention, just the effect of passive effect 1 is enough to be outrageous, equivalent to a Myriad Rivers that operates continuously for 24 hours without consuming. It even comes with soul control. Let's go. Huli turned to Xia Qingwan and said, Xiaowan, stay on the boat and don't move around. Yes, master. After saying this, Huli jumped into the water first and made the 9 pseudo-dragon phoenixes follow him underwater. The passiveness of Yellow Springs instantly unfolded. The water area within a kilometer became a Yellow Springs location, and Huli seemed to regain the power of the sea god, sensing all the water flows and underwater creatures' activities within a kilometer. Lu Xian'er also fell into the water at this moment. However, her 9 companions were of a higher grade than Yellow Springs, so even though she was within the Yellow Springs location, Huli still couldn't sense her presence, let alone use deprive on her. This water is a bit strange. Lu Xian'er came to Huli's side. In a low voice, he asked, Is there a dungeon nearby? How would I know? Huli replied without answering properly, and swam toward the direction of the ship, with Lu Xian'er having no choice but to follow. With the speed of the two, they quickly caught up with that ship. A super-large container ship with over 10,000 containers. The ship's draft was very deep, seeming to still be at full load. Wait. A container ship. Huli's brow furrowed immediately. If he remembered correctly, there should have been land all the way from the North Sea to the Fair Islands. Even if the whole world was submerged, this fully loaded container ship couldn't possibly appear here. Could it be that the North Sea led them the wrong way? No, the Xian bird is still on the ship, right? Could it be that the Xian bird changed direction midway, not going to the Fair Islands, but choosing another path instead? That seems possible. Lu Xianer watched Huli lost in thought. She couldn't help but look at him and used the flow of water to transmit her voice. What's wrong? Is there a problem? It's nothing, let's get on the ship first and talk. Okay. Huli and Lu Xianer leaped from the water's surface, riding the wind to the corner of the ship. This container ship was enormous, and with many containers on board blocking their view, no one noticed just the two of them getting on the ship. When they got closer, Huli could barely see the shadow clearly. With the eye of true sight activated, disappointment revealed in his eyes. That shadow was not the Xian bird, but rather a beast-like S-class talent transformation. Forget it, it's better not to waste time and to hurry up to find the Xian bird. If this place is not the Fair Islands, then the Xian bird is likely looking for another nearby area with beasts that he didn't know about. Although the No Sea Nation has a tracking function, if they arrived and the Xian bird had already healed, it would still be tricky. Who? Just as Huli turned, about to call Lu Xianer to leave together, a beam of light shone in their faces. In the next moment, the side of a container suddenly opened up. Two hands pulled Huli and Lu Xianer into the container. Dim lights turned on inside the box. A dusty young Chinese boy leaned close, signaling them to be quiet. In the distance, amid the sound of heavy rain, the noise of footsteps was mixed in. A person approached the container, looking around, then frowned and spoke. Strange, I just clearly saw two people. Could it be a mistake? Another round of footsteps sounded. But this time the sound was fading away. Huff. Only then did the young Chinese boy breathe a sigh of relief. He looked at the two, his brow furrowing. How did you escape? Why were you so careless? There are so many people patrolling outside. Huli and Lu Xianer exchanged glances, confusion in their eyes. Clearly, this boy took them for those who were fleeing just like him. Huli didn't answer the boy's question, but instead looked at the side of the container, perfectly intact. But they had clearly come through here just now. Could it be a space-type talent? He turned to look at the boy, activating his eye of true sight again. Sure enough, a talent suddenly came into view. A-class talent, space jump. Although it was just the weakest type of space talent, if he could take it and then bestow various properties upon it, the value of this A-class space talent could far exceed that of an S-class talent, or even an SS-class talent. Just as Huli was about to make a move, the boy grabbed his and Lu Xianer's hands again. Forget it, let's take you to a safe place first. With that, another space jump. By the time Huli and Lu Xianer came to their senses, they were surrounded by many people. Dim light shone above them. In the container below, at least dozens of people were standing. There were both old and young. Most of them were Chinese, with quite a few black people among them. They gathered together, seeing the boy coming back with others. Their eyes showed no surprise, only confusion. Xiaoyi, aren't you only allowed to bring one person at a time? Why this time? A middle-aged man immediately stepped forward to ask. It's nothing, Uncle Wang. Xiaoyi waved his hand. It's just a rare occasion, no big deal. Quick, rest. A middle-aged woman also hurried over, handing Xiaoyi a cushion made of clothes. You've been bringing supplies for us these days. Even if you have talent, it shouldn't be used like this. Aunt Wei, don't worry, I'm fine, I can hold on. Xiaoyi said as he sat on the cushion, leaning against the container to start resting. 2 jumps had put a significant burden on him. And this kid had less than E-level intelligence, carrying 2 people and using spatial jumps twice in a row. Not spitting blood was already a sign of his good health. Aside from the man and woman, many others in the container cast concerned glances at Xiaoyi. However, it was just a look. No one like that middle-aged man and woman stepped forward to care for Xiaoyi. They were just resting on their own. Huli also noticed that they all had various injuries. It looked like they had escaped from somewhere. You too. At this moment, the middle-aged man looked at the two, quickly asking, what's the situation outside now? How many people are still trapped in the dungeons? How are your injuries? Do you have combat ability? Several questions were thrown out in a row. Huli then smiled bitterly. You might be mistaken, I. Crack. Before Huli finished speaking, several bird claws suddenly plunged into the container. The container was flipped with a toss. Everyone inside the container suddenly felt the world spin around them, completely unable to steady themselves. Boom! With a muffled sound, the container was thrown back onto the deck, and the door was immediately blasted open. Heavy rain, strong wind, and blinding light flooded into the container in an instant. Everyone instinctively closed their eyes. Soon after, there was a tearing sound, as if the giant bird's claw opened a tin can, ripping off the entire top of the container. Then came a rough voice. You bunch of rats, finally found you. Take them all away. In the next moment, almost everyone turned to look at Huli and Luciener, their eyes filled with resentment. They seemed to mistakenly believe that these people were brought by them. Needless to say, this was indeed too much of a coincidence. If this happened to Huli, his first action would be to kill the newcomer. Better to kill wrongly than to let go. Of course, these people didn't have that kind of strength. Outside the container, armed men immediately streamed in, capturing everyone before heading outside. The crowd wanted to resist, but they simply couldn't. That bird was still watching overhead. Run? Where to run? Go! Back to claim the reward. The bearded man at the front spat out a sentence, walking towards the living area. As for the giant bird, it flew back to its original position, its keen eyes scanning the ship, seeming to be on the lookout for something. It was likely that there were still people hiding on the ship. The dozens of people in the container were controlled by these more than 10 individuals, headed towards the living area. The deck of the container ship was large, and it took them nearly half an hour to finally reach the vicinity of the living area. On the way, they encountered many people with flashlights, exploring in the rain. A lot of personnel were present, searching meticulously, looking for something rather than performing a routine patrol. After they entered the living area, the group hurried to meet them. Leading them was a white male in his 40s, with a weathered face, furrowed brows, and 4 stripes on his epaulets. He stared at the crowd in front of him, taking them in from head to toe, his eyes filled with anger. Captain! The person who captured everyone spoke up excitedly. He firmly locked the door to the living area and saluted the captain who stood before him, a total of 79 people captured. Please handle it, Captain. Whom? The captain replied and stepped forward, scanning the crowd. Because of the crowd's exclusion, Huli and Luciener stood at the very front of the line. The captain's gaze fell directly on Huli, his right hand reaching out towards him. At most, it was only a D-level strength. Huli could easily dodge, but he wanted to see what this guy was up to. That hand gripped Huli's neck, lifting him up with force. Speak! The captain shouted in fury, where have you scoundrels hidden my things? I don't know what you're talking about. Huli pretended to struggle for breath, speaking to the captain. Still lying. The captain swung his hand, his fingers tightening as he glared at him, you yellow-skinned pigs. Just as disgusting as those black devils. All right. I'll see how long you can hide. Do you really think I can't find you on this ship? Well, his words had gone this far, any further pretense would be pushing it. Wait a moment. Huli spoke normally, looking down at the captain, a kind smile on his face. What did you just call me? The captain seemed unaware of what was about to happen. He continued to glare furiously at Huli, gritting his teeth. Yellow-skinned pig. A yellow-skinned creature slaughtered by a group of Japanese, what else could it be? As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of black gold light appeared in Huli's hand. With a pop, a tongue fell to the ground. Huli grabbed his wrist, crushing the bone while simultaneously stepping on the tongue. Blood dripped from the black gold ancient knife in his hand, but he didn't kill the captain, just looked at him, even placing a hand on his shoulder. Come on, let's get reintroduced. My name is Huli, good evening, everyone. Who? Huli? Is it that Huli? Yes. It must be him. The captain couldn't even handle him, who else could it be? This was the benefit of triggering a global announcement. As soon as his name was mentioned, most people recognized him. However, there was also a downside. Once the name was spoken, it would forcefully trigger the escape system. The people before him no longer cared about their captain and turned to flee. Miss Lu, I'll rely on you. No problem. Luciener calmly responded, raising her hand to snap her fingers. The wind trapped everyone in the living area. It also included others who entered the living area with them. A few people were still a bit unruly, it was better they were trapped. Now, we can say we've met, right? Huli looked at everyone except the captain, finally landing on the middle-aged man who had captured them. Can anyone tell me what's happening on this ship? Seems, some people have issues with my compatriots. The captain frantically shook his head, his eyes full of regret for his mistakes. Of course. He didn't know he was wrong but understood he was about to die. How unfortunate. Besides the captain's whimpering, no one dared to speak. What about that Shaoi? Huli pointedly called out, turning to the boy with spatial abilities, you speak. You really are Huli? Shaoi looked at him, disbelief in his tone. Is it the Huli who triggered the global announcement? Not a hired actor? You have one chance to answer. Huli spoke softly, if you can't give me the answer I want, I will move on to someone else. Then you must come with me to a place. Shaoi immediately replied, as long as we get to that place. You know what happened. What place? The cargo hold. Xiaoyi raised his hand and pointed to the captain under him. I hope you can take this guy with you. Sure. Huli grabbed the captain's spine with one hand, fingers slightly tightening. Captain, you have no objections, right? MMM. MMM. Another round of whimpering sounded. I can't really understand, so let's say you agree. Huli's gaze fell on the others. You all stay here and don't run around. The door of the living area opened again. Xiaoyi had just stepped out when the giant bird cast its gaze from above, diving straight towards him. Huli took a step forward, holding the captain with his left hand while his right hand threw the black gold ancient knife. The blade easily pierced the giant bird's body. The giant bird immediately transformed into a human shape, crashing down on the deck, blood pouring from its mouth. A white man, trembling, looked at the captain held in Huli's arm, his voice shaken. Captain. Crack. A dull sound rang out. Huli stepped on it, crushing the man's head. He didn't forget to lower his head and remind the man, don't scare people in your next life. You scared my heart racing just now. This scene made Xiaoyi's heart race too. It was the first time he saw someone so perfectly embody the phrase killing without blinking. What are you standing there for? Huli followed Xiaoyi, puzzled. Let's go. Ah. Xiaoyi replied, immediately walking ahead. Forget it, walking too slow. Huli turned to look at Lu Xianer. The latter understood immediately, casting a speed buff, and everyone turned into shadows in the rainy night, swiftly moving in one direction. There were many entrances to the cargo hold. Xiaoyi brought Huli to the entrance of the cargo hold, and what met their eyes was a big lock securing the elevator entrance. This requires a key. Before he finished speaking, Huli swung down his black gold ancient knife, and the iron lock snapped with a sound. He tilted his head and looked at Xiaoyi, then what? Xiaoyi looked helpless and pressed the elevator button immediately. Just as they entered the elevator, Huli heard pained wails coming from the bottom of the cargo hold. The elevator quickly reached the cargo hold, and as the doors opened, Huli was instantly stunned. Even though he had mentally prepared himself in advance, upon seeing the scene before him, he couldn't help but frown. Unlike the situation they encountered near the North Sea, everyone here was imprisoned, their limbs bound by chains, their eyes covered with black cloth, and a bucket of water placed on their heads, with a small hole at the top of the bucket. Every so often, water dripped down onto their heads. Water torture. The easiest method to implement and the most torturous of all. And here, thousands of people were simultaneously enduring water torture. It is said that water torture requires a relatively quiet environment to be effective, but if you replace that quiet environment with this hellish scene, the effect will surely be even worse. The cries of comrades, the wails of children, combined with the bone-chilling cold and the sharp sounds coming from their foreheads. All these things mixed together were like throwing a heart into a pot of boiling oil to fry back and forth. Just by watching this scene, Huli couldn't help but recall his own years in the dungeon and instantly understood what this guy was planning to do. Disaster bearers. After the beginner stage ends, besides killing strange beasts to gain experience, there's another way to gain experience and points. Killing disaster bearers. Survivors with different talents, after their minds break down, also transform into disaster bearers of different levels. Just like Lu Yuner. If some survivors are controlled and made to transform into disaster bearers using a certain method, then wiped out collectively, there's no doubt that a large amount of experience will be gained. And on the sea, a sufficiently large container ship means plenty of supplies and a relatively safe living environment. It will obviously become the choice of many survivors. When those survivors get on the ship, as long as they use a little trick, they can be deceived into coming here. Isn't that experience and points delivered right to the door? This is the captain's goal. At least, one of the goals. Heh. Huli watched the scene and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. He casually lifted the captain and chuckled, you really are like a toad on a rock, ugly but full of tricks. Since you like to play so much, I'll take some time to accompany you. You like nurturing calamity makers, right? I'll teach you. Chapter 69 Deep Sea God AG Air. Miss Lu, please bring Miss Su here. Huli spoke calmly, flicking his finger to unleash a fire phoenix that shattered the water bucket hanging above everyone, breaking the water torture. Lu Xianer vaguely guessed what Huli was going to do, said nothing more, and instantly disappeared into the cargo hold to get Su Yao from Wu Shanghai Nation. Huli then looked at the young Yi beside him. Is it Xiaoyi? Can you untie the ropes from these people? No problem? No problem. Xiaoyi replied and immediately stepped forward to start rescuing the survivors who had not yet transformed into calamity makers. As for those who had already become calamity makers, it was impossible to save them. In a sense, the moment they became calamity makers, they had already lost their identity as humans. Some high-level calamity makers might still have their independent consciousness and the ability to think again, but these calamity makers clearly could not. In the cargo hold, the few remaining sober survivors gradually came to Huli. They naturally knew who had saved them, and their eyes were full of gratitude as they looked at Huli. Mr. Hu. Stop. Just when one person was about to step forward to express their thanks, Huli forcefully interrupted them. Let me say this first, I don't like noise. If you want to thank me, just keep your mouths shut and don't talk too much. As soon as this was said, everyone nodded repeatedly, and those survivors responsible for the rescue moved quietly, afraid of disturbing the peace this person desired. In less than a moment, Lu Sienna returned to the cargo hold with Su Yao, and the tied-up survivors were almost all saved. Mr. Hu, this is. Su Yao's eyes carried a hint of confusion. Just in time, I don't know what happened, let's listen together. Huli said while reaching out and patting the captain's head, looking at the survivors in front of him. To ensure the accuracy of the information, you all tell your story together, okay? A voice immediately jumped out from the crowd. One row of snow-white teeth shone in the darkness. This is a demon. Why don't you kill him? Yes. Kill him. Kill him. In the darkness, more rows of teeth gleamed. Huli lowered his eyes slightly, already harboring the intent to kill. Do you think I'm consulting with you? As soon as he said this, those around immediately pressed down the noisy crowd, stopping them with glances or gestures from continuing. It seems we already have a basic understanding. Huli fixed his gaze on the captain. You said they stole your things? Now you can start your story. Yes, that's right. The captain, still a bit unfamiliar with the tongue that had grown, slowly began. At first, we were just an ordinary ship sailing on the sea, following a fixed route toward our destination. But then disaster struck, and our lives began to change. We encountered many ships at sea, their supplies were limited, and their ability to resist the storm was also limited. So when they met our large ship, they would willingly propose to join us. In the beginning, those we encountered would bring supplies to join us. We thought that with one more person, we would have one more strength, so we did not refuse. But as time passed, we encountered more and more people, yet the supplies grew fewer and fewer. I didn't pay much attention to it after all, we had plenty of supplies in the cabin and could fully support the consumption. Until that day, we encountered a god. God? Huli was now extremely sensitive to this word. He had originally planned to interrupt the captain's description but suddenly became serious at this moment. Tell me carefully, what kind of god? He said, his name is Agur, the god of the deep sea. Deep sea? Another sea god? Huli furrowed his brow, vaguely sensing something was off. In different mythological systems, indeed, the power of sea gods is controlled by various deities. Among the most familiar sea gods are Poseidon from Greek mythology, the dragon kings of the four seas from Chinese mythology, and various water gods. The North Sea god is also one of them. As for this Agur, Huli had actually never heard of him. He is one of the sea gods in Norse mythology. Lu Sienna noticed Huli's confusion and spoke up beside him. Apart from Agur, there is also a god of the near sea in Norse mythology, named Njord. Huli turned to look at Lu Sienna and nodded slightly. Yes, it is the Agur who rules the deep sea. The captain suddenly became excited. His eyes gleamed with a near-crazy light. The great Agur told me that the people on my ship have stolen my power. My treasures. My wisdom. My life. Only by extracting power from them little by little, recovering my life bit by bit, can I become the complete me. You tell me. Are they not thieves? His frenzied voice echoed in the cargo hold. Huli looked at the captain before him and sensed that something was not quite right. According to the information received from the North Sea god, all gods in this world should, for some reason, be unable to appear. This so-called Agur is either fake or requires a huge price to meet with the captain. Analyzing the current situation, it was clearly the former. Moreover, the sea area. The scope of Norse mythology clearly lies within northern Europe. If they calculated the direction the mysterious bird fled at the beginning, the North Sea god had indeed sent them close to northern Europe. But how could a container ship near northern Europe possibly sail to this location? There must be a big problem in this. Huli looked at the captain and asked again, you said you were originally transporting goods to your destination, right? What was your shipping route from where to where? We took the Eurasian route, departing from a port in East Asia, heading towards the Mediterranean, and we were about to reach our destination. No, this is absolutely, 100% wrong. Even Huli, who was poor at geography, understood one thing: the Mediterranean is great in Europe, but it is extremely far from Lake Baikal, even over 7,000 kilometers. The North Sea god's ability is only to cross 3,000 miles. It's only 1,500 kilometers, how could we possibly encounter a ship heading to the Mediterranean? Nonsense. A middle-aged man immediately spoke up, you clearly encountered us on the North Pacific shipping route. What Eurasian route? Aren't we on the North Atlantic route? What North Atlantic route? It's obviously the South Pacific route. Chapter 70, Board the Ship. Voices began to rise and fall. But the answers obtained were all quite different. In reality, there are only a few global shipping routes, and the people here occupy nearly all of them. Clearly, just one container ship cannot traverse the entire sea area in such a short time. Unless all of this is related to that so-called deep sea god. Apart from this specific existence, Huli couldn't think of any other possibility. Frowning, Huli immediately decided. Leave. Having lived in a past life, he cherishes his life the most. He knows that even with his current strength, he is certainly no match for a god. Sure, he could still fight an A-level or S-level boss. But a god, better not touch that. Even if this god is not famous and might even be in a sleeping state, he is definitely not a small A like himself who can be provoked. No matter what that god wants to do, staying away is the best choice for him. As for the captain, Huli raised his hand, and with a flash of his black gold ancient knife, he turned him into a stick figure. Then he turned to Luciana and Su Yao. Let's go. The two reacted with unprecedented panic and urgency from Huli. Without any hesitation, they immediately turned and walked towards the cargo hold. As for the noisy crowd behind, no one paid any attention. Upon learning of the sea god's existence, Huli didn't even dare to enter the water, only daring to spread his dragon phoenix bat wings behind him and fly directly towards the Gnosea nation. Seeing that Huli did not enter the water, Luciana followed suit, taking Su Yao and flying towards the Gnosea nation. But after flying for almost 10 minutes, they still couldn't see the trace of the Gnosea nation. Just now, Huli couldn't help but turn to Luciana behind him. You flew this far too. Luciana silently shook her head. They couldn't find the location of the Gnosea nation. Huli frowned. Although the Gnosea nation was forcibly bound to him, it could only be forcibly stored in his system warehouse when entering a copy or some special place. But now, he couldn't find the Gnosea nation, yet could clearly sense that it was nearby. In this case, he couldn't store it in the warehouse and summon it again. Look down there. Su Yao's voice rang out. Not far below, a giant ship was sailing on the water. This ship looked exactly like the one just now. Huli immediately hovered in the air, looking down at that ship. Should we go down again? Luciana's voice came, tinged with doubt. No need. Huli responded calmly, igniting a cluster of fire phoenix flames at his fingertips. Clang! With a cry, the fire phoenix immediately pounced towards that container ship. This is the simplest method. No matter what the deep sea god intends to do, it must be related to this ship. As long as he destroys this thing, it will be enough to ruin the other party's plan. As for whether a direct conflict will arise, when that guy trapped them here, direct conflict had already become unavoidable. Since that's the case, why not make it simpler? Let the conflict come even more fiercely. A burst of firelight illuminated the surroundings. Amidst the thick smoke rising from the surface of the water, the ship quickly burned to ashes. If we could coexist peacefully, you are a god, I am a person, taking a step back is nothing. But if you keep pressing forward. Sorry, even a clay figurine still has a bit of stubbornness. How could it be a human? As long as you can't defeat me in an instant, then we'll meet again in the realm of the dead, and see who can outlast the other. Huli surveyed his surroundings, waiting for divine wrath to descend. Unfortunately, the other party did not show any signs of action. They continued to float in midair, the sound of raindrops striking the water surface echoed around them. Continue. Huli spat out 2 words, and had no choice but to fly ahead. However, before they could fly far, another ship came into view. This time, the ship was completely intact. Huli could even see people walking back and forth on the ship. Luciana and Su Yao fell silent simultaneously. It was also their first time encountering this situation, and in this moment, they showed no signs of panic, only frowning at the scene before them, constantly pondering potential solutions to break the deadlock. Dodging was impossible, killing, unable to kill. Since that's the case, then deprivation could always be a way. The previous fire phoenix hadn't reached the crowd when the residual flames had already burned them, failing to trigger deprivation. But the true side-eye deprivation version was different. There were over 100 people on the ship. Even if each one used the true side-eye deprivation version only once, then wiped them out again, and waited for them to respawn, repeating this. I don't believe we can't break this situation. Before the two could think of a solution, Huli had already looked at them. Stay behind me, don't get separated. Having said that, he dove down, returning to the ship. The two exchanged glances and immediately followed him. Once Huli reached the ship, he directly found the closest crew member, seized his neck with one hand, and prepared to test the standard deprivation first. But before he could act, a crisp voice rang in everyone's ears. Who? Brother Huli. That voice belonged to Xiao Cheng. Not just Hu Yu, but even Luciana and Su Yao's expressions changed. They had originally been on the container ship, but now they had returned to No Shanghai Nation. Huli was gripping Wei Xiaoqing's neck, looking at her with a fierce expression. Xiao Cheng. He frowned, immediately loosening his grip and placing Wei Xiaoqing on the deck. At the same time, he opened his true sight eye, scanning her panel. It was indeed Wei Xiaoqing. Brother Huli, what happened to you? Why did you suddenly, cough? A reddish mark appeared on Wei Xiaoqing's neck, and her speech was accompanied by slight coughing. Su Yao immediately stepped forward and threw a healing spell. Huli, look ahead. Before Huli could explain, Luciener's voice sounded again. In front of No Shanghai Nation, that container ship appeared once more. Huli couldn't help but frown. Clearly, this was also the work of the hidden presence. He didn't think the other party was some god of the deep sea. A mere deep sea god couldn't cause so much chaos. The other party must have another identity. From the other's line of action, it seemed they didn't want him to kill anyone on that container ship but still wanted him to board it. In other words, there must be something or some task on the ship that the other party wanted him to take or complete. The earlier presence swapping the container ship members he wanted to kill with Wei Xiaoqing was not only a reminder but also a sign of goodwill. Since they could swap the crew member in his hand for Wei Xiaoqing, they could also swap those he had killed earlier for Wei Xiaoqing, but they didn't do that. This was already a sign of goodwill. However, Huli did not like this way of expressing goodwill. He strongly disliked it. Don't you just want me to board the ship? Then I will. I hope you won't run away when the time comes. Chapter 71, Can't Speak. All dead. 3 updates seeking votes. Xiaoqing, I'm sorry. Huli crouched down in front of Wei Xiaoqing, solemnly apologizing. Earlier, I encountered some issues. It's not intentional towards you. I know, brother Huli. Wei Xiaoqing said nothing more, just looked up at Huli with a faint smile, her eyes glistening with tears from physical pain. This sight made Huli's heart ache. It's all that bastard's fault. He doesn't believe he can't find the troublemaker behind it. Luciener, Su Yao, you stay here. Huli immediately turned to the two. If anything happens, contact me through the chat channel. With their strength, he might still distract himself to protect them against other beings, but when facing a deity, he had no confidence. Staying on, no sea country, was the safest way. After all, this was something obtained from a sea god, and the text clearly described it would not be affected or destroyed by outside forces, unless the deity had the same status as the sea god. Otherwise, it was safe on this ship. That unknown entity could at most influence the direction of the ship, but the people on board would be fine. All right. Luciener showed no hesitation and then asked, what are you planning to do? Do you need cooperation? Huli pondered for a moment and then spoke, I'll leave a pseudo-phoenix dragon under the ship. If it comes to find me, you just follow. He still left a backup plan. Huli could command the pseudo-phoenix dragon through the clan management interface, and there existed bloodline sensing among the pseudo-phoenix dragons. As long as he acted with the other 8 pseudo-phoenix dragons, even if they encountered danger, he could let the other pseudo-phoenix dragons bring Luciener and Su Yao to rescue him. Okay. Luciener pondered for a few moments before finally replying with one word. Huli said no more, leading the other 8 pseudo-phoenix dragons toward the ship. In an instant, Huli boarded that container ship again, walking straight to the cargo hold position. The time on the ship seemed to have frozen, lingering just before Huli's first departure. The captain had not yet been turned into a human stick. Everyone looked at Huli in surprise, their eyes filled with confusion. Mr. Huli, you. Xiaoyi looked at Huli, somewhat puzzled. Shut up. Huli shot him a glance. The 2 words sealed the mouths of Xiaoyi and the others who were about to speak. Huli returned to the captain's side, placing a hand on his shoulder. I have a task for you. If you complete it, you can survive. If you fail, I think you won't guess the result. The captain swallowed hard, not daring to say another word, only nodding vigorously. You, gather everyone on the ship to the cargo hold. Remember, everyone. After speaking, Huli looked at Xiaoyi and the others. Some of you have escaped and are hiding on the ship, right? Find them, is that okay? No problem. Xiaoyi stepped forward proactively and suggested, Mr. Huli, I don't know what you want to do, but there's a way to gather those people faster. Let's hear it. I want him. Xiaoyi pointed at the captain. If we can escort him to every corner of the ship, I can ensure we save at least half the time and won't miss anyone. All right. Huli did not refuse. He directly broke the captain's limbs, applying 4 levels of crippling debuff, reducing this captain's strength attribute by 100%, making him easy to control. As for the crew without the captain, wasn't there still the first mate? Huli returned to the living area, found a second mate, and went to notify all crew members. There was no other way. The first mate had just transformed into a giant bird and was slashed into pieces by Huli's knife. Half an hour later. However, from another aspect, I received a piece of information. Deprivation. The forcibly depriving ability of the true vision eye deprivation version has failed on them. No matter how many times Huli tried, he couldn't take anything from this group of people. They seemed like rigid NPCs from a single-player game. He could only interact with them within a limited range, and actions not written into the program, like deprivation, annihilation, or other actions, would trigger their reset option. Just like the captain, who had been turned into a mere stick, had returned to normal after Huli boarded this ship. In other words, he needed to find what that guy wanted him to do within this rule. Kill the captain? No. If killing the captain could complete this task, he would have succeeded a long time ago. Similarly, torturing the captain is not the answer either. The key to breaking this deadlock is probably that so-called eagle, whom the captain saw. Huli struggled for a while and finally had to look at the captain again. Come on, describe in detail what you experienced after seeing that eagle, the more detailed, the better. Of course. Huli also looked at the others in the cargo hold. If any of you have seen a god or experienced any other strange things, you can speak up. I saw Odin. As soon as this was said, someone in the crowd immediately raised their hand. It was a white girl. She had been in the living area earlier and hadn't been noticed by Huli, but now, with the unified questioning, she was called here. Me too. I saw a big snake. It seemed like Jormungandr. Voices began to arise. More than 30% had seen so-called gods, and they were all from the Norse pantheon. These 30% shared a common characteristic. The captain. They were all captains of a ship. Some encountered gods guiding them to a certain place and ended up on this container ship, while others were chased by certain gods and sought refuge on this container ship. Those gods assigned different tasks to these captains, just like the captain of the container ship. Some captains' tasks were to hide, while others were to seek a certain item. In the end, these so-called chosen ones all gathered on this ship. From this alone, Huli could confirm one thing. The troublemaker must be a being from the Norse pantheon, and it was very likely. Loki. The god of mischief in the Norse pantheon. He is good at creating various illusions and magic. However, in his previous life, he had never heard of any trace of this individual appearing. Even if he was imprisoned in a dungeon and was not well informed, he had heard some rumors about gods appearing, but had never heard anything about Loki. If it really is him, then it would be quite troublesome. Stop. Huli spoke again, interrupting the discussion in front of him. Think about it, what happened before you saw these so-called gods? Or, did you have any contact with something special? As soon as he said this, the crowd immediately fell silent, tightly shutting their mouths, unwilling to say a word. 3 seconds. Huli casually drew out the black gold ancient knife and placed it on the captain's neck. If you can't speak, you all die. Captain? Dying is one thing, but can you stop making me the first one to go? Chapter 72, Divine Fragment. I have. The captain didn't want to die, he didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately spoke. It was after the disaster occurred. At that time, I was looking for usable goods in the cargo hold, and then I saw that sea god in the cargo hold. I saw it too. One of the Chinese captains raised his hand. I also saw Jormungandr in the cargo hold while searching for goods. You were all in the cargo hold? A woman frowned. I saw the elven god Fry in my room. Room? Huli looked at the person who spoke. What were you doing in the room at that time? Were you also searching for something? Nothing. The woman saw Huli step forward and appeared a bit scared. She shrank back, timidly responding, I was just organizing my jewelry when that god of the fairies appeared behind me. And then? Then he said that there is a fairy spring in the world that could turn us humans into fairies, and told me to go to that place to search. Jewelry, goods. Huli frowned, still unable to find the connection between these two things. He had to turn to the others. You said you were searching for goods. What kind of goods were they? Antiques. Silverware. Crafts. Art pieces. Jewelry. Several answers came out in succession, and Huli's frown deepened. The similarities vanished again. Now he could only choose a more clumsy method. Huli turned to the captain, pointing the tip of his knife at his nose. You, take me to the place where you saw the deep sea god. Yes. The captain knew he had no room to resist. He had no choice but to lead Huli all the way to a corner of the cargo hold. Unlike the places piled with containers, here were just scattered goods, the largest box being only 1/10 the size of a standard container. Next to those containers, it seemed extremely out of place. Logically speaking, these goods should not be on the ship. The captain explained, they are antiques collected by an acquaintance of mine, who asked me to send them to Northern Europe. I thought they had no weight and were not contraband, so I agreed. I don't want to hear you say this. Huli replied indifferently, glancing at those goods. Continue, search again in the same order you searched for goods that day. Okay. The captain immediately took action, removing the top wooden box and placing it on the large box in front of him, beginning to search. Huli stood quietly beside him, watching. The moment a deer head brooch caught his eye, his true sight was instantly triggered. Ding! Item, Divine Fragment. Level, Unknown. Effect, Unknown. Note, an unknown divine fragment transformed into a brooch, attached with strong thoughts. Stop. As the captain reached to take the deer head brooch, Huli immediately interrupted him. An unknown divine fragment. Without thinking, this thing must be the root of all this, perhaps just one of the roots. It was estimated that others who had seen the divine being also encountered similar items. From the data gathered just now, there were a total of 13 captains on the ship, which means at least 13 similar items. Boss, what should I do? Huli's sudden voice scared the captain so much that he didn't dare to move. Give me the box, just stand still. Huli took the wooden box from the captain, checked everything except for the deer head brooch, and found nothing else unusual. He took out everything except the deer head brooch, didn't directly touch that item, and turned to walk toward where the others were gathered. Soon. Under Huli's kind smile, the other 12 divine fragments also all fell into the wooden box. Besides the deer head brooch, there were also a solid gold bracelet, a solid gold ring, a sandalwood staff, a deerskin cloak, opal earrings, a silver dagger, a gemstone necklace, an antique bronze mask, leather boots, a monocle, a seafoam pipe, and a dark green tie. These 13 items were all divine fragments. The results Huli discovered with the true sight were the same. Besides the name divine fragment, there was only a vague note. Thought. Because of a certain deity's thought, these 13 captains from different places gathered together. And because of this thought, I am now trapped in this sea. After gathering 13 shards of divine power, Huli tried many methods. Apart from personally touching them, whether destroying, colliding, or placing these 13 pieces together, nothing special happened. Even letting the survivors touch these objects didn't change the outcome. Good. Huli stayed in the captain's room, gazing at the 13 shards of divine power, softly clapping. So you want to play like this? I'll give you one last chance, either come out to have a good talk, or... As he spoke, a white light appeared in his palm. The eternal seal had already emerged in his hand. As long as he wanted, he could completely bestow the seal upon these 13 shards of divine power. This was something he pried off from Haotian, and not to mention just a piece of divine power from some northern European god. Even if Odin himself were here, he would just be sealed. Don't! In an instant, a voice rang out from Huli's ear. He saw the 13 shards of divine power quickly gathering and forming a majestic shadow, immediately appearing before Huli. The figure held a spear, wore golden armor, and had pure white curly hair cascading down his shoulders, with thunder rumbling around him. He stood nearly 3 meters tall, and even sitting down, he exuded an overwhelming presence. My name is Odin, you. Before he could finish speaking, Huli had already arrived in front of him, his left hand hovering above Odin's head, a smile on his face. Come on, what did you say your name was? Say it again for me to hear. Odin? None of these 13 shards could compare to Odin, except for the smoking pipe. If this thing were Odin, Huli would simply swallow this container ship whole. Cough. The Odin figure immediately coughed twice, his form shifting into that of a young man. He had a lazy and charming expression, wearing a dark green suit, raising a hand to adjust his tie, looking at Huli with a face full of helplessness. Friend, I haven't finished speaking yet. Actually, I am Odin's son. Loki. Sure enough, this scoundrel. Huli's eyes held a hint of wariness, not daring to speak, as the eternal seal still flickered with dazzling white light in his hand. Friend, don't be so nervous. Loki smiled, taking a step back. We are both gods forgotten by the world. What's there that can't be talked about? Maybe we could cooperate. Who would cooperate with you? Wait. Just as Huli was about to refuse, a thought suddenly flashed in his mind about the description Loki had just given. All are. He said, we are all gods forgotten by the world. This guy considers himself a god too. Chapter 73, The Deal with Loki. Huli's peripheral vision glanced at the eternal seal in his palm, and suddenly realized. This was something he pried off from Haotian, which meant it was used to seal gods. Since he could wield this thing, in Loki's eyes, he must also be seen as a god. Don't be in such a hurry. Loki chuckled lightly, directly lying down on the captain's sofa. He looked at Huli with a light laugh. We belong to different pantheons, it's normal not to trust each other. However, our cooperation doesn't necessarily have to rely on trust, we can simply use each other to form a good partnership. Huli immediately grew interested. Although the Northern Sea was a god, there were some pieces of information he was unwilling to share with him. If he wanted to know some truths, perhaps he could learn from Loki. Huli simply sat in the captain's chair, his eyes full of playfulness and scrutiny. Oh? So how do you want to use me? One request. Loki pointed to himself. This is the divine power I left outside, originally thinking I could gain some freedom before the divine war arrived, maybe even find one or two hosts. But now the divine war is about to start. I have not achieved my goal. If the divine essence does not return to Asgard soon, I might suffer some unnecessary losses. So, I beg you, whether you find a way or someone else, just get this divine essence back to Asgard. I can pay any price I can. Ha! Huli let out a cold laugh. Although he was unclear about the relations between deities, from the earlier attitude of the Holy Mother towards Olympus and the sea god's divine essence within him, it was not hard to judge. There actually exists quite a bit of conflict between these divine systems. Especially with what Loki just said. The War of the Gods is about to begin. In this situation, as the Holy Mother's chosen one, he was naturally on the side of the Chinese divine system. How could he possibly help the Nordic divine essence return to Asgard? What a joke! Don't be in a hurry. Loki chuckled softly. Though I don't know your exact identity, since you can use the eternal seal, your relationship with the Chinese divine system should not be good, right? What if I say, if your agent can bring my divine essence back to Asgard, I can give you a complete divine essence of the Chinese divine system in exchange? Hiss. Huli's pupils trembled instantly. The divine essence of the Chinese divine system's main god. And a complete one at that. This thing, whether given to the Holy Mother or kept for himself, was far beyond SSS level. He had to admit that Huli was indeed tempted. Now he understood what Loki meant by mutual utilization before. However, that was Loki, the god of deceit. To believe his words was less likely than believing that a pig could climb a tree. Do you think I will believe you? Huli spoke calmly, just empty words. Once my agent brings your divine essence back to Asgard, I won't be able to do anything with you. Then we can change our way of cooperation completely. Loki spoke again. I can have someone bring that divine essence to outside Asgard. You just need to let your agent trade my divine essence with that person. Oh? Huli looked at him critically. You can contact someone inside Asgard? Then why don't you just find someone to come here to collect your divine essence? Don't tell me you'd rather pay a complete divine essence than let your own people from the Nordic divine system go on a trip. This is unavoidable. Loki continued to explain. Before we find an agent, we can only leave Asgard for 1 day at most, and that time is not enough for me to complete this. That made sense. However, Huli was still scrutinizing Loki in front of him. Finding Asgard was not difficult for him. There was a dungeon near the Fire Islands, which was one of the passages into Asgard. According to Loki's words, he wouldn't even need to enter the dungeon, just waiting outside would naturally bring someone to him with the divine essence. What he was afraid of was that what they brought was not only the divine essence but also a knife. Friend, my time is short. Loki's figure flickered as he looked at Huli before him. Please decide quickly. If you can't decide now, you'll have to wait another month. Whose divine essence is that you mentioned? Huli looked up and finally asked this question to Loki. If it was some minor god, he would just pretend to agree with Loki and then throw the divine essence to the North Sea King to give him a headache. If it was a major god, then it would be worth the risk. At worst, he would have the North Sea King contact the Holy Mother again and say that her beloved child went to trade with the evil god for the Chinese divine system. Let's see if she could protect him. I'm not sure who exactly it is, but it should be one of the thunder gods in the Chinese divine system. The Thunder Department? From the North Polar Zeon Emperor, one of the 4 emperors, to all the gods from the 9 departments, 3 provinces, 4 mansions, and 6 courts, they all belong to the Thunder Department. This range is simply huge. To show my sincerity. Loki seemed worried that Huli would not agree, and he took the initiative to speak. If your avatar is willing to enter Asgard, you can choose anything from my treasury to take with you. This is my greatest sincerity. Okay, I agree. Huli pondered for a moment, then said, the god fragment, I will deliver outside of Asgard. As for the rest, you can discuss with my avatar later. Thank you, sir. After saying this, Loki's figure instantly disappeared, transforming back into 13 fragments of godly essence. Huli did not think much and stepped forward, still holding the eternal seal, pressing directly towards those 13 godly fragments. But this time, Loki did not appear. It seems he was truly asleep. Hey, you! Come in for a moment. Huli turned and shouted at the door. Even so, he did not dare touch these godly fragments. Having someone help him pack them away was the best choice. But as his voice echoed, there was no response from outside the door. Huli furrowed his brow. He turned his gaze towards the window, and a patch of crimson spilled out from the gaps of the cargo hold. They are dead. Everyone on the entire ship is dead. Or rather, they were already dead when they saw the projection of the god. What remained on the ship was just a shell. Because the power of these godly essences kept their consciousness, allowing them to move freely even in corpse form. Huli lowered his eyelids, recalling Loki's smile. A murderous intent began to rise within him. Yes. He was also a bloodthirsty person, but every person he killed had a reason to die. He looked down on those who viewed mortal lives as worthless, killing at will, like Loki. He despised them and even hated them intensely. After all, he was also a mortal. He used to be an ant trampled by others. When he saw others slaughtering people, who were also ants, a feeling called empathy still surged within him. Are gods born superior? Is it because their necks are stiffer, or their hearts beat more joyfully? If given the chance, he would like to try. Chapter 74, The Mysterious Bird Appears. 3 updates, please vote. Forget it, now is not the time to think about these things. First, find a way to take these things away. Without those crew members, Huli had to handle these godly fragments himself. Adhering to the principle of not touching them directly with his hands, it was still a bit troublesome. But as the saying goes, as long as the mind does not decline, there are always more solutions than difficulties. Huli immediately turned and jumped off the container ship, scooping up several fish-like monsters from beneath the sea, prying open their mouths, and swallowing the items transformed from those godly fragments. He then killed those fish-like monsters and stored them in the box. Only then could he consider it relatively foolproof. Once everything was ready, Huli quickly sensed and located that no sea country. The people on the ship showed no unusual signs. Wei Xiaoqing also returned to her best state, resting her chin on her hands and gazing into the distance. The moment Huli returned to the deck, she still bounced over to greet him. Brother Huli. Good. Huli half squatted down, affectionately ruffling Wei Xiaoqing's hair. Does your neck still hurt? Thanks to Sister Su Yao, it doesn't hurt anymore. Wei Xiaoqing replied obediently, looking at Huli with concern. Brother Huli, are you okay? Just some small matters, all taken care of. Huli responded with a light chuckle. Xiaoqing, hurry back to sleep, don't let yourself grow short. Okay. Wei Xiaoqing nodded slightly and turned to return to her room to sleep. In the cabin, only Lu Xianer, Su Yao, and Xie Qingwan were left. Though Lu Xianer's expression was not clear. But Huli could guess that her puzzled expression was at least 90% similar to that of Su Yao and Xie Qingwan beside her. Huli leaned against the dining table, his tone somewhat weary. Don't just stare, I'll tell you when the time is right. It's not time yet. If you need to sleep, go back to sleep. Su Yao slightly nodded. Though she didn't say anything, she was the first to turn and leave. Her relationship with Huli was the shallowest. After reaching this point, staying any longer would seem a bit shameless. Xie Qingwan followed closely but still looked at Huli and advised, Master, rest early. Do you need me to wake you up tomorrow? No need. Okay, Master. For some reason. Earlier, when Xie Qingwan called him Master, there was no emotion in her voice, but now it seemed she enjoyed it somehow. I don't know if it's just my illusion. As for Lu Xianer, she directly sat opposite Huli, a curious expression on her face, softly uttering 4 words, is it really Loki? Ha! Huli immediately checked himself over. I warn you, quickly take out the listening device. Hurry up! What listening device? There's none at all. Lu Xianer gently waved her fingers hidden behind her back, and a gust of breeze around Huli's shoulder instantly vanished. This was a brand new way she developed after obtaining the 9 spirits, based on the 9 lords' powers. She could leave a wisp of breeze beside someone to establish a link, which could be bidirectional or unidirectional to transmit various sounds. She heard everything from the conversation between Huli and Loki just now. Still say there isn't. Huli grabbed that wisp of breeze, his eyes slightly drooping. Then what is this? It's wind. Lu Xianer, standing firm in her logic, put her hands on her hips and looked up at Huli. What's wrong? Huli felt helpless and could only give her a gesture of international dismissal. Although he counted this guy as a favor in their deal, it still made him feel uncomfortable to be so duped by her. He noted it down in his little book. He would get back at her when there was a chance. Let's talk business first. Lu Xianer thought for a moment, dissipating the breeze in Huli's palm, then looked at him with eager eyes. Are you really planning to make a deal with the other party? I can't refuse that condition. Huli replied, then looked at Lu Xianer with caution in his eyes. You don't want to meddle in this, do you? Although he wanted to pull Lu Xianer into the deal, whoever brought it up first would be at a disadvantage. It would be best to wait until she brought it up herself. Lu Xianer immediately nodded and responded, Boss Hu, we've cooperated so many times, we have a foundation, right? Let's skip the so-called divine status, just give me a chance to pick treasures from the vault. Oh? Huli raised his tone, aren't you afraid they won't let you out, or by the time you come out, you've already changed? Lu Xianer immediately fell into hesitation. She hadn't thought of that before. After a few breaths, she tentatively spoke up, what if I let him list the treasure items for me to choose? Huli said nothing, just shrugged and smiled at her. As if to say, what do you think? Forget it, I can even build rapport in the Huaxia God system. Lu Xian'er clenched her teeth and spat out. Count me in, with me coordinating with you, you'll be much safer. What's the benefit? Consider it my welfare for you, I don't want anything in return. Hold on. Hu Li raised his hand to interrupt her, pointing at her and then at himself. I mean, what benefit do you get for me? Is the favor of the Huaxia God system that easy to gain? You. Lu Xian'er almost couldn't catch her breath, paused for several seconds before looking at Hu Li and squeezing out a few words between her teeth. Fine. You say. What do you want? One condition. Hu Li truly couldn't imagine what Lu Xian'er possessed that he needed. Regardless of the 9 sovereigns or the 9 spirits, they would never allow him a chance to take anything from them. No matter when or where, if I ask for your help, you have to agree unconditionally. Fine, as long as you don't ask me to sell my body or soul. Don't worry, no one is interested in that sort of thing. Humph. The deal was struck. Lu Xian'er huffed and walked toward her bedroom. With someone like you, I really don't know which woman is blind enough to take a liking to you. Hu Li smiled indifferently. Blind? In a strict sense, his last woman was not just blind, her mind had turned to mush. February 24th, morning. There were still 44 days until the second disaster struck. The weather above was still filled with relentless rain, thick dark clouds piled up, making it hard to tell if it was morning or evening. Although they had escaped the illusion set by Loki, the surrounding was still a dark blue sea, leaving them confused about their exact location, only knowing they were drifting at sea. If it weren't for Hu Li summoning the sun-chasing bow again and shooting a few phoenix arrows at the Xian bird to confirm the correct direction of the no-sea country, he might have turned around and fled. Not long after, the temperature around them began to drop gradually. From a few degrees above zero at first, it had now fallen to below zero, even around minus 20 degrees. To ensure Su Yao could survive to see the Xian bird, Hu Li even took the time to let the 9-headed fake dragon phoenix hunt underwater, tossing some strange beasts onto the ship for Su Yao to kill. Otherwise, with Su Yao's physical endurance, she would turn into a popsicle in no more than 3 hours. So the group sailed on the sea for a whole day. Finally, on the evening of February 25th, a shadow appeared, accompanied by a cry. Clang! The Xian bird. Hu Li and Lu Xian'er's eyes lit up almost simultaneously. This sound confirmed it was the Xian bird for sure. Chapter 75, Whoever Gets Jealous is a Dog. I found it! Lu Xian'er exclaimed in surprise. These past 2 days, she had been incredibly bored on the ship. If it weren't for Hu Li's cooking keeping her going, she wouldn't know how to pass the time. With no phone or internet, she lost most of her entertainment, especially being trapped on this ship. Now she was even more eager than Hu Li to find the Xian bird quickly. After killing the Xian bird, perhaps they could search for Asgard. Don't rush, let's wait a bit longer. Hu Li looked up at the sky. Although he had already confirmed it was the Xian bird, he couldn't understand why it would come here. According to the earlier logic, the main goal of the Xian bird should be to sense and hunt powerful beasts for recovery and healing. But nearby, what powerful beasts could there be? If he remembered correctly, the 2 beasts occupying the south and north poles in his past life only appeared during the last stage of the drowning disaster. One was the frost spirit of the South Pole, said to be something no one had truly seen. The first confirmation of its existence was during the third disaster period, when an exploration team reached the South Pole and spotted a figure in the aurora, triggering the prompt for a regional beast. But in the end, they never saw its true form. The other was the glacier frost bear. Having reached the level of an A-class beast right at birth, it occupied the entire Arctic, freezing the sky, and not to mention killing it. Even approaching it was a problem. When the second disaster struck, as frost descended upon the world, the glacier frost bear directly elevated to S-class. According to the calculations of those big shots from his past life, humans wouldn't be able to return to the Arctic or successfully kill that beast for many decades. Could the Xian bird sense beasts that hadn't yet been born? From what he could see, the area where no-sea country was located was very likely near the Arctic. If the Xian bird can find the glacier frost bear early, maybe it can slay that strange beast ahead of time. Otherwise, who knows when I can complete my job transfer task. Fortunately, from the perspective of the Xian bird, as long as Hu Li and the others don't make a move, that, no Shanghai nation, floating on the sea is no different from a small boat. Especially amidst the chaotic wind and rain, the Xian bird can't notice it at all. Do we need to continue? Dear Fairy turned her head to look behind. Your Su Yao might not be able to handle it. Who is your? Su Yao was shivering from the cold but still shot back at Dear Fairy. Miss Dear, are you getting jealous? After 2 days of getting along, Su Yao had also become familiar with Dear Fairy, and they often bantered back and forth. Whoever is jealous is a dog. Dear Fairy rolled her eyes. Woof! A voice immediately came from beside them. It was Xie Qingwan. She quickly moved to Hu Li's side, her face full of smiles. Master, should we continue waiting? Or should I go prepare lunch first? Not for now. Huli glanced at the shivering Su Yao, transferring her 10,000 points. Go to the mall and exchange for some warm items. The situation is urgent, and there is no time to level you up. Earlier, he was thinking of training Su Yao's cold resistance, so he wouldn't have to worry about her condition during the battle with the Xian bird, which is why he hadn't given her any points. Since they had already found the Xian bird, the battle would start soon, so further training was no longer meaningful. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hu. Su Yao wasn't shy and quickly put on a thick layer of warm clothing, finally alleviating her cold symptoms somewhat. Not long after, the Xian bird descended. It landed directly on a huge glacier nearby, surveying the surroundings like a general, seemingly searching for something. The ordinary strange beasts on the glacier, upon sensing its presence, all ran off in the distance, not daring to hesitate for a moment. Those were just some D-level or E-level strange beasts. If it were the peak period of the Xian bird, naturally, it wouldn't care about them. However, right now, it had just experienced a long journey and needed to replenish its energy. Clang! The cry erupted. A whirlwind surged up on the glacier, sweeping up small polar bears, seals, and some beasts made of glacial rocks, turning them into pure flesh and energy, all pulled into the Xian bird's belly. Clang! Another loud call echoed. But this time, the cry was even louder, sounding delighted as if it had eaten a delicious appetizer. Still not making a move? Dear Fairy urged again, if it recovers to its peak state, I can't guarantee whether we can keep it. Don't worry, it will be fine. Huli said calmly. For him in the past, dealing with an A-level Xian bird was indeed a bit tricky, but now. Have you heard of the underworld domain? As long as he ensures that more than 30 strange beasts enter the underworld domain at the same time, his attributes will increase by 30%, while the opponent's attributes will decrease by 30%. Don't mention A-class, even S-class, as long as it can't resist the effects of the underworld domain, he is confident he can slay it. It just depends on whether that glacier frost bear will come out. As no Shanghai nation kept approaching the glacier, the Xian bird unleashed its second hurricane. As a Chinese strange beast, one must understand a principle. Replenishing the body has no limits. As long as it doesn't cause a nosebleed, it doesn't matter to supplement more. But someone was not happy. Roar! With the Xian bird's ongoing provocation, a roar erupted from afar on the glacier line. Mountain body, A. Skill mastery, mountain body charge, A. Roar, A. Ice element armor, A. Note, a giant bear sealed in ice from ancient times, awakened for various reasons from the glacier, containing the bloodline of an ancient giant bear, with a massive size, perfect for barbecue. Power +3. Looking at the note before him, tears flowed uncontrollably from the corners of Huli's mouth. Even the system says it's good for barbecue. The meat of this giant bear is clearly top-notch. It seems he won't need to go buy supplies from the store for another 10 days. Prepare. As Huli saw the ice glacier frost bear emerging, he immediately shouted 2 words, Xiaowan, Xiaocheng, Su Yao, I'll let the 3 dragon phoenixes cover you all when it's time to enter the battlefield. Xiaowan, Xiaocheng, you ensure that when the ice glacier frost bear and the Xian bird enter attack range, toss a little Manchuan, as long as it just makes contact, no need for any damage. Su Yao, make sure I'm within your healing range together with Lu Xiener. Lu Xiener, the first kill of the ice glacier frost bear is yours, but the other rewards belong to me, no problem? This is what Huli concluded after consideration. As an B-level regional exotic beast, completing the first kill of this ice glacier frost bear would surely earn a hidden class. But Huli already has a Skyhunter class and doesn't feel there is any class that can surpass the benefits brought by the Skyhunter. Since he's decided to venture into Asgard together, the strength of the teammates is also crucial. By giving this first kill to Lu Xiener, Huli would only reap more benefits. Thank you, Captain. Lu Xiener immediately replied, her excitement barely contained, please feel free to give orders to Xiener. Prepare. Huli stared ahead, and as soon as he confirmed the moment of contact between the Xian bird and the ice glacier frost bear, the dragon phoenix bat wings behind him unfurled. The 9-headed pseudo-dragon phoenix also surfaced simultaneously. Attack! Chapter 76, now, let the collection of protection fees begin. The moment the words fell, Huli dove forward. The Xian bird seemed to sense a familiar aura, but without any hesitation, it immediately flew up into the sky. Unfortunately, it seemed to have made a wrong prediction. This ice glacier frost bear didn't know what abilities these ant-like humans possessed, so at the first moment, it didn't choose to flee but instead lunged forward. It directly pulled down the Xian bird that was about to escape. Clang! The Xian bird let out a mournful cry. Even Huli, who didn't understand bird language, felt it sounded like swearing. No, swearing at the bear. Ow! The ice glacier frost bear was also not willing to fall behind. It roared at the Xian bird. The Xian bird staggered again, and by the time it regained its senses, Huli, Lu Xiener, along with the 9-headed pseudo-dragon phoenix and among them Wei Xiaocheng, Xie Chengwan, and Su Yao were already in front. For streams of Manchuan water, under Luciener's enhancement and aiming, fell on the ice glacier frost bear and the Xian bird. Domain of the Yellow Spring, open. Hu Li shouted. In an instant, the domain of the Yellow Spring ensnared the ice glacier frost bear in front of him, the Xian bird, and also encapsulated a dozen exotic beasts that hadn't been killed by the Xian bird. Without any hesitation, Hu Li unleashed all three skills from the domain of the Yellow Spring: Yellow Spring Phoenix Fury, Yellow Spring Ancient Blade, and Yellow Spring Sun Chaser. Phoenix Fury was naturally aimed at the ice glacier frost bear, while Ancient Blade and Sun Chaser dealt physical damage directly toward the Xian bird. Luckily, the Xian bird's injuries hadn't fully recovered yet. But under the B+ level's power and intelligence boost, the states of the two exotic beasts started to plummet rapidly. A minute? It had barely passed 30 seconds, and the ice glacier frost bear was already in a near-death state. Hu Li immediately halted, leaving the first kill for Luciener. Under this state, even if Luciener killed the ice glacier frost bear, the Skyhunter's class transfer task would still count the progress for him. After all, the health was all damaged by him, there's no reason not to count as participation. As for the Xian bird, in a blink, it had become a plucked chicken. It continuously let out mournful cries, yet it couldn't pull itself out from the dense rain of phoenix arrows. Even the body of an A-class beast seemed exceptionally weak at this moment. Seeing this, Hu Li simply smashed the phoenix anger towards it. Fire element damage was negligible to it, it might even recover some injuries, but it excelled in triggering deprivation. As long as he could strip away its SSS-level talent, return to life, everything would be worth it. 1 minute flew by in an instant. The glacial frost bear entered a death state, and the Xian bird fell into serious injury again, only a step away from death. Just as the realm of the Yellow Springs was freed, 8 heads of pseudo-dragon phoenixes immediately surrounded it, trapping the Xian bird. Dear Fairy also immediately acted, sealing off the surrounding airspace. At this moment, she sensed the weakness of the Xian bird and Hu Li's terrifying presence. Just a few days had passed. Earlier, he was beaten like a grandson by this Xian bird, and now he was fighting it like a little chick. Wasn't the gap too large? Could it be because of the reward given to him by the goddess Manhwa? Also, throughout this time, he had never mentioned what that reward was. Still dazed? Hu Li, holding the sun-chasing bow, aimed at the Xian bird in front of him. If you don't take action soon, I might help you. If it weren't to ensure that the glacial frost bear's kill would trigger a first kill reward, he would have taken care of the Xian bird a long time ago. What if the first kill of an A-class regional beast overshadowed the reward for the first kill of a B-class beast? Hu Li would have wasted his efforts. Unfortunately, Xia Qingwan and Wei Xiaoqing's original talents were still too weak. Gaining hidden professions at this stage did not yield as great benefits as Dear Fairy's hidden profession. And the trip to Asgard could not be delayed, who knows what would happen once Loki reacts. So this hidden profession had to be given to Dear Fairy. Here we go. Dear Fairy said a word and immediately took action. A blooming fire lotus burst forth from her hand, vanishing in an instant, reappearing from under the glacial frost bear, completely engulfing and annihilating it. The rain in the Arctic continent stopped. Ding! Global announcement: congratulations to the survivors, Dear Fairy, Hu Li, Su Yao, Wei Xiaoqing, Xia Qingwan for successfully killing the B-class regional beast, Glacial Frost Bear. Asterisk 3. Killer, Dear Fairy, receives a random hidden profession *1. Asterisk 3. Assistants, Hu Li, Su Yao, Wei Xiaoqing, Xia Qingwan, receive a random B-class set *1. Asterisk 3. This auxiliary reward was still the same as in the previous life. B-class equipment, at this stage, was considered the strongest equipment. Getting a full set was not a loss. In an instant, the global channel exploded again. First, the first kill of the C-class regional beast, and then the first kill of the B-class regional beast. Both of these first kill lists had Hu Li's name. It could be overlooked that this name appeared frequently. But what was that hidden profession? The calamity had descended for almost 10 days, the newbie period was nearing the end of a week, and they didn't even know what their professions were, yet he had obtained a hidden profession. Wasn't this a bit too absurd? James, conspiracy. There must be a conspiracy. Even if he is the chosen one, it's still too outrageous. Accomplished B-class in just a week? Tang Jimin, Hu Li, Dad, I was wrong. I truly realize my mistake now. Wu Jianan, the guy upstairs, just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. People's physiques can't be generalized. Back in the day, I killed a Siberian tiger with a slide tackle. What did I say? Lu Xiaoqing, Hu Li, Dad, please give me the guide to clear the national copy, not for anything else, just to promote your greatness after clearing it. Jack Ray, do you think when will this Hu Li get the first kill in the A-class region? If he kills all the regional beasts, will we no longer have to endure the calamity? Dian Xianger, what do you mean, this Hu Li? Clearly, it's our Hu Li from the Great Han Republic. Done. The first kill of the B-level area beast. Huli completely ignored the news in the global channel, only fixing his gaze on the distant Shin bird. If his senses were not wrong, when the glacier frost bear fell just now, the Shin bird seemed to have partially healed. Just like in the last life, every area beast's fall would boost the power of other area beasts. According to this logic, if he kills the Shin bird now, that leaves 6 area beasts, their strength, probably all of them would elevate to B level, even above B level. For Huli, it doesn't matter. Even if they reach A level, it would only mean another trip to the Yellow Spring domain. But for everyone else around the world, they would have a real problem. Huli was bloodthirsty, but he also had his limits. Doing such a thing would still weigh on his conscience a little, however, resolving that burden wasn't hard. He opened the global chat channel and sent out a message directly. Huli, actually, I am the manager of the disaster. From now on, I am collecting protection fees. Huli, except for survivors in Huaxia region and the White Bear region, each of you send 100 points to my account, and I can guarantee your survival at the existing difficulty. If not, don't blame me for raising the difficulty. You have 1 minute to think about it, after which the opportunity will be gone. Anyway, after the Shin bird was killed, the Huaxia region would temporarily enter a protection period, unaffected. As for the other regions, not paying protection fees and still wanting to pass safely? What a joke. As soon as these words came out, the global channel burst into laughter. Xiao Longguan, lol, Boss Huli still has a conscience. Huaxia people don't deceive Huaxia people. Shui Wenjie, honey, you'd rather believe Huli is the disaster manager than believe I am Qin Shi Huang? James, now that's humor. Dian Xianger, Huli, if you need points, you can come to our Dahan Republic. Why use such an embarrassing way? Manager? Ridiculous. Except for the woman who just killed the glacier frost bear, I'm afraid no one would believe his words. She stared at Huli, her eyes filled with suspicion, as if she really took this message to heart. A minute passed in a flash. Huli's account indeed received quite a few points, jumping from over 6 million to over 8 million. After all, the number of global survivors was there, and many were willing to pay 100 points for uncertain safety. Some even sent over 10,000 points, afraid that some foolish people wouldn't pay Huli. Time, up. Huli strung his bow, fingers hovering over the rising sun bow. 3 phoenix arrows formed simultaneously, locking onto the Shin bird's head. Huli, sorry everyone, points not received. Those who sent me points, I will accept them. In the future, when we meet, it can be considered that you paid your life fee in advance. As for the others, sorry. Huli, that starting now, the survival difficulty globally will rise to a new level. As soon as the words fell, the phoenix arrow shot from his fingertips, instantly piercing the Shin bird's head. Ding. Global announcement, congratulations to survivors Huli, Luciener, Suyao, Wei Xiaoqing, and Xie Qingwan for successfully killing the A-level area beast Shin bird. Asterisk 3. Killer Huli receives random SSS-level item asterisk 1. Asterisk 3. Assistants Luciener, Suyao, Wei Xiaoqing, Xie Qingwan, receive random A-level talent asterisk 1. Asterisk 3. A total of 182 times the chance to trigger deprivation. Out of which only 31 were used on the glacier frost bear, obtaining about 30 attribute points, without gaining any talent. The remaining 151, plus the one just triggered by 3 phoenix arrows, all were given to the Shin bird. In addition to stripping over 100 A-level bird feathers, Huli also gained 80 attribute points. A top-tier talent, Dragon Soul. Unfortunately, I did not obtain the SSS-level talent Revert Life from the Shin bird. Otherwise, I might also have gained 9 chances to be immortal. Fortunately, this kind of loss was quickly diluted by the prompt that appeared before me. That was an SSS-level item. Huli's pupils immediately brightened, his eyes filled with joy and excitement. In my previous life, when the item leaderboard appeared, it only had 3 SSS-level items. Each item's strength was comparable to that of the 9 spirits, completely capable of reversing fate. If it weren't for the fact that I didn't know how to use that SSS-level item Ancestor Dragon Robe, I might not have been able to kill the Shin bird on our first encounter. Especially since this time, the SSS-level item was obtained through a roulette draw. This means I could use the Eye of True Sight deprivation version to gain an additional reward. Huli suppressed his excitement, ignoring the global channel that was buzzing with activity, his gaze inevitably falling on the corpse of the Shin bird. How strange. After the ice glacier frost bear died, its corpse showed no abnormalities, but after the Shin bird fell, it seemed like something was still boiling inside. Brother Huli. Wei Xiaoqing's voice immediately rang out. She pointed at the Shin bird's corpse. Look. There seems to be a person below. It's that fire phoenix we encountered last time. In an instant, Huli's pupils brightened. The fire phoenix we encountered before. Isn't that the one the Shin bird swallowed using Revert Life? If she is still alive, doesn't that mean I still have a chance? Huli quickly approached the corpse of the Shin bird, lifted it up, and indeed discovered an egg. He twitched his mouth and couldn't help but look at the approaching Wei Shaoqing. Are you saying this thing is a person? This. Wei Shaoqing felt a bit embarrassed, scratching her head. By the energy, she is indeed that fire phoenix, but why is she an egg? I don't know. Huli felt helpless and could only use the eye of true sight for a scan. Name, Destiny Fire Phoenix Egg. Category, Item. Level, Unknown. Effect, Unknown. Remarks, 9 Revolution Shin bird, life ended to become an egg. Huli's pupils trembled. Level, Unknown. This was the first time Huli used the eye of true sight to detect an item with an unknown level. From what I had seen before, it was either hidden due to some power beyond true sight or it was something that the first catastrophe couldn't come into contact with. Huli had never experienced these in his previous life, so now he could only rely on speculation. The case of the Destiny Fire Phoenix egg was obviously the latter. Even if it could hatch, it would probably wait until the second or even the third catastrophe. But that doesn't stop him from using deprivation. Huli raised his hand to initiate deprivation, adding Eye of True Sight deprivation version at the same time. But he did not receive any prompt. Great. Unknown level is one thing, but I can't even deprive it. I can only leave it for now. Huli raised his hand, preparing to store the Fire Phoenix egg into his space, when a prompt appeared. Cannot store Survivor in the system warehouse. Survivor. The designation of this Fire Phoenix egg is Survivor? Isn't that a bit too outrageous? This thing cannot hatch, cannot be deprived, cannot be stored, and judging by this situation, it probably can't be destroyed either. It's just like having a master. Dear Fairy had also finished digesting the previous gains, slowly walking to Huli's side. What's wrong? What's up with this egg? Nothing, just found myself a big master. Huli helplessly muttered, picking up the half-person eye Fire Phoenix egg and walking outside. Let's leave here first. It's still a distance from Asgard, so we need to hurry. No one objected. Huli stored the corpses of the Shin bird and the Ice Glacier Frost Bear into the space warehouse, then led everyone aboard that unbounded sea towards the Fire Islands. At the same time, he also opened the roulette in front of him to draw SSS items. Draw, start. True Sight Eye Deprivation version, activated. Ding. Congratulations Survivor Huli has obtained SSS-level item, Imperial Jade Seal. Congratulations Survivor Huli has obtained SSS-level item, He Sure Buy. Huli looked at the 2 new items in his hand, momentarily stunned. Counting the ancestral dragon robe in the warehouse that has been gathering dust. Could it be that they want me to ascend the throne today? Chapter 78, Grandpa is here. Captain. Just as Huli was lost in thought, that dear fairy directly approached him. With a curious expression, she looked at Huli. Don't you want to know what hidden class I drew? Of course, he wanted to know. It's just that the 9 statues on the dear fairy were too against the heavens, he couldn't see through with his true sight eye, otherwise he would already know. But, with this guy's dog-like nature, would she directly tell him such information? Clearly not. Huli glanced at her and said softly, Speak, what do you want to know? How can I say you're the captain? The dear fairy chuckled awkwardly, Exchange. I'll tell you what my hidden class is if you let me see your SSS hidden item. All right. Huli did not refuse, then he spoke, You go first. My classes. I don't believe it. Before the dear fairy could finish her sentence, Huli cut her off with 3 words. I haven't said what it is yet. The dear fairy was speechless. No matter what you say, I won't believe it. Huli said calmly, pointing at the layer of gloom surrounding her, unless you let me see it with my own eyes. All right. The dear fairy instantly understood. No wonder this guy agreed so readily, it turned out he had a plan. Her main purpose was still to clear the layer of gloom around her, and in that way, see all her attributes, and even, possibly steal her 9 statues. Let's not say anything else, if she were in Huli's place, she would definitely try it once. After all, it's an SSS-level talent. Who would refuse? If you don't agree, then it's fine. Huli really didn't care. He really didn't know much about hidden classes from his past life. Even if he knew what hidden class the dear fairy got, he wouldn't gain any benefit. Maybe. This guy would even take the initiative to tell him. At least from the current hidden class Heavenly Hunter, it requires completing a job transfer task to obtain, so he didn't know if this killing reward for the hidden class was the same. Wait. The dear fairy really called out to Huli. Agreed? Not agreed. The dear fairy looked up at Huli, but I want to make another deal with you. Speak. Huli smiled brightly at the dear fairy. Looks like he really guessed right, her hidden class also needs to complete a job transfer task. Help me kill a god. Farewell. Huli turned and walked away. He thought his job transfer task was already hard enough. Oh my goodness, this dear fairy casually said to kill a god. Does she really think gods are like big radishes planted by the roadside? Just say kill a god and it's done. Let's not even talk about Manhwa, just look at that North Sea Roa, that Loki, can you kill them? Hey! Don't be hasty. The dear fairy hurriedly stepped forward to block Huli, it's a deal. There's negotiation, I didn't ask you to kill a god right now, waiting until later is also okay. You first tell me what price I need to pay, and then you can help me complete this matter. Huli felt a headache coming on. But he was also curious about the dear fairy's hidden class. A hidden class that requires killing a god to unlock, how terrifying could that be? It must be, at least SSS level, right? You first described your job transfer task. How do you know it's a job transfer task? The dear fairy immediately opened her mouth, a glint of realization in her eyes. The reward from Lady Manhwa for you is also a hidden class. Huli had no reason to hide this matter. Silently nodding, Luciana immediately asked, so what is your job transfer task? If you don't say, I'll just turn around and leave. Huli refused to spoil her. What if this guy turns against him and goes to find other region monsters, killing them ahead of time? If his participation level isn't met, wouldn't the job transfer task fail? After all, she now at least had the ability to single-handedly take on C-level or even B-level region monsters, so she had to be cautious. Speak. Luciana immediately described, I need to witness the fall of a deity, and this fall must be related to me. Just related? There's no indication of participation level? No. So you are thinking of hiring someone to kill a god? Huli felt helpless. What else can I do? There were indeed many ways. Just being related allows for participation in multiple ways, so the challenge of this task didn't lie in killing the god, but in finding a deity about to fall and participating in that fall. Perhaps this could be completed in Asgard. Gods. Odin is a god, Loki is a god, and the guards in Asgard are also gods. As long as the other party possesses divinity and has a divine status, they can be called a god. Killing an ordinary god is something Loki can totally do. At most, just add a condition that he needs to kill an insignificant god, and that would count as completing Luciana's job transfer task. I can help you complete this task. Huli looked at Luciana, but what's the cost? You say. Regional monsters. Huli was very straightforward, I am also quite interested in the remaining 6 regional monsters. If I help you complete the task, you will accompany me to deal with these 6 monsters. Luciana's tone lifted, you, don't tell me you like me? Huli frowned, looking strange. You, what are you saying? Otherwise, why would you propose such a condition? Luciana calmly analyzed, with your strength, aren't the remaining regional monsters easy to handle? Why would you negotiate with this condition? And you still say you don't like me. As soon as these words came out, the gazes of others in the cabin immediately turned over. Wei Xiaoqing's curiosity, Su Yao's gossip, and Xia Qingwan's disappointment. Don't worry, even if I like Massacre, I wouldn't like you. Huli rolled his eyes. The reason he made this request was simply because he felt it was dangerous. If it was just killing a few regional monsters, that would be fine, at most, it would just be a one-on-one with an A-level monster, something he could totally do. But the problem was, killing regional monsters was tied to the job transfer task of Heavenly Hunt. Luciana's job transfer task was too high in difficulty, already touching upon deities at this stage. If Luciana's hidden profession was also SSS level, then his job transfer task wouldn't be as simple as he imagined. If her hidden profession was lower than SSS level, then the later difficulty of his task could even be higher than he imagined. He had only killed 3 regional monsters so far, and he had no idea how much the other regional monsters had grown. What if the 9th monster grew to SSS level after he killed 8? What would he do then? He didn't like doing things with no confidence. So having such a helper in front of him, he naturally had no reason to let her go. You. Luciana, hearing herself compared to Massacre, immediately fumed, Huli. Grandpa is here. Chapter 79 Hidden Effect Destined. In the end, Luciana did not take any other practical action. After all, she couldn't fight or win in a battle of words, so what else could she do? Just endure it. It was just unfortunate for the nearby fish monsters, all turning into someone's experience points. As for Huli, he turned around and walked towards his room. From the North Sea to the North Arctic Ocean, the distance to the Fair Islands is at least about 4,000, almost 5,000 kilometers. At the speed of the No Shanghai Kingdom, it still requires more than a day's voyage without encountering any obstacles. It's still early. Let's rest for a bit first. By the way, I need to go back to my room to see what hidden effects the SSS item, the Imperial Seal, brings to my SSS talent, Destiny. With so many pairs of eyes around, I can't dare to take those 3 items out here. Not because I worry about being unjustly accused, but simply, I care about my face. Who has SSS items like these for a good person? Huli turned and returned to his room. Confirming that there were no eyes around and that others were also consuming their gains, he began to take out things from his storage space while glancing at his brand new panel. Survivor, Huli. Survival level, 14. Distance to next upgrade, 1534-412/50000000. Physique, 782, B+. Strength, 829, A. Intelligence, 792, B+. Agility, 804, A. Unallocated attribute points, 10. Luck, 9, SS. Profession, Skyhunter, SSS, unlocked. Mastered talents, Bestow, SSS, Deprive, SSS, True Vision, SSS, True Phoenix Blood, SSS Destiny, SSS, Realm of the Underworld, SS, Commanding Soldier, SS, Phoenix Fury, SS, Dragon Phoenix Inheritance, SS, Pursuing Sun, SS, Underworld, SS, Black Gold Ancient Blade, S, Dragon Phoenix Batwings, A, but. Skills, Soul Strike, S, Square Heaven, A, Ground Suppression, A, Spirit Summon, B. Backpack, SSS Item Ancestral Dragon Robe, SSS Item Husher by, SSS Item Imperial Seal. S-Item Abyss, S-Item Emperor's Sword, S-Item Tiger Order, S-Item Thousand Faces, S-Item Sage Fishing Rod, S-Item Shin Bird Beast Core. A-Item Breaking Army Halberd, A-Item Jiao Snake Beast Core, A-Item Frost Bear Beast Core, A-Item Mermaid Beast Core. The Item Walking Heaven Army Boots, Beset Warrior General. See Item Mermaid Song Throat. Remaining points, 8,457,358. First is that set of B-level equipment. He didn't know what set others got, but he got a heavy armor set for warriors called Warrior General, a total of 5 pieces. After wearing the full set, it can increase 100 points of strength and 125 points of physique, and also comes with a skill that can attract the hatred of everyone within a 50-meter radius, making them his enemies. The attributes are secondary, not really useful. The only use is that taunt skill. The hatred of everyone within 50 meters, combined with the realm of the underworld, might yield unexpected results. Then there are the corpses of the Shin Bird and the Frost Bear. Huli dismantled some of the corpses, taking them out one by one from the storage, extracting 2 beast cores from them. One is S-level, the Shin Bird Beast Core, and the other is A-level, the Frost Bear Beast Core. Through True Vision, he checked them, they have the same use as the Jiao Snake Beast Core. Adding the Mermaid Beast Core together, he still needs 5 more A-level or above beast cores to unlock the transfer quest. When the time comes, he will give them to Xia Qingwan to unlock the transfer quest, and the profession gain should match her talent extremely well. Next are those 2 SSS-level items. Huli took these 2 items out along with the Ancestral Dragon Robe and scanned them with True Vision. The description on the Ancestral Dragon Robe has changed. Name, Ancestral Dragon Robe. Category, Item. Level, SSS. Effect, Unknown. Remarks, Unknown, 4/5. Behind the remarks, a progress bar has appeared. And the panels for Husher by and the Imperial Seal show the same situation. Except for this unknown progress bar, there are no other hints. But, why is it 4/5? With the same thing, don't I only have 3? Huli immediately checked the other items in his backpack, but no matter how he searched through everything, no similar progress bar appeared. A guess suddenly popped into his mind. This progress bar, could it be indicating the progress of what everyone in the world has obtained of the same type of items? The 5 items symbolizing destiny will only trigger some effect when all are present or have owners? Of course, this is just Huli's guess. Whether it is true can only be known once the last item appears. But there are still benefits. Fate. Huli looked again at this SSS-level talent, and in the Hidden Effects section, a brand new description stood out. Hidden Effect Destiny. When holding the Imperial Seal, your luck value will be locked at 9 points, and when using the active effect, it will break the limit and increase to 12 points. Hiss. Huli couldn't help but gasp. The excitement in his eyes was beyond words. A luck value of 9 points. What does this mean? Dog luck. Divine luck. Even walking down the street, he could pick up money. This could be said to be the greatest harvest of his mission. But Huli looked at the jade seal in front of him, which was as big as a palm, and fell into deep thought. Such a big thing, how should he carry it? He certainly couldn't just hang it on his waist, right? Forget it, let's see what skills the Dragon Phoenix Inheritance will bring before worrying about that. With just 8 more points, his intelligence attribute would upgrade to A-level, and then he could trigger the Dragon Phoenix Inheritance and gain 2 skills. Just right, the experience gained from killing 2 regional beasts allowed him to level up. Huli directly allocated all the attribute points gained from the level up to intelligence, and instantly, 2 dark purple lights burst forth from his body. At the same time, in the Tomb of Heaven, A figure looked at the crown in hand, frowning slightly, and in front of her was also a prompt. 4/5. Besides the ancestral dragon robe, 2 other items were taken? Those are SSS-level items. At this stage, these survivors should have no qualification, and it shouldn't be possible for them to come into contact with these items. Could it be? Is there someone else trying to interfere with her task, so they acted early and took those items from those places? Good, good, good. With a crisp voice, filled with anger, it slowly sounded. She looked up at the sky. You better not let me find out who it is, or else, Fortunately, these 5 items each have sensing functions. As long as the last item representing destiny is found, the self-sensing function of these 5 items can be activated. At that time, no matter who it is, no matter where they are, they won't be able to escape. Besides the ancestral dragon robe and imperial crown, what other items are there? The He Sure Bai, the imperial seal, and the Xianyuan sword. I wonder which of those guys went to find what first. Most likely the Xianyuan sword. Among those items, the He Sure Bai is the hardest to find and locate. Let's go find the He Sure Bai first. If that doesn't work, then look for the imperial seal. If those guys really want to intervene, they definitely won't let the Xianyuan sword just sit there. Yes, that's the plan. Chapter 80, The Men Stay, The Women Are Killed, 3 updates request. February 26, 1 p.m. There are 42 days left until the second cataclysm arrives. No Shanghai nation continued to sail on the sea, but the surrounding temperature began to gradually warm up. Because the torrential rain on the sea had disappeared, everyone finally saw a bright, blazing sun after a long time. The wind was calm, and it felt very pleasant. Huli simply let no Shanghai nation stop and planned to continue the journey at night. He moved a beach chair outside and lay on the deck soaking up the sun. After so many days of exhausting travel, it was time to rest. Clearly, his mood was extremely good. The reason is simple. Last night, after he raised his intelligence value to a dash, the SSS-level talent Dragon Phoenix Inheritance directly gave him 2 skills. Skill, Inheritance Dragon Scale Armor. Level, A. Usage condition, must have Dragon Bloodline. Effect, after use, the entire body's skin can be transformed into dragon scales, strength equal to physical attributes, maximum not exceeding A level. Duration, 30 minutes. Cooldown, 12 hours. Note, dragons have inverse scales, I don't, you come hit me. Skill, Inheritance Phoenix Feather. Level, A. Usage condition, must have Phoenix Bloodline and possess wings. Effect, after use, you can transform your wings into blades to throw, strength depends on your agility attribute, and maximum not exceed A level. Cooling time, 24 hours. Note, who says a hairless phoenix is not as good as a chicken, you come and try it. These 2 skills are 1 defensive skill and 1 compensates for Huli's lack of an escape skill. Phoenix Feather may not have high lethality, but it excels because Huli does not need to take the initiative to attack, he only needs to spread the Dragon Phoenix bat wings to attack directly, and it can also be used while fleeing. Moreover, both are inherited skills, although they are only A level now. As Huli's intelligence attribute continues to improve, the strength level of these 2 skills will also rise. At least they can be upgraded to the strength level of the Dragon Phoenix bloodline, which means SS level. Master. Just when Huli was basking in the sun beautifully, he suddenly heard the voice of Xie Qingwan beside him. Huli raised his eyes to look up, and all he saw were 2 shadows overhead. This is? Where did the bikinis come from? Master, we are going to swim down, do you want to join? Xie Qingwan sweetly asked. We? Huli immediately turned to look behind him and found Su Yao also dressed in swimwear. Although it was much more conservative than Xie Qingwan, it was still possible to see her curvy figure, especially those legs. Are they almost 1.2 meters long? Brother Huli. Wei Shaoqing was also rushing over with a swimming ring, her face full of smiles. Sister Wan said she would teach me to swim, are you coming along? Sure. Although Huli had some reservations about women, that didn't stop him from appreciating the beautiful scenery. He just didn't know if a certain gloomy ghost would. Just as he had this thought, he saw someone walking out from the cabin. Gloomy, still that gloomy presence. What are you looking at? Lu Xianair sensed Huli's gaze and looked back. What's wrong? Want to see me in a bikini? Who hasn't seen flat rubber suits? Humph. Lu Xianair snorted lightly, and if someone wants to see, just call me sister and I might agree. Huli took Wei Shaoqing's hand and turned to walk toward the bow of the boat. At the same time, he gently squeezed Wei Shaoqing's hand. To be honest, he really did want to see what Lu Xianair looked like. He heard from Wei Shaoqing that there was once when she got injured, and she almost made Xie Qingwan lose her heart. Sister Xianair. Wei Shaoqing immediately understood and turned to Lu Xianair to whisper. No wonder our little Chang is smart. The brother hasn't spoiled you for nothing. Little Chang, good girl. Lu Xianair walked up to Xiao Chang, rubbed her head. We don't want to hear you call. Humph. Who cares to see that? Hu Li jumped into the water, spreading his arms underwater. Xiao Chang, come, brother, we'll catch you. Okay. Wei Xiao Chang jumped into the water with her swimming ring. Right after that, it was Xie Changwan, Su Yao, and Lu Xianair. Everyone's physique had reached a level where they could ignore water temperature, swimming in the water, basking in the warmth brought by the bright sunlight, enjoying pure happiness. However, before everyone could swim for long, Hu Li suddenly stopped. He sensed something seemingly rushing toward him quickly underwater, and before he could react, that thing had already broken through the nine-headed pseudo-dragon Phoenix's blockade and crashed into his arms. Hu Li instinctively raised his hand to scoop, and a palm-sized, colorful pearl clam floated to the surface. This is a hit and run? Before Hu Li could see with his true vision what this thing really was, Wei Xiaoqing beside him suddenly stopped. Her eyes sparkled with a faint purple glow, her brows slightly furrowed as she looked at Hu Li. Brother Hu Li? Hu Li also sensed something was wrong and immediately swam over. What's wrong? It seems someone is getting closer. Someone? Hu Li frowned slightly. In this ocean, the only advantage is the clear visibility. Plus, with Hu Li's current eyesight strength, he wouldn't say far, but within 100 meters, any shadow would not escape his eyes. Where are the people nearby? But Wei Xiaoqing's tone was full of certainty, clearly it couldn't be a lie. Hearing Wei Xiaoqing's voice, Su Yao quickly moved closer. As the weakest in the crowd, she naturally knew when to latch onto a strong person. Xie Qingwan also followed closely behind. Even Lu Xianer started making her way back from afar, clearly having heard Wei Xiaoqing's voice. Over there. Wei Xiaoqing raised her hand and pointed southeast. Hu Li also followed Wei Xiaoqing's finger to look southeast, but aside from the golden glimmering sea surface, nothing else could be seen. Even with the eye of true sight open, it was the same. Down there. As soon as she finished speaking, a massive shadow suddenly surfaced from under the water. Was that a whale? There were still many exotic beasts in the sea, but under the encirclement of 9 huge eaters, this no-sea nation within a radius of nearly 500 meters had become a forbidden zone for exotic beasts. Unless they needed to level up Su Yao and the others, otherwise no exotic beasts would be let in. Lu Xianer also went out to hunt exotic beasts 500 meters away. Some slightly stronger exotic beasts, upon sensing the breath of the 9 pseudo-dragon phoenixes, would deliberately take a wide detour. How could such a large whale come close? At the moment the whale soared into the air, the 9 pseudo-dragon phoenixes underwater sensed its presence and instinctively wanted to feast. But Hu Li immediately ordered them to continue lurking at the bottom of the water. Something seemed off, better to observe first. Splash! As the whale landed back on the water surface, a wave of water rushed towards the crowd immediately. Xie Qingwan quickly acted, activating her S-rank talent 10,000 rivers to block the wave one by one. The whale floated on the surface, with several figures standing on its back, looking down at the crowd. A deep, heavy voice gradually fell. Leave the men, kill the women. Hu Li? You're saying it the wrong way, buddy. Chapter 81, He has a very bad temper. Master? Xie Qingwan's voice sounded, carrying a chilling killing intent. Clearly, she was ready to kill. For anyone who dared to plot against her master, there was only one ending, death. No hurry. Hu Li uttered 2 words, raised his hand to shield his eyes, and looked up. Friends above, why not come down and talk? Good baby. An affected voice echoed from the whale's back, clearly a man's voice. You want me to come down that badly? Then you wait for me. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure jumped down from the whale. A plump man with a full beard fell into the water, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and a flashy pink suit, swimming directly towards Hu Li. I've come down. The man floated on the water, waving at Hu Li. Come here. Hu Li was momentarily speechless, feeling like he had swallowed a spoonful of oily food. He couldn't help it, turned his head, waved his hand. No way, leave these to you guys, don't kill yet, keep them for questioning. Okay. Xie Qingwan could no longer hold back. She leaped from the surface and instantly transformed into a fierce beast. This was her first time using her evolved talent after the transformation. Transformed into a fierce beast, her size far exceeded that of a black panther, at least 3 times larger, her body almost approaching that of an ancient saber-toothed tiger, dragging 5 tails behind her, each resembling a long whip with a bone spur at the tip, and sporting a sharp horn on her head. Her entire body was covered in pure black fur, and due to her S-rank talent 10,000 rivers, blue water flowed around her. With one step, she swung her tail, and in one go, the entire whale was directly sent flying, and the people on it were swept into the water. Although she no longer had Hu Li's 10% attribute boost, with the enhancement of her S-rank talent, Xie Qingwan, possessing C-rank power, was still able to stand at the top tier among survivors. Dealing with a whale controlled by talent is still an easy task. Still a tough nut. Get ready. The heavy voice from before sounded once more. There were 4 people on the ship, one wielding a long whip, one sparkling with wind blades, one controlling the water flow, and one transformed into a swordfish, charging towards everyone. Roar! Xia Qingwan let out a furious roar. In an instant, 5 streams of water wrapped around everyone, including the gaudy pink suit, lifting them all out of the water. As for that whale, it was flipped into the sea and hadn't surfaced yet. Xia Qingwan glanced at the people in front of her, her eyes filled with disdain, and decisively cancelled her transformation, returning to her human form. She couldn't even be bothered to say a word to these little weaklings, simply turning to Huli. Master, the mission is complete. Good girl. Huli smiled lightly and patted Xia Qingwan on the head. The latter had a face full of enjoyment, like a little cat being petted, showing none of the ferocity from before. If it had been earlier, Huli would have eliminated these clueless guys without hesitation, not needing Xia Qingwan to step in. A single burst of anger would have been enough. But now, Huli was a bit curious. He looked at the colorful pearl clam in his palm, and a panel suddenly popped up. Name, colorful pearl clam. Category, item. Level, S. Effect, key to open S-level instance the fall of the Mermaid Kingdom. After using it in a specific location, can open the instance the fall of the Mermaid Kingdom. Note, brother. Have you seen the pearl in my belly? An S-level instance opening key. It seemed to have a bit of intellect and was a living key for opening instances, otherwise, it wouldn't have popped directly from the water to him. Just right. Since there was no rush to go to Asgard, going through an instance to enhance strength was also a good choice. S-level instance. It posed some difficulty for them now but was not impossible to conquer. As long as it didn't trigger some hidden tasks or difficult side quests like last time, at most, it would just be fighting an A-level boss, which was completely acceptable. But they first had to determine the correct location to open the instance. They had to ask the ones in front of them. Huli raised the colorful pearl clam in his hand, softly speaking. Tell me, where did this come from? There were a total of 5 people before him. Besides the man in the gaudy pink suit, there was also a woman in a bright blue dress, a man in a black tailored suit, and 2 men in high-end crew uniforms. From their facial features and physiques, they seemed to belong to different nationalities. It was likely that they were some nobles from before the catastrophe, who were on a sea trip when the disaster struck, and only these few survived, or perhaps the stronger ones disdained to protect the weak, so these relatively talented individuals were acting on their own. You have the ability to kill me. The man in the black suit shouted angrily. I will never. Oh. Huli casually tossed an A-level Suanio feather, without using any skills, simply using his physical strength to throw it, piercing through the man's head. The feather arced through the air and returned to Huli's hand. He then glanced at Suyao beside him, signaling with his eyes. Suyao sighed and lowered her head, clearly understanding his intention. As long as death occurs within 3 seconds, no matter the extent of the injuries, her talent could restore them. In the next moment, a white light flashed, and the man in the black suit returned to his former self. He looked at what was before him in terror. Being dead and coming back was real, but the pain brought by death was also real. There are 2 kinds of people in the world who fear death the most. One is the naturally timid type, and the other is someone who has personally experienced death. Second time. Huli maintained his smile, holding the colorful pearl clam, looking at the people in front. Who among you can tell me where this thing was found? Huli. Suddenly, the black suit man exclaimed, it was Lord Huli who gave it to us. You have the guts to ask him yourself. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of everyone present turned incredibly pleasant. Huli was left speechless, not knowing what to say. Xia Qingwan almost couldn't hold back and was about to step forward to take action again. Su Yao and Lu Xianer were both struggling to suppress their laughter, holding it in. Only Wei Shaoqing. She stepped on the water's surface and walked forward slowly. Brother, they seem like they are not lying. By observing the aura, one can see all the energy a person possesses, and naturally, can also tell if the other is lying. If these guys aren't lying, it means they really do know someone named Huli, and it's also them who handed over this thing. This is getting interesting. Oh? Huli raised an eyebrow. The Huli you're talking about is the one who triggered multiple global announcements? Yes. The flamboyant man immediately responded, are you scared? You better hurry and return the item to us, or we can choose not to act against you. Otherwise, be careful, Lord Huli will kill you. His temper isn't good. Chapter 82, A Worthless One. Hearing this, Huli couldn't hold back any longer. His temper is bad, but it doesn't mean he would kill himself out of anger. But isn't he supposed to be in Huaxia? Huli asked helplessly, how could he be around here? You wouldn't know. The woman in the blue evening dress looked up, her face full of reverence. Lord Huli, as a deity, naturally has countless incarnations, everywhere. Great, It's all vapor now. Lu Sienna was enjoying the show and waved her hand towards the side. Hey! Huli, are you there? If you are, show us a gesture with steam. Huli rolled his eyes and ignored this person. He just looked at the few people in front of him. Alright, the item. I can return it to you, but you need to take us to see that Huli. Not for any other reason, he just wanted to see who was so capable, not only impersonating him but doing it so successfully. To flaunt one's might through a borrowed name. In the apocalypse, this is super common. In his past life, he also did a lot of such things, claiming to know some big shot on the leaderboard to exchange for a chance at survival. He even encountered a few who shamelessly impersonated big shots just because they shared the same name. But to see someone impersonate so successfully and deceive so many for the first time. Since they dared to do this, then they naturally have to bear the consequences. It's not impossible. The woman in the dress muttered. However, the flamboyant man next to her was not happy. No. The existence of Lord Huli is a secret. We can't just bring anyone over. What if they are his enemies? Shut up. The man in the black suit frowned and said, raising his head to look at Huli, brother, I won't make it hard for you. As long as you return the colorful pearl clam to us, we can speak well for you in front of Lord Huli. If he agrees to see you, then we will. Before he could finish his sentence, another bird feather pierced through the head of the man in the black suit. This time, Suyao had no chance to revive him. Each individual only has one chance to restore their injuries within 24 hours, and the suit man had already used his once. Huli looked at the remaining few people. Sorry, you seem to have misjudged the situation. I am not discussing with you. You have only two choices, to take us or not to take us. Now, it can begin. Take us. The woman in the dress immediately spoke. She cried out in surprise. I will take you. Very good. Huli waved his hand casually, and 3 more bird feathers flew out, piercing the heads of everyone except that woman. Just lead the way, one person is enough. In the apocalypse, showing mercy is a big taboo. He doesn't have the habit of raising tigers for trouble. As long as there is a grudge, he will kill if possible, and if not, find a way to kill them. The woman watched as her companions turned to blood mist beside her. Her heart trembled, yet she dared not make a sound, fearing that an accidental provocation might anger the person in front of her. She knew that if she wanted to survive, there was only one choice left now. Please. Huli spoke again. The woman turned and transformed into a swordfish, diving into the sea, shooting away with a sudden burst of speed. It wasn't that she wanted to flee, it was simply out of fear, and she couldn't help but move as fast as she could. Huli casually placed the No Sea Nation into his storage, but did not summon the hidden 9-headed pseudo-dragon phoenix lurking underwater. He simply used the yellow springs to dive under and follow the swordfish. The remaining few also used the rivers to follow suit. Even Wei Xiaoqin could easily keep up with the swordfish's full-speed travel, so there was no need to expose her own strength in this situation. From the earlier description of the woman in the dress, this so-called Huli seemed extremely powerful in the eyes of others, even possessing more than just these 5 followers. Although Huli was confident the other party wouldn't be that strong, it was always better to be cautious. It wasn't long before they quickly spotted a small island not far away, thanks to the swordfish's full-speed travel. The island was not very large, looking like a small county city, but the survivors on the island were surely not few. A few hundred? No, at least 1,000 people. Thousands of people lived on this island, appearing to have established a basic order, as there were no signs of conflict or quarrels. To achieve this clearly showed the other party was not simple. This was no civilized society, everyone had special abilities and their own thoughts. To unite so many people's minds in a short time and form a power model was indeed not easy. But the methods used by this Huli seemed rather unorthodox. Before everyone could set foot on the island, Huli had already seen some buildings under construction on the island. In addition to numerous houses for sheltering from wind and rain, many more were altars, where faint traces of beast blood could still be seen. We've arrived. The swordfish swam to the edge of the island, turning to look back. Everyone, Huli is up there. I dare not go find him. No, you can. Huli spoke softly, already standing on the swordfish. Sometimes, making a decision is hard, but if it's just a choice, it becomes much simpler. For example, if you don't take us up, I will take you up, saying you betrayed your 4 companions and brought us to the island. What happens next, I don't think I need to describe further. The swordfish's heart trembled, but it had no choice but to swim towards the island, with everyone closely following behind. As the swordfish reached the island, a survivor immediately welcomed them at the edge. He looked at Huli and the others, showing no signs of fear, but instead full of curiosity. He looked at the swordfish woman, first raising his head and opening his arms. Praise Huli. Hey, Lisa, you brought new friends to the island. You even brought 5 at once. So impressive. Lisa mirrored the man, raising her head and spreading her arms. Praise Huli. Quails, this is not the time for that. I have urgent business to find Huli. Please help me with the island entry procedures quickly. No problem. Quails replied and suddenly became serious when looking at Huli and the others. He took out a notebook, ready to start recording. What are all your names? What talents do you have? How did you allocate your attribute points? Tell me everything. Everyone remained silent, stifling their laughter as they glanced at Huli, who looked displeased. My name is Hu Yu. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Huli spoke blandly. C-level talent, fire control. C-level talent? Just a waste. Chapter 83, the female version of Huli. 3 in the morning, seeking votes. That's how it is. Quills frowned slightly but still looked at the others. What about you? His gaze fell on the gloomy deer fairy, especially you. Now that we are on the island, why are you still hiding? Do you think Lord Huli can't protect us? Oh, this is my passive talent. The deer fairy suppressed her laughter. My name is Lulu, my passive talent is C-grade shadow concealment, it can only keep me here. Another waste. Quills frowned, looking at the other people, no longer writing but just staring at them with furrowed brows. Don't tell me you are all the same. All your talents are C-grade, or even below C-grade. The same. All the same. Xia Qingwan and the others nodded repeatedly. If these two's talents are just C-grade, what does that make their talents? G-grade? Or H-grade? Alright, I thought you were some newcomers, but it turns out forget it. Quills looked at Lisa, and the amusement in his eyes faded a bit. Lisa, don't forget, your team's points are about to expire. If you've just brought these people, you won't pass the test. If Lord Huli holds you accountable, I won't be able to help you cover up. Don't worry, I know. Lisa replied, looking down. Alright, go. Quills opened a path. Lord Huli should be at the altar on the mountaintop now. If you have the courage, go find him now. Lisa did not respond, just led everyone into the island. As soon as they entered the island, Huli noticed something was wrong. There were too many people. On an island with thousands of people, nearly half live near the sea. While this makes it convenient to hunt sea beasts, it also faces the ever-present risk of beast tides, and even if there is no beast tide, this living area could be submerged at any moment. There's no reason to settle here. Deeper inside, there was indeed a patch of jungle. When Huli came over earlier, he saw houses inside, and even many vacant spots, but even so, these people still lived outside. The answer is only one class. The social order here has begun to establish a class system. The outermost layer is naturally the lowest class of survivors. Huli used his true vision and scanned around, finding that the highest talent among these people was only C-grade, with many at E-grade and F-grade. If it weren't for some tools, they might not even be able to handle the sea beasts. As Huli examined them, those people didn't pay any attention to Huli and the others. They were like machines, repeating their actions. Either making tools, searching for sea beasts by the shore, or some were handling the corpses of sea beasts by the beach, cutting them into useful materials and edible parts. They seemed to be unfazed by new arrivals to the island, as if they didn't have time to be curious. Lisa led Huli and the others through the jungle, entering deeper into the island. There were far fewer people here. Most survivors were busy training. This was indeed a way to increase attributes, but the speed was nowhere near as fast as leveling up. For example, to increase strength by 100 points, one might have to lift weights to the limit for 10 hours or even more just to gain a little strength. There were also very few survivors trading supplies. Those supplies were harvested from sea beasts, theoretically having little use, but those guys could bargain like crazy. It seemed that here these items had some other use. Most of the survivors here had B-grade talents, and a few even had A-grade talents, though they weren't very strong. But their levels had all reached 7 and above. At the current stage, this is considered relatively strong. That swordfish girl was only level 9. Deeper inside was the foot of a small mountain. From the bottom looking up, one could vaguely see some caves where survivors lived. I can only take you this far. Lisa timidly spoke. If you want to go up, I can pay with points to continue, but you just arrived on the island. Even if you have points, you can't go up. Not a big deal. Huli looked up at the small hill, not very high, only a few dozen meters or so, shouting loudly. The person on the top of the hill should be able to hear him. However, shouting at a mountain is a bit too low-key, not quite in line with Huli's style. Snap. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. A fire phoenix immediately appeared at his fingertips. Go. With this one word spoken, the fire phoenix immediately flew toward the small hill. The palm-sized fire phoenix, when it reached the small hill, had already grown to the height of the hill. This is the amplification of A-level intelligence. But unfortunately, this talent has not yet reached the effect of a forbidden spell. A real fire magic forbidden spell can burn mountains and boil seas. What lies before him is just a small hill. it is estimated that only when Huli's intelligence reaches SSS level, and his talent also reaches SSS level, can he possibly possess such power. But for now it's enough. Clang! The fire phoenix let out a humming sound. With a flap of its wings, the entire small hill was instantly wrapped in flames. If Huli wanted, this move could turn all carbon-based life on the hill into standard charcoal. But he still wanted to see what that guy who was disguising himself was really up to. So the power of this fire phoenix's flames was reduced by at least 99%, anyone with a stamina attribute above 20 could survive coming out of the flames, at worst just some burns. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Quick! Protect Lord Huli! What enemy attack? This is clearly a natural disaster. The second great catastrophe has arrived. Help! Someone save me! The entire island was thrown into chaos. Huli also did not forget to take a sip amid the chaos. He turned to Lisa beside him and softly asked, "By the way, I haven't asked you yet, what does this Lord Huli look like?" Lisa did not answer Huli's question, her eyes staring blankly ahead, her mind completely lost. Hey! Huli waved his hand in front of her eyes, but in the end, he could only get a wooden puppet that seemed stunned. Forget it, this person is always unreliable. It still has to be done by himself. Although he didn't know what that person looked like, however that guy should be on the hill. As long as he can get everyone from the top of the hill to come out, wouldn't that work? Huli had already figured out the specific strength of the people in this mountain, so there was naturally no need to hide. He moved his thoughts. The nine-headed faux dragon phoenix immediately soared up from beneath the water's surface, flying from different directions toward the peak of the island, capturing those who jumped down from the hill or used parachutes or flight abilities, leaving none behind. All were brought before Huli. Soon. Before the mountain fire could consume the hill, over 100 people were already standing before Huli. When a crowd of an organization gathers together, it is easy to identify who their leader is. However, when Huli saw who it was, he couldn't help but frown. A woman. A woman he had never thought he would see again. Chapter 84, Loki, a grateful heart thankful for you. Ninth on the heavenly ranking, Carlos Muir. Also the only one Huli had ever seen in the top 10 of the heavenly ranking. One of the members of the Salvation Society, Su Yao's deputy, also one of the members who participated in the encirclement of B-level region abnormal beasts. At that time, when this person fell, Lu Yuner even made an exception to drink a jug of wine with him. If it weren't for this person, they would have long died in some instance. This world is so big, Huli thought he wouldn't encounter her again, it's just why in such a situation. You are. Nier seemed to sense something, and excitement filled her gaze as she looked at Huli. You are who? Stop. Huli forcefully interrupted the other person's words. He turned to Xia Qingwan, take everyone else away, I want to talk to her alone. Yes, master. Xia Qingwan replied briefly, saying nothing more, only silently focusing her gaze on the 100 people behind Meyer. Some of them wanted to step forward to resist, but when they saw Meyer turn around and shake her head at them, they held back their voices, silently following Xia Qingwan into the distance. Huli then looked at Lu Xiener and the others behind him. Before he could speak, Lu Xiener took a step back. Oh, got it, Captain, it's your private matter, we promise not to listen. By the way, do you want us to exchange some contraceptive supplies for you? It would be bad if something happened. Huli couldn't help but roll his eyes. Alright, you all stay here, there's nothing shameful. Even if he expelled Lu Xiener from the island, as long as she wanted to listen, she would still hear his conversation with Meyer. There was no need to go through all that trouble. This person's mouth was loose, once she knew, the rest would probably know too. Is it okay? Su Yao couldn't stop teasing, but there are minors present. It's fine. Wei Xiaoqing said as she spread her index and middle fingers, covering her cheeks with both hands, but revealing a pair of big eyes. I can cover my face. Alright. Even Xiaoqing was learning bad things from them. Huli sighed helplessly, looking at Meyer in front of him. To confirm that this was the Meyer he knew, he didn't forget to use the true side eye. A panel popped up. Survivor, Carlos Meyer. Survival level, 10. Physique, 20, D. Strength, 11, F. Intelligence, 149, C. Agility, 11, F. Mastered talent, Mirage, SSS. It was indeed her, no doubt about it. In the last life, she climbed to the top of the rankings because of this SSS-level talent. Mirage allowed her to control her image in others' eyes. The more people believed she was powerful, the more powerful she became. For example, she could imitate herself. As long as she claimed to be Huli, those with intelligence not higher than hers would merge her image with their own idea of Huli, imagining how strong Huli must be. As long as she was among those people, she could become Huli in their hearts. With the increase in number, this ability's range would also expand. This talent was the closest thing to a divine talent. If her intelligence attribute exceeded that of all survivors on Blue Star, and convinced all survivors that she was a god, then she would stand shoulder to shoulder with divinity. It's a pity that later, during a crackdown on beast regions, she fell. So no one knew what her talent's final effect looked like. If only she could strip this talent away. A hint of contemplation appeared in Huli's eyes, and Meyer immediately bowed. Sorry, Mr. Huli, I didn't mean to impersonate you, it's just... I want to survive. This is the only way I can think of. If you have any punishments for this, I am willing to bear them all. Oh? Huli questioned with confusion, are you sure? Sure. Meyer immediately raised her head, her eyes filled with admiration for Huli. If Mr. Hu were to go back on his word, I would have to bear it. Wait, go back on his word? What do you mean? Huli was taken aback. I don't think I promised you anything, right? Points. Meyer looked at Huli in surprise. Didn't you say earlier that you wanted to increase the difficulty of the area? I paid you a protection fee. A full 200,000. Huli's mouth twitched. Earlier, when he killed the Xian bird, he indeed sent a message in the global channel. At that time, he had gained nearly 2 million points. He only glanced at the point deposit notifications and didn't pay much attention. Now, flipping back. There was indeed a message recording Meyer's transfer, totaling 200,020, that is. 202,020. Love you, love you, love you. I don't know if this counts as a confession or something else. Mr. Huli. Milton instantly wore an expression ready for heroic sacrifice. It's all right, I indeed tarnished your reputation first. If you want to kill me, it would also be understandable. She slightly lifted her chin, exposing her fair neck in front of Huli. Please, go ahead. Life, forget it. Since she has already paid the price for her life, Huli also didn't intend to take this life. 200,000. I guess that accounts for everyone on the entire island. However, he could forgo the life, but other things, he still needed to collect. 3 times. He would use the power of destiny to strip her 3 times. If he stripped away the phantom life, that would be her life. If he couldn't strip it away, then so be it. Just consider it a repayment for the kindness from a past life. Huli made his decision, but before he could raise his hand, a sound suddenly erupted from the warehouse of the Gno Shanghai Kingdom. Be careful. Huli frowned and uttered 2 words, immediately shielded everyone behind him. He didn't know why this was happening, but it was always better to be careful. In the next moment, a wooden box flew out from the depths of the ship's body, and 13 dead fish jumped out from inside. Loki? Huli took a step back, turned his head to give Luciana a glance. She nodded slightly, already prepared to lead everyone to evacuate. Then, 13 shards of godly essence immediately jumped out from the fish's belly, turning into a mass of black soot. Godly essence. Gone. No, that's not right. There must be something wrong, which caused these 13 shards of godly essence to lose their effect. Brother Huli. Wei Shaoqing suddenly spoke, her eyes fixed on the mysterious mill. She seems a bit off. Huli frowned slightly, looking at the mystifying mill. Even using his true vision again, he found nothing unusual. Mr. Huli, what's wrong? Mill's voice came again, her tone still respectful, but with a hint of nervousness in her expression. Could it be that Shaoqing misjudged? Or is it that what Shaoqing saw was only in the direction of Mill and not referring to Mill herself? It's nothing. Huli calmly replied, just thinking of leading everyone away from this place of troubles, but in the next moment. How can it be nothing? Mill's voice came again, her tone carrying a hint of suspicion. I have to thank you properly, Mr. Huli. She chuckled lightly, her right hand resting on the fabric around her neck, gently pulling on it twice, revealing a dark green tie right before her. Thank you for helping me find such a suitable agent. Chapter 85, Loki's Promise. Loki. Huli furrowed his brow. Isn't this guy supposed to be unable to come out for a month? So this statement was also a lie. My dear partner, deception is a precious gift I offer you. There are some guys I don't even disdain to deceive. Lomi Erko chuckled lightly, seeming to see what Huli was thinking, and spoken differently. You see, right? Huli lowered his eyes, looking at Lomi Erko. So, has our cooperation collapsed? You can let your agent take your shards of godly essence directly to Asgard. As for the cost. No, don't mention any cost. My friend, our cooperation still exists. Lomi Erko still wore a smile. Just the terms of the deal have changed, from escorting my shards of godly essence to escorting my agent. As a condition for changing the cooperation's contents, you and your agent can choose another treasure from my treasury. No need. Huli shook his head. Asgard, he didn't have to go there, but he didn't like this feeling of being beyond his control. A Loki who is just a shard of godly essence is completely different from one who can possess an agent. He wouldn't allow such an unstable factor to exist in his team. Our cooperation ends here. Let your avatar and your divine rank go to hell. Huli turned around and intended to leave. He believed that at this stage, Loki was just possessing Meyer and should not be able to keep them. And he wouldn't take the risk of becoming enemies with a god, even if it was just a divine projection. At least not now. At most, he would use the Eye of True Sight, deprivation version, just before leaving. Wait. The voice of Loki Meyer Key sounded again. She wanted to step forward to grab Huli, but as soon as she took a step forward, Huli looked at her vigilantly. Loki Meyer Key had to raise her hands high and retreat to her original position. Collaboration can be discussed slowly. If you don't want me to stay in my avatar, I can absolutely leave her body. It's just. Loki Meyer Key looked at the 13 dead fish on the ground. Can we find another way to carry my divine rank? This method is indeed a bit disgusting. Huli did not reply, only silent watched the other party without expressing any intention. Alright, I'll take another step back. Loki Meyer Key's gaze swept across the people in front of her, finally landing on Wei Xiaoqing, and spoke softly. Little sister's eyes are very beautiful. I remember there is a staff made of the stars from all heavens in my treasury, which would suit you perfectly. Wei Xiaoqing's double pupils represented the sun and the moon. She was good for support but lacked offensive means. If added with a staff made from the stars and its matching skills, it would indeed be a significant enhancement. And this young lady. Loki Meyer Key's gaze then fell on Xia Qingwan. It seems I have many crystals from ancient beasts in my treasury. You can choose 5 pieces to take away. Counting these 5 pieces, Xia Qingwan's promotion materials would indeed be complete. And this one. Loki Meyer Key's eyes fell on Su Yao. What a pure life aura. I remember Baldur's Ring has fallen into my treasury. If light and life can merge, perhaps it could lead to a sublimation. Baldur, one of the 12 chief gods of Norse mythology, presides over light. For Su Yao, light-type items indeed matched her existence the best. As for this one. Loki Meyer Key finally looked at Lu Xiener. I can let you personally slay a god. This guy really is good at reading people's hearts. It's uncertain whether he saw through Lu Xiener's disguise or overheard their conversation on the ship. Every condition proposed is precisely suited for everyone. However, although the conditions are tempting, these are proposed by Loki. What if this guy goes back on his word later? Of course, I haven't forgotten you, mysterious avatar. Loki Meyer Key went around in a circle, returning her gaze to Huli. Besides the 2 treasures I promised earlier, a divine rank of the chief god of Huaxia, I will also personally offer you an additional promise. As long as it's something I, Loki, can do, you can speak any time, and I will always comply. As long as you can escort my avatar and my divine rank back to Asgard. That's it. I am willing to make a vow of the gods. If I betray it, my soul will perish, and I will forever fall into slumber. If it weren't for that last sentence, Huli would think this guy was just talking nonsense. But now, with the vow added, Huli indeed fell into deep thought. If he could confirm that this guy's vow was valid, it would indeed be a good deal. Everyone present couldn't help but turn their gaze towards Huli. Of course, it wasn't to urge him to cooperate with Loki, it was simply a question. The things promised by Loki are not clear in value to them, but they all understand how important their lives are. At least it far exceeds these external items. I don't trust your vow. Huli pondered for a moment and slowly spoke. If you are willing, we can find another form of guarantee. Good. You say. Luomi Erji's eyes were full of excitement. As long as we can talk, anything can be discussed. After all, this is the agent. He has been searching for a suitable agent for so long, and now that he finally found one, he is willing to pay any price. It's simple. Huli's left hand sparkled with pure white light, holding a ball of dark purple in his palm. You return your divine fragment, I seal you, and wait for your agent to bring everything you promised from Asgard, then I will retrieve the seal. This is my only condition. If you don't agree, the cooperation is cancelled. Eternal seal. Compared to Loki's promise, Huli trusted this thing that was stripped from Hautyan even more. In just these few days, aside from the first day's eternal break armor, it has provided Huli with 2 eternal debuffs over the next 2 days. One is eternal silence, the other is eternal slow. Status: eternal silence. Type: debuff. Level: 9. Effect: all active effects and passive effects attached to talents, skills, and items are reduced by 90%. Duration: permanent. Note: Shu. Little mouth, don't talk. Status: eternal slow. Type: debuff. Level: 9. Effect: agility attribute and acceleration effects attached to talents, skills, and items are permanently reduced by 90%. Duration: permanent. Note: come on, little turtle, you're the best. Huli still operated as before, turning these 2 debuffs into passive effects and bestowing them to the black gold ancient knife. Now with a single slash, it directly carries 3 stackable permanent debuffs, which is why he has hidden the black gold ancient knife and only used other talents against enemies. This thing wins by surprise. As long as Loki agrees to place the eternal seal on his divine fragment, Huli will also agree to his conditions. At worst, he could just detour a few more times, wait a few more days, and after the effects of the eternal seal stacked up completely, he would go to Asgard. At that time, everything would be in control. Of course, if Loki really agrees, after the cooperation is completed, whether he would go back on his word, that would depend on Huli's mood at that time. Now it was Luomi Erji's turn to fall into deep thought. He contemplated for a long time before finally looking up. Okay. I agree. Chapter 86, Still Eating? Come to you. 3 updates, seeking votes. Loki couldn't hold on for long in this state, and soon returned to those 13 fragments of divine fragments. But this time, among these 13 fragments of divine fragments, only one restored its original form, while the remaining 12 looked like they had been drained of energy, crumbling like dry branches into ashes. Only that dark green tie still maintained its normal state. Huli stepped forward, bestowing the eternal seal onto that dark green tie, then stuffed it back into the dead fish's belly, securely placing it back in the wooden box. If Loki has any objections, he can come out to express his opinions. Of course, at that time, this cooperation would no longer need to continue. If even the eternal seal can't keep you from running out, then what are we even playing for? However, this is still not secure enough. Huli stared at the 12 fragments scattered into ashes on the ground, took out a shovel, and personally dug them all out, putting them into the wooden box. What if this Loki secretly plays tricks? Wouldn't he be at a huge loss? Everything was settled, and Huli finally let out a sigh of relief. He turned to look at Mier beside him. Now, can you figure out what the situation is? Mier nodded slowly. Although she was just possessed by Loki, she still had the most basic consciousness, so she understood what had happened earlier. Although she didn't understand what kind of deal Loki made with this human strongest, she was aware that she seemed to have become Loki's person. No need to die, no need to suffer, just needed to go to Asgard with Huli. Simply, too good. This is totally like getting close to an idol. Let's travel together. Although there are quite a few members of the opposite sex around the idol, it doesn't matter, because I am Rocky's agent, right? This identity is surely higher than those normal humans. If I can get the idol. No, Meyer, you must not be so unrestrained. Chinese men prefer girls who are a bit reserved. You need to hold your stance. Indifferent. Yes. Be a little cold to him. It's good that you understand. Huli spoke plainly as he looked at the group taken away by Xia Qingwan in the distance. Since you've paid the price for your life, I won't interfere. I'll give you some time to clarify things with them, then we'll set off together. Together? He said together. Meyer's face immediately turned rosy. Huli noticed her oddness and felt a bit puzzled. Is there something wrong? No. Nothing. Meyer said this, and immediately ran towards the crowd, as if fearing Huli would discover something. Huli looked on in confusion, his face full of bewilderment. Oh wow. Lu Xian'er exclaimed, looking at Xia Qingwan in the distance. It seems someone has a rival now. Young girls' hearts are always blooming. Su Yao also spoke indifferently from the side. No wonder you act in your name. Just a little girl in heat. Xia Qingwan looked at the distant Meyer, placed her hands on her hips, and slightly puffed her chest. How can she compare to me? Wait a minute. Huli looked at the several women, completely puzzled. What are you all talking about? The 3 women exchanged glances but said nothing, only silently turned and walked in different directions. Su Yao walked toward the crowd, starting to treat those who were burned and choked earlier, while Lu Xian'er plunged into the sea to continue leveling up. Xia Qingwan silently followed behind Huli, her eyes fixed on Meyer not far ahead. As for Huli, he also walked slowly towards the crowd, his eyes shimmering with black golden light. Buying life money is just buying life. The wool that should be sheared still needs to be sheared. After all, there are over 1,000 people, converted to attributes, at least 30 to 50 points of attributes, right? 1 hour later. No Shanghai country reappeared at the edge of the island, continuing towards the Fair Islands, the only difference being that there was one more person on the boat. By the way. After everyone boarded the ship, Huli also took out the colorful pearl clam and handed it to Meyer. Is this the thing you asked them to find? Yes. Meyer recognized the item at a glance, surprised. I've been searching for this for a long time. I didn't expect it to end up in Mr. Hu's hands. Do you know what this is? The copy access pass. Meyer spoke softly, a bitter smile on her lips. There is someone on the island who has identification talent. He told me that I need to release this pearl clam to find the correct location to open the copy. I just didn't expect that upon releasing it. Not only did we not find the opening location, even the pearl clam disappeared. This guy is somewhat honest. Mr. Hu, have you found the copy location? Not yet. Huli said helplessly. I originally thought catching you would allow me to know the opening location. Isn't that nonsense? Actually, there is another way. Meyer spoke softly. That identification guy said there is actually a being inside the colorful pearl clam. If we can get it to guide us, we might find the copy location. But no matter how we communicate with the colorful pearl clam, the being inside doesn't react at all, so we had to let it go and search for the copy traces along the way. Being? Hooli was taken aback. Previously, when he used the true vision eye to look, he only noticed the pearl clam and did not pay attention to the inside of the clam. He took out the colorful pearl clam again and tried to pry it open, but no matter what he did, he couldn't open it. It's known that his current strength is already close to a dash, yet he still can't open a clam, which indeed proves there is something inside. Hooli simply stopped using brute force and lightly tapped the shell of the pearl clam. Is anyone home? There was no response. I'm a good person, here to take you home. Still no response. Hooli couldn't help but frown. Alright, you're forcing me here. Lu Xiener. Here. Lu Xiener stepped forward immediately, though she didn't know what he planned to do. Her attitude was full of confidence. Get the pot, boil water. Hooli looked at the colorful pearl clam. Today's afternoon tea, fresh clam meat. Alright. When it came to food, Lu Xiener was positively eager. No need to go to the kitchen, she used her left hand to conjure water and her right hand to conjure fire. With a clap of her hands, hot water appeared. Hooli also threw the colorful pearl clam into the pot. He added ginger, cooking wine, and spices to eliminate the fishy smell. Before long, the clam actually opened a small crack. However, that thing only opened a small crack and swallowed a slice of ginger. With a few quick moves, a large piece of ginger disappeared. Hey! Hooli drew in a sharp breath. As an ingredient, this thing was offending the dignity of a chef. He rolled up his sleeves and began to chop ginger again. With each slice of ginger falling into the water, the clam reached in again and again. Until one time, the clam finished the ginger slices and forgot to close its shell. Hooli's reflexes were sharp. He quickly held the clam shell back and used the power of the yellow springs to leverage the water pressure to pry it open. Inside, a thumb-sized mermaid was nestled in the clam, holding ginger slices with both hands, nibbling away, as tiny pearls fell from the corners of her eyes. Real pearls. Not tears. Hooli withdrew the ginger slices and poked her little head. Still eating? I'm here to take you home. Meanwhile, on the little island earlier. In the 12 small pits that Hooli had dug up with a shovel, 12 items suddenly appeared. These items didn't seem like they belonged on the little island, so they were quickly discovered by the survivors on the island. But the moment those survivors touched the items, a hint of eerie green flashed in their pupils as they looked into the distance. That direction was precisely where the No-Sea country was sailing. MMM. MMMMM. The little mermaid in the clam was frightened, immediately burying her head down, one hand gripping the edge of the clam shell, pulling hard. Unfortunately, no matter how much strength she used, the clam shell remained unmovable. If the shell hadn't been pried open yet, Hooli naturally wouldn't have been able to do anything, but since it was already opened, and the inside was filled with liquid created by Lu Xiener, he could use the yellow springs to turn that liquid into pressure against the clam shell. Bad guy. The little mermaid looked up, tears falling from her eyes, and ginger bits still spraying from her mouth. Hey! You can eat anything, but you shouldn't say nonsense. Hooli poked her little head. But I'm giving you food, how did I become the bad guy? Are you even human? The little mermaid asked curiously. Isn't it obvious? Hooli took a slight step back, exposing his whole body to her view. The little mermaid examined him up and down, then let out another roar. Then you are a bad guy. What kind of logic is that? He still needed her to open the subquest, otherwise, Hooli would have lifted this guy out to reason with her. Master, let me handle it. Xia Qingwan spoke, then transformed into a fierce form. She looked at the little mermaid in the water bubble and gently said, I'm not a bad guy now, right? You? What are you? The little mermaid curiously inspected Xia Qingwan, clearly having never seen anything like her before. With bright blue eyes fixated on the 5 leopard tails behind Xia Qingwan, after pondering for a moment, she took a step back. Oh. So ugly. Master. Don't hold me back. I want to tear her apart. Ah. Xia Qingwan lunged at her directly. If it hadn't been for Hooli's quick reflexes, catching her around the waist first. Now, the mermaid should have already become a dead mermaid. Originally, Xia Qingwan transforming into a gem already seemed a bit scary. For a girl who loves beauty, it was a psychological trauma. Even Hooli did not dare to comment on Jing's appearance in front of her. But this little thing, her mouth was like it had been poisoned, striking right at the heart. No wonder Xia Qingwan was furious, she was harder to handle than a pig during the new year. Just didn't know why, it felt like this guy's head was rubbing against her. Hooli helplessly looked at Wei Shaoqing beside him. Shaoqing, why don't you give it a try? Wei Shaoqing softly answered. She slowly stepped forward, making eye contact with the little mermaid, her pupils faintly shining. The little mermaid first leaned forward, her nose lightly twitching as if she sensed something, her pupils immediately brightened. Suddenly, she darted forward, almost jumping out of the shell. Can you help save our people? Got it. Huli immediately released Xie Qingwan, who was in the limited edition New Year Pig mode, and stepped towards Wei Xiaoqing. He glanced at the little mermaid, gently ruffled Wei Xiaoqing's hair. What do you mean? She is not a human anymore? She is human. The little mermaid's expression was very serious, far from her previous pitiful look. Instead, there was a hint of resilience in her eyes. But she has a scent none of you have. I believe she can surely save us. You. The little mermaid looked at Wei Xiaoqing, hands clasped together, resting under her chin, praying, can you help us? Huli brother. Wei Xiaoqing did not immediately answer the mermaid. She tugged at Huli's shirt. I triggered an S-class main quest. Single-player main quest? It should be a task from the instance opening. As long as she completes it, Xiaoqing can take them into the instance. If it's a pure single-player instance. Huli did not plan to let Wei Xiaoqing take the risk. At least not now. The difficulty of an S-class instance was beyond what Wei Xiaoqing could handle at this stage. What is it? Tell me. S-class main quest, like a abyss, like a song. The current phase is to follow the little mermaid and find the mermaid kingdom. The punishment for failure is none, the reward is cumulative, and the time is within 7 days. Wei Xiaoqing immediately described the task, stealing glances at the little mermaid. To be honest, she wanted to help this little mermaid. But thinking of what her brother said before leaving, she had to consult Huli first. No matter whether big or small matters, it was best to ask Huli first, only then could she see her brother alive. Huli did not make a decision immediately. He just looked at the little mermaid again and asked, just now you said she has a scent. What kind of scent is that? The little mermaid shook her head repeatedly. Bad person, it's not that I won't tell you, it's just I don't know what that scent is. I just feel it will make me feel at ease. Maybe, the elder of the tribe will know what it is. Go. Huli nodded and uttered a word. Though it couldn't yet be determined if this was a single-player instance or a team instance, since it had come to this point, if they didn't go, Xiaoqing would probably feel very upset. He reached out and ruffled Wei Xiaoqing's hair. Accept the task, take her to the bow. Yay! Wei Xiaoqing cheered and immediately held the colorful pearl shell, heading towards the bow of the boat. After adjusting her direction slightly, she began to sail straight. By the way, Huli did not forget to look at Mier, who had just boarded the ship. Miss Mier, as cargo, you best do not run around or use your powers randomly. Otherwise, I do not mind tearing up the deal with Loki. You should understand what I'm saying, right? Mier nodded repeatedly before quickly stacking her wrists together, not knowing where she pulled out a pair of pink leather handcuffs, skillfully binding her hands, and sending the other end of the cuffs with a chain to Huli. Mr. Huli, if you are not at ease, you can hold my hand at any time. Huli tilted his head, did not speak, and just walked toward the bow of the ship. You might as well save your breath. Xia Changwan's voice rang out beside them. She cast a sidelong glance at Mier, her malice unhidden, almost baring her teeth. The master won't like you. But I never asked him to like me. Mier smiled slightly, seemingly unaffected by Huli's indifference, just withdrawing the handcuffs back to the storage and hopping along behind Huli. Seeing this, Xia Qingwan hurried to follow. Only Su Yao and Lu Xianair remained in the cabin. In the gloom, the sound of cracking sunflower seeds could be heard. Lu Xianair looked at Su Yao beside her. Aren't you going to see what's happening? See what? Su Yao questioned, extending her hand in front of Lu Xianair. Are you suggesting I watch them compete for attention? Lu Xianair handed over some sunflower seeds to her. Maybe I am watching you three? Do you think I would be like those two? Su Yao felt speechless, silently cracking the seeds. Maybe you won't be trailing behind. Lu Xianair's voice floated away, and when she came back to her senses, her head was already close to Su Yao's ear. But, you are like those two, you all like Huli, right? What nonsense! Su Yao frowned immediately. Who would? No need to deny it. Lu Xianair turned to walk toward the bow. That guy might not realize it, but I can sense it, deep within that layer. Someone has written names with blood over and over again, and when the door opened, the joy on someone's face, I saw it clearly. You? Su Yao suddenly felt flustered. Don't worry. Lu Xianair didn't look back, just replied casually, I'm the most tight-lipped person. Going out to sunbathe. Su Yao watched her back, frowning slightly, a bitter expression on her face. Like him? Who in their right mind writes blood letters for love? Chapter 88, Dead. All dead. 12 hours. A full 12 hours. The No Shanghai nation sailed at full speed, having traveled nearly 2,000 kilometers. From dawn to dusk, and soon it would be the next day, the little mermaid at the bow was still guiding Wei Xiaoqiang. They said guiding, but it was hardly different from wandering aimlessly. From first heading west, then south, then east, and now north. Hu Li had become numb. This little mermaid seemed to be completely directionally challenged, leading the way but showing no intention of heading to the destination. I say. Hu Li sat at the bow, looking at the little mermaid. Sister, do you even know the way home? With how you're turning, you'll circle the entire Arctic Ocean. It should be around here somewhere. The little mermaid was just as stubborn, pouting, as if thinking hard. I can't be mistaken, the coral reef below my house looks just like the one below us. Great. Identifying directions by coral reefs in the Arctic Ocean? Are there coral reefs in the Arctic Ocean? That thing is just seabed rocks, alright? Hu Li felt speechless. No wonder the task was given 7 days. If it were even 1 day less, they might not find the little mermaid's home at all. He was even considering whether to give up on this task. Though it was meant to kill time, if it dragged on like this, it wouldn't be good either. He might as well face a beast tied a few times to boost his attributes instead. I'll give you one more chance. Hu Li had no choice but to speak helplessly. Feel carefully and choose a direction again. If you can't find it, you can say goodbye to your hometown. Who cares about you? The little mermaid crossed her arms, turned her head, showing an angry expression. But she still wanted to go home. Wei Xiaoqing softly coaxed her a couple of times, and she resumed guiding the direction. Go left. Yes, try walking more to the left. Hu Li could only helplessly control the No Shanghai Nation to continue sailing. About an hour later. It was already past midnight. But just around 3 in the morning, a haunting blue light suddenly appeared in the distance. Brother Hu Li! Wei Xiaoqing immediately gasped in surprise. She dragged the colorful pearl clam to her feet, pointing towards the distant direction. The aura there is very similar to that of the little mermaid. Right. The little mermaid also stood up from the colorful pearl clam, her eyes filled with joy. That is my home. I told you I could find it. The bad people didn't believe me. Hu Li could only smile wryly. Is this really what you found? The sea surface was dim, and with just this beam of light, anyone within 100 kilometers could see what was happening here. Did we need you to find it? Hu Li didn't even need to speak. The dear fairy and Su Yao, who had been resting in the room, walked out one after another, looking at the blue light in front of them and casting puzzled glances at Hu Li. This is indeed our destination for this time. As Hu Li spoke, he glanced back at Meyer and the others. Let's check the number of people for the dungeon. If it's single player, we'll abandon it right away. If there's a limit on the number, we'll exclude them according to the sequence. Prioritize exclusion based on sequence. Meyer, Su Yao, dear fairy, Xia Changwan. No objections? The mission was triggered by Wei Xiaoqiang, so she would definitely enter. If this dungeon could only allow 2 people to enter, Hu Li and Wei Xiaoqiang would certainly go in together. The 3 people would then add Xia Changwan. And so on. Unless it's a 6-person dungeon, 1 person would definitely be left on the ship. No objections. Everyone spoke one after another. Even the dear fairy, who was right behind Xia Changwan, had no objections. After all, the 2 were only collaborators. Each dungeon was a significant source of rewards and power enhancement. Hu Li had no reason to take her along without any gain. Then let's set off. The No Sea Country sailed at full speed toward the direction of that blue light. After this period of sailing, the level of No Sea Country had risen to level 5, and its speed had significantly increased. Only the size remained the same, and the ship was still the same. It was uncertain if there would be changes after reaching level 10. About 10 minutes later, everyone finally saw what that blue light was. A door. A giant archway, nearly 100 meters tall, made of blue crystal. At the entrance, countless oceanic beasts wanted to squeeze in but were blocked by what seemed to be a light barrier, only able to pace anxiously at the entrance. Brother Hu Li, the task is completed. Wei Xiaoqiang immediately looked at Hu Li. It says above that we can bring a maximum of 5 teammates to enter the Mermaid Kingdom and find the reason for the mermaid's silence. 5? That's just right. Hu Li nodded, then looked at the little mermaid. By the way, does your family have a time limit for opening the door? It seems we can go in before dawn. The little mermaid wasn't sure either. Hu Li felt helpless. Without a definite time, he couldn't act confidently. If the door closed, he didn't know how long they would have to wait, nor did he know if the door would refresh in the same location. Only took the chance once. He used his vision eye, deprivation version to scan the group of oceanic beasts. I don't know if it was because his luck value was fixed at 9, but thousands of oceanic beasts surprisingly provided him with nearly 500 attribute points. This was a number he had never dared to imagine before. Now all his attribute values exceeded 900, with the highest one, stamina, reaching 1025 points, achieving a rank. Of course, these little guys couldn't be wasted. The 9 pseudo-dragon phoenixes received the command and immediately devoured the oceanic beasts at the entrance. When they almost finished swallowing, Huli drove the no-sea country into the archway. It seemed to sense something. The originally standing archway on the sea surface suddenly fell, transforming into a sphere of blue light that wrapped around Huli and the others, plunging them deeper underwater. Ding! At the same time, a crisp sound echoed in everyone's ears. Do you confirm to join the Survivor Wei Xiaoqing's team and enter the instance? Everyone expressed their confirmation at the same time. With a flash of ghostly blue, the scene before them changed instantly. It was a city, an underwater city entirely built from ghostly blue crystals, but something about this city felt wrong. Wow! That was the voice of a mermaid. In front of them lay a scene of blood red mixed with pale white, shattered scales, broken fishtails, scattered limbs, and heads. And that pale white was made up of pearls spilled in pools of blood. They are dead. They are dead. They are all dead. The mermaid roared, her eyes turning more and more crimson. She quickly fled from the colorful pearl shell. Huli and Lucien both had the thought to stop her, but that mermaid broke through their blockade and swam towards the depths of the sea country, disappearing from everyone's sight. Chapter 89, Hidden Clues. Ding! A sound echoed in everyone's ears simultaneously. Congratulations to the Survivor Wei Xiaoqing's team for triggering the Great Main Quest, Explore. Great Main Quest, Explore. Task description: you, who have entered the land of mermaids, have lost sight of your only tour guide. Please find her as soon as possible and pay attention to the surrounding details to understand what has happened in the land of mermaids. Task time, 59 minutes 59 seconds. Task rewards, accumulated calculation. Task failure, exclusion from the land of mermaids. Here it comes. The main quest has been successfully triggered, which means the instance starts from this moment. Unlike the Land of the Earth's instance, Huli had never paid attention to any news of this instance in his previous life and didn't even know there was such an S-level instance, so this time, old experiences are useless, only relying on themselves has any chance of clearing the instance. However, looking at the setup of this instance, it should be some kind of exploration type instance. The key to such instances is to look for traces and clues that are not easily seen in the details. In the first stage, there shouldn't be any opening kill to trigger. Split into 3 teams. Huli looked at the gigantic land of mermaids before him. To save time, he had to choose this way. Meyer, Lucien, you are one group, Xie Qingwan, Su Yao, another group, I and Xiaoqing will explore together. Every time we explore 100 meters, report our progress in the chat channel. Remember, pay attention to the details that are easy to ignore, and if we haven't found the mermaid in the last 10 minutes, we must immediately gather towards the center area. Understood. Everyone responded in unison. Even Meyer, who had never done an instance with Huli before, answered seriously at this moment. S-level instance, everyone knows what that means. If they can successfully complete the task and clear the instance, they are bound to gain a lot of rewards, but if they're careless, a wrong step, they will also fall into the abyss, hard to rise again. The 6 of them immediately moved. Lucien's group searched along the left side of the street, while Xie Qingwan's group searched along the right side. Huli and Wei Xiaoqing naturally walked down the middle of the main street. The architecture of this land of mermaids resembled that of humans but was still somewhat different. They also had tall buildings, the tallest was only 6 floors, and the rooms were separated from each other. The only difference was, there were no windows. All houses and buildings looked like a solid piece of azure crystal. Except for a hole carved out in the center, there were no signs of any engravings anywhere else. They looked like oversized, strange coffins. The mermaid corpses were scattered on the ground, although their conditions varied. Huli found some common details after searching a few corpses. Blood. All the mermaids were in a state of bleeding from all 7. The heart had vanished, without any external injuries. Some mermaids were missing hands and tails, and they were the same. The entire cut surface was extremely gruesome, not like something that had been chopped off, but rather like it had been violently torn away during a struggle. Murder? What kind of creature, or rather, what species could carry out such mass murder in the mermaid's lair? From the eye of truth, the average strength of these mermaids was at least D rank, with not a few being C rank. Based on the pyramid structure and dungeon levels, the top combat power of the mermaids should be around A rank, with over 10,000 in number. To achieve such a scale of slaughter, at least an S-rank presence was needed. Ding! Just as Huli was investigating, a crisp sound suddenly rang out. Hidden clue, 1 out of 7. What was found? Huli immediately opened the team chat channel and was shocked to see a message from Lucien in the group, along with a picture. In the picture, a blood-red 6-pointed star was engraved on the ground, surrounded by mermaid eyes, hanging like fruit on branches, swaying as they stared intently at everyone in front of them. Lucien, we found an altar, which seems to be related to worshipping some kind of existence. We haven't found the little mermaid yet. Huli, besides the eyes, there should be another altar related to the heart. Please search carefully and pay attention to see if there are any words or pictures recorded around the altar. Remember to take photos as evidence. Lu Xianer, okay. Xia Qingwan, yes, master. Hu Li stood up and looked at Wei Xiaoqing beside him. Xiaoqing, can you still sense the little mermaid's aura? No. Wei Xiaoqing frowned slightly and shook her head. Since she left the shell just now, her aura has disappeared. She probably changed or ran far away. I cannot find her. Don't worry, take your time looking. As Hu Li spoke, he no longer paid attention to the mermaid corpses on the ground and continued deeper into the lair. The deeper he went, the more grotesque the expressions of the mermaids became. It was as if they were fleeing from something that was chasing them, their gazes fixated on a certain spot behind them. But strangely enough, although these mermaids were fleeing in a frenzy and had died, there were no signs of resistance, as if they had been scared to death. However, the mermaids slightly further out did not have this terrified expression, their deaths were just as miserable. Sonic-type attacks? No, then these mermaids should at least have shown some signs of covering their ears, which would be reasonable. Mental-type attacks? Creating illusions in the minds of the mermaids, causing them to collapse mentally? Illusions. The altar. If it was just the surface task of the mermaid kingdom, he would be confident to pass through without injury, but if it was triggered by a hidden task, it might be difficult to handle. He could open the underworld domain, breaking through the illusions in his mind, but for others, it was uncertain. If Lu Xianer sank into an illusion and started slaughtering wildly, it would mean everyone except him might perish here. This was absolutely not the outcome he desired. Big brother Hu Li. Wei Xiaoqing's voice suddenly rang out. She raised her hand and pointed to a building ahead, speaking softly, there. It seems there's still a living creature. Got it. Hu Li thought for a moment, then spoke. He reached out to ruffle Wei Xiaoqing's head. Good, let's not worry about it. At the same time, he did not forget to send a message in the chat channel. Hu Li, everyone be cautious. If you see altars, corpses, living mermaids, etc., stay away from them. Just search for the little mermaid. If you can't find her, evacuate immediately. Hu Li, this dungeon is not something we can clear at our current level. In the next moment, another prompt rang out. Hidden clue, 2 out of 7. Hu Li, who triggered this? Lu Xianer, I just wanted to reply that we received it. During our process, we did not touch anything. Xia Qingwan, master, me neither. Su Yao did not move either. None of them? Then this clue is. Brother. Wei Xiaoqing raised her hand. Pointing ahead, look over there. Chapter 90, Xiaowan trusts the master the most. Hu Li immediately looked in the direction Wei Xiaoqing was pointing. He saw a beam of black light descending from the center of the mermaid kingdom, from a dark purple spire. The little mermaid was enveloped by that beam of light, slowly rising from the tower, her expression extremely twisted, not knowing where she was going. Xia Qingwan, master, be careful, the mermaids are starting to resurrect. Lu Xianger, it's the same on our side. The average level is about D grade right now, we can still manage. What should we do next? Hu Li looked into the distance, the mermaid corpses before him had not yet resurrected, which meant that the power of these mermaid corpses would resurrect from weak to strong, one by one. At the current stage, they were only D grade, and if that light beam continued, who knows what level of mermaid would resurrect next. Hu Li, gather towards me, try not to kill these mermaids during the process, and pay attention to your own safety. The final reason for the mermaids' resurrection was still unknown. If it was because of their brutal killing, then killing them was not a problem. But if they resurrected because of some actions of the little mermaid, then killing them now would attract the little mermaid's hatred, leading the quest to an undesirable direction. It was better to be cautious. Ah! Help! Hearing the cry for help, Hu Li and Wei Xiaoqing both looked up at the same time. Just then, a mermaid suddenly burst out from the building that Xiaoqing had pointed at. She swam into the air, looking terrified at the beam of light in front of her. God! A god is coming. God? Wei Xiaoqing immediately looked up at Hu Li, but Hu Li just shook his head in silence, denying this possibility. If this quest was related to a god, no matter which god it was, it couldn't only be at S level. The last A-grade dungeon was purely because it wouldn't conflict with Beihai Ruo. If there was even a bit of chance to be at odds with him, the A-grade would be raised to SS grade, or even higher. The mermaid immediately swam down to the ground, sweeping away the mermaid corpses with her tail, and started to worship. Oh divine! Bless me! Please bless me! I don't want to die. I don't want to. Eyes. Heart. Or anything else I can offer to you. Please protect me. As soon as this was said, a bitter smile appeared on Hu Li's lips. It's over. Ding. Hidden clue, 3 out of 7. As expected. This mermaid's behavior revealed that everything in front of them might be related to some so-called god, and relating it to the previously discovered altar, it was very likely that they were making an offering to a god. Clearly, this was also a clue. God. It's a god. The mermaid raised her head again, looking at the black beam of light, excitement filling her eyes. The god has come to take me. Blood gradually flowed from the corner of her eyes. Next came from her nostrils, ears, and mouth. Crimson, covering her entire head. Divine. Divine. The mermaid cheered, taking her own eyeballs from their sockets, placing them in her palms, offering them up with both hands. As your most loyal servant, I am willing to offer everything to you. The two eyeballs slowly rose into the air, like two stars, flying towards the black beam. Huli did not hesitate, throwing out two tail feathers, shattering those two eyes. The mermaid fell to the ground first. And died. Her tail fin went limp. But before Huli could check, a crisp sound came from the mermaid's body as she twisted and rose up from the ground once more. Only this time, she was no longer a living mermaid. Roar! A roar erupted. Huli stepped forward, raising his hand to strike the mermaid's neck, knocking her head off in one blow. Why are you roaring so loudly? You scared the kids, do you know that? The mermaid dropped to the ground, turning into experience and points that were added to Huli. Not far away. Luciana and Mier had also arrived here first. The two descended from the air and came to Huli's side. What happened? Did you find another clue? Purely accidental. Responding to Luciana's inquiry, Huli could only helplessly open his mouth. Wait for Xiao Wan and the others. When they get here, we'll... Master. Before he could finish his sentence, Xia Qingwan's voice suddenly rang out. But her tone was filled with fear and helplessness. Xia Qingwan had transformed into a fierce spirit, floating in midair, suddenly flying towards the black light like the previous two eyeballs. Huli frowned, and the dragon phoenix bat wings behind him instantly spread out, revealing Luciana's 9 blessings as he flew towards Xia Qingwan. In an instant, he flashed next to Xia Qingwan and grabbed one of her leopard tails. Cancel transformation, hurry. Everyone else was fine, but only Xia Qingwan, who had transformed into a fierce spirit, was being pulled towards the black light, likely due to her talent type. I can't cancel. Xia Qingwan replied immediately. Her tone was initially panicked, but upon contacting Huli, she instantly calmed down, as if everything would be fine as long as Huli was by her side. Master, let me go check first, you come to save me later. But... No buts. Xia Qingwan interrupted Huli for the first time. She turned her head, her eyes shimmering, and spoke calmly. Xiaowan trusts Master the most. As soon as she finished speaking, Huli still wanted to use brute force to bring Xia Qingwan to the ground, but the pulling force of the black light was far too strong. If it continued like this, Xia Qingwan would only face a fate of being torn apart. He had to let go, watching Xia Qingwan being pulled towards the black light. Xia Qingwan's final gaze was not one of trust, but rather a desire not to drag him down. Huli had actually noticed all of this girl's efforts. Whether it was being forcibly contracted by him as a believer at first or later lifting the contract, she had been trying hard to do all she could for him. Every time they leveled up, she was the most diligent, just to help him as much as possible. But now, something dared to touch her? A god? I'll see what this so-called god really is. Chapter 91, I might never see you again. In the Mermaid Kingdom. Everyone looked up at Huli in the sky, faintly sensing a wave of unease. For some reason, the water around Huli gradually became different, as if heavier in transmitting his emotions. A layer of faint killing intent soaked into the water, enveloping everyone, scaring Wei Shaoqing, who tightly clung to Luciana's arm. She was not afraid of Huli, but simply terrified by this killing intent, needing something to soothe her emotions. Huang Quan. This could actually be considered a passive effect of this talent. Once activated, a kilometer around would be the Huangquan, and unless a water-based talent of higher level interfered, all water within this kilometer would be tinged with his emotions. Look for clues. Huli pressed his brow, slightly lowering his eyelids, gazing at the distant black pillar of light, and calmly spoke, have you found the heart altar? Yes, we have found a bit of a trace. Suya spoke with a trembling voice, raising her hand as she said, in the place we came from, we vaguely saw an altar, but at that time you called for us to regroup, so we did not continue to explore. Huli glanced at her, then turned and rushed to the right. Luciana, protect them and search for clues ahead, I will go to the altar. Got it, Captain. Luciana had already restored the surrounding waters to normal, unaffected by the emotions of the Huangquan site, and immediately replied to him. With a wave of her hand, several similar shadows enveloped Wei Shaoqing and the others, seemingly a defense capable of ignoring the hatred lock of the mermaid corpses. Given the strength of those mermaid corpses, they were not Luciana's match, so Huli could safely leave this area in her hands. In an instant, Huli had already arrived near the area previously explored by Xia Qingwan. Here there is indeed another altar. Countless mermaid corpses hung above the altar like fruit on a tree, swaying and shimmering, as if still contracting and pulsating. Ding! Hidden clue 4 of 7. Huli approached the altar and frowned immediately. In his past life, he often liked to collect information and read it in various chat groups, just like reading the words on shampoo and shower gel bottles in the days without mobile phones, as a way to pass the time. Among these, there was a collection of ancient symbols and their meanings organized by various experts. Huli didn't remember much, but he clearly recalled one major category. Rituals. A complete ritual requires 5 elements. Text guidance, symbolic symbols, totem offerings, along with offerings and recipients, are needed to form a complete ritual process. The altar before him clearly possessed these 5 things. Among these 5 things, the most important are symbols and totems. Symbols represent the general image of the recipients, while totems symbolize their status and general identity, usually indicating their strength. Huli came to the altar's side, looking at the symbol, his brows furrowing slightly. It was a long oval symbol, with 8 thinner branches extending from it. A total of 7 identical symbols surrounded the altar. Octopus? Yamata no Orochi? Or some species he has never seen before? As for the totem. In the center of the altar stood a 2-meter-tall, cylindrical bronze totem, with an image of a mermaid on top. This specification resembles that of a divine offering. Even the lowest specification is a true god. What? True gods do not use such offerings? According to Beihai Rua and Loki, the gods are currently in a dormant state. If they are rashly awakened, some unstable divine beings could easily fall into chaos, so it wouldn't be surprising for them to act this way. After all, the gap between deities and evil gods lies not only in strength but also in divinity. What if this mermaid wants to awaken some true god, but due to their reckless actions, the true god's divinity has not fully awakened, leading it into chaos when seeing so many mermaids? What would happen then? It really can't be said for sure. Ding! Hidden clue 5 of 7. Got it! Huli didn't linger, directly kicking the altar over, burning the totem with the phoenix's wrath, and turning to leave. He dashed towards Luciana and the others, but his mind couldn't help but wonder. Strange. The previous altar, however, did not reveal these things. There were offerings, there was a recipient, but there were no symbolic symbols or totem offerings at all. That altar, perhaps, has another hidden clue. Huli reopened the chat interface to the picture sent by Luciana. From the picture, nothing could be discerned, and some details couldn't be further investigated. Still need to go to that place and see it once. Huli, I will go to the left altar again. You all pay attention to safety. If you find it impossible to fight, just wait for me right there. Luciana, got it. Huli quickened his pace again. No one knows what the black light that Xiao Qingwan will turn into, he must seize every moment. If by the time he finds Xiao Qingwan, he can only see a ground full of corpses, he might really not know how to face that little one in his mind who believes in him the most. The left altar, in the blink of an eye. Huli arrived at the altar in the picture, and with just one glance, he noticed something was wrong. This is completely 2 sacrificial objects. To complete the sacrifice, the requirements in all aspects are very high, and any tiny hint could lead to the failure of the offering. For example, in the materials used to build the altar. The heart altar is made of copper and some underwater reef stones. But here, it's all pure silver. The picture in the surrounding crystal buildings and underwater environment is somewhat distorted, so it can't be clearly seen, but upon arriving at the scene, Huli can naturally tell. The absence of totems here is because they are still in the hands of those presiding over the sacrifice and have not yet stood on the altar. The lack of symbols may also be due to the fact that those wishing to complete the sacrifice don't even know what those symbols are. In short, this altar is just a half-finished product. It's merely a half-finished product with sacrificial offerings. But why would those merfolk construct 2 such altars in their own territory, and why are the offerings so bloody? Huli frowned, and another hint popped up right after. Hidden clue, 6 out of 7. Got it. The hints popped up, proving that his deduction was correct. But what is this merfolk clan trying to do? No matter if it's a true god or an evil god, to build altars for 2 gods at once, are they really that afraid of dying themselves? Huli couldn't help but feel helpless, who asked him to get involved in such a side quest. He immediately turned around and raced towards the direction of Luciana and the others. But in the next moment, a new message popped up in the group chat. Xiao Qingwan, Master, I might never see you again. Chapter 92, May the Gods Hear My Song. Huli's pupils trembled. Actually, this is good news. At least it proves that Xiao Qingwan is not losing her sanity and even has the ability to communicate with them. Huli, don't panic, where are you now? Describe the surroundings in detail, and if possible, post a picture in the chat group. We have already found 6 clues, there's only one final clue left. Xiao Qingwan, don't look for me anymore. I can't come back. Master, you guys give up the mission and leave directly. Huh? This girl must have seen something terrifying to send such a message. But the higher the level, the more excited Huli actually became. From the perspective of the quest level, no matter how difficult this side quest is, it cannot be tougher than when Bai Qi was at his peak. But now, he can single-handedly take on Bai Qi in his peak state. It's just an S-level quest, the higher the rank of the appearing enemies, the more beneficial it is for him. After all, the deprivation will increase its efficiency according to the level. Huli, Xiao Qingwan, if you still consider me your master, do as I say, otherwise, when I get there and see you haven't died, I might be able to help you. As soon as those familiar words came out, Xiao Qingwan felt not a hint of threat but only immense joy. She knew that once her master had made a decision, it couldn't be changed. So, just follow what he said. Soon after, 3 pictures were sent to the chat channel. One was from a low angle, showing Xiao Qingwan looking up at the black light pillar in front of her. The originally chair-sized pillar had now expanded to the size of a table. Even still, it continued to expand. The little mermaid was floating in that beam of light, without expression and without movement, like a specimen soaked in formaldehyde. The only difference was, her body was growing along with the expansion of the black beam. Originally only the size of a palm, the little mermaid had now grown to about 1 meter. The second image was taken from a level perspective. The entire scene inside the palace was captured in the picture. Countless mermaid corpses covered the ground, not much different from the previous mermaid corpses, but judging from the texture of their scales and the shape of their bodies, these mermaids were of a far higher rank than those outside. At the highest position in the palace, there was a 3-meter-long mermaid sitting on the throne. She wore a crown, held a scepter, and like the others, was bleeding from 7 openings. Her golden scales were dull, and her eyes and heart seemed to be hollowed out, leaving only emptiness. That was likely the previous generation's queen of the mermaids, the matriarch referred to by the little mermaid. As for the third image, another altar. Unlike the previous 2 altars, this one was clearly in a semi-finished, even embryonic stage. None of the 3 essential elements were present, and the offerings had not appeared. There was only a platform for placing tributes, and the tribute on the platform, Xia Qingwan. Xia Qingwan, master, all I can see is this. If you want to see any other places or details, I can find more for you. Huli, is there any other living being around you besides the little mermaid? Can you come down from the platform? Also, have you felt anything unusual? 3 questions were sent out in a row. Xia Qingwan hesitated for a moment, then immediately replied. Xia Qingwan, there are no other living beings around. This platform seems to have some inexplicable pull, making it impossible for me to come down. As for anything unusual, my 4-dimensional attributes are decreasing at a rate of 1 point per second. 1 point per second. Now, Xia Qingwan's attributes were around 300 points, which meant she could still hold on for 300 seconds, which equates to just 5 minutes. No wonder this guy was posting final words in the chat channel. Huli had now arrived above those patches of shadow. He landed immediately and turned to look at Luciana and the others. Everyone, check if there are any items in the system mall that can increase attributes, especially related to stamina, and quote the prices to me. Luciana and Mier both shook their heads slowly. Only Su Yao and Wei Xiaoqing raised their hands. A C-level item, strengthening pill, increases stamina by 10 points, priced at 120,000. Su Yao spoke immediately. Wei Xiaoqing sighed. An A-level item, talisman, can increase stamina by 150 points, priced at 23 million. Huli immediately transferred 120,000 points to Su Yao, exchange and trade it to Xia Qingwan. Okay. Su Yao responded. At this moment, everyone didn't know what to say. 120,000 points was equivalent to the total points earned from killing 1 A-level exotic beast or 2 B-level exotic beasts, spent to let Xia Qingwan live for an extra 10 seconds. From a business perspective, it was clearly a loss. But this was a life, not just existence. Almost everyone at this moment was left with envy, that in times of danger, Xia Qingwan would have someone willing to go to any lengths to save her. After a few breaths, in the chat channel. Xia Qingwan, master, you really don't need to waste, for me again. Huli, have you eaten? Xia Qingwan, I have. Huli, report the time. How much longer until your stamina attribute reaches 0? Xia Qingwan, 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Huli, alright, just lie still and be quiet. Huli now had no time for emotional comforting. Everyone rushed towards the center tower of the Mermaid Kingdom, speeding at full throttle, finally arriving under that black beam of light. Only 2 minutes and 35 seconds left. Huli did not hesitate. Immediately fly towards the tower above. Finally, everyone arrived at the palace inside. Dear Fairy. As soon as Huli uttered those 3 words, Dear Fairy immediately responded. Understood, protect them. You just focus on saving people. Huli did not say much, he only took a swift step to stand in front of Xie Qingwan. The complete appearance of the altar appeared before his eyes, not much different from what he analyzed in the pictures before. But this altar clearly wasn't fully formed. How could it already have the function of a sacrifice? This does not conform to the fundamental theories of metaphysics and the 108 details and conditions of sacrifices. Unless. Huli frowned slightly, vaguely thinking of a possibility. What if this altar is just the sacrificial platform here, while other symbols, totems, words, the sacrificial victims, and the sacrificers are in other places? For example, outside the Mermaid Kingdom. The size of the altar has never had any limitations. If the entire Mermaid Kingdom has already become the altar, then it is indeed possible to achieve this. Thinking of this, Huli couldn't help but feel the hair on his body stand on end, hoping that his assumption was just an assumption. But in the next moment. Ding! Hidden clue, 7 out of 7. Congratulations, survivor team. Wei Xiaoqing has triggered the hidden mission. Oh God, listen to my song. Chapter 93, The Dream Awakens. Congratulations, survivor team has triggered S-level hidden mission. Oh God, listen to my song. S-level hidden mission. Oh God, listen to my song. Task description. God, please bestow your merciful gaze, listen to our most devout song. Please open the altar and choose at least one deity for the sacrifice. After a successful sacrifice, it will trigger a hidden subplot. Task time, no limit. Task reward, permanent buff divine favor. Task failure, permanent debuff divine fury. Note, hurry. Hurry and listen. God, seems to be echoing our song. Congratulations, the survivor team has completed A-level mainline mission, exploration, rewards accumulating. Mainline mission refreshed. A-level mainline mission, rescue. Task description, you have found the Little Mermaid, but sadly, the Mermaid Kingdom has completely fallen apart. Please immediately take the Little Mermaid away from here. Task time, none. Task reward, accumulative calculation. Task failure, annihilation. A series of 2 mission prompts appeared one after another. The mainline mission had reached this point, and there was no turning back. They had to take the Little Mermaid away. This part was also related to the hidden mission they were about to undertake. Based on the current placement of the altar, at least 3 sacrificial ceremonies had been held in the Mermaid Kingdom before. To complete the hidden mission, they had to choose one from these 3 sacrificial ceremonies and complete it. The left-sided pupil altar had offerings but lacked directional symbols and totems. Relevant materials should be found on some mermaids to complete the sacrifice. The right-sided heart altar goes without saying. Although it was the most complete altar, it should be related to the black light surrounding the Little Mermaid. Choosing it would indeed be the most convenient. However, Huli had kicked it over before, damaging the altar, and restoring it was not any easier than finding materials. As for the third altar, it was the one beneath Xie Qingwan. Symbols unknown, totems unknown, but since Xie Qingwan could be tied directly to this altar for the sacrifice, it showed that this altar should also be complete. It only needed an offering to perform the sacrifice. The only problem was, currently the offering was Xie Qingwan. Even as he was speaking, Huli analyzed all the pros and cons in less than 10 seconds and immediately placed his hand on Xie Qingwan. A flash of white light passed through his left hand. Impart. Huli transferred 10% of his attributes to Xie Qingwan, and her various attributes immediately rose by nearly 100 points. Especially her stamina, which surged by 110 points, granting an additional 110 seconds of time. Master. Don't speak. Huli frowned and uttered a sentence.